ebook reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, annuity do's and don'ts for baby boomers and annuity rate report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
Summer is here. Time to sit back and unwind with Omaha Steaks. Perfectly aged, always tender, and guaranteed delicious. Omaha Steaks is sharing an amazing limited-time offer when you go to omahasteaks.com and enter the keyword garden into the search bar. You'll be able to order the Gourmet Grill Pack for just $99.99. Plus, you'll get 8 free Omaha Steaks burgers when you order. These burgers are legendary. They taste like a steak on a bun that brings you a true backyard burger experience in every bite. Order now and save 61% on the Gourmet Grill Pack, which includes 4 bacon-wrapped fillets, 4 premium air-chilled boneless chicken breasts, 4 boneless pork chops, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, 4 made-from-scratch caramel apple tartlets, and an Omaha Steaks seasoning. Omaha Steaks isn't just steak. It's the best steak of your life, guaranteed. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com and type garden into the search bar and order the Gourmet Grill Pack today. That's omahasteaks.com, keyword garden. Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Here's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
He swings and drives one out toward left center field. That should be deep enough, and plenty deep enough. Rodriguez back to make the catch. Tagging from third, Brandon Crawford. He'll come in to score. And Lamont Ray Jr. puts the Giants on the board.
He won the Crawford with a sharp ground ball. Schmidt's got it. Off his knees, he throws, and they got him. Casey Schmidt on a rocket on one hop. Drive into center field. Rodriguez on the move. Rodriguez backed out, dropped it! He dropped it on the warning track. Slater had to go back. Now the throw goes into Wong. He has no idea where to go with it. And coming in to score is Slater. Here it is. Swinging a little number off the end of the bat. Moving over is Hernandez. He can't get it. It falls and it gets behind him. And it rolls all the way down the right field line. Matos is on the move and he ends up at third.
He throws. Kelnick strikes out swinging. 99-mile-an-hour fastball ends it. The Giants win the game. They take the final game of the series. They end their losing streak.
And that should do it.
The Giants stop the Seattle sweep. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday morning. It is Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murph and Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning with my guy, Overnight Dave, behind the glass. doing his best to give us what few highlights there were yesterday in the Giants' 2-0 win over the Seattle Mariners. After losing 4 of their last 5, after losing 6 out of the last 7, after losing 3 series in a row, they stopped the sweep, stopped Seattle in their tracks, and it's Alex Cobb, a.k.a. the Stopper, who gets the job done last night. 6 innings of scoreless baseball, 7 strikeouts, and no free 90s, no walks at all the entire game for the complete Giants pitching staff as he hands over the baton to both Taylor and Tyler Rogers. The Rogers twins do their things, and then all in all, it's just another save for Camilo Doval, number 25 on the year, and the Giants finally get off the schneid a little bit and get a big win against Seattle ahead of their last 3 games before the All-Star break against the Colorado Rockies. No baseball today. It's an off day, and I'm sure it's an off day that the Giants are cherishing. After traveling from Toronto to New York, back home to San Francisco, playing on the 4th of July, this is a team that looks like it was starting to hit a skid and looks like it's a good time to take some time off, which is always the argument in baseball, whether or not teams benefit from getting time off, or if a hot team is winning ball games, they're going to want to stay on the field. So last night, we saw guys like Wilmer Flores step up to the plate in the absence of some of the injuries in this Giants lineup. He had 3 base hits on the night. He did the postgame interview and said that he actually wanted to keep playing throughout the All-Star break. Well, here's the thing. Wilmer Flores has not been getting the same playing time that he got last season or the season before, despite, starting opening day at third base and hitting in the 3-hole. But it was good to see Wilmer back in the lineup last night, and it was good to see the Giants get out on top, get out on base, get 8 base hits. But more importantly, this game comes down to the pitching. It comes down to Alex Cobb. It comes down to the bullpen completing the complete game shutout. And it always comes down to our guy, Patrick Bailey, behind home plate, who continues to impress, calling games defensively. We all know what he's doing at the plate, hitting over 300 heading into the All-Star break. But again, last night I heard on the postgame show Alex Cobb just raving about this kid, Patrick Bailey, and now he has handed the keys to the car to Patrick to call games now. I remember Alex Cobb was big on talking about calling his own games before the season started with the new kind of technology with PitchCom. We saw in the beginning of the year, both Logan Webb and Alex Cobb had that PitchCom on their hip and were in control of the game calling their own pitches. Well, ever since Patrick Bailey has arrived, they have shifted away from the PitchCom and has let the young rookie call pitches. We've got some great sound from Alex Cobb breaking down the performance of Patrick Bailey behind the plate. And we also have some great sound of Alex Cobb and Gabe Kapler talking about how they thought Alex Cobb didn't even have his best stuff last night, but it was good enough to win for the San Francisco Giants. And I'm saying if you're looking at the first half of Alex Cobb's season, despite the fact that he was just on the injury list a couple weeks ago, he's now made 2 starts since coming off that IL a couple weeks ago and has been absolutely phenomenal the entire season. He's got a 2.91 ERA. That's good enough for 6th overall in the National League. And that's why earlier this season, we were discussing whether or not Alex Cobb would have a chance to make the All-Star game. Now, of course, there were 1 or 2 games scattered in where he let up a few runs. I remember he let up 4 against the Rockies, kind of inflated, quote unquote, inflated his ERA all the way up to a 2.91. But he truly has been one of the kind of locked in spots in this Giants rotation this year with Webb and Cobb, both guys who I thought would get some all-star consideration. Unless we have a couple injuries over the next couple of days, I don't think they're getting in. And it might seem like Camilo Doval will be the only Giant representing San Francisco up in Seattle next week for the All-Star break. But overall, another dominant performance from Alex Cobb, the 35-year-old who might be on the trade market this season, coming up in about a month now. We'll see if the Giants are buyers or sellers, whether or not they're looking to move a starting pitcher like a 35-year-old Alex Cobb, or maybe call up a young pitcher like Kyle Harrison that we've been talking about for weeks and weeks and weeks. But we got plenty of time to talk about Giants baseball this morning, how they stopped the sweep of Seattle. Might have got a little lucky in their pitching matchups after facing Oakland's own Brian Wu on Monday, after having to go up against Logan Gilbert on Tuesday. Wednesday, they caught a little bit of a break with Tommy Milone. I think originally it was Bryce Miller, one of their other stud rookies who was scheduled to pitch. He got scratched with an injury, and they actually lucked out by not facing George Kirby, who's an all-star for the Seattle Mariners. He pitches tomorrow versus Houston, but hey, at least Seattle got out of town a little bit early with that game starting at 6:05 last night. I know Murph texted Larry Bear. I guess it was some CBA agreement, whatever. 6:05 games, 6:45 games. As long as the Giants are throwing up wins after their games, I think we're all fine with it, and we'd like to see some wins over these next 3 games before we do get to the All-Star break up in Seattle. But speaking of the All-Star game up in Seattle, I know we've been talking a lot the past couple of days about the All-Star rosters, about San Francisco only having one representative in Camilo Doval, whether or not you think that each team should be, quote-unquote, rewarded with an all-star starter, whether or not Brent Rooker from the A's should be in the all-star game, whether a guy like Josiah Gray should be in the all-star game over guys like Logan Webb and Alex Cobb. And I get the argument. Everybody wants to be represented. Everybody wants a participation trophy. But I don't need Elias Diaz. You're probably thinking, who the hell is that guy? That's the catcher for the Colorado Rockies who's going to be representing the Rockies in this year's all-star game. You look at his stats, Patrick Bailey's got better stats than him in every major statistical category, and he's played like half the games. So again, congrats to the participation trophy awards, blah, blah, blah. I'm glad everybody gets to attend the Midsummer Classic. I really don't think that's the way it should be. I think if you're 10 games below 500, you should not be rewarded with an all-star, something that we can discuss later on, and whether or not the Giants will get a replacement player. But I also wanted to take a quick look at the home run brackets that came out yesterday. You know, I'm a big home run derby fan. I think it's maybe the best event in all all-star weekends. I know people love the slam dunk competition in the NBA. I know Overnight Dave likes the three-legged race and the potato sack race for the Pro Bowl. But I'm a home run derby kind of guy, so I always like the derby. And if you guys remember last year as one of Bobby Boucher's best bets, we told you to take Juan Soto as the derby champion. Now Soto will not be defending his crown this year after he held off Julio Rodriguez. Well, the good news for all the baseball fans out there is that Julio Rodriguez, the same guy you saw drop a ball in center field last night for Seattle, will be participating in this year's home run derby. And he was actually my pick to win it all before the brackets came out. But now he's in a first-round matchup against Pete Alonso. I'm kind of frustrated with the way these matchups are set up, with Luis Robert Jr. being the top seed, taking on Adley Rutschman from the Baltimore Orioles. You've got Garcia from the Rangers, Randy Arozarena from the Rays, but also Mookie Betts and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. facing off in a first-round matchup. And it seems like all the talent, or should I say the extreme talent of a Vlad Guerrero, Mookie Betts, Julio Rodriguez, and Pete Alonso are all on the same side of the bracket. So I really wanted to see a finals matchup between Pete Alonso and Julio Rodriguez, but that's going to be your first-round matchup, and we'll make sure to give you our winning pick for the Home Run Derby next week before it happens, I believe next Monday or Tuesday. Plenty of time to get into the All-Star rosters, the Home Runs Derby, and also some time this morning to talk about what's going on out in Las Vegas, or I guess what's happening currently in Sacramento with the California Classic last night. I checked in on the Warriors.
Does it really matter?
And Brandon Pojemski taking on the Charlotte Hornets, taking on Brandon Miller, number 2 overall pick in the NBA draft. But Dave, there's a lot of hype for this upcoming Friday out in Vegas with the official start of the Summer League. Victor Wembanyama is coming to the States. People are talking about it. People are buying tickets. That game is sold out already. And apparently there's going to be a big announcement this Saturday by Adam Silver and the NBA that the play-in tournament is officially coming to the NBA in the middle of December. And my question is, does anybody really care about this tournament? I know Adam Silver is trying to draw more interest into the NBA in the first half of the season. I know me and Copes make the joke every year that the NBA season doesn't start until Christmas. Well, here's the thing. This play-in tournament is before Christmas, so I don't know if I'm really going to care too much about it. I'll probably be too busy watching some NFL football. I know the NBA has kind of been going back and forth with the NFL recently about Christmas Day and the NFL now playing games on there. But, hey, this is their idea to throw in a play-in tournament in the middle of the season where the top 8 teams are going to advance to some type of tournament, I guess, and the top 4 teams are going to go out and play in Las Vegas. But no, Dave, the championship game is not going to count towards regular season stats, even though the other ones are. I don't know. Like Jason Kidd tells us on the Murph and Mac show, it's a lot of confusion, but we'll try to break it down for you this morning. And we'll ask you the question on whether or not you're interested in like a Hawaii Invitational type tournament that the NBA is trying to put on in the middle of the season. Dave shaking his head. He's got no interest in it at all, but we'll break that down and also give you a breakdown of guys like Guy Santos, Brandon Pojemski, and Lester Quiones last night balling out for the Warriors out in the Summer League against the Charlotte Hornets playing in Sacramento. Plenty of Warriors basketball, plenty of NBA news, and we're even getting closer and closer to NFL training camp. I believe we're less than 2 weeks away now from 49ers showing up in Santa Clara. So we'll start getting our football chops ready. But on the other side, let's talk about the chops of an Alex Cobb. Throwing another shutout yesterday, 6 innings, hands it over to the bullpens. The Roger twins get the job done, and Camilo Duvall locks it down for save number 25. We'll let you hear some post-game sound on the other side from Alex Cobb and Gabe Kapler breaking down yesterday's Giants win and them getting ready for the All-Star break. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Thursday morning. And Dave, we're drinking at noon on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. My off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Travel by paper planes. I'm gifted, but getting lifted just take me right to my lane. Man, we don't smoke the same. Copping by the OZ. They don't know themselves, but they acting like they know me. Homie said my life could be a book. I thought about it, that's probably why I'm so misunderstood. They don't know my story, but if you listen, I'm the definition glory. Man, I'm just different, so I roll up. Tryna get my pockets and my dough up. Kept chasing my dreams when I woke up. Niggas talk, but so what? Staring in the rearview, but I'm focused. Most talkative people be the slowest. I'm just tryna go up. Double entendre, I mean it both ways. Different tax brackets and now I smoke papers. Nigga, I really ain't asked for no favors. Yeah, when I roll up, blowing them trees. Shit get stressful tryna wrestle, but that's all that I need. I said when I roll up, blowing them trees. Shit get stressful tryna wrestle, but that's all that I need. I said when I roll up, every time I gotta play, no delay. Pay attention to the words that I say. I said when I roll up, I be all about my business. So get with it, or you welcome to stay. But see, I'm finna go up. Came from next time, can't afford it. Made it out the trap, I had to portion. Been through so much shit, had to record it. Now they think I'm coming from a fortune. Had so many friends turn to enemies. Really used to weigh on me mentally. Now I turn production into symphonies. Even when I'm gone, they remember me. Tables turn, please don't try to come to me with sympathy. Try to bring you on, I'm just being what I'm meant to be. Medicated, in my zone when I'm steady faded. Who would've known I find peace when I separated? But I got a little ride I call Mary Jane. Keep me in line when they try to go against the grain. Try to get back, but it's bad for my health. If I try to lead right, they just wanna go left. They some hard heads. I was trying to keep it going, but the ball dead. Mental telling me to finish what you started. We all have have regrets, but learn from life, Lamar said. Go ahead and spark it. That's the type of shit to make you light up. Make the paper turn to vapor, just some trees and fire. It's crazy how the thoughts be flowing when I'm feeling stoned. A couple J's, a glass of Ray, put me in my zone. I said, when I roll up, blowing them trees. Shit get stressful trying to wrestle, but that's all that I need. I said, when I roll up, blowing them trees. Shit get stressful trying to wrestle, but that's all that I need. I said, when I roll up, every time I gotta play, no delay. Pay attention to the words that I say. I said, when I roll up, I be all about my business. So get with it, or you welcome to stay. But see, I'm finna go up.
I'm listening to it, I'm live, and I'm like, man, this year remind me of the songs Quincy been playing. Yeah, it's been. I've been in the fucking party. I like them two songs that you played for us. That's what you're saying. That you played for me that one time I came over here. You was like, "This is me doing it, like no studios. This was all raw. And we're gonna remaster it." Them two that you played for me then, I was like, "Oh yeah, them tough."
And the pitch. Drive into center field. Rodriguez on the move. Rodriguez backed out. Dropped it! He dropped it on the warning track. Slater had to go back. Now the throw goes into Wong. He has no idea where to go with it. And coming in to score is Slater. It'll be an error on Rodriguez.
All right, welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Thursday morning. It is indeed Marcus the Waterboy Boucher recapping a Giants victory last night, 2-0 over the Seattle Mariners to end their 4-game winning streak and to end the Giants' 4-game losing streak. And you heard on the rejoin right there, the Giants had to get a little creative last night to score a couple runs with a couple of outfield miscues last night. Julio Rodriguez, the all-star, drops a ball, kind of takes his eye off it at the last minute. Next thing you know, here comes Slater around the corner, putting the Giants up 2-0 after Lamont Wade Jr. actually had a couple good at-bats yesterday. Even in a lefty-lefty matchup, he had the sac fly. He gets the credit for both RBIs yesterday, and 2 was all the Giants needed after they stranded runners in scoring position, went 0 for 8 yesterday. Also, shout out Luis Matos, who got his first career triple yesterday because of a misplay ball in right field. But hey, we'll take credit for it. We'll take the triple. We'll take the 2 runs for Lamont Wade Jr. because, as I was saying, it was enough for Alex Cobb, who has been one of the better pitchers in the National League this year. Ever since coming off the IL a couple weeks ago, has been absolutely lights out. They've won both of his last outings, and they needed it yesterday. With the skid that the Giants were on, even after watching their ace, Logan Webb, go out on Monday and strike out 11 batters, the Giants' bats have just not been existing this entire series against Seattle. And again, credit to guys like Brian Wu out of Oakland, California. Credit to Logan Gilbert. They actually got a little lucky, as I said earlier, not facing Bryce Miller or George Kirby as well. Yesterday, they got Tommy Malone for 2 runs. And that was enough because Alex Cobb goes 6 innings, shutout baseball, only throws 88 pitches, which of course always raises the questions on whether or not Kapler should have a longer leash with his starting pitchers, a leash that I liked it to be extra long when Alex Cobb and Logan Webb are on the mound. But again, I understand that this is only Alex Cobb's second start since coming off the injured list.
I understand.
And when you have a bullpen that's been performing as good as this one has over the last couple months, why not hand the keys to the car to the Rogers twins? Let the Twins go out for a night on the town. They had back-to-back shutout innings in the 7th and 8th. And then you hand it over to the closer, Camilo Doval, puts the gas to the floor, strikes out Jared Kelenic to end the game, gets save number 25, and it's another win for the San Francisco Giants, who now sit here with a 47-40 record in the NL West with 3 games left before the All-Star break. But before we get to the All-Star game up in Seattle next week, let's go ahead and wrap up this series against Seattle here in San Francisco. Giants obviously losing 2 of 3 games, but it was the stopper, Alex Cobb, who got the job done yesterday, was our player of the game. And here he was on the post-game show talking about all the success he's had this season, and especially at home pitching at Oracle Park.
I just feel comfortable. You know, you're sleeping in your own bed, you're waking up, you're going to get the same breakfast spot every day, and there's just a lot of comfortability there. So I don't know. I try not to look too much into those numbers, but they do seem pretty glaring.
And here's the thing. I think everybody listening to the show right now knows the secret about Oracle Park and how it's always been a pitcher park. Whether or not you wanted to call it Oracle or AT&T or whatever the hell name it's came up with since the 20-something years it's been around. It's always been a pitcher's park since Pac Bell came around, even when Barry Bonds was launching balls into McCovey Cove. It's a big reason why nobody from the Giants has hit 30 home runs in a season since Barry Bonds. And even after bringing in the center field fences, bringing in the bullpen, which now technically makes center field in San Francisco, I believe, the second shortest center field wall in all of Major League Baseball, it's still a pitcher's park, so we shouldn't be surprised with the home versus road splits. But overall this season, Alex Cobb has been fantastic. Going into the All-Star break now, don't see him making another start this weekend against Colorado. He's probably done. But he's going to finish the first half of the season with a 2.91 ERA, 6-2 on the year, 86 strikeouts, 1.34 whip. Has truly been fantastic every time he steps on the bump for the Giants. Here was Gabe Kapler breaking down the performance of Alex Cobb last night and how he got through 6 innings when it seemed like he didn't even have his best stuff.
No, it was great. Great for him to come out and just pound the strike zone, use all of his pitches, mix them well, hit spots. I'm not sure that he was like, his stuff was like A+, it was solid, but plenty to get us through those 6 innings. And then I actually think it was an interesting decision to get him out of the game. It was mostly based on like how many pitches he's built up to since he came off the IL. He was pitching very, very well. I think he was fully in control. Sometimes we'll make decisions to leave a guy out there a little longer, especially if we need it from a bullpen perspective. On a day like today, going into an off day with all of our arms available, we thought it made sense to just finish it with Tay and Ty and then ultimately get Doval back out there and let him have a cleaner outing than the last time out.
And it absolutely was a clean outing, not only for Camilo Doval, for the Rogers twins, and Alex Cobb. But that was a quote-unquote interesting breakdown from Gabe Kapler.
That's interesting.
Because the ways he kind of phrased it, where he even kind of questioned himself, saying it was an interesting decision, which has led me to kind of brainstorm a little bit, something that we've discussed a few times, on how much of an impact does Gabe Kapler really have on the game? Which I know sounds like an asinine question, especially since we are the Giants' flagship radio station. But it's something that I've thought about when you're talking about the platoon matchups, the pinch hitters, Gabe Kapler pressing all the right buttons at the end of the game, and how much of that decision actually comes down to Gabe Kapler versus the analytics. Because the analytics will tell you something different than your gut feeling. And it seems like Gabe Kapler gets a lot of credit for making these moves, but in that answer last night, he's even like, we made the decision. It was interesting, even coming from his perspective. So maybe that's just credit to guys like Andrew Bailey and Brian Bannister, the pitching staff, Kai Correa maybe being involved. But it's also the same guys that call up to the dugout every time that the Giants go with the replay review. all Gabe really does is put his hand up, tell the umpire to stop, and then tell him carry on, carry on, carry on. He's not really making the decision to challenge the plays. So again, I don't want to question his managerability, credibility, whether or not he's the one actually pressing the buttons and pulling the moves. But that was a little insight, a little peek of the curtain from behind the mind of Gabe Kapler and how the Giants as a team decide whether or not to pull a guy from a game or to maybe use him in a pinch hit situations with the Giants use so often. But however way you want to slice it, the results are the same. Giants got the win. The bullpen completes the shutout game. And overall, it's a great performance from this pitching staff and another great performance behind the plate from Patrick Bailey. Because here's the thing that I don't think is a coincidence. This bullpen has improved mightily over the past couple months. They've made a big improvement since having Patrick Bailey behind the home plate. How many times do we talk about these bullpen games or quote-unquote the bulk pen games? And how Patrick Bailey, a rookie behind home plate, will sometimes see not just 4 or 5 different pitchers, but 4 or 5 different arm angles. Whether it's an Alex Wood kind of short herky-jerky from the left side. Here comes Ryan Walker throwing out a left center field sidearm. Here comes Tyler Rogers with a submarine. And then, here's Camilo Duvall throwing 101-mile-per-hour two-seamers. Oh, you want a four-seam cutter coming in at 103 on your hands too? Good luck with that, kid. But he's handled it so well. He's been absolutely phenomenal behind home plate just defensively, and that's not even throwing in all the accolades, all the extra, the cherries on top of what he's done with the bat at the plate with his 300 batting average this year. Again, raising the question on whether or not maybe he should be in the All-Star game over a guy like Elias Diaz from the Colorado Rockies, who nobody knows who the hell this guy is, and the Rockies are 20 games under 500. But I digress. I want to get back into the praise, the good vibes of a Patrick Bailey behind home plate, and Alex Cobb, who had a really, really good breakdown yesterday on the Giants postgame show, talking about his relationship with Patrick Bailey and how he's gone from calling his own games as a 35-year-old pitcher to letting this rookie Patrick Bailey take control and call these ball games.
Patrick, I've always been very stubborn about calling my own game and not really giving much of the responsibility to the catcher just because there's so many variables that go into it. And, I have, 4 or 5 days before the game to really study my stuff versus their hitters. And these last 2 outings, I've really given a large portion of the responsibility to Patrick. He's shown so much poise and ability to dissect a lineup and to identify what's working for the pitcher that day, what the pitcher's strengths are. And if he doesn't have that, to deviate from the scouting report, which was kind of what happened tonight. Didn't have my best split, and he was able to toss out what we talked about before the game and totally kind of reconfigure our game plan throughout the game. So it's impressive what he's done. I don't think I've been around a rookie that has his type of poise and ability on the field, and everything just seems slower to him than your average big leaguer, and especially your rookies out there.
Everything seems slower to him than your average big leaguer. Again, this kid's a rookie. And that's why I've kind of slowed down the hype train a little bit, because a lot of people are comparing him to Buster Posey. And again, I don't want to put those lofty expectations on the kid, but he's lived up to every expectation so far. We talked a bunch before he even got the call up about how I went and saw this kid play in San Jose and how he looked like a Gold Glove caliber catcher back then. Well, guess what? He won a Gold Glove in the minor leagues. And now he's showing off those same skill set at the major league level. Absolutely phenomenal. And I don't think Alex Cobb is wrong. Look at his last 2 starts. Over the last 7 days, Alex Cobb, 1-0, 2-0. I know the last 2 starts they won. Hell, before this little 4-game losing streak, the last game they won was on Friday night when Alex Cobb was on the bump with Patrick Bailey behind home plate. And that's why when I came back and did the show on Wednesday, that was my one piece of criticism. I know the Giants played Sunday Night Baseball out in New York. Then they flew back to San Francisco. But it was Blake Sable catching Logan Webb, not Patrick Bailey. If I'm Gabe Kapler, if I'm this Giants coaching staff, I'm lining up all my starts going forward to have my 2 horses work with your young stud, Patrick Bailey. I want to see them be on the same schedule, and maybe we'll see them for the final game this first half of the season as the Giants are playing a 3-game series against the Rockies starting tomorrow night, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And it looks like Logan Webb is lined up to pitch on Sunday. I want to see Patrick Bailey behind home plate. And here was Gabe Kapler actually talking about the importance of getting guys like Cobb and Webb starts before the All-Star game versus balancing whether or not they should be getting rest at this point of the season.
I think it is. I think he's going to be critical for us down the stretch. And it may not be the last time we need to kind of break up the starts just a little bit. You had mentioned it before we started talking, Alex, but this is around the time that you start to think about it's the best way to get your pitchers a blow and get them as many starts as possible. So like striking the balance between having Cobb and Webb start as many games as possible, but also get them the rest and recovery that they need. So a lot of the discussions over the course of the next several days will be around some of that. We've already begun those discussions, but we're still in the midst of them.
And those are the discussions the Giants will have over their 4 or 5 day break. No break off for Camilo Duvall. He'll be representing the Giants at the All-Star game this weekend. But as I said earlier, unless a couple more injuries come down this week, it's not looking like Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, or either of the Roger brothers will be making this year's All-Star game. But hey, we'll see what happens as we get closer and closer to the All-Star break. But another guy that we talked a lot about getting All-Star consideration was Lamont Wade Jr., who has been having a phenomenal year. And yesterday, get this, he was in the lineup against a lefty, hitting in the 3-hole. Yes, in Gabe Kapler's platoon system. After watching Lamont Wade Jr. essentially get benched every single time there's a left-handed pitcher on the mound, yesterday he was hitting right in the middle of the lineup, and he was really involved in all of the action. Whether it was the sac fly early on to put the Giants up 1-0, or that ball to center field that he hit over the head of Julio Rodriguez that he eventually dropped. It does get charged for an error, but Lamont Wade Jr. still gets credit for the RBI, puts the Giants up 2-0, and it was great to see him get these type of at-bats versus a left-handed pitcher because we've seen how good he's been just getting on base this year and his on-base percentage, how it's one of the best in baseball. Well, if he's drawing walks against lefties, why can't he do it against righties? Well, yesterday he made some good contact, put some good wood on the ball. Here was Gabe Kapler talking about Lamont Wade Jr. and the Giants' platoon system and at the times and moments that they break away from it.
I think every team around baseball needs some players that they can depend on, sort of in an everyday way. Lamont, over the last couple of years, has been at least a little bit in a platoon role, right? And he's been so good in this first half of the season, so dependable at first base, such a tough out against left-handed pitching. It's really hard to just not have him in the lineup, period. So on a day like today, obviously we don't know how deep Malone's going to go into the game, but it's possible that he goes through the lineup a couple of times and we put Lamont right there in the middle of the lineup in the 3-hole. It's not always going to be that way. There are going to be some times when a left-hander's on the mound and we feel like the best thing to do is get Lamont a day off. But a day like today, we thought we might need him, and we certainly did. He's been good against lefties and righties.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal this year. And he's not at the point where he's hitting in your middle of a lineup starting, of course, at first base, but still getting him action over guys like Jock Peterson, who was your all-star last year, but again, is another guy that finds himself in this lefty platoon and this kind of hole where Gabe Kapler's not even going to give him the opportunity to face off against lefties, and Jock understands that. I remember talking to him last year on the Murphy Mack show. He said, yeah, this is kind of the role that I got bring in here to play for the Giants. Well, that's a role that it looked like Lamont Wade Jr. was going to get penciled into, but because of his success at the plate this year, having over a 400 on-base percentage, hitting .279 this year, yes, his splits are better against righties, hitting .286 with a .424 on-base percentage. But against lefties, in that deadly lefty-lefty matchup, he's still hitting .244, which I know is not great in this day and age in baseball. Actually, in this day and age in baseball, it's actually not a bad batting average. It's not good for the old day and age of baseball. But he's got a .244 average and a .340 on-base percentage. Has got 7 walks and 45 at-bats versus lefties. I'm saying keep the guy in the lineup, especially when this Giants lineup has been struggling to score runs. Lamont Wade Jr. responsible for both of them yesterday. Put the Giants up 2-0. Probably could have cashed in on a few more runs if they didn't go 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Shout out to Luis Matos, who got his first major league triple last night. Problem was he got stranded at third base. Casey Schmidt did square up a ball, hit a 103-mile-per-hour line drive to third base. Casey got a couple hard-hit balls yesterday, but still went over in the box score. But I did want to give a shout-out to that sliding play he made in the hole at second yesterday. That was a great defensive play, and that's why I want Casey Schmidt in the lineup every day. And it's looking like he's going to be in the lineup with Tyro Estrada scheduled to miss 4 to 6 weeks. But next week, we've got the All-Star game, but we've got plenty of other things happening in the sports world, whether it is UFC Fight Week coming up this week in Las Vegas, UFC 290, or the NBA Summer League happening in Vegas this weekend, or hell, this new NBA play-in tournament that's going to happen in December with the finals being in Las Vegas, with the stats not counting towards the regular season. We've got a lot to break down on the other side. We'll get your opinion on whether or not you're interested in this NBA quote-unquote mid-season tournament and what it means for the Warriors Invitational.
No, I don't see any scenario
on the other side. Thanks, Dave, for that. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher and Overnight Dave on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Don't you hate sitting in traffic going to the doctor's office? Same. What I love is getting expert medical care from this couch. Here are 3 tips for setting up a virtual visit for your kid. With good Wi-Fi, a laptop or smart device, and a little help from you, doctors can now remotely diagnose a lot. Not only will you see them faster, but also you can do it from right here. But should you need to go in person, there are many options available to you. Submit photos in advance when needed. Your doctor will thank you for sending a clear picture of the issue, and you won't have to deal with making your kids sit still on the day. Everybody wins. While technology is cool, to your kid it may be brand new. Make sure they feel comfortable with the doctor on screen by having them show their favorite stuffed animal or toy, or draw a picture for the doctor. This way they'll know it's a safe space. It's a relief to know you have the option to easily set up a virtual appointment without worrying about taking time off, the commute, and I'm gonna stress this again, leaving this. So the next time your child needs care, ask your doctor if a virtual visit is right for you.
The NBA has been talking about this in-season tournament for years. They originally wanted to bring it in with the play-in tournament. During the pandemic, they decided let's just do one. But the in-season tournament this year, the Final Four will be in Vegas December 7th and 9th. And so essentially it will be baked into the regular season schedule, and then 8 teams will emerge out of that and play a tournament. You know, look at like the Maui Invitational, the old Great Alaska Shootout, where, you know, in the season you have this quick little tournament with some great teams playing each other. Doesn't equate to an NBA championship, but people get into it, it has meaning. And for the NBA, Adam Silver's wanted to do this for a long time, taking it from European soccer. Saturday night, Malik Andrews is hosting our show in Vegas with more details about this. But essentially, I think every team will be scheduled 80 games to start the season. And a couple teams, there's going to be 2 teams that are going to play 83 games. They're going to play that championship game. The stats, I'm told, from that last game, the championship game of the in-season tournament, Those will not count on the regular season. All the rest do.
Because there was confusion.
Yeah, thank you, Jason Kidd. That was a lot of confusion right there.
Because there was confusion.
After Woj hit us with the bomb yesterday, the breaking news that the NBA is officially going to implement the 2023/2024 mid-season tournament.
Because there was confusion.
In Las Vegas this year. And I guess my first question is why? Why the hell are we doing this? Why are we taking inspiration from European soccer, apparently, is the idea behind this? As if there wasn't enough flopping in the NBA already. Oh my God. I mean, come on. Do we really need this? What's the reason? What's the motivation? Well, I guess the motivation would be money. TV ratings, which, of course, result in money. And really the NBA trying to have a kind of counter offer to the NFL approaching Christmas Day and really taking over the first half of the NBA season, hell, the entire NBA season. I know a lot of people who don't even pay attention to the NBA until after the Super Bowl, which leads to my first question is why are they doing this December 7th to December 9th? Wouldn't you think they'd try to capitalize on the market once the NFL season is over? But again, I think that goes to the counterpoint of this is the NBA trying to draw up some interest in the quote-unquote first half of their season. Because again, I joke about it every single year. I don't care about the NBA regular season until Christmas Day. I hosted a show last year during Christmas with Marcus Thompson, and I took that take to on air. This is MT2, a guy that's been following the Warriors dynasty, one of the most respected basketball writers in the entire country. And I thought he was going to dunk on me and laugh at my take like, ha, you casual. You don't like basketball until Christmas Day? But no, Marcus one-upped me. He said, Marcus, I cover the sport. I don't even really start paying attention until All-Star break.
If no clear winner emerges from all this, a two-man sack race will be held on consecutive Sundays until a champion is crowned.
Thank you. Maybe that's what the NBA should implement. A sack race. Maybe go with the skills competition from the NFL Pro Bowl. I don't know, man. It's confusion for me, like our guy Jason Kidd will tell you, but we'll try to break it down for you.
Because there was confusion.
Thank you, Dave. And this is how it's going to go. Apparently, they're going to group teams together during the regular season. And here's the exact quote that came out from the ESPN press release yesterday. And don't worry, Adam Silver is apparently going to be out in Vegas on Saturday night breaking this down for you and explaining it even better than I can. But the ruling says that all teams will participate in a group stage will consist of 6 total groups, 3 per conference, and then chosen by a random draw based on the team's winning percentage the previous season. So you're telling me this mid-season tournament doesn't even reflect your first half record? Then it's really not a mid-season tournament.
With the first 7 months of the basketball postseason out of the way, the playoff picture is now starting to emerge.
Thank you, Dave. Anytime you can drop in some basketball drops, I'll take them all day. But that's how I kind of feel with basketball. Like, they're looking for ratings grabs. What are we going to get Draymond Green out here in some shoulder pads, tackling Dylan Brooks, taking him out at the hole? Just going to start combining different sports? I mean, this is nonsense, but going on and on, once they have these groups ready, each team will play 4 games in its group, with the 6 group winners making the knockout stage, along with 2 wild cards, because that's what we need in a midseason tournament, is some extra wild card teams on top of it. It's not like the NBA already watered down their playoffs by allowing 10 teams to make the playoffs. And like, here's the thing about the NBA regular season. It might be the biggest joke out of all the regular seasons in any sport. The players don't care about the first 82 games. Hell, look at Jimmy Butler in the Miami Heat, who got in last year as a play-in team, lost their play-in game to Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks, but then got a second chance. They got a second life like they are Super Mario and just popped up and hit a mushroom. One more life. And they used that life to go on and beat the Milwaukee Bucks, the Boston Celtics, and go all the way to the NBA Finals. Or, of course, they lost to Nikola Jokic, but hey, that shows how meaningless the regular season is.
Oakland would play L.A. and Pittsburgh in a blind choice round robin.
Yeah, so it sounds like there's going to be some type of round robin out in Las Vegas with, again, the 6 group winners making it to the knockout stage, along with the 2 wild cards, finished with the best winning percentage and not in their groups. Again, a lot of confusion here. The knockout stages will be single elimination through the final. but apparently the final will be game 83 for these teams, but won't count towards the regular season record or the regular season stats. Again, if you're a team like the Warriors, who has a 38-year-old Chris Paul, a 35-year-old Steph Curry, a couple 33-year-olds in Draymond and Klay Thompson, do you want this extra game? Do you want to play in game 83? And is it going to mean anything to you as a fan? Like, it's like when the Colts hung a banner up for being like the AFC South division champs. Like, you don't hang up banners for that. You think teams are going to start hanging up banners for winning the quote-unquote midseason tournament? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. And it looks like that's the opinion on the text line is all. 669 checks in, says, yeah, no one cares about the regular season. Our guy Bill from the 209 says this is another ridiculous, boring idea by the NBA.
Then Milwaukee goes to the Denslow Cup. Yeah. Baltimore can upset Buffalo, and Charlotte ties Toronto.
That might be the only way I watch it, if they start calling it the Denslow Cup. That's what I need in my life, Dave. Thank you for those drops. Made this segment actually entertaining because I don't think this midseason tournament is going to be entertaining. Another gimmick that 650 says, and yeah, I just really don't understand. This is the NBA trying to get some eyes on its sports during the regular season. A regular season that most people don't care about. A regular season that the players don't really care about. But hey, here we are. This is basketball in 2023 to steal from
with last night's victory over Boston, next week the Bears must beat Indianapolis in order to advance to Charlotte.
The Bears. That's my favorite team. Shout out to Coop Cooper. I got a Bears jersey, Dave. It's pretty sweet. I'll wear it into the studio one day for the live stream. But that's enough mid-season tournament talk.
Because it was confusion.
I guess people are starting to get hyped up with basketball, especially with NBA Summer League starting in Las Vegas this Friday. Now there is the California Classic going up in Sacramento right now. I actually tuned in to watch the game just because I wanted to see Brandon Pojemski, Warriors' first-round draft pick out of Santa Clara yesterday. He had a good showing against the Charlotte Hornets, dropped 17 points, hit a couple threes, looked pretty comfortable, driving and dishing to the basket. And also, I thought he didn't look as bad as a lot of the defensive issues that people were talking about. Had a few steals. Still has to work a little bit on his one-on-one defense, but I thought he did some good things with the active hands to get in passing lanes and show why the Warriors spent a first-round draft pick on him. Also a big day for Lester Quinones, who had a game-high 21 points. He was balling on the court yesterday. The commentators were gushing over him, wondering if he was going to be a free agent or not, but the Warriors signed him to a two-way contract. So Lester Quinones is a guy you might see in the Warriors rotation this year. And then, Dave, how about our guy Guy Santos, who was representing the Warriors last year in the G League All-Star game? A forward out of Brazil. He had a good game yesterday and was actually kind of taking the young kid Brandon Miller to work. The second overall pick out of Alabama, Guy Santos was taking his lunch money. Going to be interested to see his development if he's going to be playing in Santa Cruz or in San Francisco with the Warriors this year. But I know a lot of people are tracking the development of a Brandon Miller. The Hornets' decision to go with him at number 2 instead of Scoot Henderson.
Guy Santos.
Thank you. There it is. Our guy Guy Santos representing
Guy Santos.
And we'll see him this Friday, actually, out in Las Vegas as the Warriors will be taking on the Lakers. Actually, a big day in Las Vegas for that Summer League. Victor Wembanyama coming back to the United States. The stories are that they're already sold out already. He'll be taking on Brandon Miller. I think Scoot Henderson's playing that day also. So a lot of people are getting hyped up about the NBA Summer League in Las Vegas this weekend. But me and Overnight Dave, we're getting hyped up for UFC 290 this weekend in Las Vegas. Absolutely stacked card for International Fight Weekend. Alexander Volkanovski taking on Yair Rodriguez. We got Robbie Lawler in his retirement fight. Robert Whittaker is taking on Duplessis out of South Africa. Brandon Moreno is fighting for the 125 belt. There's a lot of good fights this weekend. And even our guy, Bo Nickel, out of Penn State, is like a minus 2,500 favorite. I think it might be like the largest favorite in UFC history. Me and Dave will break down all the fights for you tomorrow morning on the leadoff spot. But on the other side, we got to continue talking Guy Santos and get back into the San Francisco Giants, who stopped a sweep yesterday against the Seattle Mariners and now have 3 more games at home against the Colorado Rockies before next week's All-Star break. We'll make the connection with Murph and Mac on the other side and talk all about it and enjoy a Giants off day where we're drinking at noon on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and staying there, That feels more like luck than something you can control. So that's why we made Brain FM. It's like a do not disturb setting for your mind, and it gets you focused in just 5 minutes. Using science and sound, Brain FM guides your brainwaves into an optimal state for productivity called neural phase locking, which lets different parts of your brain work together more easily. Compared to average music, Brain FM actually increases and sustains your focus over time, letting you stay in the zone for as long as you want. You can also use Brain FM for relaxation, meditation, and even sleep. But don't take our word for it. Join millions of others and try it yourself for free and see what you get done with Brain FM.
Hey there, welcome to Takeaway with Sam Okus, a podcast from Nation's Restaurant News. I am Sam Okus, editor-in-chief here at NRN, and this is the show where I give you an all-access pass to the restaurant industry's most influential decision-makers. This week, I'm talking with Alex Smith. He is the founder and president of Atlas Restaurant Group, a Baltimore-based outfit that has more than 30 concepts in its portfolio, employing 2,000 people in 5 markets. Alex and his co-founder and brother, Eric, are Baltimore natives, and they're deeply committed to the economic revitalization of the city. And Alex joined the podcast to talk about the power that restaurants have in transforming cities and why new concept development is important to broadening the impact you have in each of the markets where you operate. In this conversation, you'll learn more about why you should build restaurants to last 20 years rather than 2, how high-quality restaurants give you an opportunity to hire high-quality people, and how providing moments to serve your communities is an excellent retention strategy. Jumping now into my interview with Atlas Restaurant Group founder and president Alex Smith. Also, don't forget to stick around after the interview as I will share my 6 takeaways from this discussion, actionable insights that you can take with you on the go. Are you interested in making milkshakes or smoothies at the push of a button? With no measuring, scooping, or pouring required, For Real by Riches offers pre-made milkshakes that you'll be able to customize and serve in under a minute. Plus, the blender only takes up 9 inches of counter space and plugs into a standard 120-volt outlet. Could it get any easier? The answer is yes. Check out the For Real by Riches B7 blender today.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, wrapping up the leadoff spot on a Thursday morning, getting ready to drink today at noon to celebrate the Giants stopping the sweep from the Seattle Mariners. Alex Cobb, the stopper yesterday, goes 6 scoreless innings, hands it over to the Rogers twins, Taylor and Tyler, or as Gabe Kapler likes to call them, Tay and Ty. They got the job done last night, and then it was Camilo Duvall putting the final nail in the coffin of Seattle, getting his 25th save of the year. The question is he going to get number 26? 27 or number 28 before the All-Star break? Giants have 3 more games against the Colorado Rockies starting Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. Then we'll have a little bit of an All-Star break with the Home Run Derby right around the corner. And then, of course, the Midsummer Classic up in Seattle. But a lot to talk about today with the Giants. A lot to talk about with the NBA and this new play-in rules, or should I say the play-in tournament. Shout out to everybody on the text line checking in on this phony tournament and whether or not it's going to be meaningful at all in our lives moving forward, and whether or not the Warriors Invitational will be invited to the Midsummer Tournament next year. Spent a lot of time talking about the Warriors this morning with Brandon Pojemski balling out yesterday. Lester Quiones, as Murph reminds me as he's walking in, B-Po, as the kids are calling him, Poj Bomb. After yesterday, we got the Woj Bomb about the NBA play-in tournament. The California Classic is going on, and yes, Murph, Woj went on SportsCenter last night and confirmed it. Adam Silver will be hopping on ESPN Today or NBA Today on Saturday to talk about this new play-in tournament. in the middle of December 7th and 9th, maybe Lester Quinones and Brandon Pojemski will be leading the Warriors to a play-in tournament championship, Murph.
So, when LeBron James said not 1, not 2, not 3, that's what he's going to be like. I guarantee this many play-in tournaments for Dub Nation. Not 1, not 2, not 3.
You think the Lakers would be one of the teams that hang up a banner? Hang up a banner for the play-in tournament?
For the Celtics 18 or the Lakers 18 or whatever?
No way in hell. I can see a team like the Oklahoma City
Thunder. We're going to win the play-in tournament? We'll win every tournament?
There's no chance in hell if they're going up in the Raptors here at Chase Center.
Did your listeners hit you with the FA Cup? Is that that's the comp, right?
Yeah, that's the whole entire thing. We even played a cut from Woj this morning saying, Adam Silver was influenced by European soccer. It's like, okay, I'm seeing guys flop all over the court. I've got enough European soccer in my NBA. I don't need any more, Murph.
Aren't we gosh darn America? We don't need to follow Europe.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
I don't need these midsummer tournaments.
We shed those European, those 12th century ideals hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, what are we talking? Midsummer Night's Dream, midsummer tournaments?
And go back to Germany, pal.
Yeah.
All right? I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah,
I'm just
whatever.
riffing.
Whatever, Murph.
I don't know. I would presume somewhere along the way some money is to be made. Is that
100%.
the idea?
It all comes back to TV ratings in the NBA trying to get a piece of the pie.
We're going to watch the stinking thing. We'll watch it.
Maybe, unless there's a football game on that weekend.
It might be the big hit one day.
Oh,
it might be the big hit.
Be the big hit. Warriors in the mid-season tournament out in Las Vegas in December.
Is that where it is?
Yeah.
By the Sphere? Have you seen the Sphere?
Dude, that thing is crazy. I saw a couple of videos on Twitter yesterday.
I want Stefan to be careful when he's driving by the Sphere.
That's what I mean. I feel like people are going to crash just looking at it.
That's what they said, yeah.
But they also said the same thing about Allegiant Stadium. They got that big old scoreboard right on the outside that you can see when you drive by.
Can I get an image of Jimmy G's face on the Sphere?
Just rotating around the circle nonstop.
Hey, I heard Jeremy Fowler. I was driving in, listening to my Nationals before my Waterboy show came on. The leadoff spot, I like to call it. Jeremy Fowler was saying, word out of Las Vegas is that Jimmy Garoppolo and Devontae Adams are getting along great. They're thick as thieves.
They're best friends.
Mental reps in the film room.
You would think they were like college teammates or played together at Fresno State. Oh, no, that's the quarterback they ran out of town.
I'm just letting you know. I'm going to wind up being a bigger Jimmy G fan in Vegas than you.
100%. I'm going to show up early this season. You guys are going to be in silver and black with the face paint on.
I'm going to He's got that kind of charm, buddy. Get ready.
I want to see Paulie Mack in the Gorilla costume.
All of it. Darth Vader, whatever you guys say. By the way, good call on the rotating Garoppolo face on the Sphere. The one thing I'm going to need, though, just to put a little Raider stamp on it. How about an eye patch on Jimmy?
An eye patch on Jimmy.
He could pull that off.
He could.
He could pull that off.
A face that rotates between Jimmy G and a hologram of Al. All right? It's just almost Bugsy Siegel. I knew Bugsy Siegel. Yeah. I know. There you go, Dave. Anyway, did we kill enough time? Are you still? No, we got to get these guys in.
I had a short break, so we came back
Dave's
early.
not blocked in or anything,
I hope not. That was the controversy of yesterday's show. Dave comes walking back into the studio at 6:22, and he's like, hey, yo, my car is blocked. Maybe it's Triple E. Maybe it's Murph. Maybe it's Paulie Mack.
It's mayhem in that garage. I parked in a spot I've never parked in today. God only knows what's going to happen. Yeah,
dude, that parking lot is insane. I didn't even mention it on the show yesterday. Yeah, only God knows where you could park. I pulled up to the parking lot yesterday, and there was a coyote hanging out in front of the garage.
Gee, all hell's breaking loose.
And I didn't know to open the garage. I don't need a coyote in the garage. That would have been bad news for Dave walking in at 6 in the morning.
Trap the coyote could have easily gone in, then the door goes down. We got a coyote inside.
Well, that's the thing. I went eye to eye, face to face. I'm like flashing high beams at it.
Will a coyote charge a human?
I'm not going to find out.
Just ask him the question.
I'm not going to stick around to find out.
You don't want to find out.
Generally, no, but hey, you never know.
Oh, in San Francisco, anything can attack you.
They can stare you down and charge. You never know.
100%.
Sniff you out and go. Well, you know he'd probably charge his Triple E. He'd sniff him out and be like, "There's my target."
They say animals have like a call they react to.
Hold on, I'm not up.
Okay, I was going to say they react to the laugh.
The cackle.
Like animals hear it. Birds have a call. Animals
like
coyotes have a squeal.
Like a duck call. Yeah.
When we live up on the hill, we got coyotes, and they'll go.
They'll howl for you.
And then all of a sudden, here in the forest, you hear this.
And the coyote's like lunchtime.
The coyote's ears go straight up, like looking around. What was that?
Oh, it's 5:55. Triple E just showed up. It's breakfast time.
By the way, the coyote knows Triple E's schedule too. Yeah. Here it is. Yeah,
that's a coyote.
That's inside our garage.
Yeah,
that's inside our
Triple E talking to the coyotes in their secret language.
What if Triple E went and lived with the coyotes? Like,
he should go live with the coyotes.
Oh, like
wasn't there a Honda ad about a guy living with a coyote?
Isn't that the movie Dances with Wolves?
Let him live with the coyotes.
I don't know. Yeah, I saw that Bear Man documentary where the guy
Grizzly Man,
bro,
Vernon
Herzog up by the bear.
Bear eats him at the end.
What do you think was going to happen?
And it's real.
Oh, come on,
dude. There's no CGI. That's a real clip.
Common sense ain't too common.
Guy loves the bear so much. Guy I got eaten by bears.
Yeah, go live with the bears.
You know, the alternate title of that documentary was Blank Around and Find Out.
That's it. The more you blank around, the more you find out. That's something I don't want to do, not blank around with the Coyotes, but I do blank with the Murph and Mac Show, and I will tell you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station, the sports leader, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Thursday morning starts right now.
All right, everybody's in a good mood because the Giants nailed one down last night. A little early start, by the way, a little lighter crowd out there last night, huh? Did the Giants lose? Did the Giants lose, everyone, or was it the 6 o'clock start that got it out there? But hey, all you need is to scrape a couple across, have Julio Rodriguez drop a fly ball. Next thing you know, everybody's happy. Giants get a 2-0 win. Set against some interesting baseball last night, too. The Mets, absolute stunner of the Diamondbacks in the 9th inning. Watch out for the July Mets. I think they're undefeated, actually.
Whole new lease on life.
And then the Dodgers, unfortunately, pulled one out from their bag of tricks.
The Dodgers.
Yeah, Paulie, last night only 24,000 at the yard.
Well, it's a Monday now. It's tough to rebound. You know, it's
a
long...
Wednesday. You were close.
Same thing. What's the difference? Well, you know why I was thrown? It's because of that day, dude. My head is all messed up. I'm not even kidding. I actually was thinking it was...
Paulie just asserted. He goes like, yeah, well, it's a Monday. You know what I mean? He's like...
I swear to God. Anyway, I know. That just shows you where my brain is at. But no, it was... I'm going to say it had to do with that weird day off on Tuesday.
It was weird.
People didn't know. Like, what am I? Should I go?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Totally agree.
I'm blaming Tuesday.
I'm with you on the pump fake. But today is
that's hilarious.
Thursday.
Thank you. No, I got it because I got a podcast today.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Good.
That's good. Thanks for telling me.
And it's nice to see you clean cut for the podcast after
I did clean my ass up yesterday.
You can see Paulie on the YouTube and on the KNBR Twitch, too.
I'm just going to do a good deed for the people at large here in the San Francisco community. If y'all want a great haircut and a great haircut experience, go see my girl, Tao.
Well, do I need to compete now and represent my guy?
You should. Give him a shout.
Kenny Thunderhawk right
with
down
the
here?
movies. You want to watch Chappelle, you go see Murph's guy.
Hey, what do I need to see? I'll see. I saw Rogan. I saw Chappelle. I saw. He's turned me on to the.
You can't compete with that.
What's his name? Mulaney. I'll check out a Mulaney. Who's the guy? The shirtless guy. He was in Cooler Content. Berg Kreischer. Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway,
throw him in the pot. Here's a good thing. And by the way, the name of her shop is Right Style Salon. Go visit her on Market Street. Here's the best part.
Market Street.
Well, she's on like Market.
Taking. It's an adventure.
It's right near 18th, like right in the heart of the Castro.
See some interesting stuff.
Always do. And she. But here's the best part of what she does, though, Murph, is you get the haircut, and she's gonna shampoo your hair, like it or not. She's shampooing that hair. But then you get the scalp massage.
Yeah,
she's coming in with that scalp massage.
Vibrating hand?
World class,
Is
dude.
it that she puts on the machine?
No, just had bare hands, bare rugged strength. Wow. Anyway, so I'm all relaxed today. I thought it was Monday, the whole bit.
So I'm going on. There's a machine now they can slip over their knuckles. It's like a brass knuckles it's a vibrating machine.
No, I've seen it. Yeah,
it's a very old school. I got to tell you, I support it.
Have you had it? Is there Thunderhawk breaking that thing
He
up?
doesn't do that.
No,
but others do. He'll give you the hot towel.
I got a hot towel too.
Yeah, give me the hot towel.
Mine had a little scent of lemon on it.
Yeah,
I'm dead serious.
Well, either mint or lemon, right?
Mine was lemon.
Got to go.
Mine was lemon flavored. It was
maybe
good.
coyote scent here.
Yeah.
Hey, let's put everybody's in a good mood. Let's put the stamp on this thing from yesterday, huh? It was a Wednesday night win. That's right. We got it. Wednesday night win.
No, it's good for me to
for
know.
Thursday morning in front of a sparse gathering of 24,000.
Intimate gathering.
They've already lost it. Well, what happened was they had sold out crowds on Monday and Tuesday for the fireworks, and they lose both games. San Francisco voted with their pocketbook. They said, we're not coming back for this trash. Well, the Giants tried to win them back last night with 6 shutout innings from Alex Cobb. And you're hearing about it now, Tay and Ty.
I heard it out of the skipper's mouth.
Yeah,
we feel Tay and Ty.
By the way, we just talked yesterday about Maddie and Tay singing This Land Is Your Land at the Capitol 4th celebration, right? So Maddie and Tay are going to sue Tay and Ty for copyright violation. But here you go, Paulie. 6 shutout from Al Cobb, Tay and Ty, and then
Tay and Ty.
Pink Floyd's favorite came in. And then Kai Correa called Rob Manfred. You got to report the score. Manfred answered. He said, you? I lost your number. You haven't called in a while. He said, well, get ready, suit. We're about to get going here. Put it in the book. San Francisco Giants 2, Seattle Mariners 0.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
There it is, the spatula. And, Paulie, it ain't over until David Gilmour and Roger Waters hookup with Camilo Doval, tied for the major league lead with Toronto's Jordan Romano. 25th save.
All in all, it's just another save for Doval.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yep.
That'll work, man.
Yep.
So Giants off today and take on the Colorado Rockies. Paulie, as I said in my second ever post on, wait for it, Paulie, Threads. See, this is best. See, Paulie, Paulie doesn't know.
I saw the headline.
Oh, you
I
did.
read
Okay,
a little blurb about it.
Well,
Yeah,
I joined in.
You're
I'm
on
in.
Threads. You don't waste any time.
Apparently, I'm posting, quote, weaves on Threads, right? I just saw some guy said, what do we call it? If you call it a tweet, what do you call a post on Threads?
Don't women insult other women, though, by saying, oh, that's a weave? They look at another size. You know, because it gets very catty.
Let's ask your your hairdresser on 18th and
You
Market.
ever notice that? Like a good-looking woman walks in the room and she's just going to get attacked immediately by the other women. To be like, look at that girl. She's got a weave.
It's like the coyotes
like, oh,
coming at each other.
So it's okay. This is a good weave, I
So I
guess.
started on Threads last night, and I said, what do I do?
By the way, new glasses?
New glasses, yeah.
Look at this. I like them.
Well, it was a
very
big,
pronounced.
I didn't tell you guys. I was playing Hurt the last 2 weeks. Those little Claytons with the wood frames, those were the wrong lens strength. So you guys were all blurry.
Oh, that's.
I was playing Hurt for 2 weeks, guys.
Just take them off at that point.
Well, I couldn't because they allow me to read my laptop.
Okay, yeah.
But when I looked up, you were just a mess.
Nice.
And so with Waterboy, I didn't even know who Waterboy was.
It was like the.
So I had the wrong lens
like the
strength
blob.
and so I've had these on order online, and they finally arrived.
Hey, look at the very stately, very pronounced.
Well, I just went for the standard.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to make a statement.
He's got a pair of glasses like that. Is punk rock legend Henry Rollins.
Aren't these just,
He does. I call those the Rollins glasses.
I just went with the
He does.
straightforward glasses.
Yeah.
Because he got polka dots and all this. You know what I mean?
I don't see you in the polka dots.
I just went black.
Who was the person that was wearing the two-tone? I just saw somebody. Now they're doing two-tone.
It was me. In those ones the last couple of weeks.
It was somebody. I can't remember. I ran into somebody else who had like the two-tone frames.
God bless you not having to have readers. God bless you.
It's the only thing I got left. You know what I mean? Because I
That and
can't.
a good haircut.
I can't drive. I can't see a game. I can't see a concert unless I got my glasses on. But up close, I'm still okay.
If you had your glasses on, would you see the coyote in the garage? Is my question.
I hope so. And by the way, shout out to that brand new spot. I'm in uncharted territory
So me
today.
too. I could be blocked in for days.
Yeah.
I don't know.
See, because my guy, it's very complicated in that garage. See, I got a thing going with the guy where I don't really understand what he's telling me.
Yeah, Majid.
Majid. So he's got my key, and he goes, just put it in this spot if you can't find one, and I'll move it. So that's where I've been going when I can't find one. But then yesterday I got in trouble.
Yeah, you did.
Because I blocked somebody in.
Blocked Dave.
Yeah. You listen.
It was a happy ending. He got home.
Yeah.
All right. So I know. God only knows what's going to happen after this. A little bit on the Giants. You check them out?
I did check them out.
What'd you think? Al Cobb?
Cobb, it was a nice performance by Al Cobb. It was good.
Very underrated performer, Al Cobb.
Why is he underrated? Why doesn't he get the...
Because he played most of his career for the Tampa Bay Rays, and nobody really pays attention to the Tampa Bay Rays.
Even though they win ball games.
It's funny, I had to do an interview with ready for this, Paulie? The Times of London yesterday.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Times of London phoned me.
Nice.
A guy named Matt Dickinson.
Should ask him for an extra Bruce ticket. Bruce is doing 3 nights in London starting tonight. Should be like, Holmes, where's my +1?
I didn't know that.
I'll be over there tonight.
London!
Yeah.
London!
Yeah. You're doing a 3-nighter in London.
Wow, how about that? He's done Hyde Park.
He's
before,
been in
hasn't he?
Europe for like 2 months, dude.
Why not spend your if you
Guy's
want to
a
spend your
madman.
summer in Europe?
You know what I mean?
Sounds
Get a
good to me.
passport, go play some gigs.
So he was interviewing me about the. So we have a mutual friend. One of my buddies, the great Lawrence Donegan, is a big UK sports writer, and he's been a longtime friend of mine. And he said, I've got a mate. He said, Matt Dickinson's looking for an American voice on the Oakland A's going to Vegas.
Oh.
I'm like, hey, give me a buzz. What the hell? Guy called me in my car. So I started talking to him, and we started talking about Moneyball. He's like, where exactly is Moneyball 20 years later? And I said, well, and I went deep into my answer, but at one point I was talking Rays with him. I said, the Rays may be the ultimate Moneyball team, and yet nobody pays any attention to them. I said, because they haven't won a championship.
Even in their own market, their own town.
It gets back to Al Cobb. Alex Cobb was a Ray forever, and now he's just a damn good pitcher. He's 35 years old. He'll throw a sinker at you, Paul.
Other Rays that have transitioned into Forever Giants, shout out to Longo.
Longo, yeah.
Forever Giant, who
How
was
about Forever
formerly
Giant
a Ray.
turning into a Ray? Matt Duffy.
He's a
How about a Matty Moe Thursday? Matt Moore.
Another one. Boy,
another one.
More connections than you think. Yeah.
How about Farhan trying to steal the Rays playbook? How about that?
Am I totally wrong? Was Aubrey Huff a Ray?
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
He was.
Yeah.
There's another one. Boy, there's Rays all over the place.
I believe he was a Devil Ray.
By the way, nice. That's a D race.
Yeah,
Murph saw the, what did you see, a proposal with a guy with a Huff jersey on?
On Monday. Yeah, got
nothing smells romance like Aubrey Huff.
Well, a buddy of mine had a great line on that.
It's an aphrodisiac.
I said, hey, because I was texting with my friends. We were all upset about the Giants. He said, what's going on? I said, listen, we were at the yard, and the only thing that happened of note was a guy engaged, proposed to a young woman. She accepted. I said, of note, he was wearing an Aubrey Huff jersey. My buddy wrote back, she's blowing through some major red flags, is what he wrote. It's a pretty good line.
By the way, Murph, now that you're a part of this new online community, have you seen any posts from Aubrey Huff on Threads?
On Threads. Well, that's the big deal.
He jumped in on
I just want to
Threads.
throw this out there on Threads.
Because he probably will.
So, Paulie, the
pretty
big
soon.
deal is that Threads is like in its early hours, and right now,
He's
and
coming.
everybody's
Offer's
like,
coming.
everybody's like, it's so great here. There's no nonsense. People aren't screaming and yelling
What's
at
so
each
great
other.
about it? Break that down.
Great question. I don't know. To me, it's almost exactly like Twitter with a new name.
That's what it sounded like when I read it.
But the deal is that people are like, it's friendly here. I'm like,
well, not for long.
I literally said, not for long.
No, not for long.
Give it about 15 more minutes. All right, buddy? All right. So anyway, I'm on Threads. Follow me. What should I do? Should I post our stream? Is that what I should do?
Yeah, and then see how long it takes for the insults to come in.
That doesn't matter, Paulie.
Dude, your stream sucks, man.
You know what?
You know
as
what I mean?
long as they're watching. As long as they're watching. You can see the new glasses. You can see Paulie's new haircut. And you can see the water boy.
Oh, yeah, that's what you want.
Okay, here's the deal. We will get you guys going for a Thursday. And don't forget, it is a Thursday. And we're feeling good. The Giants got a win. They're off today. By the way, Diamondbacks lost a crusher last night. Blew a 1-0 lead in the ninth. Francisco Alvarez, Mets rookie catcher, down to their last strike. He went Mikey Yaz in St. Louis. Hit a bomb to tie it. And then Mark Canha tripled in Brett Beatty, and they beat the Diamondbacks. Giants picked up a game. They're only 3 out. Only 3 out in the West. We are right. I say we, the royal we. The Giants are right in the thick of it. Right in the thick of it. So everybody head to the yard this weekend. Have a good old time. Avoid the coyotes in the parking garage. And we'll be right back on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Nice duck.
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' Sports Leader.
I just wanna let go. I so low, speaking on my arrow, but they don't know. Now you see the skin glow, sweet like cocoa. Keep up with my tempo while I let go.
Just got back from Japan. It was a tradition of my mom and I, who is Japanese, to visit Japan once a year since I was a baby. When COVID hit, that tradition stopped for 3 years. But I was able to manifest. This year I told myself I strictly want to go for family, and that's exactly what I did. I visited Shiso-shi, Japan, which is in Hyogo. And it was such an inspiring trip. My grandmother's 92. It was just great that I was able to go at this time and just have the most memorable experiences with her. My grandmother has a very beautiful voice, vigorous voice. It's just cool to know that music runs in the family.
Thanks for picking me up from the airport.
You know I got you.
Show you all the incredible footage that I got. So my grandma's 92.
Yes.
Look at her.
She is so cute.
She's just like glowing. It is 4 hours by bullet train from Tokyo, where your family's from.
Yeah.
It's a very rural town.
Looks peaceful.
It's very peaceful, lots of mountains, just nature. It was the best reset.
This is really cool.
I love it.
I'm so
and
happy
then
you had
this
fun.
Video, I can't wait to go back to Japan with you, Jasmine.
I know. Well, we do have to get ready. You have to go to Carl, work out. Okay. We have rehearsal, and then of course we have the show. So
okay,
let's go.
Woo! Let's get to it. The flight to Japan is 11 hours, but I'm used to it. I actually enjoy flying. It's cool to be up in the sky.
We have about 3 hours. We're gonna run iced tea a few times. Brandon and Jonte are here, and then we'll do it till you feel comfortable.
Jasmine Collier is my childhood best friend and also manager.
Hey guys, how are you?
It's very important for me to be selective about my ecosystem.
So I was telling Joyce, let you guys finish setting up, and then we'll just run iced tea until you guys feel comfortable.
Through this journey, I've learned being selective with who is in your environment. That's what helps you stay afloat.
Yeah.
I love the lighting.
It has great lighting.
When we met in junior high school, she knew that I could sing and that I loved music.
Do you feel good about the space?
Yes.
But I was very shy about it. But she really encouraged me to go do the talent show, sing in front of everyone. In this restaurant, she always encouraged me to do what I do best. With that support system, I've been able to get to where I'm at today.
I really like how intimate this is gonna be. It's gonna be around like 20 people, super intimate, and obviously like a little more stripped down.
But I do like the element of intimacy because I like just being able to feel and connect with the audience right away.
She's a woman of all trades. Sometimes I need a hairstylist, sometimes I need a makeup artist, sometimes I need a second opinion on how I should dress.
Who do we want to get for glam?
Keisha.
At this level in my career, everything is just so important, you know, how you present yourself. So she's a huge part of the Joyce Rice brand.
Feel the pain. I know we ain't all the same. You see through like cellophane. Carry on, carry on. Keep it on the low. Because I'm better on my own. So you could go, hey, hey. Go sit. I'm caught up in my flow. Something that you'll never know. Don't need nobody to care. It feel good when you live like me. Oh, can't mess with a woman like me. No, no, lemon slice and your sugar iced tea. Oh, it feels good when you're living carefree, 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 carefree.
I've struggled with self-doubt, but at the end of the day, I had to really learn how to be my biggest fan.
But they don't know. You see my skin glow.
And
What about you rating the Mill Valley Little League 11-year-old All-Star playlist? This is on it.
Love you guys.
This is on it.
Bringing back Cobain.
I put it on it. I put it on
Play
it
his
because
music.
the kids need to know Nirvana.
Thank you, Murph.
That's my deal.
Thank
and
you,
I
buddy.
noticed that it does not get much reaction during BP because we play it during BP and everything. And they'll react to certain songs, you know, like they like, you know what they like? They like Beautiful Day by Bill Withers. I mean, Lovely Day, pardon me. They
Lovely Day.
They like that.
Lovely Day. Well, how does anybody's not going to? I mean, everyone's going to like that one.
They like this really silly Swedish rap to Madonna's Holiday that I put on. They get a big kick out of that.
I might need to hear that today, actually.
We are going on a summer holiday. It's hilarious.
By the way,
DJ Sven. And then this comes on and nobody says anything. They just hit quietly. And I'm like, well.
No reaction to Nirvana.
I'm like, hopefully it just worms their way into their heads and that years later they're going to be like, hey, man, my coach turned me on to Nirvana.
I got to tell you the truth. At this point, now I was a big Nirvana fan. I just told Marcus I was lucky. I saw him live in New York City at a pretty small place. It was amazing.
Wow.
Great night. It was at the...
What year?
This is 93.
Okay.
About a year before he died. Yeah, it was amazing. It was at the...
Did he die in 94?
Yeah, April of 94.
Damn.
This is at the Roseland Ballroom for all you New Yorkers out there. It's kind of like a bigger version of the Fillmore, that kind of big open space.
Bigger.
But in any case, you know what I was going to say is, in this day and age, like everybody pretty much celebrates Kurt Cobain, Murph's playing it for the kids. But, you know, you got Waterboy rejoining with him. You know who's the one guy who's like very standoffish with Nirvana? Take a
Don't
guess.
tell me it's Kayla or Tony.
Creative Tony. He won't give nothing. He's always been very standoffish.
You know, because he sees it as a Vedder Cobain rivalry?
Yes, Murph is on. I almost dropped an F-bomb. You're on blank and fire.
It's the new glasses.
But it's true. It is a new glass. There's a lot of power.
I can see Waterboy.
A lot of power behind those glasses. But anyway, Creative Tony's not buying. I know.
You know what?
I know.
What do they call that? Freezing cold takes exposed or whatever. There's that. Is that on Threads? Good morning, Marcus.
Yeah, you should attack him on Threads. Get him on Threads.
By the way, Tom Brady has cropped up on Threads, and his first one said, My combine photo is banned on Threads, right? We're going for positivity here. Ha. So Brady,
how would you rate
self-deprecating humor of a Tommy
Let
Brady?
me ask you guys.
Good morning,
hey,
Marcus.
Yeah. I know you're not a Brady guy. We had to force you to watch the 30 for 30 with him and Woodson on the tuck play and all that.
Yeah.
But how would you rate Tom Brady's, Twitter game? Like, because he seems very active. Like, you guys are always talking
He's
about
always
his tweet.
trying to do the self-deprecating
How do you
thing.
guys rate him? Is he legit?
No,
Is
he's
he
terrible, Paulie.
No,
he's
all right.
cringe as hell. He's on TikTok doing dances and stuff. He's terrible.
From one cringe guy to another, I support him. All right,
I like Brady. I don't know.
He did write a pretty funny one on.
Terrible.
He wrote a pretty funny one on 4th of July, or not funny one, but something I wanted to address with you guys, and that was the 4th of July party. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah, I heard about this. Everybody got hung over or something.
Yeah, did you hear who was there? It was
like the guest list from
Yeah, it's like so he wrote something about I needed a lot of electrolytes on this morning.
I
here.
saw that too.
But he posted a picture with Jay-Z. I posted a picture with here it is. He posted this one, Paulie, right here. DiCaprio. This is like the modern day. It was like the
AAA listers only. And let me ask you
I'm trying
this.
to think of the from like the old days, like what do they call it? The whatever. You know what I mean? When the fancy people got together. Whatever.
Well,
when the fancy people get together, there's always like certain generations where it's like only the cool kids allowed at this party. And it's Brady, DiCaprio, Jay-Z. They all was like, hey man, we've made it. These guys, suckers like Murph and Mac, they
Brady,
didn't make it.
DiCaprio, Jay-Z,
Yeah.
Those are some big names. Now, I
There's
noticed
more, too. There's
all these
more.
guys are wearing white, Marcus.
Yeah, they're wearing
It's like a
white.
white party. Is that the theme? You got to.
Here's some more for you.
Yeah, they're all in white, decked out in white head to toe with
You
the
ever
white
gone to
shoes.
a white party, Marcus?
No.
One in college, actually. But
Really?
it was like a frat house, and everybody spilled beer
You were
all
in a
over the place.
fraternity?
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
How long before, right?
You were in a fraternity?
No,
know
I
that.
wasn't in a fraternity. I played baseball.
I know that because you called it a frat.
Is that James
exactly.
Harden?
I used to go to a lot of frat parties, but no, I was not in a frat.
Is he with James Harden in that one?
How does Harden make the
That's
A-list?
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What's he doing there?
Yeah, exactly.
What's he doing there?
Boy, that's like lowest part of the A-list
Yeah.
right there.
You're
You
like,
know?
who let
Well, I mean,
Harden
the
in?
A-list has to cut off somewhere, and there has to be a guy who barely makes it, Kind of like the old George Carlin line, like, somewhere in the world, by process of elimination, is the world's worst doctor, And so that's kind of like somewhere on an A-list is the last guy you let in, right? So, what they call you, Waterboy, they call the guy who graduates last in his med school doctor.
Yeah,
Call him,
still graduated,
Yeah,
Murph.
exactly,
That's the thing.
exactly.
C's get degrees.
So how about the Giants last night, buddy? Alex Cobb, 6 shutout innings. Tay and Ty, the new Matty and Tay of the Giants bullpen. And then Doval cleaning up that mess from Monday night.
Yeah.
Right?
How about this for a hot take? I think all 4 guys who pitched yesterday arguably could have been All-Stars this year.
Yeah.
And Alex Cobb, a Tay and Tyler Rogers, and of course Camilo Doval, who will be up in Seattle.
And I have to take disagreement with you there, buddy. You know me as an ardent leadoff spot guy. I hear your takes, I analyze them, and I process them. Paulie and I think are in alignment on this one. We support the every team represented rule.
Absolutely. Until the day I die.
It's this participation trophy generation.
No,
you guys are
it's
Call it
not.
what you want, buddy. But it's,
Call it whatever. Exactly. I'm not going to take that line
So
down.
you guys are excited to see Brent Rooker
yeah,
from the
get him
A's
out there.
make the
Get him
All-Star
out there.
team?
There's some kid in
No doubt.
in
You want
Alameda.
baseball to survive, you let each team get
there's
an
some
all-star.
kid watching his team be ripped out of Oakland and be shipped to Las
That's
Vegas.
what I had to talk to my man from the Times of London about. He's like, who is this John Fisher anyway? I was like, ooh.
Great question.
Yeah, it's a great
We'd
question.
like to know as well.
Yeah, we're trying to figure it out.
So I said, well, yeah. He said, I said, it's almost impossible to be as invisible as he is. I said, comes from a prominent Bay Area family. He's a prominent Bay Area guy. It's remarkable how invisible he is. Like, it's like, how
Actually, that's a great call. That's masterful what he's
it's
doing.
almost impossible to
Talk
be as
about
invisible
staying
as he
out
is.
of the public eye. I mean,
I know, and so anyway, yeah, I'm down with every team being represented.
me
I
too.
am.
In the name of Gary LaVille and Greg Minton.
I'm saying your record has to be at least better than 10 games under 500 for you to get an All-Star. You can't be sitting here 20, 30 games under 500 and you deserve an All-Star?
See, I got to definitely
I need to
disagree
see the
with
green
that.
and gold on All-Star
I got to
Monday,
disagree.
Tuesday. I
There
do.
have been great players. Who was the one you mentioned once in a while? There was a player who won an MVP on, or was it?
Well, Andre Dawson was on a last
There you
place
go.
team and won
Andre
won
Dawson.
MVP.
So sometimes you got great players who are just stuck in a crummy situation. They don't deserve to be punished.
Which I understand if it's like an MVP caliber type player, but this is Brent Rooker we're talking about from the A's. I'm sure 99% of the people talking have no idea who we're talking
Some child in Brentwood is going to have his life changed by this. And that's what we're here for. We're here for the kids.
I'm here for that one kid. That's me and you.
Wu-Tang for the children. So
he's going to remember him the same way Paulie and I remember Gary Lavelle.
That's right.
All right.
And it's a warm memory. It's all we had.
It's
all we had.
So.
Yeah, but I bet you boys would have liked it if the Giants would have won 20 more games that year.
Yeah, true. Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I'm trying to think who was it in '85 when the Giants did lose 100. Who their All-Star was?
Ooh,
was it?
That's a great
Chili
trivia
Davis
question.
Or was it?
Great question.
It might have been Minton.
I hope it was Minton.
1985 San Francisco
I
Giants
hope it was
All-Star.
Greg Minton. Shout out
was it Jeffrey
Greg
Leonard?
Minton.
Was it Hackman?
Get Minton in there.
Was it Hackman?
Yeah.
I'll get it for you. Anyway, point is that we support it.
Yep.
And
We do.
go Brent Rooker, go. And Elias Diaz's numbers aren't that bad. They really aren't. Because on You Were Gone on Monday, that was Triple E's big thing. He was yelling at me, going, Elias Diaz. So I looked him up. I think he's got like 18 bombs, doesn't he, or something?
He's having a decent season,
Yeah.
but again, when you think All-Star, do you think of Elias Diaz?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
No, you don't, you liar.
The answer is yes.
You liar.
Elias Diaz.
Liar. Pants on fire.
Oh, I'm sorry. He only has 9. I was close.
Yeah, come on. You're over here doubling his home run total, Murph.
But 45 ribs. 45 ribs. That's
cool.
decent.
That's cool for a Colorado Rockies team that's 20 games under 500.
He's hitting 279. Let's give him a 279. By the way, speaking of batting averages.
Go ahead.
Casey Schmidt. I want to rush to his defense again last night. My kid comes home from his water polo practice. And by the way, he's off on a big journey, a big 12-day trip down to Southern California with a bunch of water polo guys in a van. I'm very uneasy about this.
Who's going to be the Kelly Leak figure with the gym bag and the dirt bike?
There it is.
Sneaking off at night with the helmet and the girl on the back.
All we can think about.
Yeah, no, because you know there's going to be that one kid.
All we can think about is the trouble.
There will be a Rags figure in that bunch.
Without
I guarantee
question.
it. Yeah,
100%.
Guarantee it.
I actually read him the roster and said, "Tell me who the knucklehead is." That's what I said.
Can I tell you this?
He was good. He wasn't a rat. He said, "Well, maybe they all are." What he said.
Wait, who wasn't a rat? What, run that by me
Declan.
again?
I said, I read him all the kids on the van because they're on the van. They're leaving right. They could be listening to us right now. Their coach does listen on.
Which one of you kids is the Rags
Coach
figure?
Steve has called into KNBR.
Yeah.
Who didn't rat? I read him the roster and I said,
Yeah.
"Which one of these kids is the knucklehead?" And he's like, "You're not going to give one up."
Nice. That's the way it stands. That's, you know what? You take your pinch like a man, as they say in Goodfellas.
Hey,
De Niro had to tell Ray Liotta, "You did great. You took your pinch like a man," and then he put some
You
money.
guys
in
ready
his
for
pocket.
this? I heard a story of a friend who had a kid at a school. Okay, he was and he did something very egregious at school with 4 other kids. Nobody got hurt, but it was a prank gone very wrong.
Egregious.
That was expulsion worthy prank. He tried to pull a prank on a teacher. It went really wrong. I heard this story from a friend. Ready for this? He said that the kid knew that he had 4 colleagues. This just happened about a month ago. He had 4 colleagues, and they said, "Hey, if you tell us who you did this with, we won't expel you." The kid went down with the ship.
That's up. See,
he got expelled.
That's you know
He got
what.
Expelled. You guys are cheering.
I'm not applauding the expulsion. I am applauding the way to keep your lips closed. That's how you do
impressed.
it.
That's my kind of guy.
I was pretty impressed.
Can I tell you? Can I get what to see me make Murph worry?
Yeah.
You want to watch me get Murph all worked up? You want to hear what I did on my class trip to D.C.? Do you want to hear this story? I don't even know if I should tell it. It's a very bad example.
Might you get expelled posthumously?
Retroactively expelled. They're going to take back my high school diploma. So we go down to D.C. Like a lot of classes have this D.C. Class trip. When you're a senior in high school, you all go down there and you see the FBI building. You see all the great stuff, the monuments. So we get down there. I'm telling you, man, we get down there and, immediately. And by the way, back then in Maryland, the drinking age was 18. Okay, it was 18. So we go down to this hotel. Most of us are 17 years old, but we got a straggler who's 18, Jim Eismeyer. Nickname Izzy/Ike.
I think you've mentioned him before.
Izzy's a great guy. Great guy. Straight shooter. A lot like Murph. Just a straight shooter. Not looking for trouble. Doesn't want to get in trouble. But he was a little too close to the bad crowd, which I was involved with. So we get down to our hotel rooms. We have this little dinner. We get the itinerary. We're going to go tomorrow. We're getting on the buses at 7 a.m. We'll meet you in the lobby. Great. We get into our room, immediately right back out the door. Right back out the door. We grab Izzy. Say, Izzy, you're going to have to buy us some beer now. So now we get in a cab, and we're driving around looking for a liquor store.
Hey, the kids are listening in the van. Be quiet.
I know.
All right, yeah.
Well, this is what happened. I don't recommend this at home, by the way. So then we go to the liquor store. Izzy buys some beer. We come back. Dude, we pulled this, a true story now. We're in the cab. We pull back up to the hotel. Multiple teachers waiting outside the hotel looking around. They must have had a bed check, and we weren't there.
Oh,
so they're outside. We tell the cab driver, keep going, don't stop, keep going. So the guy takes us around the back. We unload the beer. We stash it like in the bushes by this like dumpster or something in the back. So now the beer is at least gone. We don't have any beer, but we did have to take our pinch like men. We had to go face the music because there was no way back into the hotel. They were waiting for us. So we go back into the hotel. We get scolded pretty severely, get right back up to your rooms. And we'll discuss this in the morning and all that. So now we're sent back up to our rooms. As soon as everybody goes back down, now we're going back downstairs to retrieve the beer.
Yes, man.
So now we got like a party going
Did you
on in our
rappel
room.
out the white side? You get a sheet and rappel down the side of the hotel?
Somebody went back down for it. I don't remember how we got it back up, but we got it back up in the room, and then the party began. And hence the frolicking began. So
and look where it got you.
I'm doing morning show
now
radio
you're on a
with
live
Murph.
stream.
And Murph was the Izzy figure.
I was the Izzy
Anyway, thank you,
figure, yes,
Izzy. That was a great night. I
And
hope
by
your
the way-
kids don't take any cues.
And we finish up the segment by saying Scotty Gereltz was the 1985 All-Star. All right, Scotty Gereltz.
Do you
All right,
have
let's
any
get the,
comparable stories to share from your high school? Your
as soon
kids
as I
might
know
be
my
listening.
kid's not listening.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so yeah. So.
Okay.
All right,
Marcus, any
Waterboy.
class trip follies you want to share?
Ooh.
I guarantee you had something going
let me
on.
think about that,
Yeah,
Paul.
I'm sure you had something going
Well,
on.
I told you guys about the time I went to the San Francisco Zoo and I got kicked out of the field trip in like the first 20 minutes.
For doing what?
Back talking, being a little troublemaker as I
you
was.
sound like Don't forget
handful.
his incident with the coach in the Little League game with the middle finger and the storm off. Oh, wait, that was his dad.
Yeah,
All right, so there you go.
little troublemaker
All right, let's
water
get
boy.
going here. Yes.
All right, 7:35 in about 1 hour. Your power hour will start today with the lefty Sean Estes talking about Alex Cobb and the Giants.
But
win
not only
last
that,
night.
Estes in the summer. I mean, like I've always been jealous of his. He takes these Michigan. He goes up to his wife's from Michigan. They have a little place up on a lake. So I picture him on doing the hit from a dock on a lake in a beautiful summer morning. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of jealous. Listen, I do like our cold. I like our moderate summers. I like my sleeping weather. It was foggy on the hill last night. I slept like a baby last night. I am jealous. I kind of wish I had a lake dock to go do the
It's a
show
good scene,
from. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So-
Lake docks are nice,
bro.
yeah.
100%. And I love the way you're painting the picture. So we'll talk about the mosaic of Sean Estes' road trip at 7:35 today.
His Diamondbacks had a tough one last night. That was a
Yeah,
significant
that was a
night.
tough
the Mets,
loss,
you
yeah.
see all the
Diamondbacks.
Mets fans in Arizona going nuts?
Mets fan in Arizona.
Well, there's Mets fans everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Kinda,
Yeah.
Mets Nation.
Yeah.
Aren't they everywhere, Polly?
Sure.
Yeah, New
Why not?
Yorkers are everywhere.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
more
true.
Yankee fans than Mets fans. But
Whereas-
yeah, I'll
oh,
take
see
it.
how he gets all testy.
He gets all testy. He's threatened.
What's
Doesn't
going
cut it,
on in
bro.
this second-rate town tonight? Yeah, that's like my guy from Succession. Yeah,
All right, so we'll talk to Estes 7:35. Then we'll get into our big hit of the Giants stopping the sweep at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
Check in with the cooler of content at 8:20. Then we're going to talk to Ron Kroichik this morning from the San Francisco Chronicle, talking all things Warriors and even talking a little golf. I know he was covering the match with Steph and Clay losing to Mahomes.
Yeah, he's at the
and-
U.S. Women's Open at Pebble Beach.
Oh, nice.
Which Rose Zhang is the name you guys need to know. It's a big deal, the Women's Open at Pebble Beach. It's never been played there. It's a huge to do. Here, Kruk and Flem riffed on it for like a half inning last night. So we'll do all that coming up.
Come on.
And get into, by the way, Warriors are playing some basketball too. We can get into that on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, there you go, Waterboy. Nice. Kids are happy. I was surprised this one resonated. I was delighted that it resonated, but this one transcends generations, Polly. I'm sorry. I can't get off Threads. Sorry, I'm just looking.
It's so funny. I was just talking to Marcus about Threads. I just ran in there and I go, because I asked Triple E if he was on Threads, and he goes, well, downloaded it last night. Murph's already active and sending out messages. Marcus says he's going to be standoffish with Threads. He's not going to participate, and at least not as of now.
I really don't get the hype around it.
It's almost like
Threads.
a Polly Mac.
Threads.
It's almost like a Polly Mac type attitude,
right?
Of like staying off social
totally.
media.
That's what I just told him. I go, that's one of the reasons I like this kid so much.
I was literally just telling Polly Mac, if it wasn't for me working in sports media, I don't know if I'd be on Twitter.
Well, I would agree with you on that.
I'm literally only there for the information and the stories and the stats.
Does anybody go to Facebook anymore, or is Facebook like?
Oh yeah. Well,
no, I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know.
Oh no,
your grandma, perhaps.
No kidding. Is that what
but
it's
that
come
is
to?
For like if you're any Bay Area Little League people know it's a like place for like a Little League place to post. Registration's open, and here's a picture from the game. Here's Cooper hitting a home run. Blah blah blah. All that stuff. Although nobody hits bombs anymore, Waterboy. The Little League home run is gone the way of the dodo bird, buddy.
Why is that?
The dead bats. They've deadened the bats like crazy. You get like one every 10, 15 games.
You talking inside the park or over the wall?
Over the fence.
Those are rare. Those have always been rare, though.
Hang on. I'm posting us on Threads right now. I'm posting our link.
I'm sorry, Murphy's on Threads. We'll be with you in a second.
Yeah. Sorry, I just posted.
We'll be right with you. Hang tight.
Stand by, folks.
Let Murph deal with Threads, and then we'll get back to the show.
707 says, hot take, I hate Lovely Day by Bill Withers.
That's
a bad take.
I could even hear Marcus, Triple E screaming at that.
Hey, man, 7 billion people in the world. You're going to get some takes.
I think that's the first time I've heard someone say the word hate with Bill Withers. I've never heard that before.
Hey, 707 in the house. So, hey, as long as they're listening, we're happy. All right? That's all we care about.
Hot take. It's a hot take. It is hot.
And he put all caps, I hate this song.
Yeah.
I know, right? So, hey, like I told you, you get 7 billion people in the world. And here's another 530. Marcus, I'm with you. F Threads.
F Threads.
Yeah, what do I need it for?
Yeah,
I've got
Threads.
Twitter. I've got Instagram.
It's my understanding that that was initially my view, too. I was like, wait a minute, there's no real difference. And I guess it's if you're anti-Elon, maybe. That's one way to go. Also, quote, unquote, keep it positive.
Well, how are they going to do that? That won't take. The whole thing's going to melt down.
I told Paul I went to my Threads already. I got some woman posing in her underwear.
Well, I saw
Threads.
that. Guys, go, let me see what's on Threads. I saw two things. I saw Blake Sable jumping through the air. Cool shot. Shout out Blake Sable with the hot bat. And then there was a picture of some lady in a nightgown.
Whoa.
I go, look at
it
this.
wasn't a nightgown. It was like
a
panties.
like a teddy. Yeah.
Are we sure Murph's on Threads or is he on OnlyFans?
I clicked on my private window is what I did.
Hey now.
So I don't know. But Elon's got to be sweating, right?
Is he?
He got 10 million signups in like the first 2 hours or something like that. Zuckerberg did. So
They really need to have it out like in an empty parking lot.
This is a Zuckerberg production.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is all leading up to the big fight, the cage match.
I want to see
this is all hype for the fight, perhaps?
Yes.
That's what
Who are you taking in that fight, by the way, Marcus?
I'm going with Zuck.
I am too. He looks,
with Zuck.
yeah, with those big crazy eyes.
He's been training in jiu-jitsu.
He trains jiu-jitsu. I know
Well,
he
that's all I
won
need
some
to hear.
tournament. It's not like it's like a world-class tournament or anything, but at least he trains.
I see Musk as being slow and out of shape. Ultimately, in the moment
you've
of truth.
seen Musk with the shirt off, right?
I have not. I don't think I want
Listen,
to.
I'm no box of chocolates, but I'm better than Musk. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm no box of chocolates.
I'm pretty confident in that.
But I'm not threatening to fight Zuckerberg, so I don't have to worry about it.
By the way, the text line melted now. 510 says that's not a hot take. That's slander on the great Bill Withers.
I know, that's crazy talk, but like Murph says.
774 has to be a tremendous listener. He says preschool dad Peter probably hates Bill Withers.
I'm going to think Peter probably backs him. That's my guess.
Hey, Seth Walder joins Benz and Ramirez today at 11:50. How about Benz and Ramirez doing their thing?
Just taking over.
Yeah, doing their thing there. So, speaking of doing their thing, the Warriors are playing. I'm fascinated by this kid, Pajemski. I don't know why. Why am I fascinated?
Is it his name? You like his name?
Well,
Pajemski.
Yeah, Pajemski. That hurt. The guy I really want is Trace Jackson Davis, but he has a hamstring injury right now. So last night the Warriors played the Charlotte Hornets. They beat them in the California Classico. God bless him. And Pajemski had a better game. He scored 17 points. I heard Tommy with Tolbert and Copes tuned in. He was unimpressed by Pajemski and tuned out. I said, listen, I'm telling you guys to love Pajemski. I just want to see what he has up to here. And so, obviously, is this kid going to get a chance to play is a question this year. I would think, given the injury history of Steph and Chris Paul, there will be openings for this guy to burn some minutes on a Tuesday night in Orlando.
Right.
In January, But anyway, so they're out there, and Podziemski's now kind of all eyes on him. In the first game, he only scored 12 points in just under 30 minutes. So last night, he scored 13 in the first half, finished with 17, got a little more aggressive. They use a lot of high screens and rolls with him. And he's kind of a guy who he's into attacking the basket. He's into making decisions. He's into dishing, all this stuff. So let's find out a little bit more about this kid. The one thing I'm concerned about is defense. And they say one-on-one D, he ain't going to lock you down. He ain't going to lock you, which is a problem. Then again, Jordan Poole wasn't going to lock you down either, right?
No.
And that's the thing. When I tuned in and I watched the game last night, checked in a little Poj bomb myself, he did have 5 steals total. So he did a great job of getting his hands in the passing lanes and disrupting plays. But yeah, I think you're
How
right.
many steals was Poole making? Right?
Not too many.
So 5 steals might be more than Jordan Poole had all season. All right, well, here's Podziemski himself.
Good.
On defense and him in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, I think going into this and going into the pre-draft process, everybody's like, can he play defense at the NBA level? And, I just try to prove that I can and that I can stick in this league, for many reasons, not just my offensive ability. But yeah, it's just playing how I play, and I think people are going to learn that I can lock up on defense.
Oh, okay. People are going to learn I can lock up on D.
Lock up, man.
Hey, Poj will be the judge of that. Right? You know what I mean? So, and then talking about just his confidence. He does seem to have a degree of confidence.
Well, you need that. That's good.
Right, so here he is on that.
Yeah. I don't think it's so much about patience, but I go back to my time at Illinois, 17 DNPs. Mentally, that was tough. And I think you look at the guys who were drafted in the first round this year, I don't think any one of us had to go through adversity like that. And me being on a championship contender team right away, knowing that I might have to go through that is something that I've already prepared my mind for and I've already been through. But at the same time, I'm ultra confident in my ability when, Coach Kerr says it's my turn. And, I'm just a team guy who wants to win.
Okay, Podziemski played checking all the boxes in his post-game interviews, too. Great text from the 408 says, he'll definitely play this year, Waterboy, in the mid-December tournament.
Oh, by the way, how are we feeling about that thing? You guys, I'm not sure I understand the purpose of the
money.
But what is there anything to gain, like in terms of like seeding or standing?
As they would say, there's a championship to win. Paul, aren't you in it to win it?
Yeah. Really? It seems a little forced. I don't know that NBA fans really want this.
Like the whole history of so there's a thing called the FA Cup in England where they have like a mid-season tournament that runs concurrently with their, but that's different. That has a long history. It's like goes way back and it involves every single team. It would be like if the NBA held a play-in tournament and allowed the Jewish Community Center rec team from the Presidio Heights JCC to play.
Bro, imagine that scene, David Drutz backing down Draymond Green in the paint.
Well, this has happened in the history of the FA Cup. You get these guys, these plumbers, these out-of-shape plumbers and all that. They'll beat like a Premier League team. It's like the most shocking thing in the history of the world. It's happened because the Premier League team doesn't even care. They're checking their phones.
But that's not what this
match.
is, though.
This is different. So what I'm saying is like when people compare it to the FA Cup, it doesn't hold because the FA Cup has like 100+ years of history. It goes back to the founding of the English soccer and all that. So I truly don't understand the motivation for it.
That's my question.
Especially because the one knock on the NBA is that the regular season is meaningless. And so maybe they're saying we can put some kind of meaning into the middle of the regular season. I don't know. I mean,
tournaments to me like that.
I need somebody to get me on the phone and sell it to me.
I don't think it's going to work. I mean, I just don't know that basketball fans are really eager to have something like this in the middle of their season.
We'll watch.
Yeah, I mean, there's still games that are going to count, so we're going to watch. But again, with nothing to gain.
I mean, like, for example, there's nothing on tonight. What if there was an NBA midseason tournament on? You'd watch, right?
Well, the real competition is going to be football season. I mean, they're right smack dab in the middle of football. Yeah. I don't know how they're going to do competing with the NFL juggernaut.
How does he think this guy's going to get our eyes off of Brock Purdy?
That's what I'm saying.
So on Saturday, they are going to announce the parameters here. So Saturday, the first ever NBA, let's see here. Yeah, there's going to be a trophy unveiling. The Final Four is going to be in Vegas at the beginning of December 7 and 9. Stats will count for the league's regular season.
Well, the tournament's in Vegas. That way you can ensure the players will be nice and fresh for all the games.
Right, exactly. Yeah. 6 pools of 5 teams apiece. Pools will consist of teams within the same conference.
This almost feels like a mini all-star break.
Teams will play 4 group games.
I was just going to Vegas to party, working a game.
It is odd because the regular season is such a drag, and this is an add to the regular season.
Yeah.
Each squad will have 80 games on their initial regular season, while those who don't qualify for elimination games in the tournament will have 2 more games added. Man.
Yeah.
Well, here it is. Players who are part of the championship team receive a $500,000 bonus.
That's a nice little payday right there.
Would you like to go play for $500,000?
Nice little payday.
I would personally, but if I'm making $30 million a year, does it make a difference?
I might not want the aggravation.
They like their money. They like their money.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. They go for it. Anyway, it's. I will confess, it is highly odd. There's smart people in these offices that are trying to think of these things. They're trying to spice up the regular season.
Yeah, I feel like Silver's trying a little too hard on this one. I mean, we'll see if it takes, but I just don't know that your average NBA fan is going to be all that eager to jump into this thing with like really serious interest.
We also had more sound from last night's California Classico win over the Hornets.
I'll take that win, by the way.
Gui Santos, the kid out of Brazil. Triple E says this is good sound. I'm trusting him now. Gui Santos on his baseline spin move. Ooh, here it is.
I was at the moment, I was really excited because I saw that and I feel that was a good move. I work on that move to on the spin move to the baseline, faking, using my footwork. I'm really I really like to use my footwork, and I saw the play works, and I just did a little flex to, okay, I'm a big body right now.
I'm getting a little giggle from Gui Santos.
Like the giggle.
Well, most Brazilians are very happy people.
Well, your Barbosas, your Varejãos.
We had a neighbor in Oakland, Veronica, rest in peace, one of my great people I've ever met. And then I moved to Mill Valley, and I meet another Brazilian, Coach Athos, one of the greats. They're all just positive, solid people.
It must be Carnival.
They really
must be that Carnival vibe. They get into that. Remember when Tom Brady went down there with Giselle and he had the mask and the glitter on? I'm like, damn, look at this. They're getting crazy down there.
That's when he wasn't hydrating with Jay-Z.
And James Harden.
Party here. Yeah, so here. So he flexed on Brandon Miller is what he did. That's what he did. He flexed on Brandon Miller, the kid from the Hornets, who's the number 2 pick from Alabama.
Yeah, he put that spin move on him a couple times yesterday. Had Brandon Miller in a spin cycle.
Brandon Miller wasn't ready for what the Brazilian Blur was bringing.
No, he wasn't.
Blur 2.0. And then there's the giggle.
It's a good giggle, man.
And then the kid who might be something, Lester Quinones, who came out of Memphis and played in the G League last year, G League Most Improved Player. Who knows, man? And here he is on ESPN2 last night talking about maybe trying to be part of the Warriors this year.
Of course, it would mean the world. Kind of being around those guys late in the postseason and going through the playoffs with them, it was just amazing to kind of be around there. For myself, growing up, watching them all my life, really, being a Warriors fan for real. I've been watching Steph, Clay, and Draymond for the past 10 years, so to actually get a chance to eventually be a part of them would just be an amazing opportunity. And like I said, I feel like I'm just locking in on film and other things, just mastering my game to complement playing with those guys versus doing things that they kind of don't need while they're out there doing everything they need to do.
I'm down with Quinones trying this thing. Listen, the Warriors need to flesh out those roster spots on the back end of we know the 9. Steph, Clay, Dre, Wiggins, Loon, Chris Paul, Kuminga, Moody, and GP2. That's your 9, right? Then you sign Kojo, Corey Joseph. Then you got Pajemski and Trace Jackson. That's 12. They're only going to carry 14. They're going to leave a roster spot empty because of cap space. So there's 2 spots open. Then they might sign. Everybody wants Dario Saric. Dario Saric has turned into the Kevin Durant of the summer of 2023, dude. This role player guy. But everybody's dying to get him. And then one more. I don't know. 2-way contracts for some of these guys. I don't know. Anyway, last one's Trace Jackson Davis. Maybe he's the guy. That's the guy I want. And he has not been playing in these early games because of a hamstring injury. Is this from Jacob Rubin, the coach? Summer League coach Jacob Rubin on Trace Jackson Davis. Baby Draymond, I like to call him. Here you go.
My update, I checked my email and they say he's either in or he's out. I got that email last night. I said, he's out for today. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think he's making progress, but, we'll see what happens in Vegas. But we want him back for sure.
Okay, so he's out. And they get going in Vegas, I think, Friday. Is that right? I think they get going tomorrow.
Yeah. They got the Lakers on Friday.
That's tomorrow.
Hey, now, grudge match. Let's get them back.
Yeah, we settled the score now.
Yeah, vengeance here. Anyway, there you go. I just wanted to get those little Warriors hit on a chill summer morning. All right, Paulie, here's the deal.
What do you got for me?
Your Giants.
Yes.
Back in it.
Yes.
Picking up ground in the West.
Good.
Are you down with the new Tay and Ty combination?
Tay and Ty.
Are you down with an Al Cobb? Are you down with? And I want to take a stand on the other side about a particular Giant. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Woke up in the man's team, 50 York strike count. Collar car man, it, I promise I never see a drop. I don't know the time, I know my watch 200,000. Changing up the climate whenever you get through, I'm ballin'. Changing up my bitch, down my whole bitch stalking. I don't go outside without a rifle and a father. Taking up the drip in that murder rate in Georgia. Mr. Have his way turn her down to a quarter. Walking with a limp, I got racks all over. Probably in the Royce with the stars in the sky. This ain't about the thought, I let my cars bring me out. Wrap the cash up and vacuum seal it, won't ride. I can bag her, she want the dick cause I'm toxic. I can spaz out and throw my bitch at Givenchy. That pressure baguettes make everything I cut it. Homicide, make sure you stick to the script. One of a kind, falling asleep on a pill. Top of the line art, got a splash through the crib. Freestyle off the top and I can make me an M.
Woke up in the mansion, silk to your pinstripe couch. Called a car man, he told me meet him at the spot. Dropping off some shit you ain't got. Now I'm out. I done got so rich, I think my cars bring me out. It ain't about no thought, my cars bring me out. Bentley under the carport, shit got rained out. I done got so rich, I think my cars bring me out. Benz at the Benz, I'm on my Maybach shit. My op got this one, so I done gave it to my bitch. Got a Birkin on my motherfucking wrist. Think I'm lying, you can dive in this bitch, it's like a fish. If it still got the eyes, it's a perfect dish. Give it to my kid, I'm about to eat this whole wig. Gave her 9 racks like a motherfucking SIG. If you made some meals in the pandemic, then you big. Take the Porsche away, yeah. Filling up a safe, yeah. Got the Bugatti, yeah. Fuck a pool party, yeah. Pouring weed in her pussy like I'm Bob Marley, yeah. All my dogs got that grip, we don't do no barking. Nigga put me out, so I bought the shop. I put my cars in this bitch, now it's a parking spot. We had more oil in the city, back when it was a drop. They thought I got rid of it, I had bring the Wraithie out.
Living legitimate, swerving in the front car. She the print, leather gold yard. It ain't about a thought, I let this money do seduce. I turned 200 on her and dance to a move. I done got so rich, for 2 bitches in a coupe. I'm paranoid, 100 rounds on me too. It ain't no cap in my rap, I got proof. Took me a nap and had on 3 million jewels.
Woke up in the mansion, silk to your pinstripe couch. Called a car man, he told me meet him at the spot. Dropping off some shit you ain't got. Now I'm out. I done got so rich, I think my cars bring me out. It ain't about no thought, my cars bring me out. Bentley under the carport, shit got rained out. I done got so rich, I think my cars bring me out. It ain't about no thought, my cars bring me out.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
3-1 to Crawford, a sharp ground ball. Schmidt's got it. Off his knees, he throws, and they got him. Casey Schmidt on a rocket on one hop. Went to his left, down to both of his knees, and he came up. He had plenty of time to throw out J.P. Crawford. Nice play.
There's Dwayne Kuiper fighting through the cold and putting all those innings in, and there's Waterboy was walking through the hallways, and he was singing this song.
Look at this kid.
And I said to him,
Marcus has got some well-rounded musical stuff. He's pretty well-versed, this kid.
Yeah, that's Bobby Caldwell. What you won't do.
Give me a
or do
vocal,
for
Murph.
love.
Let me hear you break out.
Well, no.
Give me break me out a line.
Bobby Caldwell, everybody thought he was African-American. He's Caucasian.
No kidding.
Listen to him right now. Hang on. And most people were very baffled by this. Listen.
It's a great vocals, what that is. Yeah.
All right. Maybe that should be the Giants' victory song. Listen to that. There it is.
I have to get approved by Gabe, though, first. See if Tay and Ty are down. Tay and Ty.
You are listening to
Tay and
KNBR
Ty
and
out there.
KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We are on Threads. Yes.
I bet you this is a big day to see Gabe, like, walking around the city because of the...
Is Gabe on Threads?
I'd be willing to bet he will be soon. He'll be putting his coffee postings up on Threads.
Let me see here. Let's see. Kapler.
I'm on Threads. Come visit me on Threads. Hit me up, because he does say that. Hey, hit me up. Hit me up on Threads.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
Well, he did say that. The cut you played yesterday.
It
Hit me
appears
up.
to me that he is on. No, he has not put Threads up yet. But I am following him. I just decided to follow him. There you go. All right. So, hey, listen, Giants get the win. For the 7 o'clock crowd, they haven't heard it. Paulie, listen, it was a scuffle. They had lost 4 in a row. They had lost 6 of 7. As the great J.D. Davis said, the season is a seesaw. And last night, the saw finally seed in their direction, or the sea finally sawed in their direction.
See, it's sawing.
And it was Alex Cobb, 6 shutout innings. Taylor and Tyler Rogers, Tay and Ty, had the 7th and 8th. Doval with the 9th. And you finally had Kai Correa calling the score in to MLB commish Rob Manfred, because the scores aren't official until you call them in. Manfred said, I thought you lost my number. I hadn't heard from you in days. He said, get ready, suit, because we're about to go on a run. San Francisco Giants 2, Seattle Mariners 0.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man. And there's the spatula. And then, Paulie, it wasn't official till number 25 save for Camilo Doval.
All in all, it's just another save for Doval.
I'm down with that. Okay, so Arizona loses a heartbreaker last night. They're 1 strike away from beating the Mets 1-0. Rookie catcher for the Mets, Francisco Alvarez, hits a 2-out, 2-strike homer to tie it up. He's freaking out, too, jumping around the bags. You guys see that? Flexing. Mets are slamming on the dugout rail. Mets fans in Arizona are going nuts. All that stuff's going on. And then they didn't stop. Brett Beatty got on and Mark Canha tripled him in. The Diamondbacks lost. So the Giants pick up a game. After all that, after all the mess of the last week or so, they're 3 games out in the West. They're right where they need to be. They're just fine. They're right in the thick of it. And then if you want to get into the wild card, and I am, as you guys know, I've been in the wild card for a few weeks now.
Well, just keeping an eye on things.
Kind of like my Threads.
I'm okay with that. By the way, Murph during the break was like, let me see what's happening on Threads.
Yeah, I did.
Right back in.
I did.
By the way, I want to know seriously how long before Gabe Kapler plunges into Threads. I'm telling you, he's coming.
I was actually quite shocked that he's not on yet.
Threads.
Yeah, no.
I just wanted to say hi. I'm here.
The first...
hit me up on Threads. I want to hear him say that in one of his comments.
There's nothing really
just
going on.
Just hit me up on Threads. What was he telling people to hit him up for? What was he looking for?
Yeah, slide into my DMs.
Help with
two different things. One was he wants a sound system in a van.
That's right.
The other one is he wants to know the best burger. Like how to make the best burger. Yeah. Remember that the tang of the bourbon?
Yeah, it's got to be tangy.
The tangy bourbon sauce here. So, anyway, guys, so they're 3 out, and I just want to keep you going on the wild. I'm going to officially on July 6th shoot the wild card flare up in the air. First of all, the Miami Marlins are going nowhere. I was reading a piece about Skip Schumacher, NL Manager of the Year. First year, he's got this team believing, and he's mixing and matching beautifully, and he's got them going. He's laying down bunts. He's pressing all the. Did you see what happened to them last night?
He's laying down bunts.
Waterboy, you being the ball head here. Did you see this? They're about to lose to the Cardinals, 8-7. They coughed up a 2-run shot in the top of the 9th. They were up 7-6. Cards hit a 2-run bomb. It's 8-7. It's over. 2 outs. Jordan Hicks is in throwing 103. Right. Whoever the hitter is for the Mariners hits a dribbler back to the mound. Hicks fields it and throws it into right field. 2-run score. Marlins walk it off 9-8.
Wow.
I mean, he just airmailed the bejesus out of it, dude, from about 40 feet away.
That's bad.
Like Little League. Like in Little League, you'd be pissed. You know what I mean? So 9-8 Marlins win. They are leading the wild card.
That's crazy versus, I don't know if you saw the ending of the Mets-Diamondbacks game we were just talking about, but Corbin Carroll came up, hit a ground ball off the pitcher's leg that ricocheted straight to Pete Alonso at first base, saved the Mets, and really was one of the biggest moments of that game last night.
That's when you know you're meant to win a ball game, right? So the wild card situation is Miami won. Ready for this? Miami won the Dodgers, obviously. We got to keep an eye on the Dodgers. And I just want to the reason I'm doing this, Paulie, as a public service is to tell you the teams you got to follow in case you don't win the division. This is just a backup plan. Of course, you want the division.
It's like a Murph PSA.
Yeah, and so you're keeping your eye on Miami, who's 51-37, by the way.
Nice.
You're keeping your eye. Ready for this? Schmitty's Phillies. They finally climbed out of that hole, and they're actually 7 games over, and actually a percentage point ahead of the Giants. So you got to keep an eye on the Phillies. Bryce
Where are
Harper
they in their own
boys.
division? Where are the Phillies in the East?
Well, the Braves are just
they're running away,
So
right?
The Braves are 8 games up on Miami and 11.5 up on Philly.
Wow.
You down with the Braves? Waterboy, I read this today. Ronald Acuna might post the first ever 40-75 season, 40 bombs, 75 steals.
Oh, I saw he was on pace for 40-80, yeah.
40-80.
I got to tell you guys, I've been ridiculed. I've been put down. I've been looked down. I've been beaten. I've been mistreated, Paulie, as Linda Ronstadt. When will I be loved?
God bless Linda Ronstadt. Sings like an angel.
When I said in 2019, when I saw Ronald Acuna play, I said,
I remember that. He came back all Acuna'd up.
No, and I said,
you're like, they got guys flying around the
My
bag.
hot take was this.
Yeah.
This is what it must have been like to see a young Willie Mays. Seriously.
And the problem with that was the timing.
He was that dynamic.
Because the contrast of the ball the Giants were playing at that point to what you saw in Atlanta. The Giants were like zombies out there. It was a bad period.
It was Boch's farewell.
Yeah, that was not a good year, man.
We left Fenway. You went to Jersey. I flew to Atlanta to meet my buddies for the Georgia Notre Dame game, and we went out and Cunha went off. Triple bomb, diving catch, couple of steals. I was like, what is going on out here? Who is this guy?
And you said this was in 2019?
Yeah.
So that was 4 years ago.
Yep.
That's when he was 21. He's still only 25, boys.
He's 21.
He's 25.
I mean,
right
we're
now.
excited about Matos. Imagine if Matos was doing like Willie Mays things. That's Acuna. And he's coming off a blown up leg.
And the Braves won a World Series without him.
I know, right?
How did that happen?
Yeah, right.
And then the other team you have to keep an eye on, I hate to say this, guys, but you got to keep your eye on Milwaukee. They are right there next to the Giants. So if you want to just kind of position yourself for the summer, and this is what I'm doing. I'm enjoying scoreboard watching. It brought me the Diamondbacks Mets game last night.
I'll let Murph. You watch all you want.
So Phillies, Brewers, Diamondbacks, Dodgers, Miami. Those would be the teams you really want to watch. Phillies, Brewers, Diamondbacks, Dodgers, Miami. Maybe Cincinnati, because Cincinnati only leads the Brewers by 2. So if Milwaukee catches them, Cincinnati becomes part of the Giants' world. So, anyway, you guys are all set?
I think so.
All right,
Well,
that's
good information, And Murph. I think Murph should scoreboard watch all he wants. Let him keep us up to date on the wild card.
I was
fine with
actually
that.
scoreboard watching a little bit last night. I was messing around on Fangraphs, one of the great baseball websites, and they actually have the Giants listed with a 58% chance of making the playoffs, if that means anything to you boys.
I mean, those, I'll take it. What the heck? You know what I mean? I'll take it like I'll take the NBA midseason tournament.
Will you?
Know what I mean? So,
reluctantly?
Yeah. So Waterboy, and you and Marcus, are you and Tripoli found some cuts here? I have my Giants cut sheet. Are we starting with Kapler? Mm-hmm. Let's start with Gabe Kapler from last night.
Give me some Gabe.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's great. Great for him to come out and just pound the strike zone, use all of his pitches, mix them well, hit spots. I'm not sure that he was his stuff was A+, was solid, but plenty to get us through those 6 innings. And then I actually think it was an interesting decision to get him out of the game. It was mostly based on how many pitches he's built up to since he came off the IL. He was pitching very, very well. I think he was fully in control. Sometimes we'll make decisions to leave a guy a little out there a little longer, especially if we need it from a bullpen perspective. On a day like today, going into an off day with all of our arms available, we thought it made sense to just finish it with Tay and Ty, and then ultimately get Doval back out there and let him have a cleaner outing than the last time out.
Tay and Ty, man.
I do want to shout out Kapler doing these on the couch in the clubhouse, too.
Oh, he's on the couch now. Boy, he's moving all around. So you've had the dugout, you've had the office. I guess the couch is in the office.
Couch in the office, yeah.
Does he have like a bottle? Is he still doing the strong like brandy or whiskey after the game?
He's a bourbon guy.
Bourbon,
isn't he? Yeah. I definitely count that as a win. I think I bullied Cap out of the dugout into the. I'm kidding.
Did you?
Let's hear.
Is that what you imagine?
Let's hear Alex. This kid, Patty Bailey, Paulie. Patty Bailey. And then I'm going to defend my guy, deliver on my tees. Patty Bailey and Cobb. Cobb loves him.
Patrick, I've always been very stubborn about calling my own game and not really giving much of the responsibility to the catcher just because there's so many variables that go into it. And, I have, 4 or 5 days before the game to really study my stuff versus their hitters. And these last 2 outings, I've really given a large portion of the responsibility to Patrick. He's shown so much poise and ability to dissect a lineup and to identify what's working for the pitcher that day, what the pitcher's strengths are, and if he doesn't have that, to deviate from the scouting report, which was kind of what happened tonight. Didn't have my best split, and he was able to toss out what we talked about before the game and totally kind of reconfigure our game plan throughout the game. So it's impressive what he's done. I don't think I've been around a rookie that has his type of poise and ability on the field, and everything just seems slower to him than your average big leaguer, and especially your rookies out there.
There it is, man.
Well, I
told you Cobb's a great interview. We got to get him on the road to the East Coast when they come back from the break.
Yeah, I like that.
He's really, really good. And he's talking about Pat Bailey, and obviously we all love Pat Bailey. Get your 14 jersey. If I had a Blues number, Paulie.
Would you consider maybe a Bailey jersey for your other son to match up with the Schmidt
Yes.
jersey?
But that's who I want to defend, is a guy who goes 0 for 4 last night. He's hitting .229 with a .592 OPS. I mean, that's just brutal, right? That's a hard number to look at. But I'm still going to ride with Casey Schmidt. Did you see him last night playing second base?
I did.
He made 2 critical plays, including one that saved a run. That changes the game.
Yeah.
So, and I know every at-bat wasn't perfect, but he lined out to left, exit velo 103, hit it hard.
He did get a nice piece of that one.
So, as Mike Krukow said, after he failed to bring a runner home, was the runner on third or second? He had a soft liner to third.
That's after the Luis Matos triple.
Oh, that was it. Mm-hmm. That was a little disappointing, but Mike Krukow said when he was going back to the dugout, he said, "Keep swinging, kid."
Yeah.
And I want to echo that and say, I love the glove. Every rookie goes through these problems unless you're Ron Acuna. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
And let's just, everybody, let the kid play. Let him breathe. Listen, Estrada's out for a while. He's out for a while. 4 to 6 weeks, not till August. I mean, it's hard to see that headline. Estrada out until August. And they say they're going to platoon Brett Wisely and Casey Schmidt. And I mean, listen, I got nothing against Wisely, but he's kind of a 25th, 26th guy.
I feel you more of a piece. Yeah, right.
I need Schmidt more.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on this, man.
I don't want it to be strictly a lefty-righty thing.
I think it'll actually come back. I'm confident it will come back. It's just going to take some time. And, one good night at the plate, say he goes 3 for 4, something like that might be all he needs just to get his confidence back.
But again, the glove, he's out here saving runs with the glove.
No, the glove's solid.
And that was my issue, Murph, because I absolutely agree. The glove is good enough, whether it's at third, short, or second, to be in the lineup every single day. That's why I was so frustrated a couple weekends ago when Isan Diaz got called up for a cup of coffee.
Right.
You throw him in the starting lineup, you keep Casey Schmidt on the bench, and then you send Isan Diaz back down to AAA. Like, what did you just accomplish?
Well, that was that stretch when he just
left-handed bat,
and he wasn't playing at all during that series.
But for you to get a left-handed bat in that small series, is it worth stopping the development of a guy that you want to be a cornerstone of your franchise?
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm just saying what the Giants were doing.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, they're like, well, we got to get a lefty.
Yeah,
well,
we need the
he's
platoon advantage. No, you don't.
I want him to be an everyday player. I mean, in next year, right? Heck, this year.
Yeah, it could happen this year, man. He's got the opportunity right now.
Anyway, wanted to get that out there, man. Giants get the nice win, pick up a game on Arizona, and stop the bleeding. How about the off day today for them, huh? They were just craving this off day.
Yeah,
weren't
they needed it. They looked really tired over the weekend.
Although
they
Wilmer
did.
Flores addressed that too. We can get into that
With
on
the
the other
fatigue
side
and all that.
Build ourselves up to Sean Estes.
Yeah.
Matty Mayoko's going to join us at 9:15. Do you know 12 days away, the Rookies Report?
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Let's get into all that
Almost
coming
done.
up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to
And
watch.
Maddie.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Let's talk Provident Credit Union. That's right. If you're looking for a safe, secure, and stable banking partner, check out Provident Credit Union. Provident is committed to the safety of their members' deposits. I am a big fan of their dividend-earning checking account called Super Reward Checking, where you can earn 1.26% annual percentage yield. Yes, Super Reward Checking has no monthly or annual fees and includes free access to ATMs nationwide. With over $3.5 billion in assets, Provident has earned a name for safety and soundness. So start earning 1.26% annual percentage yield with a Super Reward checking account. Visit providentcu.org. That's providentcu.org, or stop by any of their 21 Bay Area branches. That rate is effective May 1st, 2023, federally insured by the NCUA. The rate may change at any time. Other terms and conditions apply.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Come on. Drive into center field. Rodriguez on the move. Rodriguez backed out. Dropped it! He dropped it on the warning track. Slater had to go back. Now, the throw goes into Wong. He has no idea where to go with it. And coming in to score is Slater. It'll be an error on Rodriguez.
What's going on, buddy? You rating the playlist today? What's going on, man? Why are you giving me the sweet, sweet, sweet sounds of the mid to late 70s R&B/light pop? What do you got?
Well, Murph, you just put me in a mood this morning with a little Bill Weathers, so I was like, why not give him a little delegation, a little oh honey today?
Okay, well, let me tell you what, buddy. You, again, green lights, Park Presidio to the bridge. Go. You do your thing.
Marcus can handle himself too. He knows what he's doing.
This is I think if there is a heaven, if when you die and you go to heaven, this is what's playing. This is what's playing. That's it. People are like, hey, what happened, man? Did I make it? They're like, don't you hear it? You made it to heaven.
You know, it's funny.
This is it right here.
The end of that.
The clouds and robes and everything up there, and this is what's playing on the speakers.
Did you guys ever see that Seth Rogen, James Franco movie, Jonah Hill, called This Is the End, where the world comes to?
Yeah.
Very funny movie, by the way. Very funny movie. They get stuck in Franco's house, and then at the end of the movie, they all die and go up to heaven, and when they get to heaven, you guys remember what's going on? The new kids in the block have reformed, and they're jamming. And by the way, much like Tom Brady's party with James Harden, everybody's dressed in white.
Yes.
The band is in white. I got Rogan in white. Here comes Jonah Hill. He's in white. But anyway, they're doing New Kids on the Block. What was their big jam, Marcus? They're singing at the end of that one.
Oh, any one of them. I can't do it.
Backstreet is back.
Come on, that's
that
Backstreet.
One.
Come on.
Oh, Backstreet Boys. What's the difference? They're all
close enough. In sync. Throw them all in there.
Paulie, don't bring that turbulence into our delegation vibe.
My bad.
Backstreet
No, that's my bad.
Boys.
That's my bad.
All right, everybody. Giants get the win last night, 2-0. Brandon Pajemski, Les Quinones, and Guy Santos are out there playing. It's kind of a chill Thursday. Giants are off today.
I think they needed this day off, too. Let them cool their heels for a day.
It's funny you say that because we actually have sound from Wilmer Flores last night talking about that.
Yeah.
The grind towards the All-Star break. By the way, the crowd took the All-Star break off last night. Only 24,000. I was trying to figure out why. And, you had huge crowds on Monday, obviously fireworks, huge crowd on Tuesday, 4th of July. Is it just that nothing's cool the day after the 4th of July? Is that it?
I'm chalking it up to confusion of the calendar, too, because I came in today. I thought today was Tuesday.
You did.
I did. You guys threw a day off at me in the middle of the week. I haven't recovered. Yeah.
You said, well, it's tough for a crowd to come out on a Monday night.
And I meant it sincerely. Just shows you where I'm at.
I wonder if, because it was also a little chilly. I don't know.
Cold night in the city. They haven't been playing great ball. You're right. There's been no spark. There really hasn't been any excitement out there. Even last night, you look at their offense, 2 runs in the last 18 innings.
Yeah.
Could use a little more punch.
Yeah, a little more punch from our guy, Casey Schmidt, and the rest of the crew. But here's Wilmer Flores, who's always a cheery dude, about are they just dying for the All-Star break?
It's nice to have days off, but, you want to keep your rhythm. You want to play every day. You take a day off, but I feel like you don't want 4 days off. It's just part of the calendar, and some guys just feel different. Some guys like it, some guys don't. I personally don't like it, but I'll take it.
How about that? He wants to keep playing. He wants to play through the.
I like Wilmer. That's my guy.
Through the stuff there. Yeah, he is. I know he's a very likable dude. And he finally got to play. It's weird. He hasn't been playing much this year, has he?
No, he really hasn't.
This up for you guys in terms of at-bats and the rest of...
those are going to be way down. He's not been on the field as much.
I'll give you some right now here because he's sort of been the odd man out, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But last night,
Murph, that's if you don't include him starting on opening day in New York.
That's right. Well, who else started on opening day? Matt Beatty start on opening day?
No,
in
that
New
was
York?
Blake Sable in left field, but they
Blake
added
Sable.
Matt Beatty that morning.
Didn't Wisely at one point crop up in center field?
I think so. After
Yeah, I
they
think
sent
so.
down Bryce Johnson.
That sounds right.
Okay, leading the Giants in at bats this year is, take a guess.
Oh, leading in at bats this year?
Lamont Wade.
Tyro Estrada.
Tyro Estrada.
Is it
Nice.
Tyro even with the
Nice.
injury? Yeah.
J.D. Davis is second. Lamont Wade is third.
Okay.
Michael Conforto is fourth. Mike Yastrzemski is fifth. Dude, sixth in ABs, Rule 5 guy Blake Sable.
What?
Top 6 in ABs this year.
I mean-
Seventh, Brandon Crawford. Then Wilmer Flores, eighth. That's actually surprising. I thought he would have been a little lower, but still. Jock, ahead of Jock. Jock's been hurt, right? And then Casey Schmidt, ninth. And then, dude, how about this? Mitch Haniger, 11th. I mean, Mitchie Haniger.
Poor
come on.
Mitch. I mean, I
yeah,
know.
right? I mean, Mitch, have you ever... You won't see... I mean, talk about a quiet...
He was here. He's gone. I know.
right?
I know.
And then Patty Bailey, 12th. And then, guys, 13th, David VR. That was my guy.
Yeah, with the
Remember?
thick lower half.
I know.
Yeah.
That's right. 14th, Brett Wisely. 15th, Joey Bard, who I think did something again last night. I think he had another night last night. I saw him.
Joey's
on
starting to feel
I
it.
think I saw him on Threads. Paulie.
Joey's like, I ain't dead
think
yet.
I did.
Yeah, nice.
I
He must
did.
have posted on Threads.
And then Austin Slater, 16th. Luis Matos, 17th. Did you guys see Matos last night? Quote unquote triple, right? So my kid came home. He's like, Matos is triple and Casey Smith's not doing anything. I said, well, listen, it's like that box score can be deceiving. It was a nice swing, but Teoscar Hernandez biffed it. Could have been a single with a two-base error. No. It's just kind of a lucky triple. But the point is that sometimes not all triples are created equal. Then, so Matos 17th, Bryce Johnson 18th. Guys, you remember Elliot Ramos played this year?
Elliot Ramos.
19th.
Dude, I just went out and saw Elliot Ramos in San Jose this past
Did you?
weekend. Playing
Nice.
with
he
the
was
San
hurt.
Jose Giants. He was on a rehab assignment with
Yeah.
the San Jose Giants before headed back up to Sacramento.
How'd he look?
He looked actually pretty good. Made
Yeah.
a couple nice plays out in center field, but it
Nice.
was surprising to see him down in low A ball in San Jose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys see Luciano's hitting bombs now, too?
Yeah, I think he's got 11 or 12 now in the
He's doing
season.
his thing.
Is that
too.
on Threads too?
No, it's-
Throwing that out there.
Hey, Paulie, just to close out this segment here, why don't we bring in either Jerry Garcia or Dave Grohl, because there are people out there
Okay.
that have been writing in.
Got it.
Someone sent in a text to you. Oh.
408 says, I, too, am a Casey Schmidt fan.
There you go. Welcome.
Says, but you want to play him every day. So would you sit Crawford down from now on? Well, 408, thank you for the text. I would say, no, we were addressing the Tyro Estrada absence. He could go play every day a second. Maybe spell him with Wisely, but I'd give him 3 out of every 4 starts, right? That's me. That's just my vote. 408 says, and then see, here's the salt.
That's just me.
When it's all said and done, we're getting the Farhan special.
I saw that guy.
81
Yeah.
and 81.
Do you believe that? Gravitational pull and whatnot. That's your big thesis in life is that pull.
No, remember the youth came up.
Yeah,
and
the pull, Marcus, the pull.
Remember earlier, I've gone on record saying that the ceiling is 85 or 86 wins. That was before the Pat Bailey experience. Maybe, no, I think you can get 87. I think the Pat Bailey experience can get you up to 87, 88.
There's a pull that's got a hold of Marcus, too, but it's a completely different kind of pull.
Yeah.
That's a big pull. That's one of Marcus's. While he's smoking the meats, he's killing some time there with his pull. Yeah.
See, and then 408 says, Casey Schmidt, you mean Chasey Schmidt. I know we've discussed that for sure.
See, they're trying to riff now. I know.
He didn't strike out last night. 405 says, thank you, Wilmer. I'm so tired of pro athletes complaining about being tired.
That's something Pat Connor used to, like, that was something he would be up on his mountaintop screaming about that load management and guys that don't want to play and I need a rest and all that. Remember, Pat was hell-bent on that concept.
Correct.
Pro athletes should be on the field playing.
Drove him out of his mind.
Out of his mind.
Because they were, well, and guys, we got Greg Popovich to blame for this,
He
right?
started the whole movement, the load management movement.
Somebody actually wrote and said, hey, this new NBA midseason December tournament, another chance for load management.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know where you're going next, but didn't you play one of those cuts from Gabe in your show today about, like, resting Bailey with that in mind, like, just giving them days off along the way. It's a long season, blah, blah, blah. You don't want to wear them down. So it's just part of sports now. Guys are assigned day offs by their skippers and stuff.
Here's the dark secret, though. is the reason why people like Steph Curry are so great because of load management.
Well, it's definitely something to consider.
35.
But then again, you got to go back and say, then how did Magic and Michael and Bird and those guys? Now their careers probably ended a little.
No, they definitely ended
sooner
early.
than
So that would be an argument for load management. That Larry Bird, if you manage his load, would have played longer.
What about the what Pat Riley would call the greatest player in the history of the game, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Well, he's the unicorn.
He wouldn't load manage in nothing
right?
except MVPs and titles.
Yoga and jazz records.
He's like, I got to load manage between my MVPs and my All-Star games and my most valuable player awards.
Yeah, but I actually got a counter argument for your counter argument, Murph. Because you look at a guy like Kawhi Leonard.
Let's go,
He's the poster boy of load management.
He's hurt all the time.
And he got hurt again in the playoffs this year. So he's doing all the load management. Managing for what? He
I'm
keeps
still
getting
saying,
hurt.
if Kawhi stayed healthy in who knows how far that team could have gone? He looked incredible before he got hurt. He was going off.
For who? For what?
Yeah, there you go.
Right, there you go.
Shout out Ricky.
415 coming in with it.
You down with the for who, for what? Do you know that reference, Marcus?
Ooh, I don't think so,
A little dated for Marcus. That's why I wanted to point it out. That's Ricky Waters. Murph, you break that down for him. Give him the for who, for what.
1995, 1996.
That's correct.
Philadelphia
95.
Eagle.
95. Next
He
season.
left the Niners.
Yeah.
So Ricky Waters was a great he was the ultimate West Coast offense back.
Running, catching, doing it all.
Because he could run it, he could catch it.
Rushing for 1,000 too.
And
Great
in the
back.
open, he basically was like a sort of like a slightly less talented version of Christian McCaffrey. Right? I mean,
strong, fast. He had all the tools, man.
Catch it in the open field and just gain yards, baby.
Yeah.
And then, I guess he didn't feel appreciated. What do you give for a little Ricky Waters, Jordan Poole vibe? Is there a little bit there?
Well,
a little bit.
They each got one ring and they got the hell out of here. Yeah, yeah.
But
I like Ricky. I don't feel like I got like a
Philadelphia now is a tough town, and they hadn't won their Super Bowl yet. They hadn't had the Philly special yet. So John Gruden was their O coordinator.
Bad situation.
And in a key moment in a late season game, there was a ball over the middle that Ricky Waters pulled up short on. He did not catch it.
He didn't extend. He didn't stick the arms
and
out.
They asked him after the game, why didn't you run into traffic to make that catch? And he famously said, for who? For what?
Make that catch for who? For what?
Wow, that's a little bit different than trying to score a run for your country.
It's a lot different, yeah.
Very, very good. So anyway, that's what's for who, for what.
You got to try that next time we get in trouble at the station. Guys, why were you so late going to break in that segment? Why weren't you on time? On time for who? For what? To see if it works.
650 says, getting 10 over 500 is the real crossroad. Either you keep your foot on the gas and go 20 over, or you spend the rest of the season between 500 and 10 over. Well, I mean, listen, 88 so if you win 88, you lose 74. Right, you're 14 over. Well, I'd like to see them kind of float up. In fact, that's my call. Sweep the Rockies this weekend and get to 10 over going into the break.
Ooh.
And then we can work from there.
Sounds good to me.
The Rockies are 13-30 on the road, man. They're not coming in here looking.
That's right.
They're not coming in here. And the Giants, Gabe Kapler owns the Rockies. You know that, right? They have like crazy ownage on the Rockies.
Well, then, like you said, win this series, go into the All-Star game feeling good.
But by the way, I looked to see who's pitching tomorrow. TBD.
Well, that's the thing now. I know, that's the thing. I know.
And 707 reminds me, yes, he did. Casey Schmidt struck out last night, looked at his third pitch right down the middle.
Right.
See ya.
Right.
I mean, sorry, guys.
Made hard contact. We're getting excited about hard contact.
Made a couple plays. Are we getting into another Brandon Belt situation with the listeners?
I don't think it's reached that kind of crisis point yet, but I feel it could be brewing. For the long haul.
Is Casey Schmidt headed to the apartment by the bay with Jimmy and Joey?
No, don't start saying that. Is he?
Oh, no.
With Casey up in the attic or something?
So.
It's just like leasing a room.
Casey's on the couch. Yeah.
He has to put in like a smaller share of the rent because he just gets a room.
Just let him breathe.
And it's like one of those really small rooms, like a mattress on the floor, like nothing else.
Everybody just relax.
We're going to use it for storage, but we can stick Casey in there.
Paulie Mack would say, let Casey be Casey.
You got to. And I'm rooting for him too. He's a very likable guy. We've seen what can be.
I'm feeling this Brandon Belt vibe all over again.
Are you? What are you seeing?
Well, just our fans have turned on him already. The way they turned on Brandon Belt early on, I was like, I had to defend
Not
Belt.
all Giant fans have turned on him. I think there's some Giant fans that are still backing this kid.
Yeah. So
I do.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah,
you and me, right?
Hell yeah.
Okay. There you go.
I tried that with Marcus and Joey Bart though, and that didn't work either. I teamed up with Marcus on that one.
I told you guys. I think he did something last night. Let me look that up for you.
He's trying to get our attention now. He's like,
Listen, guys. I mean, do you want Blake Sable as a backup catcher down the stretch?
If you had a stable of Bailey and Bart, that's a nice situation.
Is he willing to?
Yeah, right.
Is Bart willing to be Bailey's caddy? Is the question. Sacramento lost last night 5-3 to Salt Lake. Let me give you the box score here from last night. Here, I got it for you guys. Joe Bart in the River Cat uniform last night. Yeah, he had a 2-run double. He had a 2-run double.
And Murph, he's now on an 8-game hitting streak.
That's
with the
my
River
guy.
Cats.
And he's bolted his average up to 247 and his OPS up to 70.
It just took a little
Only
time.
going up, baby. Only going up.
Up.
Sean Estes from a dock in Michigan throwing tennis balls out to his golden retriever. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hit me with a DM.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Grocery outlet, bargain market.
Excuse me, are these the Independents from Hunger food bags?
Yes, they sure are.
My friend said last summer her family bought bags to help kids in her neighborhood.
That's right. The money and food donated through Independence from Hunger stays right here in our town.
I saved up all year. Can you tell me how many bags I can buy with this?
Absolutely.
Grocery outlet, bargain market.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Murph and Mac.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, our summertime hit with Sean, who's always out in the Midwest around this time, somewhere near a lake, enjoying the summer in America. Also, Farhan Zaidi going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. So, Sean, as we sit here in the foggy morning of San Francisco, you got to take us to the Midwestern summer, brother. You got a nice little, some bugs and some heat.
Yeah,
and
paint the picture. I want the lake and the mosquitoes. I want the whole vibe, Sean.
Good morning, man.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Yeah. Bugs aplenty for sure, as you guys probably know. Yeah, you can't get away from them. Mosquitoes haven't been bad. That's my biggest nemesis when in the summer. They seem to find me, and not bad at all. Weather not bad. You know, it's funny. We were just talking about this morning. You know, the humidity in the Midwest. Obviously, you know, it doesn't get as hot. I live in Arizona. It's 110 right now. It's dry heat. Still hot. no matter how you look at it. But it's the sun when the sun's out, even if it's 82, 85 degrees with the humidity, it just feels hot.
It does.
Really hot.
Yeah.
And so when you can get some cloud cover, it's a good day out here. and today we have some cloud cover, so it'll be a good day. So, yeah, we've had a good time, had a great 4th. How about you guys?
We did.
Good 4th of July.
Yeah, nice one, man.
We went out to the yard with my family, and the Giants got blanked.
Yeah, it was quiet out there.
It was 40. There was 37,000 of us. Not much to cheer.
No.
Yeah, I was hoping you guys were able to avoid that. I mean, I thought maybe there's a little bit more positive happening in your lives on the 4th. Yeah, giant win would have been nice way to cap things off.
Yeah. They hit. If we were doing the
firework.
Yeah. If we were doing I'm sorry, but if we were doing the show on Wednesday, we'd have a whole different vibe. But they finally got one yesterday, and Alex Cobb was the guy.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's kind of maybe the story. Is this guy 35-year-old I don't want to call him a journeyman. He's better than that, but 35-year-old veteran in this youth movement, and a guy that Giants fans don't pay a ton of attention to, out here getting it done. They've won 9 of his last 10 starts, Sean.
Yeah, it's win day when he's on the mound. I mean, didn't get a ton of run support, yesterday, but they have, supported him with runs. But, more important, he's keeping the other team from scoring. I mean, he's got below a 3 ERA now and very consistent. I think the biggest thing is that, I think everything's set up right for him yesterday. Pitching at home. I mean, the home road splits are concerning. But I think they're really working hard, I know it's difficult to do, but to have him pitch at home, just because he's so much better at home. And I don't know what the reason is for that. Obviously it's a great place to pitch. Your ball's going to move a little bit more, but sometimes you get it in your head, it really is just seasonal, because it hasn't been a problem with him for his career, but it's a seasonal thing sometimes where you just get on the road and you hope you pitch well. It's like, but now he's, every time he takes the mound at Oracle, he knows he's going to pitch well, and the results, show. So it was the right situation for him to pitch yesterday. He's healthy, looked great. It was a much needed start, by him. Sometimes, and that's what needs to happen, when your offense is really struggling. And let's be honest. I mean, the Giants offense just completely shut down in the last week and a half. You have to have a pitcher that goes out there and just says, I'm going to put up as many zeros as I can, and hopefully we can get enough offense to win a game. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, 2 runs, not a lot of offense to show for yesterday, but it was Alex Cobb in the back end of that bullpen, which is a nice formula. If you can get that starter to go 6 with the lead, you got a pretty good chance of winning some games. And that was what happened yesterday with the Rogers twins, and then Camilo coming in and a nice rebound performance after the other night to get the save. So yeah, that's the right formula right there. It just hasn't happened a lot as of late.
All right, the other big news is Tyro Estrada going down. Obviously, Haniger was one, but now you've missed 2 major pieces from your opening day lineup. So for Haniger, it was like, okay, well, we'll stick Luis Matos in there. Everything will be great. Now he's cooled out a little bit. And then with Tyro, it's like, well, you're going to go with Casey Schmidt and Brett Wisely at second? I mean, we're adamant Casey Schmidt supporters still, even though he's cooled off mightily. We still want this kid to keep playing, but some people, Giants fans, already losing patience with him. It's crazy. But your view on the Estrada injury, the second base options of Schmidt and Wisely, and, I don't know, does this mean trade deadline? Or, I mean, Estrada should be back in August, but what's your view of that gap at second base, and are you good with the options?
Well, I'm okay with the options. I don't love them, but I just think it's impossible to replace his production in every facet of the game. I mean, he's borderline all-star. He's had a tremendous year. He provide. I mean, we talk to Cap about him all the time. It's his favorite player on the team. It's a guy that he would come watch, if he wasn't managing the Giants. He loves the way he goes about his business. He creates havoc on the base paths. He gets hits. He hits home runs. He's clutch. He plays great defense. He's playing Gold Glove defense this year at second base. I mean, he just provides the energy, that you're looking for on a day-to-day basis. He wants to be in the lineup every day. He's irreplaceable. So now what are you going to do? What's your plan B? Fortunately, you have a guy in Casey Schmidt that you're not going to lose anything defensively, putting him at second base. You're still going to provide the energy that Tyro does on a day-to-day basis. He's going to be able to play every day. He's a good base runner. I mean, he's not going to steal as many bags but you have to get on base to steal bases anyway, right? So I think that's going to be the biggest thing, is that how Casey Schmidt, how he gets on base. Is he able to get on base enough? Against right-hand, it looks like they may go with more of the little platoon matchups, righty-lefty. That means you're going to see a lot more Wisely, because they're going to face a lot more right-handed pitching than they are left-handed. So, to me, I don't love the options offensively. There's a lot of people that believe that Wisely's going to be a big leaguer and a good big leaguer for years to come. People really believe in him in the organization, outside of the organization. He's a good player. He's great defensively. So, on the defensive side, you don't lose a thing, I don't believe, with either of those guys without Tyro, but you do miss a lot offensively. And now it's just a matter of, can Casey Schmidt hit enough? Can he make the necessary adjustments to stay in the lineup every day? And then you look at Brett Wisely in the same vein. Is he a guy that can get on base enough? So, I mean, they're not going to be guys that you're going to have to put up at the top of the lineup like you saw Tyro. So, the guys at the top of the lineup, the table setters, so to speak, can they do enough to get on base? It really does. It's really passed the baton right now, next man up mentality. But he's a guy, when the season started, you're like, who can they not afford to lose? We obviously liked Tyro a lot coming into the season, but what he did in April, you're like, okay, this guy could make an all-star team. So, he obviously his stock went way up in the month of April, and now you look at it as a really big loss. So, he was one of those guys that you couldn't afford to lose, and unfortunately they've lost him. That was a big blow. But now it's teams go through injuries. Mike Trout, the Angels lost Mike Trout, the Hammett bone, so they're going to have to figure out what they can do in his life. In his absence, there's just certain guys that you just can't lose. I think with the Haniger thing, a lot of people didn't make much of it because Matos was tearing the cover off the ball in AAA, and everybody wanted to see Luis, right? They wanted to see what he could do. And he came up, and he was really good right away. So it kind of made you forget about Haniger, but now he's cooled off. You're like, well, it would be nice to see Haniger back in the lineup, right? Every once in a while. So if we're all so reactionary to the situation, and I think that the silver lining is Tyra's going to be back, and so is Haniger at some point. And it almost becomes like, trade deadline acquisitions. You get these guys back, and now it's, can you keep your head above water in their absence?
And they have. Listen, like I said, if we were doing the show Wednesday, what was your take when they were kind of skidding around, having lost 4 in a row, having lost 6 of 7, having lost 8 of 12 on that trip to Toronto, New York, the first 2 against Seattle? Were you seeing something? I guess lack of offense maybe was the big thing. Or J.D. Davis said after the Tuesday loss, well, the season's a seesaw, just stick with it. So that little skid, did you see something when they lost 8 out of 12, 6 out of 7?
I didn't. Well, yeah, I saw exactly what you just mentioned. All of a sudden, they just stopped hitting the runners in scoring position. They were getting guys on base. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like they weren't getting hits. They just weren't getting hits like we saw them get hits when they were on that 10-game winning streak. They were getting 2-out RBIs. It was just perfection with up and down a lineup. Everybody was contributing. It didn't matter who came to the plate. You knew that they were going to put together a good at-bat, and they were going to find a way to get it done. They weren't scoring a ton of runs early in games, even when they were offensively, when they were doing great things. That was one of the things. The first 4 innings of the games, they just really didn't show a lot of offense. It was more about coming back late in games, coming from behind and getting those big hits. But with that being said, in those games, you have to play solid defense, and you also have to have a bullpen that doesn't allow the opposition to add on runs. Because those are the ones that are demoralizing when you're really struggling to score offensively, is that, the opposition can't continue to add runs on late in games. And that's what I noticed too, is that, the bullpen wasn't quite as locked down as we had seen. And then the offense just wasn't getting those clutch 2-out RBI hits, those clutch runners in scoring position hits. And when that happens, your pitching has to be just so perfect, right? There's not a lot of room for error, and your defense has to be perfect too. You can't make those little mistakes in those close games if you want to win games late. It'd be nice to see some early offense. That hasn't been the case yet. But with that being said, the formula was, pitch well, hit with runners in scoring position, play good defense, and have a lockdown bullpen. And if you can do all those things, you're going to win a lot of games. So I do look at it as more of an ebb and flow of the season. And I know Tim Flannery, and I worked with him on pre and post game show. I mean, he's seen a lot of baseball. He truly believes, and that's the way the season's going to go. And you just hope that you flow a lot more than you ebb, right? So, at times. So I mean, it's a little bit of an ebb right now. They're not doing all the things that they know that they can do offensively, and and at some point that's going to come back because they have the personnel. They're getting, I don't want to say getting healthier because you lose Estrada, but Conforto and Wade and Yastrzemski and Slater. I mean, they're all playing a little bit banged up, but they're all back in the lineup. So your lineup looks a little bit more at this point. Especially against right-handed pitching. You're happy with the way this lineup looks. Now you have to go out and produce, but that'll come. I really do, and I think everybody could really use at the All-Star break right now, just from a physical and mental standpoint, because they went through it on that last road trip as far as travel goes. I mean, that's about as rough of a travel situation as you're going to get. And they came home. They came limping home, and you could tell that was a tired club. The first, I mean, I've really even if you consider yesterday as part of those 3 games, even though they won the game, it looked like a tired group when they came back to San Francisco.
I agree. So you're here to tell us 2 things are true. 1, people do kind of like crawl to the All-Star break, and 2, travel schedules, because the common fan says, "Oh, you're staying at the Ritz, you're flying charter. How are you tired?" But you're saying it can affect
wear and tear, all that running
going
around.
to Toronto, New York,
time zones.
Think about you guys. I mean, you don't have to go out and produce physically, but you have to be there mentally to do your show, and you know that like you're sharper when you stay in your routine.
Yeah.
When you get your sleep at night, when you get your sleep at night, you wake up, you're on your normal schedule.
Right.
You feel like that you can perform at your best.
No question.
There's no different for an athlete.
Yep.
There's no different for an athlete. And when we're rolling into hotels at 5 a.m, and they make it as easy as can be with the charter flights and the nice hotels and the nice beds. Not all beds made the same, though. I mean, I don't care how nice the Ritz beds are in the Four Seasons bed. There's some beds that just don't. These are tough to sleep, right? But you're rolling into and you're landing into cities at 4 a.m. You're going to a hotel. I mean, that throws you off your routine.
Yeah,
and your sleep schedule changes, and you're just not quite as physically and mentally sharp, and that can catch up to you over some time.
So, Sean, I remember you represented the Giants at an All-Star game, but, the years that you didn't go to the All-Star game, just run us through, what would you do? Is it really just about, like catching up on sleep and just recharging the battery? Or, just something? I guess it's different for everybody, but what would you do when you were fatigued and you needed the rest?
Yeah, without a doubt. You completely you unplug, you go and relax. You don't want to have – it's more of a mental break. Obviously, physically, it helps. The body can recover a little bit. You get your legs back under you. You just feel fresher when you come back from the break physically. But it's more of a mental thing. You get in the mental grind of the everyday, going to the ballpark, and, you're getting on planes and your travel and all that stuff. But then you can just be in one place without any stress at all. Because I don't care what anybody says. Even if you're, you go home, because there's still stress involved when you go home and you put your head down on the pillow. You're thinking about your at-bats that day. You're thinking about something that happened in the field defensively. You got it on your mind. The game is on your mind.
Yeah.
And sometimes the wheels start turning, and it's tough to sleep. And that carries over into the next day as well. So the All-Star break, there's no stress. It's just all fun and games, right? You just relax, spend time with your family. Typically, I would go to Tahoe because that was so close.
Nice.
And I have family up there, and that go out on the lake.
Yeah.
Just sit there and do as little as possible.
Right.
I think that's the key.
Yeah.
Sounds very appealing.
Yeah. I want one of those weekends. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we all could use one of those. They get 3 days a year to do that.
No, totally.
Hey, actually, Sean, didn't it used to be that they would return in your day? Didn't they return on Thursday? Now they don't return until Friday.
Yeah,
is that the new CBA?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Give them another day.
That's big.
So, yeah, it's even better. And that's why you see a lot of guys that go to All-Star games. Even Buster would say, I may not be, playing, or it's one game, but then there's all the hype surrounding it. You have the home run derby. You have to sign a million things. You have to deal with the media every day. You don't get that be able to decompress mentally. Physically, you don't do as much, but mentally, to me, that's the most important thing. is just being able to stay sharp and focused mentally. And that's where to me, that's where the All-Star game really comes into play. And that's the biggest advantage of guys that don't go to the All-Star game is that they can actually unplug mentally and come and you feel rejuvenated after the break.
Yeah, and so that's what the Giants, because we'll talk to you about this next Thursday, but when they come back, it ain't no joke. They go on a 4-city, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Washington, and a stop off in Detroit for a makeup game. But we can talk about that next Thursday when we talk to you.
It's a nice spot. It's actually a nice schedule coming out of the break, but you get Cincinnati playing pretty good baseball. But and we've already seen this year two teams that they should beat. I mean, they've done so well against good teams over 500 this year. Been one of the best teams in the major leagues. They clean it up on those teams, but they've really struggled at times against teams they should beat. So that's the last thing you want coming out of the break. You want to hit the ground running coming out of the break, and that's where you want to, and especially against the teams you should beat. The Pirates, I mean, obviously the Reds are a really good team right now. Detroit, who was the third team they come out against?
Washington. They played Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Washington.
Right. So that's a very favorable schedule on paper. So you'd hope that would be a nice spot coming out of the break. And we saw what happened, and what year was that when they came out there? They had the best record in
2016, man.
Yeah,
I was there with my buddy. They went to New York and Boston and just absolutely stunk it up.
Yeah,
and that
exactly.
Was it. Yeah.
And that's what you want to try to avoid. But that wasn't a very favorable schedule for the Giants either. Now they have one, so this is where you want to take advantage of that.
A little run. Yeah, and then the Rockies who are coming in, the Giants swept them in Denver. And I know it's like you just said, they don't do as well against the lower teams, but the Rockies are an exception. They have been, Kapler's Giants have owned the Rockies. I don't know what book they have on them.
It's like personal for Gabe, yeah.
But they just absolutely owned them. And so I'm thinking this is a nice chance. I know you got to take them serious, but they're 13-30 on the road.
This is a team you need to beat, in other words. Yeah.
I mean, he went 14-5 against them last year. They're 17-5 in the last 2 years against these Rockies. So, Sean, I'm settling for nothing less than a sweep.
I kind of feel the same.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, right, and that's what you think, right? You look at the matchup, how they've done against them. I tend, and that's what us as the media, we look at all the numbers and we see of course on paper, right. If you're a betting man too, you're gonna take the Giants all three and make some money. Mm-hmm. But it's the same thing. It's just like every team, when you're not playing well, and the Giants, quite frankly, they're not hitting the baseball right now, right? They're not scoring enough runs right now to sweep a series. You got to you got to really simplify it, right? How are we going to win the game today? What do we need to do better as a group to get better? Like, what do we need to? How are we going to score runs? How do we match it up against their opposing pitch? I mean, you really have to be creatures of detail at this point, and then you go out and you play the game, and it's one game at a time. And I hate this; it's so cliche, but it really is against teams like that, where you have to play that game that day and try to win that game, and you can't think about the next day. And so that has to be the message in the clubhouse right now: is that guys, okay, we've been on a little bit of a skid lately. We haven't won a lot of baseball games. This is a team we should beat, but how are we going to beat them? We got to view them as being. Let's just say, this is the Dodgers. We're facing the Dodgers, not the Rockies. Let's try to pick things up going to the All-Star break. Let's give everybody's best effort. Need everybody going 100%. That's how you're going to win the series, right? And obviously a sweep would be gravy. But if you just try to win series, so they haven't won a series in 2 weeks. So, I mean, this winning a series going into the break would, to me, be a win.
Totally.
Very much so. Hey, before I let you go, All-Stars. They only got Doval. A big deal for this kid, right? Kid had a huge 26-year-old kid out of Dominican. Now, would you have loved Estrada, Wade, the Rogers brothers? It is what it is. But for Doval, how does this change his life?
Well, I think everybody needs to see, what this kid's all about. I think they got a little bit of a glimpse in the World Baseball Classic. He was so good in that. But, the All-Star game is a different animal altogether. I mean, everybody's going to be watching the All-Star game, and I hope he gets to pitch because I feel like the West Coast doesn't get as much credit, right? I mean, it's definitely more East Coast bias. People, I'm on the East Coast, right? I'm 3 time zones or 2 time zones ahead right now, and it's tough. The games come on at 10 o'clock out here.
Yep.
Right. So by the time these guys are going to bed, if you're staying up watching a West Coast game, it's 1 o'clock in the morning till the game's over, or midnight. So they just don't get to see Camilo Doval enough, because think about it, he's pitching late in games too. So people definitely aren't watching him at 1 a.m. right when he's closing out games. So I think this is going to be a great arena for him to just go and enjoy himself. And just I think it's just really cool, guys, to make the All-Star game for the first time, because he's going to go in there and he's going to look around, and the kid doesn't show a lot of emotion, but deep down inside he's going to feel very proud of himself and probably be in awe of a lot of the guys that he's going to be in the clubhouse with. And that's really what it's all about. And then obviously going out there and being able to perform on a big stage for everybody to watch you and just showcase what he has, because he's electric. I mean, his stuff people need to see what his stuff looks like. The 100 miles an hour, the sink, the cut, the swing and miss slider. You want people to see what Camilo Doval is all about. And he pretty much just burst on the scene. I mean, they even said in the spring that they're not sure who their closer is going to be, right? They didn't give Camilo the job.
Right.
And he's had to earn it, and he's earned it in a big way. And I can't wait to see what he can do in the All-Star game. I just hope he gets to pitch.
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah.
By the way, you said you talked about being a betting man earlier. So who's the betting man in the home run derby?
Ooh,
Here we go.
Yeah.
The bracket is out. The bracket is out. I'll say it for everybody so they can hear it. The 1 seed is surprisingly Chicago White Sox slugger Luis Robert Jr., although he hits a lot of bombs. He's taking on the 8 seed Adley Rutschman, who only has 11. The 2 seed Pete Alonso, the 2-time champ, taking on 7 seed Julio Rodriguez. That's
Nice.
like a Duke in Kentucky playing in the first round there. 3 seed Mookie Betts taking on 6 seed Vlad Jr. and 4 seed Adolis Garcia, the latest ad against 5 seed Randy Arozarena. Who's the betting man Sean Estes got?
Yeah, I'm not going to go. Betting man. So this is my own money I'm throwing out there. So I don't want to go with the heart here, right? I don't want to go with the heart. I'm going to go with the guy that's been there and done it, and that's obviously the polar bear.
You going Pete? He's going 3.
Alonso.
He's going 3.
Yeah, well,
I think Ken Griffey Jr. is the only guy to win 3. Is that right?
Yeah. I think Petey Bear goes 3 in a row. He just knows what it takes to do it. He's such a strong kid as well, where you can still miss some balls and they're going to go out of the ballpark. Vlad Jr. is another one like that. So, I mean, Julio's swinging the bat really well, Rodriguez, but it's a different thing when you're on the big stage like that and everybody's out and you get gassed. You see these guys, they got to know when to take their time out. I think they've done great things with the home run derby, making it must-see event. But I'm looking at Vlad Jr. against Pete Alonso in the finals.
I like that. You made a call. You made a call.
Good.
Big Vlad against Pete Alonso, and you're going polar bear for the 3-peat. The betting man, Sean Estes, has checked in.
He's a beast. Yeah.
I love it, man. Hey,
I wasn't going out on too big of a limb.
Not really.
That's all right. So if you're going to take a shock, is Luis Robert the shocker? I don't know. Did you see the Ellie De La Cruz thing last night, Sean, near you in Cincinnati, right? Where Dave Martinez, the Nationals manager, called him out for his knob, the knob on his bat, and then De La Cruz
I didn't see that.
Oh, you didn't see this? Yeah,
I saw the home run. I didn't see him get called out.
Yeah, he called him out for I didn't know. Was there an illegal knob or something? The knob's too big, or I don't know. I know, but anyway, I know.
Doesn't sound like a baseball conversation.
I know. I'm backing off this one, Sean. I'm not involved. I just don't want to be the guy. Yeah, because I can say a million things. Yeah.
It says here a swing track. A swing tracker on the knob of his bat or something.
Wow.
Anyway, the point is that he then hit a 40.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, it was an equipment rules check on his bat regarding the housing of a swing tracker covering the knob. What does that mean?
Never heard of that before. I'm interested in it for sure.
Yeah, swing tracker is an electronic device that the teams use in spring training and BP. Did you know about that?
Okay.
And
okay.
De La Cruz likes the feel of its plastic cover for regular season games, even though it doesn't have the tracker underneath it. He likes the plastic shell. This is really weird.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, hitters are all about balance of bats, and that's why you see a lot of different knobs being used right now. The kid that just came through with New York really stands out. I think is it Nimmo's or McNeil's knob. It's almost like an axe knob that he has.
Wow.
But really it comes down to just feel and balance. So, that's probably why he likes it. I don't think he's gaining a competitive advantage with that on his bat. I can't imagine that would be the case. At the end of the day, you still have to put the barrel to the ball, right? I mean,
but then you saw the home run that he hit, and then he pointed to the knob before he left the box. He looked at Martinez in the Nats dugout, and as the ball was heading out 455, he pointed to the knob several times like, bro, I'll do it whatever. I'll do it any way you want it, you know? So,
yeah, I could throw a joke in there, but well that's probably not
I could too.
Right
I know.
now.
I kind of want to do it
we
too.
should probably get out of this topic all right, in a hurry. Let you enjoy your summer, man.
Knobs.
I know.
I know. We definitely went down a dark road. Hey, always a great chat. You're our summer guy. By the way, how would you get fireworks on the lake? Were you guys had all that?
Oh yeah. We get fireworks on Lake Erie. I'm in Lake Erie right now. I'm Lake Michigan on Saturday. We're gonna head up there, but Lake Erie right now, and then it's great because they have these two little islands out in the distance called Putin Bay, and the other one's called Kelly's Island, and they stagger their shows so you get to see the grand finale on 3 different spots. Now theirs is like a lot further out, but you can still see them. Pretty cool though. But the ones right here on Lake Erie, right at Lakeside, they're right in your face, and a great show, great day, little parade, the kids. I mean, it's Americana at its finest.
Americana, baby. Americana. By the way, back home in Arizona, your D-backs blew one last night. See that?
Good.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Finally.
Chafin was 1 strike away, and he gave up a game-tying bomb and then coughed it up to 2 batters later. So there you go, man.
Yeah. I can only pay attention to one West Coast team out here.
Fair enough. No, I got you.
That's why your takes were sharp and on point, despite the time zone difference, my friend. All right. You have a great...
enjoy that, Sean. Enjoy the time.
The lakes.
Totally.
Enjoy the trip up to Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you next Thursday after the All-Star Game, the Home Run Derby, and before the Giants' second half season. So always a great summer check-in, dude.
Okay, yeah. Good talk, guys. Talk to you next week.
See you, bro.
Sean Estes, dude, out on the lakes of Americana.
I just didn't want to get Sean Estes in trouble with any of my like gutter riffs, but I got to say, like when it comes to like accusations regarding a guy's knob, I got to tell you, as far as having an illegal knob goes, Tommy Lee never was accused of that. His thing is street legal. Tommy Lee's knob, street legal.
Street legal.
I seen him drive a boat with it.
Street legal.
Yep.
Yes. By the way, there was another knob last night in the Giants game. Someone from Seattle had the hockey nub. That's more of a girthier knob.
Well, that's the width of the knob. Right. Murph introduced it. I'm just talking.
At any point, does Knob Hill enter the equation?
Shout out Knob Hill, bro.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
559 gets a gold star for the day. Hey, Murph, you're going to want to check out the words big knobs on Threads.
Yeah, I know. Okay,
not a bad. Yeah, see.
I want to.
559.
On Threads.
Look it up on Threads.
By the way, Mount Knobmore, we're going to go Ellie De La Cruz's knob. We're going to go Knob Hill. We're going to go bed knobs and broomsticks.
Well, you got to throw Tommy Lee in there. It's like the patron saint. Yeah.
There you go.
Of all knobs.
Right. The big hit is the Giants avoiding a sweep and saving everybody's sanity.
Okay, buddy.
A sanity-saving big hit next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Hold it now.
This is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
He swings and drives one out toward left center field. That should be deep enough and plenty deep enough. Rodriguez back to make the catch. Tagging from third, Brandon Crawford. He'll come in to score. And Lamont Wade Jr. puts the Giants on the board.
One to Crawford is a sharp ground ball. Schmidt's got it. Off his knees, he throws, and they got him. Drive into center field. Rodriguez on the move. Rodriguez back down. Dropped it! He dropped it on the warning track. Slater had to go back. Now, the throw goes into Wong. He has no idea where to go with it. And coming in to score is Slater. It'll be an error on Rodriguez. Here it is. Swinging a little nubber off the end of the bat. Moving over is Hernandez. He can't get it. It falls and it gets behind him. And it rolls all the way down the right field line. Matos is on the move and he ends up at third.
He throws. Kelnick strikes out swinging. 99-mile-an-hour fastball ends it. The Giants win the game. They take the final game of the series. They end their losing streak.
There it is. Yeah, on a fairly quiet Wednesday night, G League basketball, some home run derby jockeying.
And what
the
was it?
Giants make the big hit by avoiding a sweep and saving our sanity with a win that ends a 4-game losing streak.
What was the attendance last night, Murph?
24,000 something.
Okay.
24,000 something.
And as I started the show with, I'm going to chalk that up to being a Monday nighter on a Wednesday. But again, it was that Tuesday, Marcus. That's what got me all messed up in the game. Got me all twisted up in the game, if I could. But no, it was. You're right. It was kind of a quiet night out there. And even with the 2 runs, like the way those runs came, a little unorthodox. And then you look at the last 2 games, a body of work, 2 runs in 18 innings. I don't know. A little more punch would be nice.
It was cold and gray. They didn't score a lot of runs. They kind of snuck out of there. But, hey, they got it. And Arizona lost, so they picked up a game in the West. Only 3 out going into an off day. Looking forward to some Gabe Kapler posts from coffee shops or burger joints. Or
he's definitely on the move
tricked
today.
Out vans.
Yeah.
Hit me with a DM.
By the way, I'm still waiting for him to crop up on Threads. All right? Everybody know about Threads that launched last night. See, by the way, Zuckerberg said he's going to wait till 1 billion threads and then start to monetize.
Hit me on Threads.
Seriously. I'm still not sure entirely the difference between Threads and Twitter, but I guess it's the shiny new object.
Yeah, but how are you going to enforce this civility? Like you're saying,
That's
like
what they're
everybody's going to be
saying. It's
nice.
a happy place.
How are you going to enforce that? It won't take long before someone takes a shot at somebody else. It's like the first,
Let me go to my Threads and see if there's any negativity going on right now.
There's definitely going to be some hostility bubbling up.
The first thing that crops up on my Threads is
you should like yell at that lady in the nightgown and just be like, "What do you call that, a teddy?" And just like stoke the flames a little bit.
Here it is. Let's see, Mark Zuckerberg. Anyway, I can't find anything juicy on Threads so far.
Shout out Threads.
Well, here's Zuck. No, Zuck. 14 minutes in a row. Zuck. Wow, 30 million signups as of this morning feels like the beginning of something special.
Now, I wonder what Elon Musk is doing right now. Is he ripping phone books up? What's his reaction to this?
Punching at air, pulling back?
Yeah, totally. Like training with a speed bag. Like, I'll show you, Zuckerberg.
Kevin Durant has tweeted out on Twitter, on Threads with the burner, come find me.
Dude, there's no question, KD. KD's already got multiple accounts set up on Threads.
And MLB on Fox says, since we're talking about Threads, which MLB team has the best uniform?
Wait, I'm sorry. Whose post was that?
This is MLB on Fox says, since we're talking Threads, which MLB team has the best uniforms? I did a typically cringy and very obscure opening thread.
Let's hear it.
What I said, because when my son, Big Deck Murphy, he's on his way down to San Diego with a van of water polo kids.
Don't do any of those polymath maneuvers.
Very sketchy
Be a good
this whole
boy.
deal here.
Be a good boy out there.
I say big. He's almost 6'4" now.
I know.
Holy moly. He said to me, Dad, get on Threads. I'm like, what's the deal? So I said, my only thought was, not to be confused with former Seattle Supersonic guard Sedale Threat.
Dude, that deserves some applause.
Thank you. That was my opening. That was my opening weave.
That's a serious pull right there, man. You get some love out of it. Yeah, no question. Respect.
Thank you very
respect.
much. All right, I got respect on that.
Yeah, totally.
Who does have the best unis? Waterboy, you going to stay at home?
You guys are tough to fight. I mean, the Yankees.
You know my answer.
I hate to say this because they are the Giants' bitter rival, and Mike Krukow will fly across like Candy Maldonado and punch me in the jaw for saying it. Kind of tough to beat the 2 Cardinals on the bat. It's a good one. It's a pretty good unit.
It's a good one. It is. It's a good one. I like the Giants' home. The Giants' traditional home and traditional roads, those are tough to beat.
You know what I love about the Yankees? They came to Oakland. They wore the grays 3 days in a row.
That's why they're
wearing the black spring training top.
Seriously, you look at the Giants on the road. Like, tell me there's a better road uni out there. Like, there are some that are as good, but that's as good of a road uni as you'll see in my mind.
I agree. All right, guys, let's get it going here. By the way, a listener just jumped me and came, and they're absolutely right.
About what?
I dropped the ball. I did not ask Estes if he stole the bat out of Woody's shed.
Oh, well, text him. Well, you should have texted.
Did. I wrote, say, hey, I'm sorry to circle back on you. Enjoyed the chat, but we want to know, was Operation Bat Thief a success at Woody's shed? Waiting for his response.
Okay, he will.
He's out swimming in the lake right now is what he's doing. Okay, guys, let's make it official. After a skid of 4 games, 6 out of 7, 8 out of 12, the Giants somehow, someway stitch it together, and Kai Correa calls MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred because the scores aren't official till they get reported. Manfred says, you, dude, I thought you lost my number. You don't even, he said, new phone, who dis? And Kai Correa said, hey, get ready, suit.
I hope he did say who dis.
We're about to go on a run.
Yeah.
So get ready. Keep this phone on. San Francisco Giants 2, Seattle Mariners 0.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man. There it is. The spatula sound makes it good. And Paulie, even though there were no home runs yesterday in the 2-0 win, can you give me a little tribute to the Major League tying Major League Baseball tying 25th save for Camilo Doval? Thank you.
All in all, it's just another save for Doval.
Come on. Well, there it is right there. Doval is tied with Jays closer Jordan Romano for the league lead, or the MLB lead. Since now anymore, when you say, like, I saw Alex Cobb's 2.91 ERA is 5th in the National League, well, what does that mean? Everybody's the same now. Everybody's rosters are the same. There's no DH in both leagues. We're playing a balanced schedule. Everybody's playing each other. Honest to goodness, guys, there's really no need for leagues anymore other than just traditional nomenclature.
Really isn't. There's no distinguishing.
Well, that's why they're saying if they expand 2 cities to 32.
Go ahead.
Nashville, whatever. Yeah. Nashville, Portland, Nashville, Charlotte, whatever.
Go ahead. You didn't say Vegas, I noticed.
Well, Vegas has the A's.
Okay, that's true.
Not an expansion team. At least we think they have the A's. You got to go read the Times of London to find that out, though. That's based on my hit with Matt Dickinson from the Times of London, who called me.
Finish your thought, though. I interrupted. My bad.
They would bring in Nashville, Charlotte, 2 towns, or Nashville, Portland, or whatever, Nashville, Salt Lake.
How do we divide that?
No. Then you go 8 divisions of 4 teams each, blow out the AL and
just one MLB.
I don't know how they do the World Series.
Well, why not keep it just like the NFL does it? They have 8 different conferences, 4 teams.
I guess you just throw a label on the AL and the NL, but you're going to blend. Like, for example, the NL West would be Giants, Dodgers, Angels, Padres.
Maybe even the A's, too.
No, A's might be with the Rockies and the...
We'll put them with the Rockies and the D-backs.
Yeah, the Rockies and the D-backs, and then one other, like Seattle.
Throw somebody else in there, sure. Give them the Mariners.
The Pacific Northwest Division, yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? So then...
I got to say, though, I'm not that
which one's
about
the AL,
that.
which one's the NL?
It was always a good... Like, I would never had the second Jim Eismeyer mention of the day, shockingly, but you never would have had those great arguments about American League, National League. Like, it's part of the way we grew up, is arguing with dudes about which league is better and which style is better, and you guys are lame because you got DHs and we played the game right. Like, it's a big, like it really was. It was like a nice distinction between the 2 styles of play. And that's what the World Series was so great before interleague. Like the Yankees, for example, would never see, the Reds or the Dodgers unless you meet on the biggest stage of them all. And then they got to adapt to the other style of play. Like, all that's gone now. Like who's going to DH, for like the National League team and all that? It
supports my buddy Timmy's theory that eventually everything turns to crap. Is what it is.
He might not be wrong, actually.
Alex Cobb doesn't, though. He went 6 shutout innings, and he is loving rookie catcher Patrick Bailey.
Patrick, I've always been very stubborn about calling my own game and not really giving much of the responsibility to the catcher, just because there's so many variables that go into it. And, I have, 4 or 5 days before the game to really study my stuff versus their hitters. And these last 2 outings, I've really given a large portion of the responsibility to Patrick. He's shown so much poise and ability to dissect a lineup and to identify what's working for the pitcher that day, what the pitcher's strengths are, and if he doesn't have that, to deviate from the scouting report, which was kind of what happened tonight. Didn't have my best split, and he was able to toss out what we talked about before the game and totally kind of reconfigure our game plan throughout the game. So it's impressive what he's done. I don't think I've been around a rookie that has his type of poise and ability on the field, and everything just seems slower to him than your average big leaguer, and especially your rookies out there.
Al Cobb with this is all the stuff
for this kid.
All the stuff they used to say about Buster. All the stuff
in
they
the
used to say
last
about
week.
Buster.
Listen to the praise this kid's got. I mean, deservedly too.
By the way, he got. Listen. I know everybody's going to deny it. Did you guys see him get drilled last night?
Yeah.
It's my belief that was intentional.
Yeah.
It's my belief that was intentional.
Back to Mike's point again.
And
here we go.
I know Kipe immediately said, well, obviously it's not intentional because they can't get in trouble by stirring it up. Nobody wants to get fined. But here's the deal.
Yes.
They knew a lefty was coming up. They knew a lefty was warming up in the pen. I know it was a 2-0 game. You don't want to load the bases, but
is this because of the stare down? And
it's my belief.
So if they're playing,
I could be wrong, but it's my belief.
See, now I got to go back to what Mike said yesterday, because Mike was essentially saying if you guys are going to play that style of ball, where you're out here looking to like take our dudes out and like drill dudes intentionally, we got to be able to come back with that. But you're not the way it's set up now.
There was no warning on this one, and Mike and Kipe said, that's not intentional. But it was a fastball. It was right off his hip, and it's going to leave a bruise for sure. Yes, it loaded the bases.
Yeah.
But they knew that the next hitter was Crawford, and they brought in a lefty or Conforto, whoever, and they retired him. Lefty.
I have to bring that up. It took us a lot, but you're right. I'm with you on this.
I think they did, because I think they were sick of Bailey's, because Bailey not only woofed at him
he was sick of their ass first.
Yeah.
He was just trying to defend his own yard. I mean, these guys are doing line dances in the infield.
Man, I couldn't believe the entire Barry Bonds run. They never defended him. There was a game, Waterboy, they played the Astros. A guy named Springer for the Astros threw at Bonds like 6 straight times.
Did he throw behind him or something too, or over his head or something?
Kept trying to hit him, kept missing him. It was like the most blatant. We're just throwing right at you.
The Giants did not answer. But even during the Bochy years, like they just don't do that. The Giants don't throw at dudes. I can't remember a time the Giants ever really did that. Even with guys like Vogie and Kane, like, can you point to one? No,
the Giants do not.
It's not part of their culture.
I don't know, man. I mean, it hurts.
I feel like that's fine. It doesn't have to be part of your culture. But when other teams are coming at you, I do feel like you've got to answer a little bit. Just let them know, like, yo, you come at us, you're going to get a little bit of payback now.
Yeah. 323 says, fastball to the butt, come on. Yeah, I do believe it. Sorry, 323. 707 says, hey, Murph, maybe you should have bought a Bailey jersey instead. I know, that's kind of the root of my entire
I'm ganging up on Murph now. Murph's the bad guy.
I sent you a picture of the Schmidt jersey.
It's a cool-ass looking jersey, if I may say. I just dropped a cool A on you.
Here's Alex Cobb. He is a ground ball pitcher, but he says he's trying for more strikeouts now.
Whenever the situations change throughout the game, if I have a very aggressive hitter up and there's a runner in scoring position, a lot of the times I'll try to get him to just roll out to the left side if it's a righty up. And so I'll try to get a two-seaman on his hands and just try to get him out quickly, take his aggressiveness and use it against him. But I think that nowadays when you have the ability to strike somebody out, you try to go for it just because it takes away all the variables that could go wrong.
Okay. I mean, listen, Alex Cobb's been great to talk to and talk ball. We'll try to get him from the road in the East Coast. Here's Gabe Kapler on Alex Cobb. This is a guy, potential all-star. I mean, just kind of was one of those guys. Giants had a bunch of near all-stars.
Yeah, right.
Estrada, Wade, Cobb, Webb, all were near all-stars. And, again, that's 9 wins in his last 10 starts and an ERA of 2.91. That's now 5th in the National League, right after I said there's no need to talk leagues. Here's Kapler on that guy, Alex Cobb.
No, it's great for him to come out and just pound the strike zone, use all of his pitches, mix them well, hit spots. I'm not sure that he was like, his stuff was like A+, it was solid, but plenty to get us through those 6 innings. And then I actually think it was an interesting decision to get him out of the game. It was mostly based on like how many pitches he's built up to since he came off the IL. He was pitching very, very well. I think he was fully in control. Sometimes we'll make decisions to leave a guy a little out there a little longer, especially if we need it from a bullpen perspective. On a day like today, going into an off day with all of our arms available, we thought it made sense to just finish it with Tay and Ty, and then ultimately get Doval back out there and let him have a cleaner outing than the last time out.
It's funny. That quote jumped out at me. It was an interesting decision to take him out. I'm like, didn't you make the decision?
That's a great call. I was picking up other nuances and subtleties there because, first of all, if I'm you couldn't ask for much more from Cobb last night, right? He gives you 6. He goes, shut up,
88 pitches. He could have kept going.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you blank and go. But even Gabe right there, reluctant to just be like, no, he was good. I wouldn't say it was A+. He was solid. That's what I usually say. I'd be like, what's it like working with Murph? I'd be like, well, he's not A+, but he's solid.
By the way, 559-707, 707, multiple people checking in saying Hunter Strickland has entered the Throwing at Hitters chat.
You guys are on it. That's a good call.
He did.
He's the one guy, though. And the Giants didn't back him when he did it.
707 says, guys, Paulie, you and I were there for Barry Zito. lobbing it.
Wow, stop.
74-mile-an-hour heater at Prince Fielder in spring
I
training.
don't even think Prince felt it.
You say 74-mile-per-hour heater?
Well, we were just kind of riffing.
Okay,
It was
I
very,
thought-
it was like, what is that, a fly landed on me?
Yeah, because that was after Fielder did the bowling pin thing. Waterboy, you were a young man at this time, but
the bowling pins.
I remember that.
the Brewers did jump on home plate and they all fell down. And Dave Righetti was not happy. And Zito had the assignment all the way the next spring. The first game was against the Brewers. What are they going to do to Fielder? What are they going to do to Fielder? What are they going to do to Fielder? And Barry tossed one up there. Bloop.
Boy, that's
bounced off him, and Fielder picked it up, looked at it, and rolled it back to the mat.
It's tough when, like, you're most... because Zito's like the last guy you want to have to, like, get a little bit of revenge with. Same with, like, Estes. They put Estes in that position where he had to throw at Clemens.
Yes,
I mean, he's not the guy you want doing that.
he missed him.
You want an angry, like, gnarly SOB. You want, like, a Vogel song up there doing it. Yeah.
You want Vogie. More Kapler on the importance of Alex Cobb now not having to pitch for a good long while.
I think it is. I think he's going to be critical for us down the stretch. And it may not be the last time we need to kind of break up the starts just a little bit. You had mentioned it before we started talking, Alex, but this is around the time that you start to think about it's the best way to get your pitchers a blow and get them as many starts as possible. So, like, striking the balance between having Cobb and Webb start as many games as possible, but also get them the rest and recovery that they need. So a lot of the discussions over the course of the next several days will be around some of that. We've already begun those discussions, but we're still in the midst of them.
Giants have discussions with Gabe Kapler there. So, but how about you said that might not be the last time they break up a start going into the second half. So maybe, they're going to need these guys. Let's see, he said down the stretch. He officially declared them in the playoffs there. We're going to need them down the stretch. Down the stretch.
And you bring up Logan Webb, who leads both the American League and National League in innings pitched.
Interesting. Yeah.
So listen, that's a little bit of the sound of the Giants saving our sanity last night.
Day off today, looking for that sweep going into the All-Star break.
707 says, did Bumgarner, you guys remember Bumgarner throwing at people?
Not really. No. Do you?
Did he throw at Puig?
Well, they had, like, run-ins, but
he
the
hit
big
him in
one,
the foot.
Yeah, that's
Remember that?
nothing. And they had a big discrepancy on the bases. Remember when? Yeah. But I can't remember Bum throwing it, dudes. Not really.
Anyway, there you go. Enjoyed the big hit. Enjoyed visiting the Giants as they get the 2-0 win over the Mariners, saving the series there.
Did Bum throw at anybody, or am I forgetting? I don't remember that he did.
It's interesting. I can't come up with it.
No.
Giants are 47-40, three games back, and avoid the 4-game losing streak here. Arizona loses to the Mets last night. Giants pick up a game.
That's it.
All right, guys, on to the cooler of content. Next on the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Rich Aurelia stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about where the Giants stand as we approach next week's All-Star break. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, Cooler of Content style on a Thursday. Paul, you got to remember it is a Thursday.
Thanks for that. I do need the help today. I do.
We had...
I had today marked down as a Tuesday on my calendar, and I'm not even exaggerating, but that's my own problem. I got Murph to help me out.
Does it make you happy that it's a Thursday?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Good.
Because tomorrow's Friday. That's a good thing. And that means that's a Reggae Friday, which is always something I look forward to. Sometimes I'm so excited for Reggae Friday, I send Marcus a request like the night before.
As opposed to the Heavenly R&B Friday, Thursday that we were getting here
Marcus, he's on fire today.
All right, you guys want a little dry Brandon Belt?
Yeah.
Dry Brandon Belt.
Yes.
So I told you guys he was in Chicago. Did I tell you that he was doing the off day in Chicago? Tell you that?
No, I don't think so.
It was funny because, we had the big successful Murphy family trip to Chicago in April. We did all the touristy things. And it was great. And then Brandon Belt's, the Jays had family trip. So Haley and his kids were in Chicago. She posted all about it. He did all the things we did. He did the 90-minute tour of the Chicago River. He visited the Bean, the Art Museum, all that stuff.
Chicago pizza?
It's funny. They didn't mention that. They did not mention that.
I'm surprised, too.
Yeah. But anyway.
Now, Murph.
Yeah?
Oh, excuse me, real quick.
Yeah.
Did she post all these updates on Threads?
Great call. Only on Threads you'll get that kind of
By the way,
coverage.
Zuck is getting loose on Threads. He just posted a picture of himself with his baby playing on the ground.
Once again, on Threads.
On Threads.
Yeah, Kevin Durant's on Threads, too, set up with multiple accounts, including a burner.
Where you see?
Not a joke.
So
he's on Threads.
Here's Dry Belt on the All-Star game and how Ohtani beat him out.
All-Star game's rigged. They put the people in there that they want in there. They don't want me in there for some reason, so I'll be sitting at home watching Shohei hitting my spot in the All-Star game. Will he do as good as me? Probably not. But that's the cards I was dealt. So I gotta live with it.
The cards I was dealt.
By the way, can I detour just for 5 seconds? I got to give Murph a little bit of love here because I'm having what you would call, I believe, what Murph would categorize this as a quote late kill. Is that what you call this?
Weird kill. Weird
kill. Okay, I'm having a weird kill moment here.
What is it?
Where it's now hitting me. The comedic genius of this line is now hitting me. Marcus played a Gabe Kapler cut. And again, sorry for the detour, but I just got to air this out because I'm laughing middle of a segment. Yeah. Marcus played this Gabe Kapler cut where he talked about taking Cobb out of the game after 6, even though he was mowing fools down. He goes, it was an interesting decision to take him out at that point. We come back and then Murph's like, yeah, but wasn't that your decision to take him out? Now he's talking about himself like he's not even in the same body.
That was very bizarre.
I found that decision very intriguing. Well, it was yours, Holmes. Anyway, weird kill. Murph, carry on.
I'm very glad you got a weird kill.
It was funny.
Is Belt's dry humor still working? 808 KNBR? Triple E says yes.
Is he less funny in a Jays uniform? No.
Maybe it's kind of new, fresh material in the Jays uniform, huh?
All-Star game's rigged.
I like that. It's the cards I was dealt. We're all dealt some cards. You know
no question.
Juan Soto faced Shohei a couple nights ago, and there was a big showdown. And he said he was going to. He does that. He likes to shuffle in the box, right? You know, I noticed did that too. Is Julio Rodriguez? I was at the Giants-Mariners game. He does a little dance in the box.
Shuffle,
yeah. He's not putting up big numbers this year, though.
No, I was surprised that he was a replacement for the All-Star game. I think it's because it's in Seattle.
In fact, if I had to compare my two experiences watching great young outfielders live from other teams, like my Acuna experience blows away my Julio Rodriguez experience.
Yeah, Julio's a great player, but I didn't see Ronald Acuna dropping any fly balls like Julio did last night.
I was trying to explain it to my little 11-year-old who's, playing some outfield for us. I'm like, see that? He took his eye off the ball at the last second.
Even in the bigs.
He's like, how did he drop that?
By the way, I was thinking about you. Here's another delayed kind of riffing point.
Weird kill.
Did you talk to your kids about the game on July 4th? Because I was actually thinking of you and being a coach and all this. With the that weird base running play they had. The rundown.
Where Bailey threw it off of his...
Well, because it looked
we didn't talk about it. I
was wondering, because, just to show them, like, even the big weird stuff happens.
Yeah, weird stuff does. We do stuff like that.
Guys are dropping balls.
And there was a recent... Do you see the double play that the Diamondbacks pulled off on, like, the Pirates or somebody? Man on first. So, infield fly rule, kids, as we all know, is only with runners on first and second. Man on first, pop up to first. And it looks like the Diamondbacks know this play. First baseman got under it, let it drop. His second baseman had run over to cover first, knowing that it was going to drop. So as soon as it hits the ground, he picks it up, throws it to first. They get the out.
Right.
And now the runner from first is hung up. They get him in a pickle timeout, double play. It's like high level now. You and your second baseman, there's a lot of moving parts. Shortstop's got to cover second. Second baseman has to cover first. First baseman has to know that this play is on. I'm going to drop it. But if you guys are on the same page, you can pull it off.
Wow.
You can pull it off.
I mean, it's smart baseball, but it's also a little bush league.
It is a little.
You don't like that?
It's a little bush league.
You don't like that kind of
It's kind of trying to take advantage of the rules there.
Yeah. A game in the system there, Waterboy.
See?
So anyway, Juan Soto said he wasn't afraid of Shohei before the game.
Shohei tomorrow, 31 homers, 3 ERA, third straight year he made it as a DH and a pitcher. I mean, what do you think about what this guy's doing?
Yeah, it's impressive, but he's going to have trouble to face this lineup tomorrow, definitely. I mean, I'm coming here to play baseball. We all know he's an impressive player, but whenever he's stepping on the mound, I won't be scared to shuffle his ass.
I won't be scared to shuffle his ass. I know Paulie heard this.
I was too distracted by Temple of the Dog.
Yeah.
Shout out to our great listener, Jamar. He used to come into our Hawaii trips with the Soundgarden shirts on. Soundgarden and Pearl Jam, of course, Marcus, making up that super group, Temple of the Dog.
Is Tony okay with those guys?
We'll have to check. I think as long as Pearl Jam is up on the pedestal for him and everybody else is going to be in trouble.
By the way, real quick, I looked it up. Juan Soto went 0 for 4 in that game against Shohei.
I won't be scared to shuffle his ass.
I know he struck out the first 2 times, too.
Yeah, and that's again that Shohei got hurt. So he went 0 for against Shohei and then didn't get a hit against the trash Angels bullpen either.
Ellie De La Cruz, man. I guess I did not know. This is a whole new thing I didn't know about baseball. That there's an electronic swing tracker you can put on the knob of a bat in spring training. And they use it for data. And it comes with a plastic cover. Ellie De La Cruz likes the plastic cover. He's the Reds rookie, of course. And so he leaves the plastic cover on. Well, Davey Martinez, the Washington National manager, always looking to exploit an edge, try to get into Ellie De La Cruz's head, calls him out and says, hey, that guy's got an electronic device on his bat. He's like, no, I don't. I just like the cover. So the big to-do goes on. MLB investigates. They say that it's okay to hit. Next at bat, he hits a 455-foot homer, points to the knob several times in the box and points to the Dave Martinez and begins his trot. Here was the incident.
Nice.
You can't do things other than pine tar, I believe, and some stickum stuff. You can't add something to your bat. It would be an altered bat.
Are they on headset right now to New York?
That is exactly what they're doing. David Bell is asking for clarification. Adrian Johnson is the crew chief.
Microphone use by umpires would be appreciated.
The penalty, if that is deemed to be an illegal bat, Ellie De La Cruz might be subject to ejection from the ballgame.
But normally when you're talking about that kind of issue with a bat, there's some level of subterfuge, right? It's something that's not clear and obvious. That's a knob that you can see from, we're practically in orbit, and we can see it from up here.
Most objects like that, tools like that, have to be approved, and it is my knowledge that has been pre-approved for him to use that on his bat.
So he already cleared it with baseball, and yet now baseball, essentially through New York and this umpiring crew, is saying he can't use it.
That's the understanding I have right now.
All right, they're trying to get into the young man's head, and he hits a 455-foot tank. Points at the knob, too. So, all right, there you go. Hey, last one. We have a breaking news here.
Give him a chime.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sean Estes has responded.
Okay, about the
to
stolen
the question
bat.
as to whether or not he got his Grand Slam bat from Woody Shed. Damn, says Sean. I did not get the bat. I asked where it was, and I could tell he was on high alert at that point.
Wow.
Scouted out the premises and figured I could swoop in late night.
Wow.
But
love this detailed response.
Woody planned ahead. Not only did he have me sleep in the main house instead of the shed, he set the shed alarm as we shut it down for the night. He says, I never had an opportunity.
Oh.
I did get some solid barbecue out of the visit, though, and took down Woody in bocce ball, which is probably the only thing I've ever beaten him at.
Nice, Sean. Great response. Let me applaud that. Taking the time for those kind of details. Once he slaps the alarm on the shed, too, that's going gangster.
The rise of Sean Estes.
Yeah, no, you ain't kidding. You know how they have like Year of the Horse, Year of the Rooster, the Chinese New Year's? This is Year of the Estes.
Do I smell a Thalberg? It's
a little early, like it is to be checking for wild card seedings, but you never know.
Okay.
You never know.
July 6th,
Yeah.
first Vegas odds has been put up. All right, guys, on we go. Hey, Ron Krutchik's going to join us. He covered the Steph Curry, Klay Thompson match. He's also covering Rose Zhang down at the U.S. Women's Open. He also has thoughts on the Warriors. He covered the Warriors playoff run, too.
You should have covered that Steph and Clay thing for like your jock blog. Get up there and walk the holes with those dudes.
Good state of my place, bro. Yeah. And then Matt Mayoko at 9:15. We're only 12,
my guest house, bro.
12 days away.
Okay.
12 days away. What's going on with Nick Bosa's contract? All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I won't be scared to shuffle his ass.
Stocks. I know very little about stocks beside the iconic bull on Wall Street. When people get into the stock market, do they imagine themselves facing off against the Wall Street bull? Does investing have the same intensity as a bullfight, or it's not that literal? Well, what do people think about stocks?
Do you know what a stock is? Yes. You invested at all in anything or no? Do you know anything about stocks?
No, but I am trying to get into it.
Not really.
No.
Buying low, selling high. Yes, basic.
I'd like to kind of learn more about it.
Stocks? I don't understand how those work.
No. I don't know a lot, but I do think I know probably more than I give myself credit for. You know more than I do. This is great.
This is Your World on Money. A stock is an investment that represents a share or partial ownership of a company, meaning that a single share of a stock means having fractional ownership of a company in proportion to the total number of shares. From the company side of things, stocks are a way to give a company capital. So you probably want to know how this affects you and how to make money. I promise we'll get there, but first, cue the history lesson.
The first modern stock trading was created in Amsterdam, when the Dutch East India Company became the first publicly traded company in 1602. The Dutch East India Company was established to take advantage of trade opportunities in the East Indies. But they had a problem. They needed a lot of money, and they didn't have it. In order to raise money for their voyages, they decided to sell stock in the company to anyone in Amsterdam who was willing to invest. In return, investors got a fractional ownership in the company and a distribution of profits if the company itself turned a profit. But what do stocks look like today?
Hello, Callie. Thank you so much for joining me here today.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So, since you're the expert, on a very basic level, because I know nothing, what are stocks?
A stock is ownership in a company that can be publicly or privately traded. Public companies can be traded on an exchange. I'm talking about the New York Stock Exchange. I'm talking about the NASDAQ or two that most people know. On the other hand, sports teams like NFL teams, for example, are private enterprises, meaning that shareholders own them, but you can't trade them on the stock market.
So on an individual level, would you say that stocks are a great way to generate personal wealth?
So first of all, nothing guarantees wealth. That being said, history over decades has shown that investing in the stock market and holding a diversified portfolio or a portfolio of a bunch of different kinds of stocks can be a compelling way to build wealth.
What is the main reason that the stock market has been such a wealth generator?
You end up making money through something that we call capital appreciation.
Pittsburgh, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pittsburgh Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The NBA has been talking about this season in-season tournament for years. They originally wanted to bring it in with the play-in tournament. During the pandemic, they decided let's just do one. But the in-season tournament this year, the Final Four will be in Vegas December 7th and 9th. And so essentially it will be baked into the regular season schedule, and then 8 teams will emerge out of that and play a tournament. You know, look at like the Maui Invitational, the old Great Alaska Shootout, where, you know, in the season you have this quick little tournament with some great teams playing each other. Doesn't equate to an NBA championship, but people get into it. It has meaning. And for the NBA, they've wanted, Adam Silver's wanted to do this for a long time, taking it from European soccer. Saturday night, Malika Andrews is hosting our show in Vegas with more details about this. But essentially, I think every team will be scheduled 80 games to start the season. And a couple teams, there's going to be 2 teams that are going to play 83 games. They're going to play that championship game. The stats, I'm told, from that last game, the championship game of the in-season tournament, those will not count on the regular season. All the rest do.
Wow. Wild.
Yeah.
You know, this was brought up right before the pandemic. And I remember it was like we were beginning to talk, and then the pandemic came, killed it off. And now Adam Silver's bringing it back, and it looks like they're moving towards trying to make this thing really happen. The NBA midseason tournament. And so the simple question is, why? Like, why?
And
like,
why? And what are the stakes? Are there any stakes?
Well, you have an NBA championship. You have a playoff. Like, we have our competitive playoff. That sates our NBA competitive Jones.
And the
right?
NBA has a great postseason. Like, it really is. I think most people love the NBA postseason. There's tons of games. It goes on for like 2 months.
In doing all the reading I can on this, it's like they said they're just trying to create more competitive elements to the calendar.
It's just to try to
to kind of
combat what the NFL is bringing to the table. But this is not enough.
Just to get you through your day with another something to watch.
But like to your original question, what are the stakes? Why are we doing this? And does anybody really care?
To incorporate more competitive elements into your life?
We always like to go to the younger generation. I use my kid as like a measuring stick sometimes about like where the interest level is. My kid has no interest in this at all. And he's an NBA head. He's like, Dad, I don't know why they're doing this or what this is about, unless there's some kind of like
first sign of James getting old.
No, I just don't think I think it's the same question.
Okay, Boomer, he's gonna hit with James.
Well,
now.
what did your kid say?
I haven't asked him yet. I'll ask him on this van trip he's on right now.
Because that's not a good sign.
He's too busy playing Immaculate Grid. You guys down with Immaculate Grid?
I don't even know what that is.
There's a brand new baseball game, Paulie, called Immaculate Grid.
Are they pumping that up?
Hopes written all over it.
Is it available on Threads? That's my follow-up question.
It's like Wordle, but sort of like. So what happens is you get 9 blank boxes in front of you, and then it's kind of hard to describe. So it's 3 by 3.
Yeah.
And there's Major League Baseball team logos and a Major League Baseball trivia stat.
Go ahead.
And you have to name. You get 9 guesses. You got to go 9 for 9 to name. So, like, say the first logo upper left is San Francisco Giants, and the first logo upper right is L.A. Dodgers. You then have to name a player who played for both the Giants and the Dodgers.
Okay.
So you'd say Juan Marichal, and you'd be a bing, you'd get a hit.
Okay.
And so that you have 9 guesses, and then the next one is like Phillies, Rays. You have to name a player who played for the Phillies and the Rays.
Nice.
And then the next grid is 200 strikeouts in a season, Rays. You have to name a player for the Rays who struck out 200. Which, by the way, Waterboy, since I just started my Immaculate Grid career today.
Yeah.
That tripped me up. I only got 7 out of 9 because I couldn't come up with a Ray with 200 plus strikeouts. I said Shane McClanahan. They said no. Can you believe that? And then I said, whoa, what am I going to do? I flailed and I went to Grin and Matty Moore.
No, he ain't giving you 200.
And only after my nerves settled did I come up with a Blake Snell.
There you go.
And I got that, but they said you did not get an Immaculate Grid. You only get 7 out of 9.
Okay.
And then was Cy Young Award winner Houston Astro. Those were one of the grids, and I had to name a Cy Young Award winner from the Houston Astros. And I said Mike Scott. And I got an upset text from my kid who's on this van trip down to San Diego.
Scott.
And he said, "Are you telling me Nolan Ryan never won a Cy Young?" And I said, "I am telling you that."
J.R. Richard didn't win one either, did he?
I don't think so.
J.R. Richard, who was like a phenom just there for a couple seasons, tragically had the health problem.
Anyway, but we digressed on that. But go
Houston
ahead.
Astros.
Well, sorry, I was going to ask: are there multiple answers for these questions? Or
Yes.
Okay, so
there's got to be.
So because like when you brought that up, my immediately thought went to James Shields. I thought that was the answer for the last Ray to strike out.
Did he strike out 200? No, it doesn't. It can be any Ray.
Any Ray who did it 200.
Well, James Shields definitely did it when he was with the Rays.
Then that would be accepted.
Go to ImmaculateGrid.com. Put it in. You're 1 for 1.
Sign me up.
You got him and Snell. That's 2.
I already gave you an Astro Cy Young Award winner, Mike Scott. You're now 2 for 2.
We're cheating. We're looking ahead. Shout out Mike Scott.
Yeah, Paulie, let me see your homework. Let me copy from you.
Totally.
Anyway, and then you had to name a Dodger with 200 plus strikeouts and a Cy Young.
Kershaw.
Yes.
Well, there's a million.
Anybody with no. I did Sandy Koufax.
Wait.
Ooh,
and it tells you how many.
It
tells you how many. The percentage of your answers. So, like, my answers tend to be very low percentage because I tend to go old guys. Like, I had to name an Astro and a Philly, and I did Joe Morgan. And, like, not many people did Joe Morgan because I'm an old head, I'm going to these old ones.
Astro and a Philly, that's a good one.
Right?
Yeah. That's not that easy, actually.
Well, you have all day. You have a day to do it.
Yeah.
They post one every night at 9 o'clock. You don't have to rush to your answers. You can sleep on them. And, of course, you don't. Of course, you could look it up. The idea is to not look it up.
Piggybacking off our earlier discussion this morning, I don't even know how this came up, but Murph and I got into it about, of all things, former players for Tampa Bay that have come to the Giants.
Well, that could be a future Immaculate Grid, by the way.
Surprisingly, there's a pretty long list. There was a lot. We came up with a lot of names.
By the way,
what do you need?
Walter is a big Walter. The producer.
That's my guy. Well, Walter's the man.
He came in with the 3 thumbs up on Immaculate Grid, and who do you think of at KNBR when you think of this person who has to name 9 obscure baseball stats?
Adam Copeland, give me the left, give me the giggle right now.
I texted Copeland.
No, not the one.
That's the Kawhi.
Oh, give me the Copes. Hey, there it is.
I texted him before I could even finish the text. He had written back to me, bro, I play it every day.
Yeah. Copes all over that.
So
By the way, I got a text from Copes at 1 in the morning. Did you guys get that one?
Yeah, we got that one, yeah.
This kid.
It was about...
You talk about taking advantage of his new schedule.
Mikey Rapp had a rant. He's like, yeah, I just want to check this out. I'm like, you sent this at 1:16, dude.
And I actually watched the Mikey Rapp rant.
How was it?
It was good. It was good, but nothing you haven't heard before.
Getting back to this NBA in-season thing.
Yeah.
Listen, the obvious reaction is to be like, this will suck. Why are we doing this?
No, it's not going to suck.
What if we took a converse angle and said, is there anything positive about this? Is there anything you would enjoy about this? Just to spice up the drudgery of the regular season.
Well, you ask your young son today. We got a high school kid perspective. I got a college kid perspective. So far, I got no real interest from my kid.
We got a 30-year-old perspective.
You got Marcus.
31-year-old.
31. I'm the back end of 30.
Shout out 624, if I could. Marcus, where are you with the whole thing?
Waterboy is well into his 30s.
Nice pull, Mark. Nice pull. But Paulie Mack, to be honest with you,
wow.
I'm kind of like your kids. This doesn't move the needle for me.
I love hoop too.
You're the target audience, buddy.
And I guess.
What if I offered you just to spice up the drudgery of the NBA?
Well, I guess so, because I'm one of those guys that jokes around saying that the NBA season doesn't even start till Christmas Day. But now on Christmas Day, you've got the NFL. So I think this is the NBA kind of counter-offer.
No question.
And they're trying to make something. And it's a ratings grab. It's a money grab.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
And how do they get the players involved? $500K per head for the winner.
It's a nice payday, too. I mean,
they'll take $500K.
Absolutely.
$500K will buy you a nice bottle service at a Vegas club.
Or at the very least, go get yourself a new ride. Go grab a new Lamborghini or something like that.
Murph.
Yeah, whatever.
Can you get a nice ride for $500K?
I would hope so.
I don't even know.
God, if you can't, then it's time to pack it in and get a bicycle.
I think most of those rides are north of $500.
Once you can't get a car for $500,000, that's when I start riding a scooter.
What is right now the? Well, there you go.
That's when I'll throw my hands up. $500,000.
What'd you say? A Lamborghini?
Yeah.
How much is it?
I just pulled that out of thin air. I'm not a car guy. I don't know. But I would imagine that costs several $100,000. My guess would be that costs $300,000-$400,000.
I'm getting an answer for you right now.
Marcus, you a car guy? I don't know.
Not really, Paul.
No, me and you, buddy.
What is the price of a new Lamborghini?
Just get me from A to B.
That's it. Give me
one
work
piece.
on time. Yeah. Make sure my car doesn't break down in Tahoe like Triple E.
Or that somebody doesn't ram it when it's parked in your driveway, like at your house.
How much does a Lamborghini cost?
Or someone runs into a pole like Murph in the parking lot.
Yeah, that too.
I don't need that.
Yeah.
Somebody says the most expensive Lamborghinis in the world are $1.6 million.
Oh, wow.
Those are the crazy ones.
So now I got to win that tournament and then borrow another share from one of my teammates.
Here's one that starts at $215. A Lamborghini Hurricane.
Okay. That's a measly $215.
$215. So you can buy a Lambo for the money you win in the play-in tournament.
Lambo.
Yeah, but the problem is all these NBA players already have Lambos.
All right.
A lot of them have Lambos. What's the difference between a Lambo and a car? Guys on the text line really distinguishes for me. Difference, is it just prestige and status? Lambo and Ferrari. The Lambos make Ferraris look like
I'm going to go ahead and say the Lambo is above the Ferrari. Is that right?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking for help.
Why don't you ask Farhan Zaidi? He joins Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50.
Does he drive a Lambo?
I don't know. All I know is that I'm going to go ahead and try to push against the common narrative. I'm going to embrace the
Murph likes the tournament. But what's the name of the tournament?
I just want to be that guy.
Is it called the Winter Classic or something?
They have
a name?
Silver Cup, because from Adam Silver. We're going to name it the Silver Cup.
Not bad.
All right. So
like the Pete Newell Challenge. Give me a name on this tournament.
All right. Yeah. We're going to play the play-in tournament for life, or the mid-season tournament for life.
In Vegas.
So, hey, it's like I said, the FA Cup in England, whatever. Ron Kreutzig of the Chronicle was at the match with Clay and Steph. He's got thoughts on the Warriors roster. He's also with Rose Zhang down at Pebble Beach, U.S. Women's Open. Fun conversation next on the Sports Leader.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Okay, thanks, Josh, for that intro. And the title that I'm using here, as opposed to what's next for health policy, is restoring trust in America's institutions, because actually that is the task at hand. That's what's next. And to do that, we have to be very clear about a few things. One is the most impactful issue in the world is the SARS-2 pandemic. And as you've heard many times from even for every speaker that's been up here. It is the...
All right, everybody. Paulie Mack saying good morning to you. Thanks for listening to Murph and Mack. My good buddy Steve Moskowitz on the line right now. And we are going to talk about a problem I think, Steve, a lot of people have in their lives, which is you just don't have the money to pay your taxes. So as I say good morning to you, Steve, what would you tell the people that are in that category?
Think about the evidence.
Don't let it ruin your life. Don't let it make you do. I'll use the formal term. The crazy.
So issue number one is knowing the facts. So first I'm going to go through the facts.
There's so many good deals around Paulie. Whether we ask the government to let you just pay part and forgive the rest, or pay in monthly installments, or forgive the penalties, or just leave you alone till you're back on your feet. Right. Or maybe the tax itself is wrong. A lot of times that's the case. And a lot of times we can combine these different things. There's so much that can be done, but don't make the mistake of sticking your head in sand, especially with all these new IRS agents. Don't let them come and do something bad to you or your business. Let us take care of you.
American leadership is in
you
serious
can go ahead
crisis.
and have a normal life.
The government and
Steve, well said, and I can guarantee the folks listening in from previous experience with Steve, you are in good hands with Steve. If that's the problem you're faced with, reach out and have a conversation. Let's let Steve fix this up for you. It's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Give Steve a call, have that dialogue with him, and then visit Steve online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Before the pandemic. So the point of this whole talk, it's not just about COVID. It's about what we know, what we should have perhaps known at the beginning of all this, and what was exposed. There is worse than a suppression of freedom of speech here. There is an unprecedented denial of fact in science, in public health policy, and that's very dangerous. As a society, we broke the social contract we have with our most precious resource, our children. And finally, the free exchange of ideas that is essential to finding truth, that is fundamental to solving every future crisis, and that is the whole linchpin of democracy, is under threat in the United States. What happened? These are the first words I said to my wife when I got off the plane, November 16th, coming back from Washington. And I sort of meant, what happened here? Because it was really a shock to me. But that was just about Washington. What happened nationally and frankly internationally was the World Health Organization started the ball rolling with a complete misstatement of the fatality risk from the virus. That you knew if you took 5 minutes to read what they said and understood how medical science works, because it was a fraction, and the denominator that they used were the people that were sick enough to seek medical attention, as opposed to the way it's really calculated, which is everyone who's infected. The computer modelers took hold of this and became front page news.
KNBR hit. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
I don't think it's so much about patience, but I go back to my time at Illinois, 17 DNPs. Mentally, that was tough. And I think you look at the guys who were drafted in the first round this year, I don't think any one of us had to go through adversity like that. And me being on a championship contender team right away, knowing that I might have to go through that is something that I've already prepared my mind for and I've already been through. But at the same time, I'm ultra confident in my ability when, Coach Kerr says it's my turn. And, I'm just a team guy who wants to win.
All right, that's your guy, Brandon Pajemski. Ron Kreuzer covered a lot of Warriors in the playoffs. Right now, he's covering something very, very cool. That's the U.S. Women's Open down at Pebble Beach, and you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Many things you can talk to Ron about. Hoops, Stephen Clay, and Rose Zhang. Probably get used to that. Ron Kreuzer of the San Francisco Chronicle, welcome back to Murph and Mack. How you doing, man?
Hey, Ron.
Good. What's going on, guys?
How's Pebble Beach?
Yeah, good question.
It's gray. It's cloudy. It's foggy.
Yeah.
But it's Pebble Beach.
That's the thing. Yeah, I'll take that at Pebble Beach.
So Pebble will give you over the course of 4 days, this is my amateur take here, you're going to get that gray, gloomy, like, darn it, I wish it was sunny. And then, boom, one day you'll wake up like Saturday.
Yep.
It'll be like gorgeous.
Yep.
Yeah. You'll be like, oh.
Yeah, we're supposed to see some sun, but it's been fine. It's been low 60s, really pleasant. The view. I mean, Murph. I've covered AT&T every year for 20 years since you bolted to radio, and it's it never gets old. The setting is just spectacular, and beyond the setting, it's obviously a really cool first for the women to play their marquee event, on this sort of historic stage.
Yeah, and tell everybody. So most hardcore sports fans know who Rose, and I'm saying her name right, Zhang. The H is silent, correct?
I think that's how she pronounces it, yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
So
I just have to spell it, Murph. Right?
I know, right? So explain, if you could, to people who Rose Zhang is, because I got a feeling that, while us hardo golf people know who she is, I think she's going to be one of these people who has a chance to burst through the wall into sort of public consciousness if things go as planned. Tell us who is Rose Zhang?
Yeah, no, it's a fair point. She's probably the most acclaimed or most successful amateur golfer ever on the women's side. I mean, she was number one in the world for, I believe, 141 weeks, which, if I'm doing my math, is almost 3 years. She was the number one amateur in the world when she came to Stanford. And then in 2 years at Stanford, she won 12 times, which broke a school record held by 3 guys, including a fellow named Tiger Woods, who some people have heard of. She kind of followed the Tiger path. She just won at every level, won remarkably often, and turned pro after 2 years at Stanford, much like Tiger did. And then, as you know, Murph, her first pro event, she goes out and wins, which is just unheard of. It hadn't happened on the women's side in more than 70 years. And then her second start is a major, the Women's PGA, and she finishes top 10. She tied for 8th and kind of had a chance in the final round. So she seems as good as hyped, which is not always the case, as you know. So she's very pleasant, very amiable, seems to handle the pressure and the expectations and the kind of stardom really well for a 20-year-old person.
The best thing, it's going to be like Tiger Woods, where it's always good for golf when Tiger won. To be honest, the best thing for women's golf would be for her to win this week on Pebble Beach.
Well, certainly be in contention, yes. Winning, I agree. What would be great for women's golf, much like any men's event, is to have 2 or 3 of the big-name players fighting it out down the stretch, right? Coming down 18 at Pebble with a chance to win, and hitting some remarkable, memorable shot. And that's, Rose would be, if you look at the 5 players you'd want in the mix, Rose would be right there because she's on this sort of vapor trail of success. She literally just won the NCAA championship 2 months ago. And now here she is, already in the top 50 in the world ranking and one of the pre-tournament favorites, no doubt.
Be really exciting to watch. Everybody should keep an eye on Pebble Beach this weekend. First time ever that the U.S. Women's Open's been held at the historic Seaside Links down there in the Monterey Peninsula, and Ron Kreutzig will be covering it for the San Francisco Chronicle. We got you also, Ron, to talk a little basketball because you did cover the Warriors all through the playoffs. And then they just immediately shipped Jordan Poole out first chance they got. I know, you guys don't get, you guys weren't in when the doors were closed, but I guess my question is, did it not surprise you that Jordan Poole got shipped out? And did you now, when you look back on what you heard and saw all through the playoff run, do you kind of put the pieces together oh, yeah, that was not working out. That was what they needed to do. That seems to be the message, huh?
Yeah, well, you could you knew going into the offseason they had to do something to ease the financial burden. And then the way Poole played during the season and particularly during the playoffs sort of made it obvious that he was the candidate, if they could get someone to take his contract, which is a massively burdensome contract, 5 years and 4 years, and $123 million guaranteed for a guy who doesn't play defense. He just doesn't play defense. And his offense had been so good the previous year and in the championship run in 22, you sort of could forgive some of the defensive problems. And they gave him this big contract. But then his first year after that contract, he kind of regresses offensively and doesn't get any better defensively. So given that and the financial crunch and they were sort of moving off this second timeline, right, with trading Wiseman, and they sort of started to realize they need to maximize and do everything they can to win now while Steph Curry is still Steph Curry. So to answer your question, no, I wasn't surprised. I guess I was, the surprise or the challenge was who could they find to take that contract, and it makes perfect sense that it's the Washington Wizards who are going to try to score and probably not play defense, and that's why the Warriors had to throw in Ryan Rollins and Patrick Baldwin and draft picks, to get the Wizards to take that big contract.
Yeah. Do you feel like the way they're currently constituted, this is the question everybody's going to ask, and you're going to write about all through the fall whenever they assign you, is this a championship roster now? You saw the Kings series. You were there. You witnessed it with your own eyes in the building. They looked young and hungry. Then you saw the Lakers with big Anthony Davis, and the Warriors had no answer for him. So we didn't even see the Nuggets. They're busy in another bracket winning the championship. So I guess the hard-edged question, Ron, is as currently constituted, can the Warriors win a championship given that landscape in the West?
Yeah, it's a tough question. The West is definitely more treacherous than it's been. And for all the reasons, the reasons you just named, and you haven't even touched on Phoenix, which has Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker, and is going to score 1 million points a night and might give up 1 million points a night. So I don't know. That's a good question on the Warriors. My immediate answer would probably be no. But you always have a chance when there's Steph, Draymond, and Clay.
Right.
And then the question becomes, can they stay healthy? I mean, how can you doubt Steph when at age 35 he gives that speech sort of challenging the young guys to put their personal agendas aside the night before Game 7, and then he goes out and scores 50. I mean, that's just that's freaking ridiculous.
Yeah, on the road, too, in a hostile environment. I mean, you remember the atmosphere in that building, Ron. It was a madhouse in there.
And I think all 18,000 people were guarding him, too. I mean, it's just crazy. So the answer to your question, Murph, is no, but with an asterisk, as long as you got Steph, you got a chance.
Yeah.
And the question is going to be, can they stay healthy? Can Clay be Clay in the playoffs? Because Clay was pretty good this season, but he wasn't in the playoffs.
No.
And the story I wrote, the night they lost and were eliminated by the Lakers was they couldn't shoot, right? Steph and Clay were not good that night.
No.
And they're too dependent on making threes. And I asked Steph in the press conference about it, and he gave a really good, candid answer about how they've got to find different ways to score. And I do think if Chris Paul can still be Chris Paul, that addresses it, because Chris Paul is one of the best at that 12 to 15-foot jumper.
Right.
And they need that to balance the threes, because the threes aren't always going to be going in.
Well, this is all very true, and Chris Paul mid-range may be the one. The other one is, I just kind of leave you, this is when you were around the team the last few months, Jonathan Kuminga's status, and I mean, actions speak louder than words, right? Kerr just didn't play him.
Not at all, really.
And there was rumors that he was one of the unhappy ones they might ship out.
Yep.
What was your sense?
Well, I think he was unhappy with his lack of playing time in the playoffs. I think the reason he didn't play in the playoffs is the cameos he got in the Sacramento series. He didn't play very good defense, and he didn't rebound. And they're playing him at the 4, and they need him to rebound. They're a small team. He's 6'7", strong, and jumps through the roof. He's got to rebound. And he wasn't doing it, and that's why they didn't play him. I'm not surprised they traded Poole instead of Kuminga for 2 reasons. One, as we talked about, the contract. But 2, Kuminga projects, and really already is, a very capable player on both sides. You don't win championships by just playing offense. And, I mean, even Steph, who's not a great defensive player, tries hard on defense and has become a solid defensive player.
Yeah, he does, right.
And in Kuminga, I think they see, and he was in the regular season, a pretty damn good defensive player a lot of times against the top offensive player on the other team. So, yeah, he was unhappy. Yeah, there's understandable rumblings about trading him. My guess is they don't trade him. My guess is he takes another step forward. I mean, he's 20 years old.
Yeah.
He's going to be really good, really good. You can say Jordan Poole he can be really good offensively and was really good, in 22. But I don't think you can say he's going to be good defensively. A good complete basketball player. And I think they hope and expect Kuminga to become that.
All right, good stuff, Ron. Hey, when does Rose Zhang tee off today?
I think like midnight. It's ridiculous how late she
Under
goes.
the stars, right.
Well, they're doing that.
Yeah, it's like they're bringing in lights at Pebble, apparently. I think she tees off literally like 2:30, so she's one of the last groups.
Is this because...
So you will not be reading about Rose in tomorrow's print edition.
Well, I've met Ron as an old Chronicle guy, not nearly as long as you, but was there for a little 4-year run. I've made the main transition to the digital, buddy. I'm going.
You got to.
I'm going
you
digital.
Got
Yep.
Absolutely.
I hate to say it, but I mean, I like folding over I'm looking at your calendar right now just to see when the women's coverage starts here, and it starts at 1:00 on Peacock with 3:00 on USA Network. And that's nice to hold in my hand, but to be honest, when I read my Krojcik playoff stories and my Krojcik U.S. Women's Open, I'm going digital, buddy.
Going tablet, right.
No, you got to. I had Sporting Green on the kitchen table every morning, and now I got the phone right next to it with the app. And,
yeah.
Because that's the reality, like the Warriors, Yes, it's not in print, but there's 6 stories online. I mean, that's just the way the world is, and I think we've all adjusted. Hopefully,
here's my last serious question for you, Ron. Are you yet available on Threads? Can I hit you up on Threads?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. Ron, this is why I'm throwing it out there. Murph, you can explain this.
Zuckerberg launched his Twitter challenge last night called Threads, and millions of people.
Murph is already cruising Threads.
I'm on it.
Kevin Durant's on Threads.
You got to do it, Ron.
Yeah.
You got to do what the kids are doing. Zuckerberg's coming after Elon with
not
a new...
a joke, by the way, Ron. This is legit.
Instagram. Yeah, and there's already 20 million or something like that. So Zuckerberg and Elon are now...
Next time we talk to Ron, he'll be on Threads.
You got to get on Threads, buddy. Got to get on Threads.
Hey, it's tough enough to be reading my paper on my phone.
I know, right? Pour yourself a bowl of cereal and grab your phone.
That's
all
it.
Right? So there you go. All right, man. Hey, enjoy the heck out. Hey, listen, it beats work, you walking around Pebble Beach, buddy.
Indeed.
Hey, Pebble and Tahoe back-to-back weeks. I'll take it.
Life is good.
You just keep riding the wave, buddy. All right? Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Ron.
Absolutely. All right, see you guys.
Ron Krojcik of the San Francisco Chronicle.
You're high on this golfer. You like her.
Well, she's the kind of... She could burst into the... she could come into the mainstream.
Yeah.
Like she's that, I mean, do you guys remember... I got to test my non-golf crowd. Ever since I lost Copes, I'm alone on an island here. Would you guys know Would you guys know who Annika Sorenstam was?
Come on, man. Come on.
Waterboy.
That's a no for me, dog.
Triple E?
Wow.
Triple E.
Even I know that name.
You know who Annika Sorenstam was? This is good.
I got to tell you, though.
This is a fun one.
He does.
Triple E says yes.
I will say yes,
Triple E,
too.
what sport did Annika Sorenstam play? Okay.
Women's tennis. No kidding. Murph, I got to tell you,
he's lying.
The only reason that I know that name, though, to be totally transparent, my favorite new word of 2023, is that it's only because Murph has mentioned her a whole bunch on the air. Like, if I was just on my own without you, I would probably not know who she was. But you've mentioned that name enough that
You remember that I stalked her.
Totally. I wasn't with you when you stalked her, though.
I thought you were.
I was not physically in the room.
Okay.
Yeah, but you were with other members of the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good stuff. Okay, guys, here's the deal. Matt Mayoko on the 49ers.
Okay, good.
Next on New Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Alex Cobb stopped the sweep yesterday against the Seattle Mariners and then hopped on the postgame show with Bill Lasky to talk all about it. So to hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Since the beginning of time, storytelling has been the medium that brings our knowledge and experiences into the present and future. Our ancestors, long before written language, shared stories through drawings and symbols. Thus, human beings' innate connection to storytelling, which shapes our understanding of the world around us. In the crowded marketplace where customers are bombarded with advertisements and information, how do you break through? The answer is storytelling. Businesses don't often take the time to tell their stories. Storytelling provides a unique opportunity for businesses to cut through the noise and form genuine connections with the public. Storytelling for your brand also has a byproduct that most companies don't realize: recruitment. Showing someone who you are and your company's culture can actually give people a desire to want to work with and for you.
You really need to try working here.
By crafting compelling narratives, businesses can tap into the emotional realm, resonating with customers on a deep and personal level. These narratives evoke emotions such as joy, empathy, and inspiration, which become intertwined with the brand's identity and go beyond a mere transaction. It's less about what you do and more about who you are. Here at Hybrid Color, this is how we think when it comes to advertising. We're an Emmy Award-winning studio that's mastered brand messaging and storytelling for our clients. We take a deep dive into exactly how to tell the world who you are. We want to know your story, and so does everyone else. They just don't know it yet. Let us help you.
Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. The Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Yeah, we had a lot of conversations and about how we make a really good team better. That's a hard thing to do. You've got guys whose contracts are up. We let $80 million walk out the door this year. 16 free agents, guys like McGlinchey and Jimmy Garoppolo. But what Kyle and I really talked about, and we talked to our staffs long and hard. You kind of do the review of the previous year and you look at it every way. Kyle does something that's tremendous. Our offensive coaches watch our defense. Our defensive coaches watch our offense. They come back, they report. Our personnel's doing the same thing. And you try to get a grasp on where can we be better. And the thing we kept coming back to is on the defensive line, albeit the number one defense in football, played a really good defensive football. It was outstanding. But we felt like we had lost a little bit of our dominance on the D-line.
We now return with Murph, Mac, and Mayoko. NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Mac Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by UCSF Health, redefining health.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we killed a couple of weeks with Maddie talking like Bend, Oregon breweries and baseball games and things like that. Now we're getting close, baby. It's July 6th. He's starting to feel it. July 18, I believe, is
right
when
around this time.
rookies.
Yeah, you start to get that kind of feel.
I remember when you were this age in like first or second week of August, you would get an SI cover with an NFL player in shorts, like running at a training camp somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It would be like Franco Harris running in shorts. Can the Steelers repeat?
Randy White, like on his ranch or something. Yeah.
So Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area's 49ers ace reporter. How are you, Matty?
Yeah.
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Good, remember those early August SI covers with a training camp photo?
Absolutely.
What do we got? Like Walter Payton maybe in a T-shirt and shirt, pads and shorts. Pads and shorts.
Tony Dorsett,
Mike Silver on the hill with Jerry Rice, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Right.
Are you doing that?
Yeah.
You doing the hill?
I have not done the hill, no. And I think at this juncture in my life, I never will.
Remember Singletary had the hill on campus.
No, we ran across the hill, Murph and I. Well, Singletary's
hill. That hill was not. I mean, that was more like a bump. That was more like a pitcher's.
It was like a sand dune, right?
Yeah. It wasn't really. No, we're talking with the Roger Craig, Jerry Rice hill. That thing is significant. It stretches on for miles.
And Jerry, of course, conquered it and conquered the world. Then he sat down and wept because he had nothing left to conquer. All right, Maddie. I guess my biggest question is Nick Bosa's contract. Like, if July 25th is veteran reporting day, does this begin to now ramp up, or is 19 days away still way too far for them to get serious?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, deadlines spur action, and, there's no real set deadline. I think that what will happen will be that if there is not an agreement reached before reporting day, he will still report. But I think that, the 49ers would not expect him to step on the field without a new contract. And I don't think that Nick Bosa would, in his representation, more likely, wouldn't expect him to step on the field without a new contract. So I think we're still in kind of the back burner stages as far as, you and I are concerned. I'm sure the 49ers, have their idea of where he should be. I'm sure that Bosa's representation has his idea of where he should be. And, I mean, I think it's a more difficult contract than probably the last three contracts they've had to do, which was a Kittle year one, Warner year two, or I shouldn't say year one, but Kittle back 3 years, Warner back 2 years, and then Deebo Samuel last year. Bosa's kind of, he's in kind of a different realm, coming off the NFL Defensive Player of the Year. So, will he be the top paid defensive player in the league? I would think so, although, the 49ers could be saying, well, Aaron Donald makes this much, so, maybe you should be a step below him. But I think it'll all get figured out. The 49ers have certainly backed themselves into a corner. I mean, they have said, he will be with the team. I guess what else could they say? But I would expect it to get done, either a day or two before the start of training camp, or maybe a day or 2 or 3 after the start of training camp.
Okay, so that's, I mean, and the good news is like there's no contention there. Like that's like, I think the days of the holdout seem to be over, Matty.
Yeah, because the new CBA, the latest CBA, has basically eliminated the holdout. So what you have now is the hold in. So a holdout is when you have a contract, which Nick Bosa has a contract signed for the upcoming season, and a renegotiation takes place. The player incurs some major penalties, financial, that cannot be absolved. The team can't just say, here's the new contract. Finally, after a month, okay, here's the new contract. Let's wipe away those fines. That doesn't happen now. So the player will comply. The player will show up. The player will, take part in everything. And then a lot of times the player will say, and kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge thing that, oh man, my that calf is not feeling good. Can't practice today, and can't practice tomorrow. And then the signing occurs, and then the calf is miraculously healed, and he's able to get out there and practice. But I would expect something pretty similar if it drags on that long, or if it takes that long for Bosa. That I would expect that he would be there. He will report on time. He'll be in all the meetings, and then if he's not signed, that you probably won't be seeing him on the practice field, which for him isn't that big of a deal because he can do his own stuff away from the practice field, which he has been doing for most of the off season. And when it's time for him to step on the field, he's ready to roll. And he's one of these guys that he doesn't need to play in the preseason games.
Right.
He shows up in shape and just ready to go.
He's been like one of the most
reliable,
wildly successful draft picks in team history.
And Matty's so right too. Like even he's just going to come ready to go. Like that's not even a question in anyone's mind. Yeah.
No, I know he's in fact. I mean, that was the funny thing that Kyle Shanahan said upon the mandatory minicamp, because they just let Bosa do his own thing.
Yep.
He gets in that Bosa lab in Fort Lauderdale and comes out, just a lean, mean, massive quad football fighting machine. And, he's a man of few words. And, Kyle's like, our conversations go something like, hey, how you doing? You're looking good. Your legs are big. How's your boat? How's the sunshine?
Totally. Yeah.
And what are you up to? And then Bosa at the very end just says, I'll be in the weight room.
Yeah.
So that's kind of their conversation.
Hey, Matty, what about, you hear stuff about quarterbacks working out with other quarterbacks, Trey Lance and Mahomes, for example, doing their workouts together. Any teammates ever go along and get involved with the Nick Bosa kind of routine and regiment and work out with him? Any other guys down there with him at any time?
You know what? I haven't heard of anybody going to Fort Lauderdale and doing that. I don't know if anything's changed this offseason. But, during the off-season program, when, most of the team is in Santa Clara, that's where Bosa and his brother and his workout guys and his dad are, they're grinding away. They have their regimen. They have their personal chefs that feed them the proper whatever. All the nuanced diet, dietary needs. But I don't think I've heard of any of his teammates going down there with him. I'm sure that would be that would be a coveted invitation if you can get that one.
You know why I bring it up, Matty? Because Murph and I were literally last segment just talking about the Jerry Rice Hill, and I remember guys used to try to run it with Jerry, and most of them would not succeed. But at least guys were like trying to get a piece of that Jerry workout. Let's try this hill thing. Yeah, it'd be cool if a couple of guys went to try and run alongside Bosa, see if they could.
Yeah, no, that would. I mean, I don't know if, is there do they have a secret quad machine down there? Or, I mean, Paulie, could we send you there and you come back looking like Nick Bosa?
I mean, I maybe throw the bar up. I don't know about any weights on the bar.
Interesting you say that, and I'm going to go down a road I probably shouldn't go down, but I would say one of my partner's unique characteristics are particularly spindly legs. Yeah. Paulie Mack, that's you, buddy.
Oh, Well, Oh, this has been documented. Yeah, no, I'm not. I mean, no newsflash here.
I didn't mean to come down your road. It's part of his charm.
It's part of the charm. It's part of my overall mystique. Yeah, yeah.
So you getting the Bosa quads is unlikely.
That's why I said maybe the bar.
It's unlikely.
With no weight, maybe the bar.
But you know what? Women like his spindly legs.
Well, listen, what can you do? We've all got our cross to bear.
Hey, Javon Kinlaw.
One piece on the Jerry Rice Hill.
Yeah.
It was actually Roger Craig who discovered the hill.
Interesting.
Roger invited Jerry
Stole
out.
it from him.
Some of the guys were running the hill.
He does say
Jerry
that.
Came out.
Yeah.
Jerry came out and couldn't make it. He disappeared for a couple of weeks.
Wow.
Next time he came out, he was ready. And then Jerry Rice became addicted to the hill. That's the story that I've heard many times from Roger Craig.
And Roger will say that, too. He will remind people that he discovered that hill. That's a great call, Matty.
Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area. Hey, so big news. Brock Purdy got nominated for an ESPY. Woohoo.
Nice.
Breakthrough Athlete of the Year. He's up against the phenom that is Caitlin Clark from Iowa women's basketball. Caitlin Clark, who may have killed off top 6 here on our show. That's a true story. But anyway, Brock Purdy, Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, who was going head-to-head with Caitlin Clark in the women's final game, and then Julio Rodriguez of the Mariners, who has none shot. Is this? I mean, will he be in L.A., you think, July 12th? That's a week from yesterday. The ESPYs will be on TV. 12. It's a week from yesterday.
I think he will take Jenna, his newly engaged his fiance with him. I think he'll be there. I think that's definitely something that he would. But Caitlin Clark, I mean, she's a juggernaut, isn't she?
Well, apparently it's Hawkeye versus Cyclone rivalry.
Oh, now I want Brock to show up.
Iowa State v. Iowa.
Yeah.
No, I think she's going to be tough to beat. But I think I know Brock was at the honors event. In fact, we were over at his house the night before. I think when he was trying out his what he was going to wear and all that stuff. So I think he's enjoying his this moment, and I mean it's not standing in the way of any of his preparation or anything. But if he's in the area, I'm not sure exactly what his time frame is. I know he was going to Florida to do some working out and working on just the rehab part of it. He's going to be spending time in Santa Clara, but I'm sure that if he can fit that into his schedule, that would be a nice event for him to take part in.
Next Wednesday, and ESPN Smart, there's nothing going on in the sports world. We'll be talking about it next Thursday, for sure, and seeing Brock too. Maddie, and that brings up, you mentioned Florida. Was there any reports, any photos, anything? Is he throwing any news on that?
Oh, he's throwing. Yeah,
nice.
No, he's definitely throwing. And I mean, I haven't heard anything recently, but I guess that's kind of good news. I mean, everything, up till, ever since the surgery on March 10th, all signs are pointing up. All arrows are pointing up. So it seemed like he was, a little bit ahead of schedule. Although they don't want him too far ahead of schedule. They just want to do what, they don't want to jump ahead of themselves and rush him or anything like that. The kind of the issue or the problem, the surgery and the internal brace for quarterback, there's not a whole lot of precedence. There's not a lot of case studies on this. So, there's very few in, relatively speaking, compared to, the full-fledged Tommy John surgery of baseball pitchers. So, there's not a whole lot of knowns about this. So every case is different. But boy, I mean, you listen to John Lynch and Dr. Kyle Shanahan and everybody around the 49ers, and they seemed very optimistic that he'll be ready to go at the start of the regular season. And, but also I should say maybe cautiously optimistic that everything is going well now. But you can't predict the future. And that's something that Brock Purdy has always, he's kind of kept his head down. And, I remember, he kind of caused a stir after the surgery when he said, well, there's no guarantee I'll be ready to play this year. And I think that was just him just deciding, I'm going to just take this one day at a time and not get too far ahead of myself.
Yeah, Maddie, before I let you go, our producer, Eric Triple E, is concerned that ESPN's power rankings on the roster strength of the NFL has the Niners 8th
looking up at the Chargers.
Behind Miami, Dallas, and the Chargers. How much concern is there in John Lynch's office that ESPN says the 49ers have the 8th deepest roster, 7 teams ahead of them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my guess is he would, if he's listening to this right now, this would be the first time he's heard of it.
Yeah, right.
And probably the last time he would actually think about it.
Yes.
No, I think they're pretty happy with where the roster is.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how organizations rank that, but I mean, I would guess that the quarterback situation would kind of take precedent. That probably the teams ahead of them. Well, you mentioned Miami, but I don't know that. Whatever you think of Tua, I guess is one thing. But, right now, let's face it, for our starting quarterback is a guy that we just spent time talking about his elbow and whether he's going to be ready. So, are there concerns with the 49ers? Fewer concerns than a lot of teams, I think, but quarterback is one of them. Let's face it. I mean, Brock Purdy was the last overall pick in the draft. He's coming off an elbow surgery. People around the country are probably wondering, was he a flash in the pan? Is what he did sustainable? 49ers believe that it is. I think if you look at it objectively, the offensive line is an area where you go, well, is it, are there a lot of proven guys on that offensive line? No. There's one guy, but beside him, not a whole lot of proven guys on the offensive line. The defensive line, they lost some people there. They did bring in Javon Hargrave, but who's going to be the defensive end who lines up opposite of Nick Bosa? So, I mean, in this salary cap era, there are no perfect teams, and the 49ers are certainly not a perfect team. But I got to believe their roster stacks up, much better than a lot of teams in the league. And are they top 10? I would think so. Are they top 5? I think you could probably make a pretty good argument for that.
All right, Maddie, it's good stuff. Next time we talk to you, we'll be bearing down, man.
Let's go, man.
Bearing down.
Getting closer.
And
getting closer all the time.
And be celebrating Brock Purdy's ESPY win.
Yeah, I want that one.
Over Caitlin Clark.
Time for Brock
is that Paulie, you're kind of focused in on that? You want this one pretty
What
bad?
the hell? You know what I mean? Brock is nominated for an award. I want him to get a little bit of recognition. It was a great story. Really was a great story last year.
No, it definitely was. I guess the one thing that I would be a little bit, skeptical about is that he did not win NFL Rookie of the Year. So that would be. But I guess the fact was it Breakout Star?
Breakthrough athlete.
Okay.
Breakthrough athlete. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess if
he
you're
broke through
if you're the final pick in the draft and you end up, doing what he did, which was helping the 49ers win 2 playoff games and not losing a game in which he took the majority of the snaps, then, I guess he probably ended up taking the majority of the snaps in that Eagles game. Let's put it this way: a quarterback who, in games in which he could actually throw a football, the 49ers did not lose.
I like that.
That's
Very
the only
good.
caveat is when he can't throw, he's not going to win.
He did throw one to McCaffrey, though.
Yeah,
what were his stats? Was he like 4 for 4 or something that day? Or what was it?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was 4 for 4. 2 for 2 after a torn UCL.
Pretty good. Post-torn UCL breakthrough athlete of the year is what he is. All right, Maddie. Look forward to the next one, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Maddie.
Okay, sounds great. And Paulie, work on those quads.
I'm on it.
Quads.
I got to beef. You know what I got to do?
They call Paulie Quadzilla.
Well, no, they don't. But you know what I should do is like Kevin Dillon on Entourage and get the calf implants.
That's
just
true.
Start sizing me up for some calf.
It's all true.
How great would that be, dude? If I just rolled in one day in shorts, with
even men. But does someone get rear end implants?
Oh, that's like commonplace now.
Oh yeah, those are popular, Murph. Yeah.
Everyone's got. Haven't you gotten your butt implants yet? I'm shocked you haven't. We all do.
I need one.
Yeah.
By the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. I almost had a very...
I think you should...
I almost had a riff.
You want to hold on to your job? Okay.
Okay, guys. Hey, Giants saved our sanity. Next on The Sports Leader.
I love it. I want a Brock.
Yeah, let's talk about the good people at Provident Credit Union. I have another great money-saving tip for you from Provident Credit Union. Yeah. Provident Credit Union wants to help you invest on your own terms. Enjoy the flexibility to choose your own investment terms with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate. Yep, for a limited time only, you can pick a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and earn a high rate of 4.5% annual percentage yield, one of the most competitive rates on the market. With Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate, you can invest on your own terms. So whether you're saving for a short-term goal or looking for a longer-term investment, their certificate offers the flexibility you need to take control of your savings. That rate's effective May 30th, 2023, limited time offer. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providentcu.org for terms and conditions.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And the pitch. Drive into center field. Rodriguez on the move. Rodriguez backed out. Dropped it! He dropped it on the warning track. Slater had to go back. Now the throw goes into Wong. He has no idea where to go with it. And coming in to score is Slater. It'll be an error on Rodriguez.
He throws. Kelnick strikes out swinging. 99-mile-an-hour fastball ends it. The Giants win the game. They take the final game of the series. They end their losing streak.
Well, that's, Waterboy doing Waterboy things here. We just talked about Jerry Rice and Roger Craig. And here he is, running up that hill. By the way, ESPN analytics guy, Seth Walder, going to join Benz and Ramirez today, 11:50. Get your analytics on. So, Paulie, this would be, you're baffled as to how this entered Waterboy's sphere because it's our
I don't remember which, cultural touchstone brought it to our attention. Yeah, it had this whole renaissance because we're talking over each other. Kate Bush had this hit way back in the day, and no one really cared about it. And then all of a sudden, I remember it was
whoa, time out. What do you mean no one really cared about it?
Did they?
Live one? Oh, absolutely. That was a mainstay of my life on the Quake. I didn't rush out and buy the record, but it was definitely heavily in the rotation.
No.
And Howard Bryant counts Kate Bush among his top 5 favorite artists of all time.
That's an insane piece of information right there.
That is absolutely true.
That is just...
But this was heavily in the back end of the high school rotation on the Quake.
Wow.
With Alex Bennett.
Yeah.
But Paulie didn't care because he was listening to Van Halen and Aerosmith.
I got to be honest. I didn't have a whole lot of Kate Bush in my house, honestly. But I just couldn't remember if it was like Lasso or if it was I knew it was
Stranger Things.
Yeah. Murph is right. It got big on Stranger Things. And then, everybody started making TikToks of themselves running up hills, Paulie.
Is that right?
Yeah, fascinating stuff.
There you go. So anyway, Giants baseball, y'all. Paulie, why don't we kind of put the wheels back on from Kate Bush to, I was trying to think of given the immaculate grid, was there a Giant, was it Matt Bush who played for the Devil Rays or something? You guys, no, never mind. Am I alone? I need Copes now. By the way, Copes is flexing. He just sent us his immaculate grid from today. This is truly Adam Copes' sweetest of spots. I mean, this is where he lives. This is where he's He's out here flexing like frickin'. Remember when Ferrigno and Schwarzenegger in Pump and Iron Park?
Yeah,
where it's just a flex off.
It's a good flex off.
Because he's coming up with. It's not just to fill out your immaculate grid. People don't know what we're talking about. There's a brand new game. I think Carlos and Benz were talking about it. It's raged last month. It's swept the baseball community. It's called Immaculate Grid. It's basically like Wordle for baseball trivia people. You have 9 empty grids, and there's a challenge to fill out the grids. Like you have to name a Tampa Bay Ray who struck out 200 or more people. Or you have to name a player who played for both the Astros and the Phillies. Yeah. This kind of stuff. And with my brain here, I got 7 out of 9. I was kind of proud. Copes just sent us a screenshot. Not only did he go 9 out of 9, but all 9 of his answers were deeply obscure because there's multiple answers.
Well, he's up till 1 a.m. doing that kind of Copes research.
And he just, by the way, he just hooked me up. Yes, thank you. Matt Bush played for the Rays. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyway, getting back to the Giants. I don't think Immaculate Grid's your game, Waterboy, huh? Are you not a trivia dude?
I don't know. If it pops up on my thread, maybe I'll play it.
Nice. If it's available in Threads.
Maybe then.
Maybe.
Guys,
I don't know.
When's Gabe going to get on Threads? That's
soon. Probably by the end of today.
I'm on Threads. I don't know what I'm doing there.
I'm going to actually make a prediction.
Hanging out.
I'm going to say the first Gabe post to Threads will be a coffee review. I'm just making that call. That's my call. So as far as the subject matter goes, it'll be a coffee-centric Threads post.
I'm quite shocked that he is not. Let's see here. No, I mean, he does have an account, but no posts. Or as it says, no threads yet.
No thread, not yet.
His bio says the track is the story. And that's obviously a hip-hop lyric from somebody. Do you guys know who?
The track is the story.
With a DM.
No, that's it. You got Hold on, let me ask him on Threads.
If you know who said it, hit him with a DM.
Hit me with a DM.
Yeah. The track is the story is from, I'm trying to get it for you here. It's, whoa. No, I can't find it. It's definitely not from Brandi Carlile, is it? Come on. No.
I think it's from Kate Bush.
Track is the story.
Yeah, I think it's a Kate Bush quote.
Track is the story. I can't find it, guys. Can't find it. Anyway, back to the Giants. Nice win last night. They saved our sanity with a 2-0 win. Alex Cobb, guys. Alex Cobb was looking good.
Innings. Yeah.
They've won 9 of his 10 starts. Nobody talks about. Nobody wears a Cobb jersey.
No.
Nobody stumps for Cobb. Nobody says, "Hey, I'm going to a Cobb start tonight."
Murph hasn't written any songs for Cobb.
Yes.
Notice I always sign that one to Murph. Yeah.
What would you do for us, Cobb song?
Now you put me on a spot. That's your assignment.
Would you do Mr. Cobb Dabalina from the Del the Funky Homo Sapien? There you go.
Well, nice pull, Murph.
I'm just,
I like that, Murph.
Mr. Cobb Dabalina.
I was going to say, me and Murph this morning, we were talking about 3-6 Mafia, some corn, and we were talking about...
I was going to do something.
If you know, you know, Murph.
Some guy sent that in on the text line. I said, it's a positive message for the
Mafia.
kids. Yes.
Murph, I think about going a little more retro. Take this Cobb and shove it.
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah. Oh, you like that? Okay, you like that.
No! Copes is, by the way, still producing our show. He says, bro, you're on it. It is the Brandi Carlile. Kapler loves her, and it is from The Track is the Story.
See?
So I looked it up and it said Brandi Carlile. I'm like, there's no way that's Kapler because he only does hip hop, like 90s hip hop.
Oh, this is a misinformed take.
You probably need to do some
yeah, there's no question he would have come at. There it is. Yeah.
All right. We heard a corn song by a kid in the cooler a few months back. Do we have that? Is that for Alex Cobb?
It's corn. Hang on, let me grab it.
No, that doesn't say Cobb. Anyway, back to Alex Cobb, 6 shutouts. And then we're calling the Tay and Ty show. Taylor and Tyler Rogers. And by the way, guys, how about Tyler Rogers in the 8th inning now has become the dude?
Pretty good.
What do you give me for Tyler Rogers in 1993's Mike Jackson coming in with a lipper? And the answer is 0 because Mike Jackson was a mean, nasty killer who threw hard cheese and hard sinkers.
And the key is that lipper,
and
too.
the lipper.
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
Tyler Rogers is coming in with this little George Carlin
buzz cut and everything. Yeah.
Baseball is an underhanded pitch.
Yeah.
Yay, And so, but he's getting outs, man.
Yeah.
How about Major League Baseball hitters not figuring out Tyler Rogers?
It's wild. Must be hard to see. Yeah,
because how much time do they want to spend in a cage mimicking that for like that one at bat they might see in the series?
And even if they get the one, they might not even get that. Yeah. That's a good call, right?
I mean, he's playing the game. He's like, you're not going to prep for me.
I'm going to keep throwing this.
Yeah.
No, because nobody's throwing that frisbee that he's throwing out there. No one's throwing rising sliders. That arm angle is just so different. It's kind of the death of the submarine pitcher until Tyler Rogers bring it back.
Yeah. And so he's now the 8th inning guy. He's the 8th inning guy. And then in comes Doval to clean up the mess that he left on Monday.
Doval's just fun to watch, man.
You're allowed to blow a save. You know what I mean? You're allowed to blow a save. But Doval got it, and so Paulie put the official stamp on it. Kai Correa called Rob Manfred because you got to report the scores. It's not official until you report. Manfred's like, new phone, who dis? You haven't called me in days, brother.
I like a good who dis.
And Kai said, stop with the riffs, suit, because we're about to go on one now. Put it in the book. San Francisco Giants 2, Seattle Mariners 0.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man.
By the way, their enthusiasm for that cheesesteak is incredible. This is some kind of good. And it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
That's my personal favorite is Flan in the background. It's just unbelievable.
And Paulie, we just mentioned him. Camilo Tranquilo.
Yeah.
Camilo, save number 25.
All in all, it's just another save for Doval.
Okay, well, until we get an Alex Cobb song, we're going to have to rely on the kid who sang about corn. Corn. What do we got here?
Well, this could be the victory song for Alex Cobb, boys.
That's not bad.
That's not bad at all. I don't know why you stopped it.
It's Cobb.
It's in the middle. It's in the middle of that groove. With the crunching sound effects.
Last summer, man, I had the distinct pleasure of being at the Minnesota State Fair. I had easily the best corn I've ever had in my entire life.
I believe that. Yeah, it just seems like that's where they would have the good corn.
What? I was standing in line with some nice people from Minnesota, and they're like, "You excited?" I said, "I am excited." I said, "You from here?" They said, "Well, of course, aren't you?" I said, "No,
I flew in for the corn.
From California.
Yeah, I'm here for the corn."
And I said to them, I said, to be honest, I thought Nebraska had this thing.
Oh, they don't want to hear that. No, you don't bring that as.
Let me tell you what.
Well, no, there's the corn Huskers.
They said, "Oh, really?" That's an uninformed take.
Really? Is that what you imagine?
That's what they said.
That's an uninformed take.
That's what they said.
You probably need to do some homework on that.
That's exactly what they said.
Boy, that was a
hell of a...
They were like,
oh, yeah.
Three.
Captain Obvious thinks it's Nebraska when in reality, Minnesota's corn runs circles around Nebraska's corn.
Boy, it was almost like he was a...
What do you like about corn?
It's cold.
Sounds like Shannon. Vocals.
Wait a minute, you know the lyrics?
He does. He knows them all.
Did you say it's nice and juicy?
It's nice and juicy. It's got the juices, Murph.
So is this now the official Alex Cobb victory song?
It might have to be.
Okay.
Oh, you guys are killing me, man.
He's not going to get a start till after the break. Keep it on ice.
But it's corn.
It's coming.
It's corn.
Anyway, guys, if you missed it, guys, late night, the Arizona Diamondbacks blew a game to the New York Mets. And it was kind of fun to watch, actually, because the kid who hit the home run, Francisco Alvarez, who's also throwing his hat in the Rookie of the Year ring. Everybody's like, oh, Corbin Carroll, oh, Pat Bailey, oh, Frankie Alvarez. Like, what about me? He hit a 2-out, 2-strike bomb to tie it up off of Chafin, the Diamondbacks closer, and was going nuts. And the Mets were jumping up and down, man. They're pounding on the rail and everything. It's the July Mets. They're undefeated. And then
the July Mets.
Chafin didn't stop there.
Mets. Wait, what do you say, Morgan?
I said it's been 5 days. The July Mets.
The Giants just got their first win in July yesterday, by the way. Not the July Giants.
They were the June Giants.
Do you hear Sean Estes just dropped that, by the way, speaking of the Giants' recent games where he goes, they've lost 4 series in a row.
Yeah.
That kind of hit me upside the head a little bit. They've lost 4 series in a row. Anyway.
So, Toronto, Mets. No, it was 3 series in a row. 3. Toronto, Mets, and Mariners.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Sean just threw another one in for posterity. Take 4. Yeah, it feels like 4.
So, they're not going to lose a series of the Rockies, right?
I'm talking sweep, dude. I want to sweep them right into the All-Star break.
This is
a team you really should be kidding aside
against the Rockies in the last 3 years.
And look at the road record again. Is what, 13 and what?
The Rockies are 13 and 30 on the road.
No, that's the thing. This is a team you need to handle at home.
I don't even think the Rockies want to come in here and win, do they? I mean, they're just kind of are the Rockies already playing out the string.
That's a misinformed take.
At 375, they have the worst record in the National League, and the only teams worse than them in baseball are the Royals and the A's. Wow. They're the 3rd worst record in baseball.
That's some tough company right there.
Hey, Chris Bryant, how's that Rocky Mountain living? You know what I mean?
Remember we did the Chris thing with the KISS logo font and everything? We tried to prop it up. It just didn't last.
Didn't really work out.
Chris. Right.
Anyway, Giants do their thing last night, pitching their way to a win. All right. I'm going to just say one more word for the 949 crowd.
What is it?
I'm sticking with Casey Schmidt and stop it.
Yeah, no, we're staying with him, of course.
Right?
Why, are they attacking you now?
Yeah.
Are you getting Schmidt blowback?
This is flashbacks to Brandon Belt in 2011.
He's a young Giant. You got to pull for this kid. There's something there.
Okay.
That's all. There's something there.
There's
Give
something
it time.
there. And not to mention the glove alone will saved a run last night on a play. There's a runner on second. There was a base hit, and he saved it. So, I mean, right there, it's a 2-1 ball game or a 1-1 ball game, whatever. So we'll take it. Brett Wisely, okay. I mean, we'll give him a chance, lefty, speed, but I want to see Schmidt get more starts there than Wisely, even against righties. even against righties. I don't want to sit there and fall back on this thing. Hey, your boy Kaler's here, ready to pod, huh?
Oh, good. Okay, he showed up. I wonder if Tony will.
He's coming with some takes.
We'll see.
Yeah, he's coming with some takes.
Yeah. He's
right.
always got takes, Kaler.
Well, and you know, are they good takes?
Well, you're going to have to listen to find out.
Here's the deal. We'll hand it over to Benz and Ramirez on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Some personalities are really bad. Like, I talk to my left quirk more than I talk. You know what's not funny and not a personality quirk? OCD. Although the term OCD is widely recognized, it's misunderstood by most people. It doesn't mean being tidy or clean. It's having obsessive fears, thoughts, and urges. You question your character, you question your safety. That's OCD. Breaking the OCD cycle takes effective treatment. Go to nocd.com to learn more.
happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
I'm on Twitter here and not on Threads, Paulie.
What will determine if you want to post something on Threads as opposed to Twitter?
Great
what
question.
will determine?
Great question.
I think I have the answer. If you want to tell somebody to go blank themselves, you do it on Twitter. And you have a nice picture of your family, you put that on Threads.
You know what, Paulie? Can I give you applause for your soundboard there? You just
nailed it. Marcus, I'm just going to observe this whole phenomenon because I'm not involved, but I predict that's what it'll be. Threads will be the friendly place.
Well, that's what they're saying. They want to keep it positive.
That's what I'm trying to figure out because Twitter was only for 240 characters, so it was small tweets. I know they've expanded that by now. Facebook was for the long posts, and people would ask about your family and high school reunions.
I thought Facebook was for bikini pictures.
No, that's more Instagram.
Seems like it is. That's okay.
Instagram, and then the bikinis come off for the OnlyFans. But there's so many different social media networks these days. I don't know what Thread is offering me, Paulie Mac. Yeah.
It's interesting. Right. My initial take was it's so similar to Twitter. What's the difference? The difference, I guess, is like Elon versus Zuck. I don't know.
Right.
Threads is going to be positive, which, by the way, good luck with that.
There's no way it's going to be positive.
Have you heard of this thing called the human race? Anybody ever heard of that?
Bro. Just go on the Threads and be like, I like the color blue, and wait for the pushback.
I was just on Twitter, and Seattle Times have a story about Shohei Ohtani. Can Mariners fans dream of him going there? So there you go. So just want to throw it out there.
Ooh, follow the Ichiro route.
Now, a little too north. I'm saying no dice.
Okay, just throwing it out there, buddy.
Yeah, I'm rejecting it.
Let's finish up, Paulie, with a quick check of as always, the
right
Cash
back.
Text
Okay,
line.
let's get into it.
People,
what they're saying.
Text me. Why don't you just text me?
Did they play that? Did you see this O'Teal tweet about?
Yeah, he's
Folsom
loving
Field?
life. I know they're on fire right now. This tour is yes. I saw the tweet.
How do you feel about Dave Matthews joining them?
Oh, I'm fine with that. They've had a relationship for a long time. Dave Matthews was opening some Dead shows when Jerry was still alive, so they go back.
Okay, so you're okay with
it's
that?
It's like a popper thing. You know what I mean? Like they kind of.
All right. Dude. Yeah. 408 says, "Hey, Paulie, Cobb rules Black Sabbath." Do you know?
Oh,
this?
He must mean like the mob rules. Yeah, good one. That's overnight Dave's favorite.
Okay,
mob rules, Cobb rules. I like that.
510 says, technically Monday night kick to the nuts was not a blown save for Doval. It was 2-2. Always scares me when closers come in during non-save situation. Never seems to end well. Isn't that interesting? It's always the weird non-save. There's something about the adrenaline or something like that.
Good call, though.
843 says, hey, guys, on terms of the Casey Schmidt slander, would Joey Votto say, we have some Schmidt talking fathers?
A little bit.
Some Schmidt talking. That's pretty good. 406 says, hey, Murph, Schmidt has not hit since you bought his jersey.
Oh, see, now it's Murph's fault. Hashtag blame Murph. Yeah.
209 says, boys, I hate this. Your sweep projections have not been very good. I guess we've called for sweeps before.
Sweep?
Yeah. 209 says, I'll ride with Murph on Schmidt. All right.
Come here, Marcus. What do you mean? You gave me the point. Which one are you referring to?
I think it was when Murph called for a sweep of the Royals.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, but you can. I think you're allowed to call for a sweep of the Rockies. They stink.
408 says, dudes, the Duvall song might be a front runner for the Murph and Mackeys.
Well, it's not even really a song. It's just like a little snippet, but I'm glad it's working.
310 says, Blitzkrieg Cobb for Paulie Mac.
Yeah.
Blitzkrieg Cobb as opposed to Blitzkrieg Bops.
Right. I think Cobb rules a little stronger. Maybe even take this Cobb and shove it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
One of the other.
But you're more of a Ramones guy than a Johnny Paycheck guy, right?
Totally.
Someone else said when you're talking flexing, why didn't you mention Joe Piscopo, dude?
Wow. Shout out Joe Piscopo. He had his day. He was funny.
Oh, that made me laugh. All right. Well, there's a little brief fidget. Oh, Jesus, 10 o'clock. We gotta go. Oh, my God. Sorry, I got caught in the...
Carlos is waiting.
Carlos and Dave
Cheers,
coming in. Paulie, see you tomorrow on a Friday. Waterboy Triple E. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
All-Star Game's rigged. It won't be a character shuffle, he's eyes.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Here it is, swinging a little number off the end of the bat. Moving over is Hernandez. He can't get it. It falls and it gets behind him, and it rolls all the way down the right field line. Matos is on the move, and he ends up at third.
No, it was great. Great for him to come out and just pound the strike zone, use all of his pitches, mix them well, hit spots. I'm not sure that he was his stuff was A+, was solid, but plenty to get us through those 6 innings. And then I actually think it was an interesting decision to get him out of the game. It was mostly based on how many pitches he's built up to since he came off the IL. He was pitching very, very well. I think he was fully in control. Sometimes we'll make decisions to leave a guy out there a little longer, especially if we need it from a bullpen perspective on a day like today, going into an off day with all of our arms available. We thought it made sense to just finish it with Tay and Ty and then ultimately get Doval back out there and let him have a cleaner outing than the last time out.
Gabe Kepler talking about a pretty good outing last night for Alex Cobb. Giants moved to 12-4 on the season and the 16 games that Alex Cobb has started. So that is the most important thing. Are you winning? Welcome to Papa and Lund on a Thursday, everybody. Dave Benz and Carlos Ramirez sitting in, keeping the seats warm, and always interesting. It's a frenetic changeover I've noticed here, Carlos. When we come in, Murph and Mac shuffle out. We come in, and the bumper music is playing. But you know what I noticed on the backside? Because on Monday when we did the show, Kerry Crowley was filling in for Tolbert and Copes, and he was remote. Yesterday was the first time that we saw the Tolbert and Copes actually come in.
We got kicked out.
And, dude, they could not have acted. They were not frenzied.
No.
They were just like, we'll let the bumper music play as long as it's going to play until Tom is ready to say what's shaking. Until he's ready to say that, the bumper music will just play on and on and on.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Not much, man.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Giants won. It's a good day whenever the Giants win. We're going to play today. For those of you who are still on the pump the brakes narrative on one Patrick Bailey, we're going to play you a sound bite that Alex Cobb gave us last night on Giants Postgame Live that will make you lift that foot off the brake pedal. You're going to lift it forever.
It was awesome. I heard it this morning. I did not see the postgame show live. Kind of a weird time yesterday, right? It was like
6:05.
Yeah, that's. Did you like that?
Listen, as long as the game just marches along and goes easily and quick, I'm all for whatever time. The earlier, honestly, the better. So I can get home early, get a good night's sleep, maybe see my kids. Wasn't the case yesterday, but I did not mind it. Yeah. I'm not a fan of it, but I don't hate it.
Well,
either.
Doing pre and post in the day and age of this new rules with Major League Baseball, and then you add in the fact that you start extra innings with a runner on second base. I think you can pretty much say goodbye to the most part for the 16-inning games.
Those are done.
I can remember one year, it might have been Memorial Day weekend. It was like a Sunday. Giants had like a 1 o'clock game. I was doing pre and post. I want to say Bill Lasky was maybe my analyst. And we were like, we were thinking we're going to get out of there by 4:30 at the latest, and it went 16 innings.
Yeah, those days are over.
And it was brutal.
It is brutal. So today we have mid-season MLB awards.
Yes.
We're going to give those out. You can chime in on the text line. You can call us to the show as well. We're going to open the phone lines. You can opine, give your take. Are we on the right path? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Are you in sync with us? Do you hate our picks? Do you love our picks? We're going also to go face-to-face, or in this case, voice-to-voice, with one of the people responsible for the horrible ranking of the rosters NFL style. We did yesterday.
Seth Walder was one of the authors of that list, and
he accepted the call, and he will be on the show with us to explain how the heck are the 49ers 8th.
He's going to be on in the 11 o'clock hour. We're also going to have Grant Brisbee on, who wrote on The Athletic about some trade ideas for the Giants. We'll get into that. We'll also talk a little bit about the state of the Giants. Now they get the Rockies coming in, a team they've dominated. So suddenly maybe you can flip the switch and go into the All-Star break feeling good as they got the day off today. And then one of the things I'm looking forward to as well with you is this is our last day together, unfortunately. I've had a lot of fun doing the show with you.
For now.
For now. Yes, hopefully.
To keep it quiet for now. We don't know what may happen.
Don't tell anybody.
In the near future.
Yeah. We're plotting. But tomorrow, you're taking tomorrow off. You're heading down to LA for some family time, which is nice for you.
Thank you.
Actually, Bip Roberts, who does some analyst work with not just NBC Sports here in he does Bay Area, California, and he's also on local TV sometimes here, and just all around great guy. He's going to come in tomorrow and do the show with me. So that'll be fun. And then
I love Bip.
Yeah, Bip's great.
I love him.
And so he'll be in. But so since for now, this is our last day together, I kind of had this thought that people, they see you on TV all the time. They know a little bit about your background, but let's go a little bit deeper. I want to know more about the path that Carlos Ramirez has had in his sports life getting here. And I figured, why not you and I should come up with what our top 5 moments are that we have either been blessed to cover or call or even just attend as a fan. You had to have been at the event in person. We're going to open this up for fans as well. And I know you've got some amazing moments. You got to share one with your dad.
Yeah.
My list is crazy when I think about some of the things that I've had a chance to be at. So, and we're going to open up the phones a little bit later as well. We want to hear from some of the listeners on some of the great moments that they've been at, whether it be here in the Bay Area or whether it's abroad, wherever.
So, full disclosure, if I were to do my actual list, my actual top 5, it maybe would be 4, maybe even 5 soccer games, because that's the sport I covered the most when I was working in Venezuela, either in Venezuela or going abroad. Like, I've been to every single South American country covering soccer. I've been to a lot of soccer games in Europe. I didn't want to go all soccer because there's also games, like I've been to Super Bowls. I've covered insanely great Niner games. So I mixed it up a bit.
Yeah, no, I think for the listeners, I think they'll appreciate that it's not all soccer, but I think they also should get a taste of some of the soccer. And I finally, you sent some clips this morning.
Oh, man.
We were both up very early, by the way. We were texting each other at I don't even know if it was even 6. I got up for some reason this morning at 5, which that does not normally happen.
So my wife, again, I wake up at 5:30 to go to the gym, and I'm texting. And my wife is like, she woke up and said, like, who are you talking to? I'm like, I'm talking to the radio people.
Jake from State Farm.
Yes. No, yes. I'm talking to Dave and Walter here. Are you upset? Really? At 5:30 in the morning? I mean, yeah, we're producing the show remotely. Show me. No,
wow.
No, she didn't say that. She didn't say that. No, she trusts me. Like, listen, I showed her the phone. Like, here's the text. Okay, say hi to the guys for me. And then she went back to bed.
Well, we didn't get the hi. We didn't get the hello. We didn't, but that part didn't get passed along.
It was a very asleep hello, but it's 5:30 in the morning. She went back to sleep. She might not even remember. Okay. She was half asleep.
By the way,
however, wide awake.
Was she
at the same time?
Was she with you for any of the events that you're going to drop for us later for your top 5?
No.
Okay.
No. Because it was 4. I was covering 4 of them, and I was with my dad in Paris for the other one.
Okay.
So she wasn't there.
Okay. Well,
sadly.
We'll want to hear from the listeners and hear what they've got. Also, we will talk a little bit of NBA today. There is a little bit of NBA news. Everybody's kind of getting ready for the unofficial start of Summer League. I know it's underway, but the big game when I like to call him V-Dub, Wembanyama, Wembanyama.
Just go Wemby.
Wemby?
The league has gone Wemby.
Wemby. Well, when Wemby steps on the court, that's when Summer League unofficially gets underway. But the big news is that they are full steam ahead with this mid-season tournament. The NBA has announced that they will play the semifinals and the finals in Vegas, so we're going to get into that. And the mind-blowing thing about that is that I'm still trying to really figure out exactly how that's going to work. But
I think they are trying to figure out how it works. I don't even know they actually have a complete grasp of what it is.
Yeah, well, there has not been an official release by the NBA on that, so all that stuff is ahead. But before we wrap up the first segment, let's talk a little bit more about last night's Giants game because Alex Cobb, we said yesterday they needed. I felt like two things needed to happen. One, they needed to get out of the first inning without giving up a run, which they did. Give up a runner, but they did not give up a run in the first. And then two, they needed Alex Cobb to eat up some innings. And both those things happened. You would have liked to have seen the offense get a little bit more than a sac fly and a run on an error. But you know what?
I'll take it.
You'll take it however you can get it, and you get the win, and you end the 4-game losing skid.
Yeah, several things. Alex Cobb needed to go deep into the game, as deep as he could, so he could relieve some of the relievers' innings so far, which have been significant. That's one thing. The not giving the lead early it's a massive storyline because so far the Giants' starting pitching hasn't been as good or crisp as we're used to seeing them be. So the fact that he was able to navigate the game without major issues was a big storyline for them. We're going to play you a soundbite. I think it's 10:30. The Alex Cobb soundbite he gave us of his relationship and trust with Patrick Bailey is such a big storyline for me going forward. I don't think it can be reported enough how and what Patrick Bailey means for the success, current and forward and future, of the San Francisco Giants. And early in the season, Dave, and pre and post game live, we talked so many times about the Giants are home run dependent. They need home runs to score. That's not this story anymore. Yesterday was a clear example of them being able to manufacture runs with a couple of walks, mistakes made by them. That fly ball by Julio Rodriguez, that's not going to happen. I promise you will not see a mistake like that by Rodriguez the rest of the season. He's a legit elite center fielder. He will not drop a ball again in that way. But the Giants took advantage of that mistake and then the walks, so they were able to craftily manufacture runs for the Giants. And that's how you win games when your offense is not, peaking. It's not at its full capacity. And again, I think the team is tired both mentally and physically. And yesterday was another another example of how the Giants are just limping into the All-Star break.
The other thing they got was finally a little bit of good luck. I mean, that Flores ball off of third base.
Right.
If that doesn't hit third base, that might have been a double play, and it might have been a different story.
That's
but they finally get a little bit of good luck, and they needed that in the worst way.
And a sac fly, again, a professional. That at bat was huge because it's lefty on lefty. It's Lamont Wade Jr. hitting third. His numbers against lefties are not good, but the fact that he was able to put the ball in play, not strike out against Tommy Malone, and get that sac fly gave Alex Cobb some breathing room. He has been really good, but the run support hasn't been there for him since he got to San Francisco. Again, yesterday was another example of him not getting quite the run support he, could get and just breathe a little easier. It was a professional grind at bat by not just Lamont Wade Jr., but the entire overall lineup. With some exceptions, Casey Schmidt is struggling.
He did have a great defensive play, though. What was
incredible.
In the fifth?
Yeah, going to his left. We saw Luis Matos kind of snap out of it, his first MLB triple. Wilmer Flores went 3 for 4. So we're seeing sparks here and there by that lineup. Today's day off is huge for the Giants to get a rest and get a breather, and then we're going to see the Rockies, and I believe they need to either sweep or at least win the series to go in with a good mood into the All-Star break.
Well, it would be nice to see a sweep. Let's get greedy. All right, we are just getting started. When we come back, we'll temporarily turn our attention to the NBA. We're going to talk about this news with the midseason tournament, and I'll try to explain it as best I can. And then we'll get back into baseball with the bottom of the hour. We'll hear from Alex Cobb on Patrick Bailey, and then Grant Brisbee will join us towards the end of the hour. We are just getting warmed up on a Thursday edition of Pop Unlocked. It's Benz and Ramirez on KNBR 680.
Vallejo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Vallejo's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Mayoko joined Murph and Mac to discuss how close the 49ers and Nick Bosa are on a contract extension. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
When I first heard this song, At Home, I thought it was one of the most beautiful songs I'd ever heard. And it was so pure and so honest.
I wrote At Home a few years ago. John called me up and was like, hey, I want to shoot something. I have this idea.
I spent a lot of time talking to John and Bree, and I wanted to incorporate a lot of the memories of their lives. The Venice 2 is incredibly versatile for different formats. With the Rialto, it's a compact camera, yet we had this magnificent sensor with the rich color, the incredible resolution.
When John called me originally with this fantastic idea to huck me out of a perfectly good airplane, he decided,
let's strap a Venice to you holding a Rialto.
And I created something to be able to do that.
What's so great about the Rialto is it's compact, and with the 40-foot cable, you're able to put it anywhere quickly. We had this sudden inspiration that we'd like to get the camera directly overhead. Looking down,
frame here.
Yes, we're able to just rig it, just in an instant. We were able to get many more shots than we would normally get in a day. It was fantastic because we were shooting in a working amusement park. We could only shut the rides down for a very short time.
Yeah, working with the Rialto, it felt like we were shooting a home movie. It was so compact, so easy to set up and tear down. We had so many moments we could shoot in such a short period of time.
One of the things we discovered, we could keep the body in a backpack to be able to jump around, yet get this amazing, rich, cinematic quality that the Sony Venice has. So really, it's an absolute game changer.
Small but epic.
I don't think we could have done it without the Sony Venice 2. It allowed us to create something that I think is really special, and I really hope you enjoy what we've done and you can feel the love that we put into it.
Calling all women. Did you know a birth control pill does not need estrogen to prevent pregnancy? Slind birth control is over 98% effective and is estrogen-free. So if you're interested in avoiding unnecessary hormones, or you have a health reason to steer clear of estrogen, it's time to say goodbye to estrogen and hello to Slind. Hello to a flexible window to catch up on a missed pill, and hello to periods on a schedule. Do not take Slind if you have kidney problems, reduced adrenal gland function, cervical cancer, or any hormone-sensitive cancer, liver disease, or unexplained vaginal bleeding. If these happen with Slind, stop and call your doctor. Before taking Slind, tell your doctor if you may be pregnant or have had blood clots, stroke, heart attack, high potassium in your blood, diabetes, or depression, which can lead to possible serious side effects. Say goodbye to estrogen and hello to Slind. Talk to your doctor about Slind today.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
The NBA has been talking about this in-season tournament for years. They originally wanted to bring it in with the play-in tournament. During the pandemic, they decided let's just do one. But the in-season tournament this year, the Final Four will be in Vegas December 7th and 9th. And so essentially it will be baked into the regular season schedule, and then 8 teams will emerge out of that and play a tournament. You know, look at like the Maui Invitational, the old Great Alaska Shootout, where, you know, in the season you have this quick little tournament with some great teams playing each other. Doesn't equate to an NBA championship, but people get into it. It has meaning. And for the NBA, Adam Silver's wanted to do this for a long time, taking it from European soccer. Right. Saturday night, Malik Andrews is hosting our show in Vegas with more details about this. But essentially, I think every team will be scheduled 80 games to start the season. And a couple teams, there's going to be 2 teams that are going to play 83 games. They're going to play that championship game. The stats, I'm told, from that last game, the championship game of the in-season tournament, those will not count on the regular season. All the rest do.
All right, to make sense of all that, Adrian Wojnarowski for ESPN breaking the news that it is indeed happening. The mid-season NBA tournament. I don't think there's actually a name for it yet. There's no official NBA release, just the report. And if it's coming from Woj, it's pretty much happening. I don't doubt that at all. But Carlos, my head is spinning on this for a number of reasons, and I am a big fan of Adam Silver. Gotten to meet Adam on a number of occasions. I've gotten to chat with him both on air and off air. He is a brilliant man. He is very open-minded about being on the forefront of, he believes if you're not evolving, you're dying. And I believe that's how you need to be. So he is trying to do new things. I know that they've had a midseason tournament with the WNBA. There's been success with that. He believes that, with international soccer, there's different tournaments during the course of a season. So that's kind of what they're trying to emulate. But how exactly it's going to work, maybe it'll make more sense once we see it happen. But basically, they're going to create 6 divisions with 5 teams apiece, and then they're going to play these games during the early part of the season. They're going to count both as regular season games and as games towards the tournament. And whoever wins the 6 divisions, they move on to a single elimination tournament along with 2 wild cards, and then they'll play 1 round, I'm assuming, on the regular home courts, and then they'll get it down to 4, and then the 4 teams go to Vegas. So it's a little bit murky exactly how it's going to work. The bigger thing is I really want to know, how do you get motivated for this? How do you get the players involved? I know that they're saying that the players are likely, reportedly, going to get $500,000 apiece if you're on the winning roster, which for the top-end players, for your Kevin Durant's and your Steph Curry's and your James Harden's of the world, I don't really think that's going to move the needle very much, but $500,000 for a guy who's on the roster as the 14th guy, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. And knowing some of these players, they may want to win it for those guys to be able to get them a bonus. But I'm just very curious to see if players are going to buy in and if fans are going to buy in.
You make great points. First of all, I'm agreeing with you 100% on the Adam Silver evaluation. I think he is the best commissioner in sports, in American sports, by a mile. I think it's him, then it's Goodell, and then the rest. Right. Garber and Manfred, whoever you want to put it. But I think it's Silver at the top, then it's Goodell, lower, significantly lower, then the rest, whoever you want to put in there. So the fact that he is on board with this gives me confidence that it's going to work, or it's a good idea. I think the NBA, and you know this better than I do with your vast experience covering the league in Minnesota and so on and so forth, I think there's an interest problem with the regular season because of load management, because of veteran players taking days off to get ready to compete in the playoffs. I think that's the main issue right now. Fans are not invested in 82. They're just waiting for 16 and see what happens. I don't know if the team wins it, they are what? I mean, if the Warriors win the tournament, they're what? What's the title? What are they winning here? Are we having a parade down Market Street? That's what I mean. If I'm a fan, I'm sitting right now. I'm going to sit in the Warriors' place. I'm going to put myself in the Warriors fans' shoes. If the Dubs win this tournament, what does that mean? Are we having a parade? Are we getting a ticket to the playoffs? What is it?
I mean, the only way that it really means much early on to me is if you also then go win the NBA championship and you're like, hey, we won all the titles we could win, I guess. But I mean, if you win this tournament and then you fall apart in the second half and end up in the play-in and don't even get into the playoffs, or even if you do get in and you lose in the first or second round, are your fans going to be like, well,
we at least won this.
Hey, we won that mid-season tournament. How about that?
That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, yay, we won the what? Question mark. Yeah, right. We're the champions of what? Do we get an extra draft pick? Do we, even if we, because let's say the Warriors end up winning, I don't know, for debate's sake, 52-30 or 62-20. Let's go nuts. If you win that title, that mid-season tournament, do you get an extra first-round pick? Do you get a lottery pick? Do you get, I don't know, salary cap benefit? What's in it?
I feel like
what am I winning here?
I feel like there needs to be something more for the fans to buy in because,
right.
But you can't. You know, I'm sitting here thinking about it. Can you be like, oh, well, you're guaranteed at least a play-in spot, but then you dilute the whole point of the play-in, which is, I think, has been great. And Adam Silver was on it with that. Now you've got teams that otherwise wouldn't be playing for much, playing for something down the stretch because they still have a chance to get in. And, oh, yeah, by the way, the Miami Heat last year played in the play-in and got all the way to the finals. So the play-in actually is proving to be beneficial and to be something. But I just don't understand, you know, again, I believe in Adam. I believe it's going to catch on, or at the very least, the NBA is going to put all their power behind it to be able to find a way to get fans invested in it. But again, the one thing I like about Adam is he's not afraid to fail. They may try this after a year and be like, you know what, it wasn't really what we thought. Let's scrap it. But they're not afraid to fail, and you can't succeed if you're not afraid to fail.
Right. That's a great point.
I mean, if you are afraid to fail.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
If it works, they'll tweak it, they'll enhance it. If it doesn't work, I think they're going to stick with it for a while and until they figure it out. And if they don't, they'll just throw it away and find something else. I think we need more information. When by we, I mean everyone who loves the NBA, and that includes the both of us and a lot of people listening to KNBR right now. I think we need more information. I think the fan needs to know, why am I investing either streaming money or TV time, or why am I buying burgers and grilling on my backyard and getting beers to watch these games? Why am I broadcasting these games? I mean, everyone is in the dark. I think it's a heck of a tease. Everyone is talking about it like you and I are, not knowing anything about it. So I think once Saturday comes, and that's when the NBA will make its big announcement on ESPN, and once we know all the details, we'll be able to chew on it and say, okay, now I see it, or I don't see it. I don't understand it. It's dumb, or yeah, you know what? It sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, the 408, stop overthinking the tournament. It's just something kind of fun. It works in Europe. Well, we'll see.
Well, yeah, soccer works in Europe, but not here.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to work. I'm saying we need more information. I'm not a fan of compete for compete's sake. What am I winning? What are the fans investing their emotions on? Winning what? Again, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying I don't know.
Right. What is... Are you going to... I want to know, 808 KNBR in the text line, if the Warriors were to win a midseason tournament, would you buy a T-shirt? Would you buy a...
Are we having a parade?
We're tournament champs. I don't think there's going to be a parade. No parade.
But why not? I mean, they're champs of something. A mini parade?
There's no parade.
a Zoom parade. Are we having a FaceTime parade?
I think they'll bring the trophy and set it up in the, in the concourse.
Like for TV purposes. We at NBC Sports Bay Area, we have the TV rights. How does that work?
Oh, I can pretty much guarantee you the Vegas games, semifinals and finals, those will be national TV exclusives.
Absolutely.
That first round, when they start the single elimination, technically, I think it still counts as a regular season game, so I would think probably NBC Sports Bay Area would have the Warriors, unless that also happens to be a TNT exclusive.
I get they're replacing regular season games with the games on this tournament. They count towards the regular season. I get that. But again, my big question mark is, what are they winning?
Yeah. Well, we'll find out Saturday. So that's what we want to know. And the 916 is saying December is too early to do it. Well, that's the other thing, right? December, I think that's kind of the reason the NBA is going here as well, right? I mean, in a lot of ways, the unofficial start to the NBA season is looked at as Christmas. And until that point, you're competing with the NFL. You're competing with college football and bowl games.
MLB playoffs.
MLB playoffs go now into November.
Mm-hmm.
So that overlaps the beginning of the NBA season. And then, you also have, I'm drawing a blank. There was one other thing that popped in my mind. But the bottom line is it's a crowded field. So the NBA is trying to see, can they get a little bit of a share back and get a little bit of interest prior to December 25th and have a chance to get people on board. So we'll find out. We'll find out more on Saturday, but I just wanted to do a wax on that. I will do one other final thought on this. There's a good friend of mine who knows the NBA inside and out up in Minneapolis, and he's an analytics guy like you. You would love him. And I called him today, and I'm like, can you explain this to me? And he's like, dude, I asked him if he wanted to come on, and he's like, I really am at a loss trying to figure it out myself. So that's not a good topic for me. So TBD on all that. But the bottom line is we appreciate that the NBA is trying to be innovative, and we'll find out whether or not it works. Going to get back to baseball on the other side of this break. You were talking on Giants Postgame Live with Alex Cobb last night, and he had some very great things to say about one Patrick Bailey. We'll hear those comments, and we'll wax poetic on it coming up after this timeout. You're listening to Benson Ramirez in for Papa and Lund on KNBR 680.
If I'm drifting, say
proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Patrick, I've always been very stubborn about calling my own game and not really giving much of the responsibility to the catcher just because there's so many variables that go into it. And I have 4 or 5 days before the game to really study my stuff versus their hitters. And these last 2 outings, I've really given a large portion of the responsibility to Patrick. He's shown so much poise and ability to dissect a lineup and to identify what's working for the pitcher that day, what the pitcher's strengths are. And if he doesn't have that, to deviate from the scouting report, which was kind of what happened tonight. Didn't have my best split, and he was able to toss out what we talked about before the game and totally kind of reconfigure our game plan throughout the game. So it's impressive what he's done. I don't think I've been around a rookie that has his type of poise and ability on the field, and everything just seems slower to him than your average big leaguer, and especially your rookies out there.
That is Alex Cobb on NBC Sports Bay Area Postgame Live talking to one Carlos Ramirez last night about Patrick Bailey, and you handled the interview, so I'm guessing you were not surprised at all to hear the comments from Alex Cobb.
No. Yeah, I asked the question yesterday on Postgame Live because since PitchCom came around, every pitcher has the opportunity to decide whether they want to call their own game or not. And I've spoken with this to Cobb several times over the season. He is adamant that he wants to call his own game. And especially this season, because over the winter, he went to Driveline and worked on a new slider. He was a 3-pitch guy. It was sinker, splitter, and now the slider, right? But it was mainly, and the knuckle curve. So it was curve, sinker, splitter. But this season he brought up the slider, which is basically it's the same grip as the sinker, but he moves the place in the baseball where he grabs the baseball. So it's the same grip, but on a different part of the baseball, if that makes sense.
Right, different spin, it'll act different.
Right. So he is very adamant that he wants to call his own game. And he can do that now easily with PitchCom. He just pushes a button, and whoever is behind the dish just catches the baseball. He's not going to – no catcher is going to wave off, a pitcher. If he wants to throw a fastball, he'll throw a fastball. And the level of preparation that a 35-year-old veteran has, like Alex Cobb, and now bringing in a new pitch to his repertoire like the slider is not insignificant. So for him – to acknowledge that he has relinquished over the past 2 starts game calling duties to a 24-year-old rookie, because he is not just as prepared as he is to call the game, but that he has the wherewithal, he has the instincts to change the game plan once the game starts, because whether the guy doesn't have his best stuff. Yesterday, Alex said it. The splitter wasn't working for him. So Patrick Bailey deviates from the original plan and changes within the game to adjust to what's best working for Cobb, which yesterday was the sinker. The 2-seamer was filthy yesterday. He had 15 called strikes with the sinker. They were not seeing that sinker at all. Seattle was. So, again, we're talking about a guy who is 35 years old, who has been in the league over a decade. And he is telling us, fans, media alike, I am trusting this rookie to take over my preparation, because by the way, Bailey has to prep for every single game. So he is doing 3 or 4 times the job that Cobb is. Cobb just pitches today, and he can relax now and focus on his next start, right? So he can just watch tape, go back and watch his own start, chart, do whatever he wants to do, focusing on one team. Bailey has to think about the next game and the game after that and the game after that, and thinking about hitting both sides of the plate. The brains on Patrick Bailey are elite. And again, when I say I see Buster Posey traits or Pudge Rodriguez, like Buck Showalter said, This is what I'm talking about. I'm not saying he's Buster. No one's Buster. I am saying the things that made Buster great, or Pudge, or Yadier Molina, this kid has it. And this is not going anywhere, Dave. A catcher does not just lose that work ethic or brains or qualities it doesn't go away. It gets better with time.
Well, and the other thing is, you mentioned it, right? He's preparing for every game, and he's in there for every game. So he's been behind the plate when each one of those hitters has been up earlier in the series. He's seen how they've attacked pitchers and kind of what they've been looking for. Now, granted, everybody's making adjustments all the time between at-bats, between pitches, between games, but you could start to maybe notice some patterns that you might not pick up just looking at video. And then you're also, oh yeah, by the way, you're there with the ump. You're in that circle where you kind of get a feel for maybe how the ump is calling things. And maybe we can get away with maybe going a little bit outside and down here, and we might get a call. I might be able to frame it. It's those little idiosyncrasies that maybe just might make a difference in a game that's razor thin between winning and losing. And when you've got a rookie who has mastered that and is able to bring that to the table and be able to win over the confidence of the pitchers that are on the hill, that is absolutely huge. So that is huge for Alex Cobb to say, I'm going to put my trust in him. And it's when it pays dividends, it just makes it all that much more rewarding.
Listen, I don't understand when fans or media, and everyone's entitled to their own opinion, and I respect it. What I do not understand is if when a sports town has been craving, like San Francisco has with their Giants for over a decade, when they're craving the next big thing, the next big player from their farm system to arrive, and that player does arrive, embrace it. Like, don't shy away from it. Don't pump the brakes. I'm not saying he's a Hall of Famer. He might be, he might not be. But just throw yourself at the mercy of, or the love that this kid is. He is a baseball player in every extension of the word. He is an elite baseball player at 24 years old. I mean, I'm lost of words because he continues to do things that, again, will not go away. That trait just doesn't disappear. It's not like it's not. We're not talking about the fastball for a guy who might lose it when he's 34, 35. It's not that. It's the brain. How do you lose that? I mean, he's not going to all of a sudden lose baseball IQ, right?
No, he's going to get more.
Exactly right. Exactly. Thank you. Like we've seen, maybe physical tools will diminish with time. Like Yadier Molina happened to him. It's a physically demanding position, perhaps the most physically demanding, or one of the most in all sports, right? With D lineman, linebacker, whatever. But squatting there every single day, hitting switch every single day, that takes a toll on you. And he's been catching since he's 10 years old? That might fade with time, and it'll diminish. But the brain will not.
Well, enjoy it right now because, he's you can pencil him in for being their mainstay for quite a while. And it's funny to think about, right, where the team was when they hit camp in Arizona. I mean, everybody still kind of thought maybe Joey Bart still had a chance to be the guy there, but nobody's talking about Joey Bart anymore.
Let me tell you, that's a great point. Let me tell you something. On Pregame Live, we did the preseason show on NBC Sports Bay Area, and we went off the Fangraphs predictions for the season, and they had the Giants catching core as the 27th best in baseball, or what's the same, the 4th worst catching situation in baseball. And when we started the season, we were all asking, what are the Giants going to do with the catching situation? Because Joey Bart needs to take a step up. Roberto Perez just got here, and he's a veteran. He's a Gold Glove winner, but he's been hurt. We don't know what that looks like. I still remember the fear in fans when Roberto Perez went down with an injury. No one even remembers Roberto Perez at this point. No one even cares. I mean, he's recovering, and hopefully we'll see him soon, but it's not even a point of discussion now. No one is worrying about the Giants' catching situation anymore. if Joey Bart gets traded, no one cares. No one's saying like, no, oh my God, what are we going to do with that? No, trade him. Fine, we got this kid now.
Well, and we're going to have Grant Brisbee on next segment, and he's going to talk a little bit about Giants and what they could be looking at for trades. He wrote a piece on The Athletic about, hey, you might suddenly be moving up your priority. Not only do you need another starter, but you probably need an infielder as well with Tyro being out. But is Joey Bart, does he still have trade value?
I think so. I mean, if you go on Baseball Savant, and again, the sample size is not that big, but if you go on Baseball Savant today, which is one of the elite baseball stats websites, Joey Bart is number one right now in catching framing percentage. That means when he was playing in the big leagues, was the best framing catcher in baseball. I would remove him now of the equation because he hasn't caught in the big leagues in over a month. But right now, Patrick Bailey is number two. But at least you have that good number with Joey Bart's defense, which was, kind of suspect to begin with, not anymore. And he is hitting really well as of late with Sacramento. So I think his straight stock is up to what it was last season. I don't know if any teams would go out and maybe. I think they're teams that are catcher needy. You always need a good hitting catcher. He is that. So I think his stock is risen this season for sure.
Well, we'll find out. We're going to have Grant Brisbee on the other side of this timeout from The Athletic. He'll break it down for us, what he thinks. We'll ask him if Joey Bart is somebody the Giants might be trying to hang out to try and pick up a little bit of help as they try to make the stretch run. And we'll also get his thoughts on the state of the Giants as they get ready to head into the All-Star break. That is coming up on the other side of this break. You are listening to Benz and Ramirez in for Papa and Lund here on KNBR 680.
Moses, come on in, man.
Whoa. Today is a special day with the friends that I met in Korea, and we are going to have a Korean homemade food party. It's been a while, guys, and thank you so much for coming with all of those delicious foods today.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yeah, I love today's concept, and I had so much fun preparing food for today.
So let's see what we got here. Okay, so why don't we try my dish first? This is something that you can really enjoy because it's both crispy and soft at the same time. I brought kimchi-jeon.
Wow! Kimchi-jeon and makgeolli?
Exactly, that's the perfect combination for it. Okay, let's try it.
Yeah, it looks so good.
Yes.
Wow, oh my god.
Oh!
We have some makgeolli.
Thank you. Looks so good.
I love how tangy and how crunchy it is.
Kimchi gives a spicy kick, and it cuts through the greasiness.
So tell me, why did you choose this food?
Well, I love all kinds of dishes with kimchi, and kimchi-jeon has this crispy edge and savory taste, and I just thought that I wanted to share it with you guys. And also, kimchi-jeon is the perfect party food because we can share it in pieces just like a pizza.
So how did you make it?
Actually, it's very easy to make. You just need the all-food kimchi-jeon kit and some water.
Really?
Yeah. And the kimchi which is inside the package is actually from Chonga, which maybe you know, it's the #1 kimchi brand in Korea.
I heard of them, yeah.
Yeah, and you can even add some vegetables to your taste.
No wonder it's so good.
Yeah, right. It's a batter with real kimchi in it. Yes. It sounds very easy to make. Yes, it is. The only thing you have to add is water and then just mix it. And also, if you want to use a little bit more kimchi, you can use Chonga sliced kimchi products. I also added a little bit of onions and green chives.
I can see the green chives.
Yeah, it looks even good.
Yeah. And actually the most important part is to prevent the kimchi-jeon from burning, you have to put the mixed ingredients into a pan and then cook it slowly over medium heat. Wow.
Professional.
Yeah, that's the secret. Just flip it over on both sides and it's done.
Did you know that jeon is usually eaten on rainy days because the sound of the pan frying sounds like raindrops?
That's so sentimental, isn't it?
Guys, when are we having makgeolli?
Oh, right.
Okay, now's the time. Okay.
Cheers,
guys. Thank you for coming.
It
Okay,
suits
yeah.
very well.
Yeah,
It's
prepared.
perfect.
So prepared.
Perfect.
With all food products, make your own kimchijeon at home. The second food that caught our attention was
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He throws. Kelnick strikes out swinging. 99-mile-an-hour fastball ends it. The Giants win the game. They take the final game of the series. They end their losing streak.
Well, that was a pretty good finish. Duvall coming in, got 3 outs in the ninth to close out the game. The Giants end their 4-game losing skid, and suddenly everything feels like it is back in order at the corner of third and King. Papa and Lund continued their vacation. Dave Benz and Carlos Ramirez sitting in, and we're happy to welcome in Grant Brisbee, who covers the Giants for The Athletic and has been writing about the Giants since 2003. Grant, thanks for taking the time with us today. Before we get into talking about trades and everything you wrote about, just how good should Giants fans feel right now that losing skid's finally over?
Yeah, it was a little bit of an adjustment after that. You just thought the Giants were never going to lose again. There was, when you're in a 10-game winning streak, everything's just coming up gravy. But, you know, those things started to happen that weren't happening during the losing streak, where you're talking about Camilo Doval has an off day, and that leads to a blow-up inning in the 9th inning. And Tyler Rogers has an outing where all the balls find holes. That wasn't happening the month before. So, you know, those sort of things happen. It is baseball. Baseball can get you. And so the Giants figured that out. But getting back on the winning side should probably make Giants fans feel pretty good.
Hey, Grant, let's talk about Giants and trade deadline acquisitions or targets. Where do you see the Giants looking at? Who? Where? Why?
It's, you know, for a while I was just totally on the starting pitcher or bust. And the tricky part about that is the Giants have, 10 maybe candidates to start a game at any given time. Right now they have 4 in the bullpen, which you're talking about Manaea, Junis, Beck, Stripling. They can find starts. They can get starts from a lot of different sources. They can also pull the Kyle Harrison lever. They can get some maybe Mason Black from the minor leagues. They have a lot of different ways they can go just to get innings. And that's different from a team like the Reds, who are just scrambling to get innings. They are doing a lot of good things offensively, but they're scrambling to get Luke Weaver some innings and stuff like that. That's just not working out. So the Giants are in a much different spot than most teams when they're looking for starting pitchers. The problem there is that you have to make sure that the pitcher you're acquiring, the pitcher that you are spending prospect capital on, is going to be better than what you're expecting from Ross Stripling. It's going to be better than what you're expecting from Alex Wood or Sean Manaea. And there aren't a ton of guys like that out there right now. You might look at the Pirates. I'm sure they're going to ask for a king's ransom for Mitch Keller. You're looking at the White Sox, who are falling further and further back in the Central. Maybe they're going to trade Lucas Giolito, someone like that. But the problem is that everyone's going to be looking for those. You're talking the Reds, you're talking the Dodgers, you're talking a ton of competition. And it might be that the Giants just have to back off and say, we're comfortable with Keaton Winn. We're comfortable with Manaea. We think that we've got the arms going forward. So now I think they're moving on to middle infield help, a right-handed infielder, someone like Tim Anderson. Maybe they think they can fix him. He's having a miserable year in Chicago, but he's been good and electric in the past. But it's really, really a seller's market, and it's going to be tough to find that perfect fit.
Do you get the sense that Farhan and the Giants front office, would they be willing to make a big deal? I know you mentioned in your article, for some of these guys, it might take a Kyle Harrison. I mean, that would be kind of nuclear for the Giants to put him on the table. But, is it out of the realm of possibilities that the front office feels like, hey, we're close enough that let's swing for the fences? Or do you think that whatever they're going to do is ended up going to be, just kind of a middling kind of deal?
It's probably going to be a middling kind of deal. I mean, if you're talking Harrison and Marco Luciano, that's the Brewers saying, you know what, we're reading the tea leaves, and we're not going to win much this year. Corbin Burns is available, everybody. Corbin Burns. Then you might have the Giants go, oh, okay, we're going to readjust, and we're going to figure out how we're going to attack this deadline. But for the most part, I really do think it's going to be another arm, perhaps, but it has to be the right deal for him. It has to be someone that they feel comfortable can be more of an Alex Cobb than an Alex Wood, because they want someone who can take the ball and give them 6 innings, 7 innings, and give that bullpen a little bit of a rest, rather than another of those guys you don't want to show off a third time through the order, someone like an Alex Wood or a Manaea or a Stripling. They have those guys. So it would have to be a definite upgrade, but they're going to be competing with 15 other teams also looking for a starter. So I would temper expectations for this deadline as far as like the big splashy moves.
Grant Brisbee joining us in the show here. Papa and Lund, Benson Ramirez filling in for them today. Grant, is Shohei Ohtani a fantasy in the trade deadline?
Who? What was that name again?
Shohei, maybe you've heard of him. This Japanese player, really good. Shohei Ohtani. Does it ring a bell?
I just Googled him. Man, this guy sounds outstanding.
Yeah. Now I would put Kyle Harrison on the table for him.
I would put my mother, not my kids, my mom. Sure.
We'll throw in Lucille into the deal. Does that do anything?
Is that realistic as a trade target for the Giants or anyone for that matter?
No, I would think. Listen, if the Angels trade Ohtani, they are not that out of it. They're 4 games out in the wild card standings, and I just think that if you have Ohtani, and I know that Trout's out with a broken hamate bone, but if you have Ohtani, man, you gotta squeeze every last ounce of baseball out of him that you can before you let him go, because that is a very, very special baseball experience. Whether you are contending or not, whether you are contending for a World Series or not, you have Shohei Ohtani. I can't imagine the package that would make me feel good enough where I could turn around to the fans and say, I know that we're out of it now. We're not going to contend now. We've given away the best baseball talent the sport might have ever seen. But, hey, look at these prospects. One of these days they might be 20% as good as Ohtani. That's a tough sell.
Well, what about losing him for nothing?
That's the risk that you got to take insofar as you have one of the most special baseball talents right now. You can get, the compensatory draft pick after the end. I don't know what you can get. If you can get a Juan Soto package for 3 months of Ohtani, I know that he's special. I know that he can give you different dimensions on 2 different sides of the ball going into a postseason run. But I don't know if the Angels I don't know what the Giants could give up. I don't know what other teams would give up. I don't know what the Angels would be looking for. I would be pretty shocked to see Ohtani traded.
Okay, if we're gonna go big, obviously Ohtani is the biggest catch you could possibly get. But how about Max Scherzer? Reports he'd be willing to waive his no trade clause. Is he somebody the Giants could get in the running for?
Yeah, that actually does fascinate me because Scherzer is. He's not having a typical Max Scherzer year, but you can still see that he can help a team. He can miss bats. He can do a lot of things right. The tricky part there is the Giants are surprisingly close to the luxury tax threshold, and he's making a lot of money. He's making a $43 million with a $43 million player option, I think. That's a huge chunk. But the Giants are in an interesting spot where they have guys like Alex Wood, like Anthony DeSclafani, who maybe don't have value on the field for a Mets team that's performing like they are right now, but can match up with some of those contracts and soften that blow a little bit. The Mets can take on some money. They can save some money with Scherzer, but they can also kind of even up the scales a little bit. So I think that makes a ton of sense. I also think that Verlander makes a ton of sense for the Giants. That is the kind of pitcher that they're looking for, someone that is a clear difference maker, someone who can get the ball into the 6th inning, 7th inning, someone who is not just some guy that can be interchangeable with everyone else in the bullpen.
Right. Grant Brisbee from The Athletic joining us in the show here. Papa and Lund, Benson Ramirez filling in for them today. There's a text that says, over the text line, 510 says, the Giants don't have the pieces to acquire Ohtani. I disagree. I severely disagree. I mean, they have Harrison, they have Wisenhunt, they have Luciano, they have Fitzgerald, they have Mason Black, they have Reggie Crawford. I mean, the farm system this season has exploded for the Giants.
Yeah, it's been a heck of a year for the farm system. I mean, there's a lot more good news than bad news coming out of the farm. It would be surprising to see if the Angels got a better package than, say, Harrison, Matos, Luciano.
There you go.
And Wisenhunt. You know what I mean? Like, I think
it
would be surprising if the Angels got more prospect value than that from another team.
Exactly.
I mean, you're talking Shohei Ohtani, but I wouldn't necessarily write the Giants off. I mean, you've got guys who are in the major leagues performing right now, like Heat and Wynn. You've got pieces there. I think to be competitive, maybe it's not going to be the best of the best offers, but I would be surprised if they weren't competitive.
With Grant Brisbee, covers the Giants for The Athletic. And Grant, we were talking earlier in the show a little bit about Joey Bart. And, now that Patrick Bailey has really kind of cemented himself into that position as the Giants' everyday catcher, Joey Bart, does he still have trade value? Or is he, and is he somebody they would throw into a deal? Is he somebody that teams are still interested in?
It's funny. This is exactly what I'm writing about right now. I still think that he's got value to the Giants. I don't think that's just throwing. I think he has some trade value. I think he hasn't ruined his reputation around the league or anything like that. But I think his biggest value is to the Giants in the future. There's a couple of different reasons. I mean, right, he's hot in Sacramento right now. He's working with their hitting coach, Damon Minor, and they're cleaning up a few things, and he's hitting the ball for power. He was getting a squatty is the way it was described, that he was getting almost in a two-strike approach when it was 2-0. And they're working on him on a little bit more aggressiveness, finding that right balance. But just the idea of a catcher who can give you anything at the plate. We're long past thinking of Joey Bart as a potential all-star, but as a complement to Patrick Bailey, as someone who can give you competitive at-bats and solid defense on the days when Bailey isn't in the lineup, that has value. That has a ton of value. I'm not sold on Blake Sable as a backup catcher for 30, 40 games every season. I think Bart can still have value for this team, and they're working toward that. I don't see, unless it's like a prospect for prospect kind of challenge trade, like what you saw with Solomon Torres for Sean Estes, where you've got these dinged up prospects and you're just making a challenge trade with another team. I don't see a trade with Joey Bart making a ton of sense.
Grant, with the mess that the Cardinals have with the Wilson Contreras situation, would Bart be in play for like a Jordan Montgomery trade?
Could be. I mean, look, if you get something that makes a ton of sense, Montgomery's going to have a lot of value. And if the Cardinals are looking at Barton. They're saying, okay, this guy could be a part of our catching future, because I think they're a little chagrined on how difficult it was to move away from Yadier Molina after all those years. Having a good catcher that you trust, it's a big deal. So if there is a match there, I wouldn't say the Giants would rule out a trade of Bart for someone like Jordan Montgomery, who's a pretty good pitcher. I would be surprised, though, if that were the main piece for a team like the Cardinals. If at this deadline it's going to be such a seller's market that they could probably do a little bit better than Bart and some top prospects. That's just my read of it.
It is interesting to me, just kind of big picture, to hear that it's such a seller's market. I mean, with the 3 wild cards, you would think more teams would be hanging on, hoping they got a shot.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what's going on, and so you've got teams that are still sort of thinking that maybe something can fall into place, whether it's the Cubs, whether it's the Phillies, whether it's the Blue Jays, the Red Sox. They're all thinking, okay, we're not totally out of it. And then you have that other class of teams where it's the A's and the Royals, and sure, they're sellers, but man, look at the rosters.
Yeah, who do you want?
They have the records they do. Yeah, you know, there's a reason why they're 25 and 63 or whatever. It's because they don't have a ton of good players. So that's sort of the stratification. The teams that are definitely selling don't have good players. That's why they're definitely selling.
When you're struggling to be like, who should we send to the All-Star game? Then you know you're struggling overall.
Yeah, no, and that's why you're hearing a lot of Salvador Perez chatter for teams looking for catching help. You know, the Royals are going to finally part with Salvador Perez, but I just don't think that's going to happen. And then you look at the rest of the roster, and it's like, okay, young part of their future, like Bobby Witt, and then nope. Okay, yeah, no, not interested. Thank you. You know, so it's a tricky spot.
Yeah, they made Salvador Perez captain this season. I would be shocked. I mean, I would get it from a sporting perspective, from a baseball perspective, but they gave Salvi the C. He's the 4th player in Royals history to wear the C. They made such a big deal out of it in Kansas City. Grant Brisbee with us here. He covers the Giants for The Athletic. Let's flip to the infield, Grant, because the Thairo Estrada injury just, threw a rock at every plan or window the Giants had for at least the next 4 to 6 weeks with that broken hand. How does that play into the trade deadline? And what you mentioned, Tim Anderson, do you have any other names you think the Giants could target, if any, to fill in that void while Estrada comes back?
Yeah, it's tricky because with Estrada, he started the season so white hot, and he really has tailed off since the end of April. In May, June, he struggled a ton. He's got Casey Schmidt, who struggled a ton. Brandon Crawford just can't seem to get it going. So the middle infield overall over the last 2 months has been a real kind of void for the Giants. It's just like the starting pitchers, though. You don't have a lot of names. You're looking around. If the Guardians trade Ahmed Rosario, if the Cardinals have a couple of different guys with Tommy Edman and Brendan Donovan who might fit, but just not a ton of names. And it's the same kind of idea where if you're getting someone, it's got to be better than the options that you already have on the Major League roster. And I'm not seeing a lot of those guys yet. And it's still early where you've got 3 weeks where teams can just go on this horrible losing jag and then someone else comes available. But I'm not seeing that perfect white arrow fit into the Giants lineup.
All right, Grant, we're just about out of time with you, but before we let you go, coming up next segment, next 2 segments actually, Carlos and I are going to break down the top 5 sporting events that we have each been blessed to be able to witness in person. So I'm just going to ask you, do you have a clear-cut number 1 in all the sports that you've covered? I know you've been covering the Giants since 2003, so you've seen some of those magical runs, and it doesn't have to be Giants, but it could also be as a fan. It doesn't have to be having worked, but just you had to have been there in person. What is there a number 1 for you?
My number 1 sporting experience was covering the 2017 World Series, Game 5. In Houston. That was the one that the Astros won against the Dodgers 13-12 in 10 innings. It was the most bananas electric game I've ever seen, just back and forth. Now, history has sullied that a little bit because it's
a trash can. A trash can series.
What was coming. But while it was going on, that was stellar. But maybe as a fan, it was being at a Niners playoff game and having a Packers fan behind me for the entire game, just screaming and screaming and screaming, and then Young to Owens And boy, that screaming stopped. And that was probably my best as a fan.
Actually, it's funny. Carlos and I just off air talked about that. I was at that game,
right?
But I was covering the game as a member of the media from Green Bay. I was working in Green Bay media, so that was kind of a gut punch because the Packers had been to back-to-back Super Bowls going into that game, and it looked like they were going to win, and then all of a sudden they didn't. So it was but having been at that game, that from a Niners perspective, that must have been amazing for you to be in the stands.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a combination of a lot of different things, but that probably is the best sporting event I've ever been to as a fan. Just a complete delirium.
Very cool. Grant Brisbee, he does great work with The Athletic. Make sure you check him out. Grant, appreciate the time, and I'm guessing we will talk again soon with the trade deadline getting ever so close.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
All right, and fantastic. Make sure you're checking him out on The Athletic. I love how we're in tune with him talking about Joey Bart. He's like, I'm writing about Joey Bart right now. And you're fascinated by Wimbledon right now.
Right, okay. I'm seeing this match between Rybakina and Cornet, the French player. I'm pretty sure she blew up her hip. She's got like a bandage around her right knee, over the right knee, below the knee. Her hip just went one way. Her body went the other way. She got medical attention, and she's still playing. I've never seen anything like this. The level of grit. I'm in awe of what Cornet is doing right now.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm going to watch this during the break.
I think Joey Bart does have a trade value, and I believe maybe not this trade deadline. Maybe the Giants want to see what Blake Sable. Thing with Sable is he fills 3 clear holes. Backup catcher to Bailey, left-handed left-handed batter, which they're fond of because of platooning, and more than serviceable backup left field. So Joey doesn't field all those holes.
Well, here's the one thing I hear too with Joey. Right, Joey's still young enough that. Granted, you're always one play away from the guy in front of you, unfortunately, going out for a while, as we saw with Tyro. But is Joey really going to be content to be in a position where he feels like his high watermark is to be the backup?
No,
he's still young enough in his career that he's going to want to be somewhere where he can be the everyday guy. And as long as Patrick Bailey is healthy, it's looking like right now that's not going to be the case with the Giants. All right, we are going to take a timeout when we come back. I'm so excited about this. I'm ready for us to go down our top 5 lists. We want to hear from you. Some of you have already hit us up on the text line 808 KNBR. We will later on also open it up to calls so we can hear what you have as well. But Carlos and I are going to go down our lists, and we will get that underway on the other side of this break. You're listening to Benz and Ramirez in for Papa and Lund on KNBR 680.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Well, Sean Estes discusses whether or not Kyle Harrison will get called up this season. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Wherever you roam, throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Welcome back to Papa and Len. Benson Ramirez filling in. And I'm just going to get right into this because I have a feeling we're going to go very heavy on these next two segments, and then we will hear from callers as well.
Come on.
But we're going to have some fun with this. You and I have been very blessed. Very different career paths that have brought us into the studio here this week. And you know, we met in passing a year ago when I did some fill-in stuff at NBC Sports Bay Area, but we didn't really ever get a chance to hang out. But, you know, this is the first time we've spent any real time together. It's been great. And on, you know, Monday, when we were talking about our career paths, I was thinking, God, you've probably seen some amazing things and much different than the things that I've seen, because you obviously growing up in Venezuela and then, you know, working in Mexico and covering all these international events, you've seen, you know, things that I'm sure were just spine-tingling moments that most people don't know about. So I thought to myself, I want to know what is in Carlos's DNA. What has made him the sportscaster that he is and the sports talk show host that he is here in the Bay Area? So I thought, you know what, let's each put together a top 5 list. And I don't know about you, but it was really hard for me. There were a number of things that I wanted to put on my list, but there's only 5. And I could probably, depending on what mood you caught me in at one moment, I might want to change out a couple. My top of the top list I know are cemented, and I would be thrilled if they ever got moved, because that would mean I'd see something earth-shattering.
Right.
But I'm going to let you go first. We're each going to give our 5 and then our 4 and work our way down.
Are we doing honorable mention or not?
But they said they don't have the honorable mention clips ready yet.
We could just mention. So do we mention
can just
them
mention
or not?
them. Let's just mention them. What do you got for honorable mentions?
So I'm kind of cheating here. My honorable mention was Warriors Celtics Game 6, the NBA Finals in 2022. I wasn't in Boston. I was not at the TD Garden, but I was, because I was doing a show for NBC Sports Bay Area with Zena Keita. So I was at Chase Center. I've never been on a more loud, electric, spine-chilling, to use your phrase or term, sporting venue that had nothing in it. There was no game. The game was not there. It was being played at Boston, but it was filled. I mean, Chase Center was bananas, and we're watching the game on the Jumbotron, the big screen atop of the court. And I literally felt like I was watching the game in Boston. That was insane. Insane.
That's cool. I can understand, though, it doesn't quite get qualified because you weren't there.
That's why it's honorable.
But it's cool to be in the environment. I had a couple honorable mentions. I alluded to one, the catch 2 with Young to Owens, but I didn't put that high because it was deflating from my perspective at the time, because I was covering it from a Packers perspective. A really cool thing that I got to cover, although it didn't end up being great because there was no drama, but it was just cool, was 2012, the AT&T Pro-Am Championship. It was Tiger and Phil in the final pairing, tied going into the final round to win the championship. And Tiger shoots 3 over and Phil ties the course record and wins by a mile.
Right.
But I got to walk inside the ropes. And the entire 18, I followed Phil and Tiger for 18 holes walking inside the ropes. So that was pretty cool.
Right. That's insane. Okay. Number 5. You go first.
Okay. Number 5 goes back to my roots that we talked about on Monday. I grew up in Syracuse. And the thing that really lit the flame for me, or the flame that lit the fuse, I guess, for me with basketball was the Syracuse Orange. They were the Orange Men at the time. And one Pearl Washington who made a very big splash into the Big East and into the national folklore.
5. Syracuse, 73. Boston, 73. The last shot, Washington, 2 seconds. Oh! The Pearl ends it at the buzzer from midcourt.
So, Carlos, you probably, I don't know if you heard of Pearl Washington, if you knew who he was. You need to watch, if you haven't seen it, the 30 for 30 Requiem for the Big East. During the 80s, the Big East was just absolutely ridiculous. With Georgetown and Syracuse, some great battles. And Boston College, Syracuse and Boston College were playing. The game was tied. Pearl Washington was a freshman. And he hits a mid-court shot as time expires, and I was up in the rafters from behind the baseline, third deck of the Carrier Dome watching it. And
you were what, 10? 8?
It was 14. I was 80. 14. It was 83.
Okay.
The place went bananas, and it was just I still to this I could still in my mind's eye see the angle from me up in the stands looking down and watching him just so effortlessly just go up and let the ball go and nothing but net from midcourt.
That's beautiful.
It was just unbelievable.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I got goosebumps just listening to that highlight. But my number 5.
Okay.
So my number 5 is Niner fans will not appreciate this, but it was Super Bowl 55. Super Bowl 55, it's the second Super Bowl I got to cover. It was down in L.A., For me, it was special because that year I was lucky enough to get hired by Telemundo Network. They revamped their entire Sunday night football coverage with a new broadcast team. So I was hired to become the new play-by-play of Telemundo's Sunday Night Football in Spanish. So I was basically the Spanish Al Michaels. We had the same games as NBC because it's the same company. So, and that year, NBC and Telemundo had the Super Bowl, which was played in L.A., was the Rams and the Bengals. That game was incredible. The stadium was filled. Again, for me, it was kind of bittersweet because the Niners were so close to making it down to L.A., but it was a great game. The Bengals came out of nowhere to beat the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game. And the cherry on top for me was I grew up being, and still am, a massive hip-hop fan. So to have Dre and Kendrick Lamar and Eminem and Snoop and Mary J. Blige and all these legends play the halftime show, to me, nothing better than Super Bowl. It's my 5, Super Bowl 55.
5. Stafford going to the end zone, reaching up and making the grab. Odell Beckham Jr. Top of the screen, you've got Chase with Ramsey on and a little toss here. Mixon's going to throw. Open man, caught. Higgins, touchdown.
Rice at this occasion told them go finish.
There we go on play action, finding room, going deep, and it's caught by Higgins. He goes in for the score. Jalen Ramsey fell down, and just like that, in 12 seconds, a 75-yard touchdown. Pass, caught, got it, touchdown.
I've got to tell you, in a pressure situation, I don't know if I have ever seen anybody be better than Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp. They had no choice.
Burrow trying to keep it going, gets spun down, gets it away, and incomplete. It looked like P-Ron might have had a shot to make the grab, but the Rams now running down to celebrate with a defensive play.
And guess who? Guess who? I mean, you don't even have to think about it. Do not even have to think about it.
Pointing to the ring finger.
Aaron freaking Donald, man. What a beast. That's my number 5. You're number 4.
Well, hold on. I want to. The 415 is texting. KNBR barely touches college sports. You're talking Syracuse basketball. Dude, know your audience. Dude, we're going through our top 5. That was part of. Listen, I'm not waxing poetic on college hoops, but I'm giving you my top 5.
It's a very personal.
It's a very personal
exercise, and you can chime in with your own top 5.
Right, you're learning more about what made Carlos and I the people that we are. My next 2 people in our audience will care about very much.
Oh yeah.
Let's go back, shall we? To 2010, that magical San Francisco Giants season. There's a lot that you could pick from that season. You could pick them winning the division on the last day of the season. You could pick the AL or the NLDS against the Braves. You could pick the World Series against the Rangers. But I'm going to Game 6 NLCS in Philadelphia. 4.
Right-handed batter with power. The pitch to him. Swing at a high fly ball to right field, deep. Going back is Worth. Still going back at the warning track, at the wall. Adios, pelota. Juan Uribe has hit an opposite field home run in the 8th inning, and the Giants have gone ahead 3-2. The runners lead, Valdez and Utley. There they go, the pitch. Strike 3 called. A cutter on the outside corner at the knees. The ball game is over, and the Giants have won the National League pennant. The final inning of the pennant-winning game was so much like the entire 2010 season. It wasn't easy. There were moments where you could hardly breathe. And then finally, it ends. The Giants have beaten the Phillies right here in their ballpark. The celebration has begun on the infield here at Philadelphia as 46,000 stunned fans, still perhaps not quite believing what they've just seen, look on. The Giants are just delirious with joy out there as they celebrate, and the Phillies fans just can't believe their eyes as they walk very quietly toward the exits.
And that game, I mean, those highlights, I don't know if they necessarily did it justice if Giants fans can remember everything that happened in that game. Jonathan Sanchez hits Chase Utley. The bench is empty out. Mad Bum comes in relief at one point. Lincecum comes in relief at one point. I remember Timmy coming running out of the bullpen onto the field, and it was just like spine-tingling, although Timmy didn't really do his job. He got his first batter, and then 2 runners get on, and then they bring in Brian Wilson, and he gets a double play, and then it ends up closing out the game. But, I mean, that game was just absolutely bonkers. That game had everything, including a victory to go to the World Series. That was just, I'll never forget that game.
Again, we're going through a top 5 sporting events that Dave and I have witnessed, have been there for the event. And this is a list that touches us in a very personal level. I mean, we want you guys, either on the stream on YouTube or over the radio, the airwaves, to get to know us better. And also, you can chime in and give us your top 5 sporting events that you have witnessed.
Yeah, the 302 saying it. He was at game 1 of the 2010 NLCS, and there was no better experience. Loving that.
All right. Do we have the 4? Do we have the soundbite for my 4? Okay. My 4 is really personal. I love soccer. I played soccer since I can remember. I still do on a recreational level, right? I'm 40. But I love soccer. And my dad and I have been and will forever be bonded by sports, specifically soccer and baseball. So I turned 40 last March, and I decided to give myself a present and take my dad with me to Europe for a month and just watch as many soccer games or sporting events as we could. We went to soccer games, went to EuroLeague basketball games, right? And the specific sporting event we wanted to see was a PSG soccer game. That's a French league soccer. It's Paris Saint-Germain. They have Neymar, Mbappe, and Messi playing together. For those of you who are untrained in the arts of soccer, that's like having Steph Curry, LeBron James, and I don't know, pick whoever, Kevin
Kobe
Durant,
Bryant.
Kobe in their prime playing together. That doesn't happen. So I tell my dad, we have to see them play because this, I'm pretty sure, will be the final year of them playing together in the same club. And since one of them is Argentine, the other is Brazilian, and the other one's French, they'll never, ever play together again. They play for different countries, so this will not happen again. We have to see them playing together. So we did it. That game, Paris Saint-Germain wins 4-3. The 3 of them score on the same game. That never happened on the same season, ever. That the 3 of them scored on the same game. Neymar scored first, and Mbappe scored twice. And then it's a 3-3 game. We're in Paris, and we're sitting behind the goal where Paris Saint-Germain are attacking towards. So we're seeing those goals go in. It's the 95th minute, last play of the game, free kick for Paris Saint-Germain. And everyone knows what's going to happen. It's going to be a Lionel Messi free kick. And I turn around and tell my dad, this guy's going to score a goal, is going to walk off the game. Everyone in Paris is going to go nuts, and we're going to go drinking with the entire city of Paris. I promise you that. And this is what happened.
4. 5 in the wall, player down on the ground. Messi drives through and kisses it off the iron. and sticks the dagger home. They led by 2. They trailed 3-2, and they have fought back for what might be the biggest win of the year.
We talked about a morale boost, Phil, that Gauthier, his team, and Campos needed. This is just what the doctor ordered, and they dug deep. Let's be real honest.
I got to witness what made it special for me is I'm with my dad.
Right.
I'm given this gift. It's my own gift because it's my birthday, but I'm giving it to my father who gave me everything in life. He and my mom did. But I'm giving back to my dad some of what he gave me throughout my 40 years on the planet. And I'm sitting in awe of, like, we're actually seeing perhaps the 3 best soccer players in the world play together, and this just happened. It's a walk-off goal in Paris. We're going nuts. The stadium is going nuts. Everyone's, like, throwing beer at us and at everyone. It was insane.
And it's with your dad.
Right.
What is better?
Right.
What is better? All right, we got to take a time out because I knew this was going to happen. We're going to end up beating up a lot of the show doing this because we still each have 3 to go on our own list, and we got a lot of shows still to get to. So we're going to take a time out. But when we come back, we'll continue our list, and then we're also going to get into some 49er talk coming up as well. And we're going to talk about why on earth the 49ers got listed as only having the 8th best roster in the NFL. And by the way, a little teaser. My next item on my list is a 49er item.
So is mine.
All right. I'm loving that. And that's coming up after this time out. You're listening to Benz and Ramirez sitting in for Papa and Lund here on KNBR 680.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Welcome back. Papa and Line down at Thursday. Benz and Ramirez continuing to keep the seats warm as they enjoy their vacation. There's no way we're going to get through this entire thing in another segment, so it's good because the rest of our show is pretty open, and I do want to let callers call in and mention some of their things. And some of the things coming in are fantastic. The 707 saying that they were at the 5-4 Sharks comeback win against the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 7 of the Western Conference first round in 2019, that was insanity.
707 says, Carlos, soccer? Only in America. You know it's football for the rest of the 7 billion out there. Cheers. I know that, but I also know my audience. And here it's called soccer.
It is called soccer, and football here is called football.
Right. That's why it's called soccer, which is, by the way, a British term, the soccer. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Do we know the origins of that? Or?
Yes. I think it comes from association football. So football in England is called association football. So the association, it's like the soccer is a diminutive because it was the difference between rugby association or rugby football and association football. So that's where the soccer, I think, term comes from.
All right, well, let's talk American football because both of us have American football at our number 3. I'm going to let you go first with your number 3.
Really? Okay, so quick story. I get here in 2019, and I hear him in the Bay. I work for Telemundo, and also I get the gig as the Spanish radio color analyst for the 49ers, right? So it's my first season with the team, and they make it all the way to the Super Bowl. But before that, January 19th, 2020, I saw a proper beatdown of my San Francisco 49ers of a very sad, very depressed, and very demoralized Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers, a team that I do not have any appreciation for. So let's go with my number 3, Raheem Mostert going off for 220 and 4 tutties over the lame Green Bay Packers.
3. Kendrick Bourne in a bunch formation. Debo behind Emmanuel, the point of the bunch. They're going to gun run Mostert off the left side, breaks a tackle. 25, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
Feels great, baby. Ride that wave, Mosterati.
Wide stretch run to Mostert, gets the edge left, cuts back inside. Raheem Mostert has 4 rushing touchdowns and the most yards rushing in a playoff game in 49er history. Oh, by the way, touchdown San Francisco!
Feels great, baby!
Garoppolo will take one more snap from Ben Garland. He takes the knee. Feels super, baby!
Feels great,
the
baby!
5-time Super Bowl champions are going back to Miami, where they have won 2 Super Bowls, and they're looking for number 6.
Let's start filling up that other hand.
I doubt anybody liked that more than Papa, though. That was Papa's first year on the mic for the Niners, I believe, and he's going to the Super Bowl. You think he was a little pumped up?
Well, say for me, it was my first year on the mic for the 49ers. It was Jesus Zarate and myself who were on the Spanish side. And the Niners, we had this GoPro camera on one of the corners of our broadcast booth. And when Richard Sherman intercepted that pass from Aaron Rodgers that basically shut down the game and sealed the ticket for the 49ers to go to Miami, I'm jumping up and down on the booth. I'm hugging Jesus Zarate. We're all hugging. I mean, the broadcast team, it was nuts. Yeah, that was my number 3.
925 saying they were at that game. Mostert was incredible. He certainly was. I would have loved to have been at that game. I was watching that game on a big screen in Minneapolis. But one game I was at that I was on the sidelines for, and I'm going NFC Divisional Playoff 2012, January 2012. 49ers taking on Drew Brees and the New Orleans Saints at the Stick. Dwight Clark doing 49ers post-game with me. God rest his soul. Miss Dwight dearly, as do so many. And I'm standing on the sidelines watching the final quarter, which was absolutely insane. The best football game I ever saw in person.
3.
Breeze again empty. Barking out signals. They shift on the right side. Sproles moves into the slot. Breeze takes the snap. Looking, throws a deep ball up the middle for Graham. Graham made a leaping catch. He spins away. Graham is running to the 10-5 touchdown. Unbelievable. Breeze threw it up, and his guy made a play. And Jimmy Graham scores a touchdown with 1:37 to go. Smith in a gun with Gore on his left hip. Third down, Alex takes the snap. Alex looking, got it. The post, and it's got him! Caught! Touchdown! Touchdown 49ers! Vernon Davis with the play of his life. Alex Smith with the play of his life.
You heard two of the touchdowns.
Man.
There were 4 touchdowns in the final 4 minutes of that game. The two you didn't hear was Breeze to Sproles with about 4 minutes left to put New Orleans in front. Then Alex Smith had a 28-yard touchdown run before the Breeze touchdown to Jimmy Graham. I mean, that game was bonkers. That finish was bonkers.
Yeah, what he said.
That was in the Niners, they should have gone to the Super Bowl that year. They lose in the NFC Championship game to the Giants, and it was, special teams haunted them. That Niners team could have won the Super Bowl. Alex Smith, it never felt happier for him. He was maligned for so long, and to have that moment, but man, that was just a fantastic game.
That was a great game. I'm second guessing if we should play the highlights of my second pick, because I don't want to give Niner fans PTSD again. I don't want them to relive my second pick, my second game. To me, it was special because it was, my first Super Bowl, my first year with the Niners, even though they end up losing the game. But you never forget your first, right? In whatever aspect of life, your first job, your first girlfriend, your first kid, you don't forget it. And Super Bowl 54 was my first Super Bowl. As a journalist, I just moved to San Francisco. I'm just covering the 49ers. It ends up being a heartbreaking game for everyone who was there covering the Niners and loving the team. But I can't let that take away from what we saw that week of coverage in Miami. The halftime show by Shakira and Jennifer Lopez was fire. So, you know what? I don't want to play it. I don't want to bring people down. We're in a good mood, but my number 2 is Super Bowl 54. The Niners sadly lose to the Chiefs, but the overall experience was, to me, life-changing.
All right, you gave your number 2. I'll give my number 2, and then we'll hold our number 1s because we're going to talk Niners and talk about the current team after this break, and we got to get to the break soon. By the way, 415 says he's only ever attended one World Series game. Giants scored 16 runs in Game 5 against the Angels, and that was no doubt a highlight to see that many runs get scored in a World Series game.
Yeah, and the 415 says, you guys are lucky to have seen all these amazing sports moments. We certainly are. We want to share that with you. And also, you are lucky to have witnessed your own share, you, the fans, of sporting moments. So we want you to share with us your top 5 or top 1 moment.
By the way, 209 saying that Saints game was their number 1 as well, and that they were with their dad. But I should mention, this is not an insignificant piece, as I'll get to my number 2 in a second. But actually, my mom and my dad, they were both still living then. They had come to visit me in the Bay Area, and my dad actually I was able to get him a credential.
Really?
So he was actually with me at that 49ers Saints game. And the best part about it is, I should tweet this picture out later on. It's one of my favorite pictures. I have it framed, hanging at home. After the game, so Dwight Clark and his wife Kelly, they would, after all the home games, Kelly would always go towards the end of the game and get things ready. There would be a tailgate at Dwight's car in the players' lot. And so people would come by. So after that game, after that unbelievable 49ers win, I'm with my dad, and we walk out to where Dwight is parked, and we're hanging out with Dwight and Kelly. And all of a sudden, who comes walking up but Huey Lewis?
Oh, no.
And I want to say it's either the bass player or the guitar player from Huey's Huey Lewis and the News
right.
was with him. And So my dad, I've got this unbelievable picture from that game, from in the parking lot after that game of my dad, Dwight Clark, me, Huey Lewis, and the other person from the news.
That's amazing.
It's one of the few times that I lament that I didn't take my credential off for a photo, but in that one I forgot to take it off as I'm apt to do. I'm still wearing my credential from that amazing game in this picture. That's perfect. And my dad's wearing a credential. It's great. All right, my number 2, and then we got a break. This one we might need to talk about more later, but you know what? We should save it, even though you gave your number 2, because I do want to talk about it. You asked me the story about it, and I don't think I'm going to do justice because it is it's a very well-known, infamous play, depending on your perspective.
Right, it is.
So
you want to save it?
Yeah, because we're supposed to be going at 11:50. We're having Seth Walder on, so I don't want to keep him waiting. We got to get this break out of the way.
It's a tease.
So we're gonna tease it. You've still got your number 1. I got my top 2. We will get to them. We'll get some more of yours in as well. But when we come back, we're gonna get Seth Walder on. He was one of the people involved with putting the Niners with only the 8th best roster in the NFL right now, according to ESPN. That is coming up when we continue on Papa and Len with Benz and Ramirez sitting in here on KNBR 680.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back here on Papa and Lund, Benz and Ramirez filling in. Been a fun week, and the text line has been fantastic. Some great stuff coming in. Top sporting moments that you've ever attended in person. The 707 says he got to sit in the first row of Game 5 of the 2014 World Series with his dad and bumped through a shutout. That's pretty sweet. The 408 says when he was 12 years old, he, as a Giants fan, went to Dodger Stadium and saw Dennis Martinez pitch a perfect game. That's something you'll never forget at 12 years old. Keep those coming in at 808 KNBR. Pretty good stuff. Right now, though, and we'll get back to that, by the way, but right now we're going to welcome in Seth Walder, who works for ESPN Analytics and had a chance to evaluate every NFL roster, played a role in the release that came out yesterday, putting the 49ers at just 8th. Seth, I'm going to go ahead and just get it out of the way right away. We got a bone to pick with you, man. 8th? Come on.
Oh, my God.
What are
Seth,
you looking at?
You're killing us here, Seth.
Oh, I love it. You know what's funny is, like, I think 8, I mean, we're talking about in comparison to team, like we're talking about the Jets. Everyone agrees has a strong roster. They have a future Hall of Famer at quarterback, and we've got the 49ers 2 spots above the Jets. And I understand the question, but, like, we're still talking about a team with a huge question mark at quarterback, right?
Well, I guess that we talked about that yesterday, right? I mean, until Brock gets back, and, you know, we all loved what we saw last year. Can he pick right up where he left off? And if Trey Lance in the interim somehow makes it a question as to whether or not Brock should get back under center, then the 49ers actually have a really, really good problem. But I guess in evaluating it, you can understand. But still, I mean, the receiving core is absolutely unworldly. You know, and obviously you've got a fantastic defensive core. So, I mean, where do you, aside from quarterback and the question mark with the health, where are the other question marks with this team?
Okay, let me just highlight this point, though, because I think the 7 teams in front of them all have franchise guys. And we could say, all right, if Trey Lance makes it tough on them, that's a really good problem to have. Like, we don't have evidence that that's going to happen, and I don't think that we have a lot of evidence to think that that should happen. And we still think that Purdy I was very impressed by what we got out of him. We're still talking about a limited sample on a 7th-round pick. Okay, but to be fair, yeah, you're right. Like, the rest of the roster is pretty awesome. I think offensive line, to me, in the non-Trent Williams division is a question mark. Like, I think if you look at some of the numbers there, we've got some weaknesses, and I think that the kind of system the 49ers run might be able to mitigate that. We have a lot of play action, motion, rollouts, things like that. But to me, that would be another potential weakness. But yeah, I see your point. You've got stars all over the field at every level of the defense. The receivers are excellent. You have an incredible receiving threat at running back. Like, yeah, the team is stacked outside of quarterback. I agree.
We're here with Seth Waldron from ESPN.com trying to explain to us here in San Francisco what happened. How are the 49ers ranked 8th in their top 32 roster ranks in ESPN.com? Okay, so let's break it down. You guys said Chiefs are number 1, Eagles are number 2, Buffalo Bills number 3, then it's the Bengals, right?
The Cowboys and the Chargers.
The Dolphins.
Oh, yeah, the Dolphins.
Dolphins, Bengals, Cowboys, and Chargers. That's
where we have issues, Seth.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's go down. Should we start with Dallas? Let's do it.
No, let's go with the Chargers because I still need. I see the traits. I see the talent with Justin Herbert. I need him to win a playoff game. I need more. I mean, I need more from him. If he is that dude, and I so far don't know that he is because he hasn't proven it so far in games that actually matter in the NFL. I need more. And I'm seeing a banged-up Joey Bosa. I'm seeing a banged-up receiving core that can't stay healthy for an entire season. I know coaching staff is out of the way, but what are you seeing with I'm seeing Eckler is not the same guy as he used to be. I'm seeing McCaffrey's better. Sell us on the Chargers, because I'm out.
Okay, so with the Chargers, I think, to me, I do feel like Herbert is one of the kind of right in that second tier of quarterbacks that comes behind Mahomes. So, yeah, I would take Josh Allen over him. But I think, to me, Herbert is right on the sort of like cusp of, I guess, that Josh Allen tier. So he's really elite, and he's playing behind a good offensive line. So to me, and that makes a difference. And then defensively, I think there's upside here for this team. Like Joey Bosa was a huge loss a year ago, and he is a absolutely defensive player of the year type candidate. Has never totally put it together to be that guy, but he completely could. I don't think Khalil Mack is cooked just yet. He's still there. J.C. Jackson, they got nothing from. He was their big-time free agent acquisition a year ago. Played poorly, certainly could just be a bust, but we're still talking about a guy that was one of the very best corners in the NFL 2 years ago. And ultimately, I think what we're talking about here, right, and there's a good team with good receivers too, right? Like Keenan Allen, Mike Williams are solid, not crazy good, but solid, and then they add the rookie. I think ultimately the disconnect is probably about quarterback value, right? And it just matters so much. And to me, I am betting on the team with the franchise quarterback over the one without it. And it's not like the Chargers have a bare roster. I think that's one of the reasons why they've been so disappointing over the last couple of years under Brandon Staley, is because you look at their team and they should be pretty good. So let me get this straight. If you could magically be the GM of the 49ers or the Chargers and you were evaluating which job you took based strictly upon the personnel, you would take the job with San Diego. I would, absolutely.
Oh, my God.
100%. Yeah.
Wow. That here. Okay, Seth Waldron with us. This is a fun exercise. And by the way, it's a great piece, and we're giving it a lot of traction here. You're going to get a lot of clicks from people just going out here in the Bay. And most people on the text line are not being complimentary, no.
Seth.
Okay, so Seth, you're talking quarterbacks, right? It seems to be a quarterback-driven list. Am I right?
Well, to some degree. But
to some degree.
I would rank the 49ers way, certainly lower than 8th if we were just ranking QBs, right?
So help us with the Dak Prescott and Tua Tagovailoa, I think, because Tua seems to be a bad hit away from retirement, and Dak Prescott is Kirk Cousins' NFC East. Okay, so all right, so let's start with the Cowboys. Like the Cowboys, we're talking about what I think could be potentially the best defense in the NFL. Oh my God! What? It's not that crazy. Call 911 now.
Wow. Okay, all right. Well, listen, we're going to give him a chance. We're going to give him a chance, even though we don't agree. We're going to give you a chance.
Go on.
Okay, Parsons and versus Nick Bosa is a toss-up, right? And I think maybe you would disagree, but I think it's a toss-up, and Parsons has been incredible. Diggs and Gilmore can have the potential to be a top-tier corner duo, and so I think that team could be excellent on defense, right? Top five defense. They have a franchise quarterback in Dak Prescott, and you have a superstar wide receiver in CeeDee Lamb. That's a really good recipe for a lot of success.
So you would take Mike McCarthy's job over Kyle Shanahan's job?
Well, yeah. I mean, one of the reasons the 49ers are so good is because Kyle Shanahan elevates his roster. I think he's maybe the best in the conversation for best head coach in the NFL, but that is because he gets more out of his roster than the average head coach would.
Okay, so let me flip the question. What don't you like about the Niner defense roster? I mean, Armstead, Hargrave, Kinlaw, Bosa, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Mooney Ward, Lenore, the safeties, Hufanga, Pro Bowler, Gibson. What don't you like about that roster?
I think the corners are not at the same level as maybe some of the other teams. And to me, I think corner play is hugely important. And so, you mentioned the Dolphins, I mean, they you look at their corners, Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard. Neither guy's off of a good year, but you get a ton of variance year to year with corners. each have been the best corner in the NFL at times. So you can easily get back to that. And so I think corner play is really critical. And so to me, that's there. I do want to touch on the Dolphins because I do think that they are, you mentioned Tua, and I think that the health question is totally fair. But when they were healthy last year, when Tua was on the field, that offense was more efficient than the Bills' offense. Like, that's how good they were. And so we just know they have that upside.
Well, Seth, I'm going to agree to disagree, my friend. Listen, I'm with you. I'm with you on. I'm even conceding. Carlos and I, we parted ways on the Bills yesterday. I'm 50-50 on whether or not I might. I think the Bills and the Niners are on a similar level. I think that I don't have necessarily a problem with the Chiefs and Eagles coming slightly in front of the Niners, although I still think that at the end of the day, the Niners are going to win a lot of games. But the Bills may be right there, but the rest, you lost me, man. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. You lost me.
Can I ask you guys a question? I love it. I love it. No, I love the conversation. I love it. Okay, how good do you guys think the 49ers are? Like, if you had to rank them as a team, like, what are they, top, like 5?
I think they're 3. I think they're 3.
You think they're 3?
Yeah, I think they're 3. I think because here's how I would rank. I think they have the best defense in football. Now, I think Mooney Ward is an underrated man cover cornerback. I think he's a top 3 cover corner in the league. Zone defense, I think he. That's hey, you're asking me. I'm telling you, I've seen Mooney Ward shut down people on man coverage. I have seen it. I've seen it. Hey, he had a bad year. No, I think he had a good year. Lenore, that's a hole the Niners need to improve or see how Lenore does this season. I'm not saying overall corner, but if you ask me, a press corner, a guy who could shut down an opposing wide receiver, I like Mooney Ward. I like him. I think the big question is quarterback, because who has a better surrounding cast than whoever starts, Darnold, Purdy, or Lance. I mean, find a team who has a better skill group than the Niners do. McCaffrey, Juszczyk, Kittle, Ayuk, Samuel.
And for me, that's the equalizer at quarterback, right? I mean, like Lance and Purdy are both more than good enough, and hopefully way better than that, to be able to get a lot of help from that unit. So, I get it. If they weren't so gifted in the players surrounding the quarterback, I might be more concerned with the situation going in. But I feel like, listen, they got so many weapons that they're going to be just fine.
Okay, hear all that. Let me ask this. Do you think Kyle Shanahan is a really good coach?
Absolutely. Oh, that goes into the no question. Yeah, sure.
Me too. But even if they're the third best team, right? If they're the third best team, then some of that is Shanahan. So their roster has to be worse than that, right? We would agree?
Yeah, I agree. So I see where you're going with this. I'll flip it again to you. Do you think the Chiefs win to the rate that they've won without Andy Reid?
No. Do they win at the rate that they won? But
there you go.
Yeah, but I would but if you're asking me to take, right, you said, like, which GM job would you take? I'm taking that team with Mahomes every single time. Even though I know that they're not going to be as good without Andy Reid, you're still talking about the team with Mahomes and the elite interior line and Chris Jones and Travis Kelce.
I love talking football. Yeah. I miss football so much, man. I need football back in my life ASAP.
Seth, all right, listen, we're gonna give you a chance to endear yourself to the audience that is all fuming right now. We're going to change the subject for a moment. We're going to get back to what we were talking about. I don't know you really, so I don't know what your background is, but and how many games you've been to. But this is as a fan or as a member of the media. What is, and it doesn't have to be football, whatever it is for you, it's personal. What is the best sporting event you've ever witnessed in person?
Okay, this is off the wall, but it was just the most fun I think I've ever had at a sporting event. I was lucky enough to go to the Hong Kong Rugby Sevens tournament, which is. I mean, I didn't know about it until I went, but it is this huge international tournament in Hong Kong, and it's just a giant party all day. and the games are really fast paced and quick. And I'm not like a rugby person, but the scene was absolutely wild, and I'll just never forget it. It was like one of the all-time best experiences ever going to this. If you're going there, you have to get there at like 7 a.m. so you can get an open seat in like the fun part of the stands, and it's just a huge party all day long. It was incredible.
What time of year is that?
That was great question. I think it was spring.
Okay, all right. Well,
rugby's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, Seth, you need a lot of loving from the Niner fans, man. I mean, things are going south out here. We got people calling out names. We won't read them because they're not radio appropriate. But I love this. This is democracy. This is sports debate at its finest.
Yeah.
And listen, me working on A, loving the Niners, B, doing pre- and post-game show for the Niners here on NBC. I thank you for giving the Niners bulletin board material for 2023. I hope that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch
sends you a ring.
No, I hope they print the list and plaster the walls down in 49 DeBartolo way with this. So when the roster walks into the first day of training camp, they read the list and see they are eighth. They are eighth, and use that the entire season all the way to Las Vegas, baby.
All right, make sure I get a playoff share, all right?
Let's go.
All right. Hey, Seth, appreciate the time,
Thank
man.
you, Seth.
Seth Waller, thanks for being a good sport with the ESPN
That was
analytics.
great, man.
Yeah, he was not popular amongst our listeners. And I don't know how much redemption the rugby got him. It sounds like an amazing event.
It is.
But I don't know that the listeners really loved it. Okay, when we return, we're going to break. When we return, we're going to get back to our list. We're going to read some more of the texts. And we will, at some point, work in a call or two from some listeners. But I'm going to tease it again. My number two, you gave your number two. My number two is one of the most infamous moments in baseball history. I'm still really shocked I was actually there. It's one of those moments where probably 250,000 people claim they were there.
Right,
but
exactly.
only like 30-something thousand really
I swear
were
to
there.
God, I was there.
Yeah.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, because
No, you
there
weren't.
were only 30-something thousand people that were at this event. We'll have that for you coming up as we continue on with Papa and Lund. Benson Ramirez sitting in on KNBR 680.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Rich Aurelia joined Tilbert and Copes to discuss if the Giants' recent struggles changes his confidence in the team moving forward. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
I take a sixer to old Milwaukee or Lone Star, nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Nor would we want to interrupt that. Welcome back to Papa and Lunch here on KNBR 680. Dave Benz, Carlos Ramirez filling in for you. This has been a whole lot of fun this whole week.
Yeah, baby.
And it's been pretty seamless. It's just been, it's great to be able to talk about some of our experiences, be able to get into it. That nobody liked Seth Walder. Hey, listen, his opinion is not popular, and we disagree with it as well.
It's called radio democracy.
Yes,
it's what makes debate great. It's what makes sports debate. We basically just had a sports bar debate on live radio, and I love it. And people are going nuts on the text line.
People were not.
They're calling BS.
Yeah,
they're calling that dude's. It's crazy. He's
an idiot.
He's watching football games with a TV turned off.
Yeah,
I mean, we have to respect other opinions,
right?
Even if they're ludicrous.
I mean, listen, I'm biased. I'm all in on being a Niners fan in addition to covering the team, but it's.
I don't think it's a biased point of view at all.
No, I don't think it is either. That's what. But I mean, I am biased. But on top of that, I think it's legit. So anyway, all right, let's get back to our list. By the way, this is a great text, the 916 texting, and this is a pretty good list. I'm almost envious of this list. This is how good this list is. Top 3 games at the 916 attended. Number 3, Super Bowl 19, Miami versus Niners.
Yep.
Dan Marino's rookie
Yep.
year. I believe that was at Stanford Stadium, wasn't it?
Yep.
Which is nuts to me.
He's only Super Bowl.
Number 2, 1995 NFC Championship game, Cowboys-Niners.
Mm-hmm.
And number 1, 1982
wow.
NFC Championship game, Niners, Cowboys, the catch. He was 19 on that day, still has the ticket and got it for $15.
Again, we're doing a list, Dave and I, our top 5 sporting events we've witnessed in person, live, either as fans or journalists or broadcasters. We're sharing it with you. We want you to send us your text, your list, your top 3, your top 5, or top 1, whatever you want to send over the text line at 808 KNBR.
Okay, so 2003.
That's your number 2. You're going to.
I'm going to my number 2.
All right.
2003, I'm working in Indianapolis, which is geographically not that far from Chicago. The TV station I was working for at the time is owned by Tribune. Tribune owned the Chicago Cubs. And I was able to convince my bosses that we should be following the Cubs in the playoffs because there's no MLB team in Indianapolis, and there's a lot of Cubs fans because of the geography.
It's their footprint, right?
It's their footprint. So they're like, sure, go. So I was at Game 6 of the 2003 NLCS when one of the most infamous plays in baseball history happened.
Number 2. Again in the air, down the left field line. Reaching into the stands and couldn't get it, and he's livid with a fan.
Seen this happen here before.
That's awfully close to fan interference right there. The umpire's all over it. The umpire right down there, Mike Everett's on the play. If Alou has to reach into the stands, it's fair game for the fans to catch the ball. If the fan reaches out over the field, then it can be ruled fan interference. That is very, very close.
And that's a Cub fan who tried to make that catch.
Why?
Miguel Cabrera is 0 for 3. He homered off Pryor, his first start of this series in Game 2. Ground ball in the hole is short. And bobbled by Gonzalez, and everybody's safe. Lee had 2 hits, including a home run off Pryor in Game 2. Hammered down the left field line, and the game will be tied up. Scoring is Castillo. Scoring is Rodriguez. It's a 3-3 game as the frustration ends for Derek Lee. That ball hammered into left center field. On the run, Alou. On the run is Lofton, and it's off the ivy. 3 runs are going to score on a double by Mordecai. A 7-run Florida 8th inning. And this crowd at Wrigley Field stunned in disbelief.
So, yeah, the Steve Bartman game, 41,000 is what Wrigley holds. I checked it out during the break. So 41,000 people, including Steve Bartman, were at that game. And you asked me earlier off the air, you said, that's not what decided that game. As someone who was there, I could tell you that the place was goosebump electric. Every hair on my body was standing on end. There was so much electricity and so much excitement in the air. The Cubs are finally going to go to the World Series. They're so close. They've got the lead. I mean, I think at the time they were 8 outs away. So people that weren't at the game, they will say, "Oh, well, Alex Gonzalez booted that double play ball, and that's really what went wrong." No, I was there. It was like a balloon popped, and instantaneously, the feeling, it was palpable. The feeling of this unbelievable energy and this wave of positive emotion instantaneously just vanished, and there was a void that suddenly it was just filled with a gut. Your gut just didn't feel right, and everybody got tense. And I don't care how much money these players are making, how long they've been playing the game, how professional they are. The Cubs felt that change. It was palpable. And so the next ball gets hit to Gonzalez, and his sphincter was tight, okay? Because that's what happened. But what really went wrong, more than Steve Bartman, Carlos, was Moises Alou absolutely going ballistic in his reaction, because that, I think, was what made the momentum and the energy shift even more than just the ball getting batted away.
Right.
But that was just a moment that if you were there, you know how much it changed things, and it was unmistakable.
Right. And maybe that play, that Bartman moment, did shift the entire destiny of the game. My point also is the Cubs were up 3-1 at that point. They had no business losing that series to the Marlins.
They were up 3. It was 3-2 because the Marlins won game. They won Game 5 in Miami or in Florida to get it back.
Right, but they were 3. I'm saying they were 3-1 up.
Right. Yeah, they were. Right.
They had no business losing that series to the Marlins. They had outslugged them, outpitched them, out everything them. They had, so to say that the Bartman play defined that the Cubs didn't go to the World Series in 03, to me, it's a simplistic approach. A lot of stuff happened for them to lose that series, which includes the Bartman catch. And I'm not saying it didn't play a factor into it. I'm just saying to say, people who say, well, that's what screwed the Cubs over. I'll push back a bit on that. I think a lot of stuff happened. I think the Marlins did things right. There's got to be a team on the other side to take advantage of that shift in momentum. I mean, someone's got to hit the hits. Someone's got to catch the balls. Someone's got to pitch. And the Marlins did end up beating the Yankees in the World Series.
Right. Well, the only thing I'll say to that is whether or not you're right. The Cubs had chances. They had a Game 7.
Right.
But that's just an iconic moment.
Absolutely.
That I'm never going to forget the rest of my life.
Didn't the Cubs give Bartman a World Series ring in 2016 to
That's a good
apologize
question.
to him?
They should have. I mean, the guy had his life basically destroyed for doing, and listen, I wouldn't have reached out. It's like, I don't know. I'd like to think that maybe I wouldn't have. But at the end of the day, until you're in that moment, there's a ball coming right at you. What are your instincts going to tell you to do?
It just happened last week with the kid in the Giants game up in New York who reached out and touched a ball that Sable was going to not catch and make an out, but he was going to play the ricochet off the wall. And this kid just reached out. I mean, it's an instinct. You go to a baseball game, you want to take a souvenir with you. So I'm with you. Okay, that's number 2. Number 1, numero uno.
Loving this.
We are doing the list of our top 5 sporting moments we've witnessed in person throughout our careers, either as a fan or as a broadcaster. I am from Venezuela. I was born and raised in Venezuela. And I've said it throughout these 3 shows. I love soccer. I played it, still do. It's the sport I've covered the most alongside basketball and baseball. And I've been lucky enough to travel all over the world covering soccer, right? But the best thing, maybe it wasn't the best game, but from an emotional standpoint, my birth country, Venezuela, was the mockery of international football or soccer because we weren't pretty good. We are the only South American country to have never played in the FIFA World Cup. We've never, ever played in the World Cup, right? So that's been like the Cinderella story of South American soccer. So, and we have never, ever, before this game, we've never even been to or gone to even like an under 20, under 17, any type of FIFA World Cup. We sucked.
You guys were garbage.
We were garbage. Until in 2009, Venezuela hosts the under 20s South American qualifiers for the World Cup that in 2009 were held in Egypt. So I am calling this game for the entire country. Every Venezuelan fan is watching me call this game. It's Venezuela against Uruguay. And I wake up that morning and I get a phone call from the second most important person in the Venezuelan Soccer Federation. He calls me at my phone and says, Carlos, I don't want to put any more pressure on you, but today, you will, at 26 years old, you will get the chance to call the first ever game where our country goes to a World Cup in any category. Today, we stop sucking. Today, we are not garbage anymore. And you will call that game. The entire country is watching this game.
But no pressure.
No pressure. And this is what happened.
3-1 Venezuela. Se nos acaba esto, señores. Ya no más. Ya no más. ¡Vamos al Mundial! ¡Nos vamos a Egipto! ¡Nos vamos a Egipto! ¡Venezuela va al Mundial! ¡Venezuela va al Mundial! ¡Dios mío! ¡Dios mío! ¡Vamos al Mundial, Venezuela! ¡Venezuela es mundialista! ¡Vamos al Mundial, Dios mío!
I got choked up.
I can hear the emotion.
I'm crying.
No clue what the words meant, but right. I can hear, Dios mío, I know.
So basically I'm saying it's 3-1 Venezuela, Uruguay. The game ends. I'm just shouting, we're going to the World Cup. Oh my God, we're going to the World Cup. And I started to cry. The guy who's working next to me, who by the way is working now here in the Bay in Telemundo, he's a new sports anchor for Telemundo. We've been friends for over 20 years. So I'm calling the game with my best friend. We're together. We are hugging. We're both crying. I'm getting phone calls from like the president of the federation. The president of Venezuela called a holiday the next day. The entire country stopped. And we embraced each other. Like the country was severely split up politically back then. And it stopped. Like everyone stopped what they were doing. There was no school. No one went to work. Wow. Every city held like a parade. And then they went to Caracas, which is the capital city. And it was insane. Insane. Yeah, yeah. I mean, because that's not going to happen anymore. We've been to other World Cups. Venezuela was the runner-up a couple of years ago, and the under-20, we lost the final to England a couple of years ago in 2017. So that was the first time ever my birth country officially said, we are not horrible at soccer. We're actually good at this. And from that moment on, the country shifted to become not a powerhouse, but a respectable soccer nation.
They're relevant. They're not trash anymore.
We're not trash anymore.
That's awesome. The texts coming in are fantastic. You're getting a lot of love right now. People are saying they're loving your stories about Venezuela. The 747 says that he says he was at the Sanchez no-hitter for number 3, that 49er Saints game I talked about for number 2. Barry Bonds hitting number 73 as number 1. Just so many great texts coming in. The 408 saying that he was at the catch. Or the catch 2 that we talked about earlier. So just keep them coming. Some fantastic stuff on the text line. We're overdue for our break, so I'm going to tease. My number 1 is coming up next on the other side, and then maybe we'll sneak in a call or two and hear what you guys have had out there. We've really enjoyed going down memory lane. My number 1 also involves a moment with my dad, and I was not working. I was there truly as a fan, so that makes it even better. And that's coming up for you after this quick timeout. You're listening to Benz and Ramirez in for Papa and Lund on KNBR 680.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Papa and Lund on a Thursday. They continue their vacation. Dave Benz and Carlos Ramirez filling in. And the text line is lighting up on all this, man. I'm loving all this. 808 KNBR.
I got questions, though.
Yeah.
Go ahead and read them, but I got a question here. The 949, he says, I might have cursed the Mexican soccer team losing to god-awful Qatar. Why is it my fault? I wasn't there.
I have zero idea what he's getting at.
Join the show. Why is it my fault that Mexico lost to Qatar at Levi's? I wasn't there.
I have zero idea.
Go on.
Not a fan of the broadcaster's jinx concept either.
Yeah, no.
408 says, I was fourth row at the Jeter flip game with Giambi not sliding right behind home plate. Still has no idea what happened. that was a pretty iconic play as well.
Absolutely.
All right. My number one.
Okay.
So 1993, I'm just out of college, and I'm DJing at a bar, of all places. I'm also working part-time as a sports producer at the local CBS station in Syracuse, New York, where I grew up. And you would think that this would have come to fruition to me through that avenue. But instead, the bar that I'm working at one night, the guy who works the door, we're chatting, and he says, hey, a friend of mine has access to some World Series tickets. Are you interested? And so Syracuse at the time, they are forever a AAA city for baseball. And at the time, they were the AAA affiliate for the Toronto Blue Jays, which geographically, Syracuse to Toronto is about a 3.5, 4 hour drive.
Makes sense.
And so I say, are you kidding me? Like, yeah, I'll take tickets to the World Series. And at first he goes, well, I got 6 or 7. And so at first I said, I want game 7. And then I went back and I thought about it. I was like, wait, I want game 6.
Maybe there is no game 7.
There might not be a game 7.
Exactly.
So I go back. I say, can I get game 6? He says, yeah, no problem. Now, mind you, my dad, I would not be doing what I do if it was not for my father. My dad was a huge sports fan, but his first love was baseball. And he was a giant Yankees fan. And I can remember in the late 70s when I kind of became sports aware, and the Yankees 77, 78, they actually went in 76 and lost to the Reds. I don't remember that one, but I remember the wins over the Dodgers in 77 and 78. And I remember asking my dad, why don't we go to one of these World Series games? And he said to me, oh, you could never get tickets to those. Those are impossible to get tickets to. Well, lo and behold, I get tickets to the World Series basically served up to me on a silver platter. So I get tickets to game 6, and I surprise my dad. I say, I got tickets to the World Series. We're going to go to Toronto, and we're going to go watch the Phillies and the Blue Jays.
What was your dad's reaction?
I think he was a little bit in shock. He was just like, I mean, he didn't really say very much. I think he was just really shocked that there was going to be a trip to the World Series, something he thought he would never see.
Right.
And so we drive to Toronto, and, the game ended in one of the most historic fashions in World Series history. Danny?
Joe has had his moments. 2 balls and 2 strikes on him. Here's the pitch on the way. A swing and a belt. Left field. Way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
What a great call that was, by the way. I'll never forget that call. And and the crazy part, Carlos, we didn't have great seats. We were in the upper deck, and we were down the third baseline in the upper deck. So the corner where the ball went out was actually obstructed from us. I did not see the ball go out.
So what did you see?
What I saw the ball carry, and it disappeared was blocked out by the stands. And I was like,
did it go out?
Did it go out? Was it fair? Was it foul? And then all of a sudden the crowd went crazy. And so then we knew it went out. And it was unbelievable. And the epilogue to this story is that my dad, being a giant Yankees fan, he wore his Yankees jacket.
Oh no!
To the game.
That's a brave man.
It's a brave man. So we're walking the streets of Toronto afterwards, and he's wearing his Yankees jacket. And it's some people were, as you might imagine, they were celebratory, and they were, so some people started like giving my dad a little bit of grief, and I was like, "You need to take that jacket off." And as we were walking the streets of Toronto, we literally, now this is not a positive, we literally saw a group of people like turn a bus on its side.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's time for us to go. But just seeing that moment, have a chance to share that with my dad. I mean, I hope on my time left on this earth that I get a moment that will supplant that as number one. That's going to be awfully tough to beat.
Yeah, because you have the combination. You have the great historical moment and the emotional ingredient with your dad being there with you.
One of only 2 times still to this day that the World Series has ended on a walk-off home run.
So yeah, it's a tough one. I'm guessing it would have to involve you and your kid, right? That would have to happen.
Yeah.
So, and to witness something as gigantic as that Joe Carter home run with your kid would be something that I think would be able to just replace that memory.
All right, so Brendan, if you're listening, and I know that he's not, you've got to surprise me with some tickets to something down the road. Let's go to Patrick in Vallejo, who joins us at 808 KNBR. Patrick, welcome to Papa and Lund with Benson Ramirez filling in, man. What do you got for us?
Okay, I have 2 of them, if that's all right.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
You being having been a Packer fan, this will be the first one. My brother and I were like 16, 17 years old, something like that, and we drove across the state with no Packer tickets. We parked the car, and back in the day, I am 70 now, so it was a long time ago. Ray Nitschke was still playing.
Wow.
We were walking to Lambeau Field, and no tickets, and there it was. It was a wheelchair out in front of an old folks' home. Well, we could just borrow it, and so
no way,
no. And hand to God, man, hand to God. We got onto the field.
You got on the field,
and it was against the Bears.
What?
Packers Bears on the field.
You could.
Wow.
Yeah. And we're cheering on the Packers, and my brother, of course, when the Packers scored a touchdown, he's in the wheelchair and he stands up. It's like one of those Trading Places Eddie Murphy shots.
Did anybody notice? Did you guys get booted? You're like, I'm healed.
No, we didn't get booted.
Hallelujah! It's a football miracle.
Luckily, we didn't get booted, but that was fun. And I will say we did replace the wheelchair back at the nursing home.
Oh, that was kind of you. All right, you got one more. We got other calls that want to get in. So what's your other one?
You bet. It was a Colorado Rockies game, and I was the only Giants fan. Both my sons, my ex-wife, and everybody were Rockies fans, and so was everybody around us, and we saw a triple play.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool.
A triple, and I stood up, and I cheered, and I looked around, and I said, come on, people, it's a triple play. Everybody should cheer that. It's a rarity to be able to see a triple play.
Yeah, that's it.
I got a chance to see Giants with a triple play, and I was the only one cheering.
Thank you for sharing the stories, Patrick. That's great.
408 saying I was at Game 7 of the 2012 NLCS in the bleachers in the pouring rain. That game, I wish I'd been at that game. I remember where I was. I was actually at the BJ's at Northgate Mall in San Rafael because I had just taken the Timberwolves job.
Okay.
And I was...
Were you sober?
I don't know. I don't remember. There might have been a couple of beers involved.
There you go.
But I remember, earlier that day, they had just come and picked up my car to move my car to Minnesota, and I was, lamenting leaving town because I had been, covering the Giants, and it was like I'm leaving in the middle of this magical run, but I was going to take my first ever NBA play-by-play job, so it felt like a good trade-off.
You know what? That's another good list or good question to ask. If you could pick one sports moment or game that you could have witnessed in person, what would have been? Mine is, it's not even I'm so absolutely clear of mine.
Yeah, what is it?
Michael Jordan, Game 6, 1997 finals. This 97-98 finals.
Jazz, the Jazz game.
I would have loved to have been up there in Salt Lake City wearing a Bulls Michael Jordan jersey, watching MJ just splatter Byron Russell and saying goodbye.
Well, it's funny.
That's when he said goodbye. The Wizards,
right,
I don't care.
Right. That's a great moment. I had Ian Eagle on a podcast a few months ago that I occasionally will do on the side, and he was calling that game for the international feed and for all the English language countries outside the United States, and he said that that's the top moment that he's ever been a part of. And Ian Eagle's seen some stuff, man. We think our lists are good. Ian Eagle's got a list.
That's Black Jesus, baby.
Yeah. Here's one that I might have thought would be cool to be at. Let's go to RJ in Mountain View. RJ, you were seriously at this?
Yeah, so a little context behind it. If you guys don't remember, it was the Sound and Fury was the name of the fight, and it was sponsored by St. Ives Malt Liquor. And my brother happened to work for them at the time. So we had VIP throughout the whole thing. So I was sitting next to Floyd Patterson, talking boxing the whole time, and also sitting next to the Secretary of State of Nevada at the time. And Ken Norton Jr. were sitting a couple rows behind. So it was just, and you got to also remember that this was when Tupac got shot.
Right.
So there was this whole gang element that was going on, and people were freaking out about everything. We walked out of the fight not knowing what happened. I mean, because you're sitting there at the fight. You don't have TVs. You can't see what's going on. All you see is chaos. People are throwing chairs, and it was just insanity. So, but we didn't know that they disqualified him for biting his ear until he got, in front of a TV to see it.
Wow. So Mike Tyson bites Evander Holyfield's ear, and you're just wondering what just happened.
Exactly. You're just kind of going, they're just pulling people apart. And, I mean, you remember the whole thing, the chaos of it, and chairs flying, and, even leaving the arena afterwards with the confusion. And then people were throwing glasses at bars and sounded like gunshots. And the whole night was just insane. It was so crazy.
Well, RJ, appreciate it. That is, have you ever been to a big fight?
No. I love boxing, but not that much.
Yeah,
I like it.
I saw a Trinidad. I saw a Tito Trinidad fight in Miami once, and I saw an MMA fight in Vegas once.
I think boxing is one of the sports that you can appreciate more on the tube, the event per se. I'm not saying about the peripherals or the environment, the vibe. I get all that. But if I really want to watch a fight and indulge in it and just appreciate the boxing skills, I don't think watching it live does any good for you.
Here's one the 707 has that they say they wish they were at. How about the Miracle on Ice?
Oh, sure.
That'd be pretty good.
How about you? What's if you could go back?
I'd have to think about but what jumps to my mind is I want to go back to, was it Yankees Cubs when Ruth supposedly called the shot?
Okay.
I'd like to go back and see, did that actually happen?
All right.
That'd be, or you know what else would be pretty sweet? It'd be great to go back to, was it 36, the Jesse Owens Olympics?
Oh, yes.
That would be pretty awesome to see.
Right.
So, yeah, there's some, I'm sure I'm forgetting. There's so many. I'm sure I'm forgetting a ton. I will tell you, we have our honorable mentions, and people are probably like, hey, Dave, you did the Timberwolves for 10 years. How could there not be a Timberwolves moment? I do have one that's an honorable mention.
Pretty bad.
So they weren't good.
They were pretty bad.
They weren't good. But there was one game that was kind of cool.
Drafting Cat? Was that at the time? Moments?
No, but drafting Cat was, the road to getting drafting Cat was certainly interesting. So, all right, we're overdue for another break. When we come back, if you're on hold, stay on hold. We'll work in some of the calls. We'll get some more of the texts on the line, and I got a couple more stories we can share. And I don't know if we're doing a foreplay sound today or not. Walter didn't tell me. We are. Walter's going to bring. So I guess we're going to do that next. That's coming up next. So Walter's going to bring us a list for the foreplay sound. We got a lot more to get to. We'll have a caboose pistol today, and if I have time, I'll work in a story about. I actually covered Don Shula's last ever game, and Dan Marino. I got a great story on that, too. We'll see if we got time for all that. But you're listening to Pop on Lund with Benson Ramirez keeping the chairs warm here on KNBR 680.
Venezuela va al Mundial, Dios mío. Presidente, miénteme.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Baiocco joined Murph and Mac to discuss how close the 49ers and Nick Bosa are on a contract extension. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Benz and Ramirez in for Papa and Lund. And if you're on hold, stay there because I want to hear both. I want to hear the stories. And the texts have been blown up, but
we
are
both do.
We are going to get to the foreplay quick though. So there's a lot of diversity here on the foreplay. But did you see what happened last night with Ellie De La Cruz?
I did.
That was very interesting.
It was.
So let's hear what that sounded like.
You can't do things other than pine tar, I believe, and some stickum stuff. You can't add something to your bat. It would be an altered bat.
Are they on headset right now to New York?
That is exactly what they're doing. David Bell is asking for clarification. Adrian Johnson is the crew chief.
Microphone use by umpires would be appreciated. The penalty, if that is deemed to be an illegal bat, Ellie De La Cruz might be subject to ejection from the ballgame.
But normally when you're talking about that kind of issue with a bat, there's some level of subterfuge, right? It's something that's not clear and obvious. That's a knob that you can see from, we're practically in orbit, and we can see it from up here.
Most objects like that, tools like that, have to be approved, and it is my knowledge that has been pre-approved for him to use that on his bat.
So he already cleared it with baseball, and yet now baseball, essentially through New York and the umpiring crew, is saying he can't use it.
That's the understanding I have right now, Jeff.
De La Cruz trying to add to it. He crushes! Upper deck, right center!
Take that 94.
Remember earlier in the game, there was dispute over the knob of De La Cruz's bat, and he points at it.
Yeah, he's like, yeah. He's I know what I'm doing out here. Apparently you guys don't, but I know what I'm doing. And Ellie De La Cruz had the last laugh on that one.
Not just that, but then they made him remove. It's a plastic thing that covers a swing sensor that is on the knob of the bat. He's been using it since 2021. It's clearly cleared by MLB. So to me, this is like Davey Johnson or someone trying to mess with De La Cruz and get him,
get in his headspace.
That's it. So the story doesn't end there. Then the umpires cleared it with MLB and allowed De La Cruz to put it back on for a second. That was his first at-bat of the game.
Yeah, the umpires said they asked New York. It took a while to get a response, and now everybody knows. So,
right.
Yeah, that was...
so he puts the thing back on and then hits a double.
Yeah,
and then another double.
Yeah, I thought he hit a home run.
No, I'm saying after.
Then he hit the double and the double. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's having a pretty good year, by the way. Yeah. All right. Dave Fleming last night trying to explain Cal Raleig's nickname.
I made the mistake last year of going up to Cal Raleigh and asking him, how'd you get your nickname? In Seattle, they call him the Big Dumper. It was not my best moment. 0-2? Did he go? Yes, he did. Cobb gets a strikeout.
Yeah, that's the strikeout he's pitching for. Such a frustrating at bat for a big league hitter to go down by way of a strikeout, especially when it's a half swing and you have a runner in scoring position.
So there's one. Here's Colton Wong. The big dumper leading away from second. He said, well, I got a big rear end. That was it, maybe slightly different language, but I was like, okay, great.
I'm with you. We're going to talk about that.
He's a good player.
I'm glad we got the payoff on why, because that could have been a lot of things. But there you go.
You know who started that was Jared Kelenic.
Oh, really?
So he came through the farm system with Cal Raleigh. And that's the nickname he gave him coming through the farm system because, well, like Dave said, he got a big butt.
Okay.
He got a big butt. So he hated it at first. Raleigh did. But then now the Mariners and apparently Raleigh embraced the Big Dumper.
See, I think,
and now they're printing out T-shirts and even jerseys with the 29, which is Raleigh's number, And instead of saying rally on the back of the jersey, it says, you guessed it, Big Dumper.
See, I think that nickname probably would have been more apt to apply to Joey Chestnut yesterday.
Oh, my God. Well played.
Anyway.
Disgusting, but well played.
Moving on.
Yeah.
We talked about Joey Bart earlier in the show and how hot he has been in Sacramento. He's swinging a very good bat right now.
Infield back conceding the run on a ground ball. Here's a swing at a high fly ball. Center field. Phillips going back to the warning track to the wall. It's off the bottom of the wall. Diaz will score. VR in behind him. It's a 2-run double for Joey Bart. And Sacramento takes a 2-0 lead here in the first.
8-game hitting streak for Joey Bart. The overall average down with the River Cats is still only 247, but he's swinging the bat a lot better. And, if anything, making it maybe a little bit more attractive to be able to work him into a trade possibly.
I think so. I mean, he has defensively, he has been good. When he was up with the big club, he was very good. Defensively, his struggles were with the bat, which is strange because that's the main feature he had coming through the Giants farm system. He was always a good hitter. The questions were on the defensive side, and now it's flipped. And apparently I haven't watched a full River Cats game since I was there. I went up there to see Luis Matos the week before he got called up. So I haven't watched much of Joey's game lately or Sacramento's River Cats games. But from the stats, what they show is he has figured something out over the last week or so offensively, and he's looked way better.
Well, that's good news for the Giants no matter what. And you still hope Joey Bart, despite the success of Patrick Bailey, you hope Joey Bart can, put a little bit of pressure on the club to be able to maybe bring him up and have him in a Giants uniform.
Listen, competition is always good. I think iron sharpens iron, and that's a good thing for whoever's involved in it.
All right. Finally, we talked about this very early in the show today, but the NBA making some news. Details will come out in mass on Saturday, we're anticipating. But Adrian Wojnarowski dropping that the NBA is indeed going forward with plans for a mid-season tournament starting this season.
The NBA has been talking about this in-season tournament for years. They originally wanted to bring it in with the play-in tournament. During the pandemic, they decided let's just do one. But the in-season tournament this year, the Final Four will be in Vegas December 7th and 9th. And so essentially it will be baked into the regular season schedule, and then 8 teams will emerge out of that and play a tournament. Look at like the Maui Invitational, the old Great Alaska Shootout, where, in the season you have this quick little tournament with some great teams playing each other. Doesn't equate to an NBA championship, but people get into it. It has meaning. And for the NBA, Adam Silver's wanted to do this for a long time, taking it from European soccer. Right. Saturday night, Malika Andrews is hosting our show in Vegas with more details about this. But essentially, I think every team will be scheduled 80 games to start the season. And a couple teams, there's going to be 2 teams that are going to play 83 games. They're going to play that championship game. The stats, I'm told, from that last game, the championship game of the in-season tournament, those will not count on the regular season. All the rest do.
So there you go. If you need another reason to go to Vegas, there it is. Go see the mid-season tournament championships.
I still have a lot of questions with this. I'm not saying it's not going to work. I'm just saying I don't know what it is. Well, so it's a heck of a tease if you're the NBA. They're getting everyone's attention and getting us to talk about something that is, 6 months away?
And the first part of what he said, what Woj said there was that this has been on Adam Silver's mind for a long time. Every year prior to the season, and in some years it's actually been during Summer League, but most years it's been more like September in New York. They'll have broadcast meetings where all the broadcast crews, the producers, the directors, the talent, they'll all go to New York and they'll have broadcast meetings, and Adam will usually come talk to the group. And I think Adam first probably presented this to the group, I'm going to say 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, so this has been something that he's been thinking about, the league's been thinking about for a long time.
Right.
So I'm not surprised to see it happening, but I need more details on it, and I want to know if fans are really going to, what is going to be the carrot at the end of the stick that is going to make the average fan care?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, from a communication standpoint, it's a heck of a tease. It's a great job because you're driving interest into this Saturday announcement so we can all understand and have a better grasp of what is this? What are we talking about? What's the prize? Are we celebrating? Are we hanging banners? Are rafters getting new decor? Are players getting, what is it? It's a big question mark, but I'm looking forward to it.
All right, real quick, let's sneak in one of our calls, and then we got a break. Let's get to Mike because he's been on hold longest. Mike, we've been talking all day about our top sporting moments that we've been at in person, and seems like you got one that you will never forget.
Well, I actually have a few, but which one you want me to give you? I got three.
The top one, the number one.
Okay, the number one. All right, I'm going to go with the most recent one then. It was June 24th of this year. FP hooked me up with tickets to go to the Giants-D-backs game. It was the first game I'd been to in 16 years since I lost my sight and I was blind.
Oh, wow.
It was probably one of the best games I'd ever, excuse me, I'm starting to break up, that I've ever been to. I was sitting almost behind home plate where the players' families and wives were. Casey Schmidt's family was 2 rows behind me. And umpire makes a bad call. I hung up. I put my white cane up in the air, swinging it. I go, "You need to borrow my cane?" And I just had a ball. I was in tune with it. I was telling my cousin what was going on with the game, and I can't tell you. I can't wipe the smile off my face.
Wow.
Well, that Mike, that's heartwarming to know that you were hooked up by FP and that it turned out to be such a memorable game. And glad that KNBR and FP could be a part of that. And that's just great.
And
the fact that he was treated so well. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's an incredible story.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
Yeah, very cool.
I felt that.
FP doing some. I could hear the emotion out of him.
Yes.
It's been an emotional pop on line. All right, we got to take a quick time out, but first, let's welcome in our good friend Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people. The one thing you are helping people out with today, Steve, is if they can't pay their taxes.
That's right. And it's a real common problem. So I'm going to have to use a technical word right now, so everybody bear with me. I want you to avoid, here it comes, the crazies. And what the crazies are people do crazy things because they can't pay their tax. Crazy things, illegal things. You don't want to do any of that. What you do want to do is just turn the case over to us. There's so many good options. We'll explain them all to you, whether you just pay part and the government forgives the rest, or they forgive the penalties, or we pay in monthly installments, or they leave you alone until you're back on your feet, or maybe the taxes themselves are wrong. There's so many things that we possibly can do for you, and that's what we want to do. In almost all cases, we do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them, and then you can have a normal life and sleep the sleep of the innocent.
Well, avoid the crazies with our good friend and founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, Steve Moskowitz. For more info, call Steve at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
El Cerrito, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, El Cerrito's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Well, Sean Estes discusses whether or not Kyle Harrison will get called up this season. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
You know, I don't know what they're going to say publicly, but internally I would be looking at every channel and fielding every question. I mean, if you don't think you can re-sign him, which seems to be the narrative, now is it. I mean, the only way you change your franchise, if you're not going to re-sign Shohei Ohtani, you're going to get nothing in return. But if this team that you're trading him to potentially has the inside track to re-signing him or wanting to, then you're able to get more for this kind of player. We're talking 5 to 6 players for one guy.
John Smoltz talking about the possibility of Shohei Ohtani being available in the trade market. Welcome back to Papa and Lund with Benson Ramirez sitting in, and we're going to get into some baseball talk real quick. But before we do that, John has been on hold for a long time wanting to tell us about his favorite sporting event that he's ever been at in person. John from Salinas, welcome to Papa and Lund. What do you got for us?
Hey, thank you so much. I always wanted to go to the Final Four, and I was going to go the year before last when it was in New Orleans, and I was going to take my oldest 40-year-old son. I'm a retired basketball coach. He is a current high school basketball coach. But with COVID, we didn't go. However, I entered a contest, Wish of a Lifetime, through AARP. I won the contest, and it was tickets for this year's Final Four in Houston, Texas, all expenses paid and tickets, airfare for both my son and I.
That's awesome.
That's crazy.
It's a wish of a lifetime, and it's probably the last time we'll ever do anything like this because I'm 70 and moving slow.
So, John, let me ask you something. Did you care? Did you care at all who was playing, or did you just wanted to go?
Well, I didn't really care. However, San Diego State was playing.
Right.
Their guard, Lamont Butler, played at Riverside Poly High School when I was a coach there. He played against my son, who coaches at Hillcrest in Riverside, beat him.
No way.
I think we lost him, but that's very cool.
Wow.
That
is very cool.
So people actually do win those things.
Yeah.
You always wonder, like, do they actually, like, really give away what they're saying they're going to give away? But apparently they do.
They do.
Great stuff. Like this one from the 408. I saw Chris Jericho beat The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin in the same night to become the first ever undisputed champion. Wrestling, not really, it's scripted, but they're still athletes.
Is it a sport? Yes or no? I'm saying no. It's entertainment. It's not a sport. It's scripted.
In the Olympics, it's a sport.
Different wrestling, though.
Yeah.
That is Greco-Roman wrestling. This is scripted wrestling. That's not a sport.
Okay. All right, let's get back to the baseball. You heard Smoltz, and you brought this to my attention. Jason Stark putting it out on The Athletic, his midseason awards.
Love it.
And he not only put out the MVP, he put out the LVP, least valuable player. He put out his Cy Young and his Cy Yuck, and then his Rookie of the Year candidates. Okay, so I mentioned this when we had Roy Smalley on the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like because baseball now has one set of rules and they are playing a schedule in which everybody's playing everybody, that they're really, and I'm not saying abolish American League and National League in terms of divisions. I mean, clearly the NBA has the East and the West, and the NFL has the AFC and the NFC. So you're not going to abolish the leagues,
right?
But in terms of a postseason award, the NBA, there's only one NBA MVP. Okay?
Even though there are two conferences.
Even though there's two conferences. Okay, there's only one NFL MVP.
Right.
There should only be at this point one, in my mind, one Major League Baseball MVP and one Major League Baseball Cy Young. I think, and one Major League Baseball Rookie of the Year.
I don't hate that. I think you're onto something. So you're saying, what's the name of that? You're saying they should go Highlander.
Highlander, I don't know. I don't get the reference.
The movie? There can only be one.
Oh, there can only be one.
Christopher
yes.
Lambert?
I don't know the movie, but I've heard the line. There can only be one.
You know what I'm talking about, right? The movie.
I don't. I've never seen Highlander. Never seen it. No, never seen it.
It's Immortals.
Okay.
So people, it's like this Scottish clan. It's Sean Connery, Christopher Lambert. Very popular movie in the 80s.
I'm going to have to watch that. I'm going to have to watch that.
And the only way they die is by chopping their head off.
Oh, gosh.
And in the end, there can only be one immortal left.
Well, so that's what I think, though. There should only be one. I don't care if you're the American League Cy Young anymore. If the National League Cy Young was better and, he got a bunch of his wins against American League teams.
So now it's a balanced schedule. Everyone has the DH.
Right.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
However, and this is where I might push back a little, National League teams do face National League teams
more
in their division. And you might benefit or be, hampered by facing lesser or more complicated. I'm just
okay, but
it applies to the NFC and the NBA as well.
Right.
I mean, but in the NBA, the difference is not that stark.
Well,
I mean,
in the NBA, if you're in the West, you're only playing the Knicks twice, right? Whereas if you're in the West, you're going to play, the Warriors 3 or 4 times.
Right, but it's not that big of a difference. Is what I'm saying.
Well, I still think let's unify it.
Okay.
So anyway, you can do both. I'm going to just do one because I'm doing unification here.
Wow,
but should we say what Jason Stark had first?
All right. Yeah.
Do you have the list in front of you? I don't have it up right now.
Yeah, I have it right here. So Jason Stark on The Athletic, he is saying that his AL MVP should be, to the surprise of no one, Shohei Ohtani.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, I mean, that's a no-brainer.
I'm going to give him overall league MVP.
Okay, so you're going with your new
under my new
format?
rules, I'm going straight up league MVP at the midpoint is Shohei Ohtani.
Okay. All right. So you're not going to vote for National League MVP. You're going to bypass that
Bypassing it.
Okay. I'm going to go, since I'm going to go old school, with the guy who leads baseball in WAR, in Fangraphs WAR. Not just that, but he is on pace to have, if Aaron Judge had a historically great season last year, perhaps the greatest offensive season in history, this guy might try to surpass that. Not on a home run scale, but on a complete baseball offensive scale. And that is Ronald Acuna Jr.
Having an amazing year. Amazing.
No one's had a 40-50 season in baseball. That means 40-plus home runs or 50-plus and 50-plus stolen bases. No one. This dude is on pace to have a 40-80 season. That's 40-plus home runs, 80, that's 80 stolen base season.
Which is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
But and it's a but. It's a small but. It's a small but because of what you're saying, 40-50.
Not a big dumper?
Not a big dumper. It's a mini dumper.
Okay.
The new rules kind of help those numbers a little. Now, granted, he's going to blow by it so emphatically that I don't think it loses any merit. And I'm not throwing shade on his season. His season he's unbelievable, and he's finally healthy, and that is fantastic.
That's my National League MVP today.
Okay.
Ronald Acuna Jr.
Okay. Your least valuable player, because Jason Stark gave an LVP.
Right. I'm just going to give one. out. I'm not going to go in both leagues.
And I don't know what the criteria is for this, but I'm looking at it straight for who's making the most money and doing the least for their team.
Hence my pick.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Giancarlo Stanton. He's one of the top 10 best highest paid players in baseball. And when Aaron Judge went out with that toe injury in LA, he should have been able to. He was the guy the Yankees were looking towards for offensive production to fill in the void, the gigantic void that Aaron Judge left when he was hurt. He is hitting a mere 201, just absolutely underwhelming 201. But worst of all, he's a slugger. I mean, that's what he's known for, hitting the baseball hard, extra base hits. His slugging is .396. He's got 7 home runs. Thairo Estrada has more home runs than Giancarlo Stanton. That's horrible.
But he's good enough that he's having a horrible year, but he's still getting trotted out there.
Yeah, because there's no one else.
Good point. All right, my guy's not playing, and people could say, well, he's hurt. I'm just looking at the number. Steven Strasburg is getting $35 million this year for doing nothing.
Yeah.
And I don't know that we're going to ever see Steven Strasburg back.
I don't think so.
And he's also due $35 million next year.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's there's not a lot of value there.
Yeah, there are other candidates like Patrick Corbin, Jose Abreu. That new deal with the Astros is horrendous.
You could say Bobby Bonilla. He just had Bobby Bonilla Day, July 1st.
That's a different deal.
He's still making, you know what, though, I give mad props to him.
And I don't want to poke, we're not making fun, we're just evaluating, but the Jacob deGrom deal for Texas is not looking good. I mean, it's a shame, because when he is healthy, and that's a big if, or when, because he's rarely healthy. When he is healthy, he is, to me, he is the best pitcher in baseball. He is just untouchable. When he is healthy, I want that guy. But he's never healthy. And you knew that coming into the season, and he's getting older. I've never met an athlete who gets healthier the older he gets.
The best ability is?
Availability.
100%.
So to me, deGrom, but I'm going to go with Stanton.
Okay. Cy Young. Not a lot of people really are noticing. I mean, I think they're noticing, but they're not exactly, sitting with bated breath and watching what's happening in Tampa. But the Tampa Bay Rays are having a fantastic season. They got out of the gates quickly, and Shane McClanahan is, he's just absolutely dealing.
Lights out.
And I'd say, give me that guy right now.
Yeah, he's lights out. He's lights out. ESPN's Cy Young predictor has him as number 1 in the American League today as the favorite to win the American League Cy Young.
And again, I'm saying overall Cy Young. I'm going McClanahan.
Yeah. Jason Stark is voting for Kevin Gausman, which might make a few Giants fans nauseous because he should have been here. However, so what's the case for Gausman? Number 1, strikeouts, 146 over 109.2 innings pitched. When you compare it to McClanahan, he's got 101 strikeouts over 96 innings pitched. So Gausman has been significantly better in that department. However, ERA McClanahan 2.53, Gausman 3.04. It's not a big of a jump. You can make the case for both. Nathan Eovaldi has been lights out, too, for the Rangers. I mean, his fastball is like, I don't even know where that fastball came from. He's always had the speed, the power behind the fastball, but now he's got command over it. He can pitch it wherever he wants, throw it in any count, on any lefty. It doesn't matter.
It's so weird with a pitcher like him, right? When you see the lights come on, and it's not, and they've been around for a while, and then all of a sudden, maybe it's just the right circumstance. It's getting with the right coach, the right who knows, but something has clicked.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Stark and go with Gausman. I think strikeouts, ERA is a tricky stat because it doesn't tell the whole story to me. Because a guy might have a horrible ERA, but it might be hampered by different elements. Whereas strikeouts and whip, for instance, tell a more clear picture of how dominant or not a pitcher is. So on that basis alone, National League, I'm going to go. American League, I'm going to go with Kevin Gausman.
Okay.
And you're not going to. So you're going with who?
I'm going with McClanahan.
Okay, overall. Okay.
Yep.
National League is tricky because, I mean, I'm just going to go with the guy I think is the best, has the best stuff. I'm going to go Spencer Strider.
Okay.
This dude is, he is scary. Like scary. I don't want to see him. I don't want to face him. I have it on my fantasy team. He makes me happy every time he pitches. He is a throwback. He is like, his attitude is Nolan Ryan-like. He's going out there every single start to destroy you, to annihilate whoever dares grab a bat and stand opposite him and try to hit. I love that. And he can back it up. Like, he is just nasty, filthy. He leads baseball in strikeouts, 155 punchies in 98 and a third.
That is amazing. That amazes me. That number is mind-numbing.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with Spencer Strider. And a sick mustache, by the way.
All right, love it.
To go with it.
I'm getting the signal from Danny. We need to break, so I don't think we're going to do Rookie of the Year.
That's
but
it.
You could. We hit the big ones. We hit the ones that mattered.
Plus, they're a lock. It's Corbin Carroll.
Yeah.
In the National League.
Yes.
And maybe Young in the American League.
Well, there you go. When we come back, we got a squeaky clean, family-friendly caboose pistol, which we're going to be totally winging because Walter hasn't brought me in the options. So we'll get through that together, and then we'll have our final thoughts on what has been a very fun Thursday here in the KNBR studios. You got Benson Ramirez filling in for Papa and Lund on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose? I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back on Papa and Lund with Dave Benz and Carlos Ramirez filling in here on this Thursday. Been a very fun day. And we will get another call or two in on our top sports moments that you've witnessed in person. But the Caboose Pistol, one of our favorite parts of the show, and Walter literally just handed me a pile of stories to choose from. But I'm going to go actually off the grid, which I'm apt to do, because did you see this story out of Vegas?
No.
About Britney Spears?
Oh, yeah. The Wemby bodyguard security slapping incident, right?
Yeah, she was at Catch Restaurant in Vegas and supposedly went over to try to get a picture with Wemby at the Aria Hotel, and Wemby's security detail just turned around and slugged her in the face, and now she has filed charges.
Why? What did Britney Spears do to deserve the wrath of Wemby's security person?
Apparently, according to the reports, the security person in question says that he did not realize it was Britney Spears, which begs the question, so you think it would be okay to just slap anybody in the face, even if they're not Britney Spears?
Let alone a woman.
Right.
That is just, what?
So Britney has reportedly, according to multiple sources, multiple news outlets, I should say, not my sources, Britney has reportedly filed charges, and there is a criminal investigation now looking into the incident.
Right, but this has nothing to do with Wemby, though.
It has nothing to do with Wemby other than that he was there, but I don't know about you. If I'm walking through Vegas and Britney Spears wants to take a picture with me, I'm probably more than okay with that.
Does that count as Wemby's first NBA block?
No, probably not.
Rejected by Wembanyama security detail.
I'd be kind of ticked if I was Wemby. I'd be like, are you out of your mind?
Dude, it's Britney.
I want a picture with Britney.
It's Britney.
Yes. Unbelievable. All right.
That's crazy. Okay.
All right. And I'm reading these cold. So let's go to Michigan. A Michigan man won a $100,000 lottery prize.
I'm jealous already.
But said he initially feared the email from informing him that he won it was a scam.
I could see that happening.
So he so the 69-year-old man told Michigan lottery officials he always made sure to scan his non-winning $6 million jackpot tickets using the lottery app so he could be entered in a second chance drawing. He scanned several. One day I saw an email from the lottery informing me I'd won $100,000. And when I went to show my wife, she thought something bad had happened because of the look on my face. The man said he had suspicions about the email. This story does not seem all that amazing. I think we would all probably doubt it, right? He says he plans to use his winnings to pay bills and share part of his prize money with family.
So he got the money. He was just...
Apparently he got the money. He just thought the email was a scam.
Which I can see that happening.
I will tell you. So I don't know if you've ever won anything and actually almost thrown it away.
No, I've won. The most I've won at the lottery is like $4.
Yeah, although whenever I'm driving past the 7-Eleven and I see that it's over 500 million, I'm
stopping.
I've got to stop in and get a ticket.
Yeah.
When I was covering Super Bowl, I don't remember the number, but it was in Miami. It was Colts Bears in Miami, and They had a drawing. They had for the promoting the Super Bowl for the next year. I think it was going to be in Phoenix the following year. And so you put a business card into a hopper and you pull something out.
Like a fishbowl thing.
Yeah. And I ended up winning like a weekend getaway to some resort in Arizona. And literally it came in like just a small envelope. It showed up at my work. I was doing sports talk radio in the time in Denver, and I showed up one day and there was a letter sitting in my work inbox, and I looked at it and just thought it was junk mail, and I threw it in the trash.
What?
And then I went back I don't know what made me go back. I went back a couple minutes later, and I was like, oh, maybe I should at least see what that was. And I opened it up, and it was like, congratulations, you won an all-expense-paid trip to, I don't remember what the resort was, but it was a resort in Scottsdale. So I almost threw that away.
All right.
All right,
What else you got?
I got here. You know what? Here, I'm going to hand it over to you. I'm going to let you handle it. You get to handle the final. It's your final 18 minutes of the week.
All right.
So you get to handle the final Caboose Pistol story.
Thank you. Mysterious flying creature keeps pounding on Oklahoma family's back door. This sounds like chupacabras thing to me. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, big
chupacabras.
Yeah.
Yeah. An Oklahoma woman is trying to solve the mystery of an unknown flying creature that keeps thumping on her family's back door late at night. This is creepy. I'm scared. Carol Dillon of Oklahoma City said her family has repeatedly been awakened in the middle of the night by a loud banging on her back door. I thought somebody was hitting baseballs against the house. Then it started sounding like basketballs, Dillon told K4 TV. Dillon's home security camera recorded unclear footage of a flying creature she believes to be a bat. But Micah Holmes of the Oklahoma Department of Wildfire Conservation said it could also be a large moth. That's a big-ass moth.
A large moth?
That is a big-ass moth. This is a good year for moths because it's been pretty wet for the summer, Holmes said. This is the time of year they're out and trying to mate. So is this like moth porn going on the back side of the house?
They're trying to mate with the door?
What is this? The state is home to multiple species of large insects, so I'm not moving to Oklahoma, including Luna, Sphinx, and Polyphemus moths. If it's a bat, keep it in mind, bats eat a lot of insects, mosquitoes, and other things that we don't like, Holmes said. Bats do serve a purpose, and they don't hurt you. That's true. Alex Hartman of the Oklahoma State University insect diagnostician said he believes the animal is unlikely to be a bat as the flying mammals use echolocation, I was going to say that, and would be unlikely to fly into glass. Point taken. Dillon said her next move is to have her back porch enclosed. She said the plans are to meet with contractors for estimates soon.
I think she just needs a better camera on the back so we can see exactly what it is.
But imagine the sound the bat or whatever animal it is making that she thought it was like basketballs being thrown at the wall. That's a loud. That's
loud. Yes, that's loud.
And if it's a moth, then it's like it's a Dwayne Johnson of moths. it's the Trent Williams of moths.
I don't want anything to do with that kind of moth.
It's a left tackle moth.
And I'm not moving to Oklahoma City or Oklahoma either.
No, I wasn't looking forward to either, but.
Yeah, there you go. There's your Caboose Pistol for today. Those stories were probably a little bit underwhelming, but that's okay. Go ahead.
The text line, someone asks, didn't Bonds go 50-50? And then he texts, that's a 209. Nope. My bad. As always, great knowledge, Carlos. You're welcome. Thank you.
The text line has been great today.
Appreciate it.
The calls have been great. Cheryl Fox. No, that's not. It's Rich in Cloverdale. I'm not sure where I'm getting Cheryl Fox from. Rich in Cloverdale joins us. Rich, you've got a story involving the summer of '98.
I do, sir. I do. Well, anyway, September, first of all, thank you for having me. You guys are wonderful. It's very
thank you.
to listen to.
Thank you.
So September 7th was my daughter's birthday, 1998, my first daughter. He broke the record that day. We were going to go that day, but we couldn't because it was my first daughter's birthday. So we went on a wing and a prayer the next day on the 8th with $100 between us, maybe, whatever and change. And I had an autographed McGuire bat and some memorabilia because I always like sports. And I thought, well, I'll trade for some tickets. We had no idea how much the tickets might be. So we drive 4.5 hours from Tennessee. We're both law enforcement officers, and I'll tell you why that rings a bell, why that's important later. So we get there, and we see somebody with a couple of tickets, and we flag him down, and we're in the parking lot, and he comes over. We say, how much for the tickets to hopefully see McGuire break the 60-second home run record? And he goes, He goes, 500 each, 1,000 for the pair.
Ooh.
And I look at my partner, and I go, well, I got $100 and an autographed Mark McGwire bat that's worth hundreds and hundreds. But he wasn't the type that collected memorabilia. He looked like maybe something, a little rough. So he looks at us, and he goes, I don't know what told him to do this, because are you guys cops? And we didn't want to say anything. We were from another state. We were in Tennessee, and we were in St. Louis. And St. Louis Metro was busting somebody else for
scalping. Right.
Uh-huh. So he sees that, and he thinks we're cops, and I don't want to get in trouble. I don't say anything. I just look at him, and I open up my badge. I tell my partner, don't say anything. I open up my wallet, and I just show him my badge.
Ooh.
So he goes, doggone it, I'm busted. And I don't say a word. I'm like, oh, Lord, you're leading me to the promised land.
Oh, my God.
Yes. So he thinks he's busted, and he goes, well, listen, what? I said, here's the deal. I go, what's the face value on there? $18 was the face value on the ticket.
No way.
I said, I'll give you face value, or I'm going to turn you into my buddies over there.
No way.
Yes.
Flexing the cop muscle. I love it.
It's horrible. We were a little corrupt. It's not too bad. Anyway, so he comes to me and he goes, how about $100 for the pair? And we're like, no can do, buddy. The tables have turned.
Oh my God.
So he gives us the tickets. I can't believe it. We kick him on down the road. We go repark the car so he doesn't vandalize and steal the bat out of the car.
Right.
And we go in, and my partner, he's a Rico Suave, good-looking guy. He turned out to be a priest later.
All right. Wow. Okay.
He tells the girl in the left field, goes, can we sit down there at those picnic tables? The first row in the left field. She goes, sure, why not? Go ahead. My dad's a cop. I'm not saying this is right. It's just how it happened. I'm not condoning this abuse of professionalism in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, long story short, we're sitting in the first row on a picnic bench. McGwire comes up. He hits that line drive for the home run. We hugged and cried, and it was a miracle moment.
Wow.
What a story.
That's awesome.
I'm sorry?
But you know what? I approve. I approve.
Oh, thank you.
You did not come in there with a flexing my cop muscle attitude. You just saw an opening. You saw a crack in the system, and you took advantage of it.
Yeah, you didn't even say anything. You just opened up your wallet, and your badge happened to be there.
Plus, they were scalping tickets.
I was hoping it would work out. Yes. What's that?
They were scalping tickets. I mean,
yes, sir, they were, and it was so horrible. I mean, we would have given him the bat, all our money, and that bat was worth $700-800. It was autographed and certified and all that.
So where's the bat now?
A lot of money for it.
Where's the bat now?
I sold it.
No.
Oh.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, I did.
How much you get? How much you get?
I got $500 at the time. I needed it. We were, not always ahead. Now I'm older. Now we got all the money in the world, and we're older now.
All right,
Not
Rich.
all the money, but now we're comfortable.
Rich, final question for you. I'm asking this on behalf of all the KNBR listeners out there. Everybody always has heard the rumor that if you ever say, "Are you a cop?" they're obligated to say yes. Is that true or not true?
My experience, not true.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Not obligated.
All right.
Not obligated because it's not true. I've never have said it because real quick, super second. I've worked undercover when I was a new cop.
I was
going to
say.
And they having me pick up prostitutes.
Oh, I was going to say, what if you're undercover?
You don't have to say it. You don't have to say it. If they commit the crime, you're only obligated if you go forward and you trick them into it. If they ask you, you don't have to say anything. That is a falsehood.
There you go. Rich, appreciate the time, man. That's an amazing story. Rich in Cloverdale. By the way, I did see that summer of '98. I was still working in Green Bay, and we did drive down to Wrigley in the middle of that home run race, that home run fever, and I got to see Sammy hit a home run. I don't remember what number it was, but it was in either late August or early September. It was probably like 50 or 51 or something, and that was pretty cool to be at Wrigley during that time. So
that's a great one. Some people are saying like, hey, the cop is like taking advantage of the small guy, the little guy on the text line. What, 415? I think it is. Yeah, 415.
Yeah, 408's not as kind.
I don't know if it's, listen, I've seen scalping mafias in other parts of the world. I see how they work. I even did stories on it on major sporting events. They're not. I'm not saying the guys he found were part of a scalping mafia or something, anything like that. But I've seen how they work, and they're not little guys.
No,
I mean, they have a lot of money and make a lot of money out of the actual little guy who wants to get a ticket and can't pay for it face value because these guys scalp them.
But now the scalping is all legal because it's all online with all these big companies.
Right.
So go figure that. We are way overdue for our last break. We're going to take one last break, and then we're going to have like 30 seconds to pass the baton to Tolbert and Copes. But stay with us. More to come here on The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Rich Aurelia joined Tolbert and Copes to discuss if the Giants' recent struggles changes his confidence in the team moving forward. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All-Star Game's rigged. You know, they put the people in there that they want in there. They don't want me in there for some reason, so I'll be sitting at home watching Shohei hitting my spot in the All-Star Game. Will he do as good as me? Probably not. But, you know, that's the cards I was dealt, so I got to live with it.
That's Brandon Belt, former Giant, talking about the All-Star Game. Gotta love the humor out of Brandon Belt. Throughout the show today, Carlos Ramirez and myself, we have been talking about our top sporting events we've witnessed in person. You guys have been great on the calls and on the text line. 415 said he was at the game when Ricky Henderson broke Lou Brock's stolen base record. That must have been pretty cool. And then I love this one. The 650 says, my small-time story, I was there when Aubrey Huff handed inside the park home run.
Yeah, that never happens. Listen, man, I've had a blast this week. Before we head out, I want to thank everyone here at KNBR, Mike Kohler, everyone, Walter, you. I had such a blast this week. I hope we get to do it again at some point. It was really fun. Who am I missing? A lot of Danny, a lot of guys.
Yeah, you're missing Triple E, who brought us the corn dogs on Monday.
Of course, Triple E. Who else? Everyone. I don't want to leave anyone out. I had a blast. I hope you guys had fun with us here these 3 days, Monday, Wednesday, and today, because there was no show on Tuesday. You're going to have Bip in tomorrow.
Bip Roberts is joining me tomorrow, so that'll be fun. I got an idea for a fun little segment I might play with Bip tomorrow, so we'll get that going as well. But it was a lot of fun, my friend. Have a safe drive. I know you're going down to SoCal with the family. You're going to get a little Disney time in. Enjoy your trip, and we will talk again
Lee
real
Hammer.
soon.
I forgot about Lee.
Oh, yeah. Lee's great.
Yeah, Lee. So
yeah, hopefully Nielsen didn't call again and ask whether or not they were off the air for the last 4 hours.
No, that didn't happen.
We're going to turn the baton over to Tolbert and Copes. They're coming up next, so enjoy probably a solid 60 to 90 seconds of bumper music while they take their time coming in, and Tolbert says those magical words that he starts the show with every day. Until next time, everybody, Dave Benz and Carlos Ramirez saying so long. Thanks for listening to Papa and Lund here at KNBR 680.
Venezuela va al mundial, Dios mío. Se siente bien, bebé.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to be joined by Mark Spears, Anscape.com. Talk a little hoops. Farhan Zaidi will join us. We'll talk some Giants. And Burnsy will join us. We will talk All-Star Game and All-Star Break and who's in it, who's not in it. We'll do whatever. This is what we'll do. Of course, with Burns, we could be talking about I don't know, gibbons or baboons or ocelots.
Jay Gibbons?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Former Orioles outfielder? That's where I thought you were going.
I do remember him, yes.
Did he play with Jay Gibbons? I don't know if he might have missed Jay Gibbons when he was in Baltimore.
I don't know. He wasn't there long.
No.
He wasn't there in Baltimore long, so I don't know.
He might have missed him.
Interesting. I didn't think about that.
We made Todd Gibbons. So we made Todd Gibbons with
exactly.
with Eric Burns, dude.
Oh, man. What's up?
Dude, the Giants get off the schneid, kind of. Like, I don't really feel like they got off the schneid. Like, you like to get a win going into the off day.
Dude, you're just trying to get to All-Star break.
I do. They're clawing, man. I mean, they were.
That's it.
It was only 5 strikeouts last night, too. They just 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah. And then, look, that happens occasionally, right? Yeah. I mean, the strikeouts, I don't know if that's in your control. It is a little bit, but, sometimes you're going to hit the ball hard.
Sometimes you get beat,
And you can't get those hits with runners in scoring position. But that's why I said last night when we were talking to Dave, 3 out of 4, because I was like, okay, get this one with Cobb, all right? And I didn't know they need a shutout to do it, basically, but get it with Cobb. And then you got to think you can take 2 or 3 from the Rockies, and the Rockies are not—they're not good, and they're really not good on the road. They're okay; they'll battle you at home, but they're not good on the road. So that shouldn't be a stretch to win 2 out of 3 against the Rockies. And boom, voila, there you are. You're 3 out of 4, and you won the last game of the Mariners series. You win this series, and you head into the break. And you feel like, okay, let's catch our breaths a little bit here, because we've been fighting our ass off from 6 down to get back in this thing, or 6 under 500, to feel like we're playing some pretty good ball. We let it slip a little bit, but we kind of salvaged it there at the end. Now let's just, tend our wounds a little bit, relax, try to get ready to go, get our bodies right, and get going for the second half, because you could almost feel it toward the end of the Blue Jays series and the Mets. Like they're starting to run out of gas. The guys were starting to get hurt, and the pitching was kind of leaking oil a little bit.
Yeah.
And you could just see, like, they were reaching for some water, and it just was little out of their reach. So just 2 out of 3. Just if you can get 2 out of 3 against the Rockies. And again, if you're a playoff team, you get 2 out of 3 against the Rockies. That's just what you do. So 2 out of 3. That's 3 out of 4 to end it. And you feel pretty good about yourself. And like I said, you get there, you get the body right, and then you have to go to, it's not going to be easy coming out of the break at Pitt, at Cincy. And then you're off and running. But I just think that would do them a lot of good mentally, just to feel like, okay, went through that. We had a hot streak. We had a cold streak. We rebounded a little bit at the end. We're in pretty good shape right now. We're in pretty good shape. We got a great shot at this thing. Let's get our mind and bodies right and then get after it.
Well, last night was evidence also of why you need another pitcher, right? I mean, Alex Cobb, and we'll talk more about this on the other side. Sean Estes was on with Murph and Mac this morning, and he was saying Alex Cobb is the most important pitcher in the rotation right now. And it's kind of like what we were talking about with the depth of the position players, where because they don't have a superstar to carry the lineup, that when you start losing a little bit of the depth, it feels much more like detrimental to the offense, because you don't have all those guys to step in, and the lineup doesn't look as full when Bryce Johnson's there or Brett Wisely, and it's fine. Those guys just aren't established big league players. You're going to have those dudes, but when you don't have the superstar, it becomes more difficult on the other guys. And so I think without Alex, it's an interesting point, because we all know the ace is going to be there. Logan Webb is Logan Webb. We expect him to perform.
Yeah.
But if Alex Cobb is going to pitch like this, or doesn't pitch like this, I mean, that puts the Giants in a tough spot. He proved yesterday that coming off of this injury that the season he was having can continue. I mean, he dropped his ERA to 2.91, 6 innings pitched, 6 hits, 7 strikeouts. But when you got a starter who can give you 6 innings, look at how short the game becomes. They scored 1 earned run last night. And the bull, I mean, they shaved this down to a 6-inning game. Taylor Rogers, and Doval, who picks up his 25th save. Tyler Rogers becoming like the 8th inning guy. He's been incredible. 1.83 ERA for this guy. It's impossible, I feel like, to prepare to face him.
No, he's
more different than any. He's the most unique pitcher in all of baseball, I think.
Yeah, he just flips it up there, and guys just can't. They can't get a beat on it, and it's just again, you never see that angle. It seems to me like 10 years ago, there used to be a few sidewinders. Now those guys are kind of gone. Like, you just don't see them as much anymore. And not that there was a bunch of them.
No, but there was always. I mean, the lefties a lot.
There was like there was like 4 or 5.
Mike Myers,
maybe 10. Yeah,
Jesse
exactly.
Orozco.
You're right. There were the lefties.
Javi Lopez was that way.
Yeah, but now you just don't see him. So when you face him, it's like it's got to be hard to try to figure out where to pick up the ball.
Right.
Like, you're looking down to pick up the ball near the ground.
It's coming from his ankle.
Yeah, and then it's coming up. It probably looks like it's going faster than it is.
And it's just pus. It's just
Bugs Bunny change up. 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. Like, you can't figure the guy out. No, he's been absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. So, I mean, look, The one I don't have that. That's the one concern I have is the rotation. It just is, and I don't know that you're going to go with the Brebbia Walker deal throughout the second half of the season and have success. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. Maybe they feel like they have to. I don't know. Again, I think they paid Stripling and Minaya to start. You look at the contract. If they're going to do what they're going to do, and maybe they feel like, I mean, obviously they feel like this is the best way. I just don't know if that's something you can continue. Like, maybe your fifth starter, okay, maybe your fifth starter, but you can't go fourth, fifth. That can't be 2 of your 5. Like, okay, we have 3 starters, and then we're going to do the bullpen 2 times. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I don't think it's going to, but who knows? Bullpen, I don't have a concern with. Bullpen, as of right, I just don't have a concern with. I mean, Duvall.
It's nails.
It's filthy. Both Rogers have been really, really good. Like, I don't like opening Walker just because I like having Walker in the back end. I like having him at my disposal in the 7th inning if I need him, or in the 8th, or in this whatever. I just like having him at the end of the game. So the bats, I don't really have an issue. I don't think the bats, as long as they can stay healthy, as long as they can stay relatively healthy. Again, they don't have the big bats in the middle, but they got a bunch of them. And would you like to see Schmidt kind of get going? Again, he hit a ball hard last night. I mean, he looks good.
He looks good defensively. Like, I feel good with him out there.
That play he made in was it top of the 5th or 6th?
Yeah. I think it was
the Giants scored, and then it looked like the Mariners may come right back and score, and that was that's just a glove right there. That was nice.
It's a good play too, where Alex Cobb fielded the ball and then he pumped her. I think it was Rodriguez back to third? It might have been after the drop ball in center by Matos when he ran into the wall. And then
you might be right.
He moved to third, but there was a ground ball back, and he did it was just one of the best pitcher fakes I'd ever seen. You know what I mean? Where he looked like he was going to, and I was like, oh man, he looked like he really did get Rodriguez to jump back to third base. So I don't know how Giants.
Well, how about the fact that they Cobb and the Giants stranded 3 leadoff doubles? I mean, that was massive. They had 3 leadoff doubles and didn't get one of them home.
Yeah,
not one. I'd have to go back and look at the play-by-play. I know strikeout, pop-up, whatever it was, but they weren't able to get him home, and that was obviously massive in a 2-0 game. So, yeah, again, a lot to like last night. The pitching was really good. Again, the offense for me is going to be good. It's good. Not going to be great, but it's not going to be terrible. Like, every offense goes through a little bit of a period where you're not scoring as many runs as you would like. But you look up and down the roster, and especially when Estrada's healthy, and you can slot him in the 2 or 3. I just don't see. I don't have an issue. I'd like to go see him get another outfielder, but
I'm more concerned with pitching. Yeah.
Yeah, so am I. Absolutely.
If he gets 6, this is what can happen. I mean,
just one more starter. Right, just one more starter. And then we'll see what happens with Harrison. But just one more starter. Then you have DeSclafani and Wood for like a 4th spot, if you want to do that. Or you for the 4th and 5th spot. Or you could have one of them for the 4th, one of them for the 5th. Or you could alternate them and keep that 5th spot. Like, I don't mind so much if the 5th spot is the bullpen game. I mean, I'd like to have a starter.
If you get a bulk guy there, it's not a
traditional that way.
Yeah, so do I. I'd like 5. So I think they would too. They said if we had 5 good ones, that'd be ideal.
Yeah,
you'd do it. If you could do it, it's just hard to do to get through a season with it. But they also don't have guys who are throwing the ball well for long enough.
Yeah, that's true.
And they haven't given the opportunities to some of those guys. Text line checks in, says, don't forget about righty sidearmer. I love this name, Clay Meredith. Remember him, CLA?
I do, yeah.
For the
Clayton
Padres.
Meredith.
760. Good call on Clay Meredith.
Yeah. Well, the original ones were Tekulve and Quisenberry.
Yeah, Dan
Those
Quisenberry.
were the ones that, but they weren't like full submariner. They were like sidearm, where they threw it, and their bodies were like straight up. But they didn't like go all the way over. We were like trying to.
Submarine was way more rare. Like Brian Fuentes was a side armor.
He's a side armor. Yeah, like the new guys. Like Bradford was one of the first guys. It looks like they're trying to scoop a quarter up off the ground with their mouth.
Chad Bradford.
They're way down
there. Or Bad
there.
Chadford, as some A's fans started calling him later on. Then there's the opposite guy, Josh Colmenter, who throws tomahawks like directly over the top.
Chris Young.
Yeah, Chris Young was like that.
Chris
too.
Young straight over the top, 6'11" through like 89.
It's like the president.
He's like, this guy probably throws heat. Is that his changeup? No, it's his fastball.
Giants get the win last night, 2-0, and they have an off day today, and then they'll open a 3-game series to close the first half. All-Star game coming next week. By the way, you said we were saying they were clawing and trying to fighting to get to the All-Star break. Did you say they were fighting their asses off or farting their asses off?
I'm pretty sure I said fighting.
Listen closely. Go to the tape.
Okay. Catch our breaths a little bit here because we've been farting our ass off. Really? Well, really?
I think that was a dead giveaway of what you said.
On, man.
I think it's pretty obvious what you said. I don't know how we missed that the first time.
Catch our breaths a little bit here because we've been farting our ass off.
Tom, dude, come on. We're doing a show, dude.
No.
It's a family show, Tom. On the other side.
Your mind's out of the gutter for crying
Hey, man,
out
you
loud.
brought it up, dude.
I did not bring anything up.
Gabe Kapler last night spoke after the game about Alex Cobb's great performance. Giants get the win thanks to Alex Cobb. Only threw 88 pitches, 61 of them for strikes, struck out 7, 6 hits, no runs, 2.91 is the ERA. Earlier today, Sean Estes said on KNBR he is the most important pitcher in the Giants rotation right now. We'll discuss that on the other side. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's Sports Leader.
The Giants got back on track thanks to Alex Cobb and the 2-0 win over the Mariners. More on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. There's Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Great for him to come out and just pound the strike zone, use all of his pitches, mix them well, hit spots. I'm not sure that he was like, his stuff was like A+, it was solid, but plenty to get us through those 6 innings. And then I actually think it was an interesting decision to get him out of the game. It was mostly based on like how many pitches he's built up to since he came off the IL. He was pitching very, very well. I think he was fully in control. Sometimes we'll make decisions to leave a guy out there a little longer, especially if we need it from a bullpen perspective. On a day like today, going into an off day with all of our arms available, we thought it made sense to just finish it with Tay and Ty and then ultimately get Doval back out there.
Every time this kid talking, makes me laugh, man. Yeah, Tay and Ty. That gets you too, Tay and Ty. The other one that got me wasn't his A+ stuff, but he was very good. He was satisfactory, is what I would agree. You know, when you're like in kindergarten, they don't give you A's and B's. You're like satisfactory.
Satisfactory, give you the S.
Talks too much in class, but satisfactory.
You want to tie me up with your ties? Tie.
Ty and Tay. Anyway, there's Gabe Kapler on Alex Cobb. Says a lot about a guy who can pitch that well without having his best stuff. You were talking about the leadoff doubles, and you're right. The first one, I think, was that 5th inning leadoff double. Cal Raleigh hit a leadoff double to left. Then there was an injury, and then he gets Caballero to strike out, Colton Wong to pop up, and then J.P. Crawford grounds out on that great play to Casey Schmidt. That was awesome. That was a cool play by Schmidt. And then they have 2 more leadoff doubles after that he pitched around?
I think they did.
Rodriguez had the leadoff double on the ball to Matos. Was that ruled? Was that ruled? They ruled that a double then. Okay, I wasn't sure.
They had to have ruled that a double.
That was tough.
I think.
It's funny because the graphic up, like the little score bug, did you notice it threw up the 1 out when he caught it? They like had it up immediately, like pretty quick.
Did they really?
Because I looked up and I thought, so is that, because then he dropped it. And I looked up at the out bug, like a little graphic up there, and I'm like, I couldn't tell if that was then the second. I was like, I thought there was nobody out. I thought this was the first batter of the inning here, and then they took it away. So it's funny, they threw it up immediately because he like caught it for a sec in his palm and then ran into the wall.
Yeah, I thought I thought it was at the end of his glove. Like I thought.
Yeah, maybe it was more of a tip.
Yeah, because he didn't get it. I think it was just a tip where he
just
had the ball.
A second.
Yeah, and it was just for a second.
Just to see how it feels.
Wall,
yeah, that's it.
And it popped out. So because he didn't have control of it. Like once he hit the wall, that flimsy part of the glove just kind of knocked it loose. And I was wrong, by the way. It was 2 leadoff doubles and 1 out double. The 1 out double came in the top of the 3rd when Wong flied out, Crawford doubled. Then they went strikeout in the top of the 4th. Then it was double, and they got it at both of them. I mean, yeah, it was just a really, really nice job of pitching because their offense wasn't going. Malone, I always hated going against like Malone. If it was the Angels or a team that maybe I was wagering on, because the dude just throws like, I don't want to say garbage up there, but it's like there's like nothing special about the stuff he throws up there, and sometimes he just keeps you off balance. He's that typical crafty lefty where it's just like keep it below kind of the hitting speeds, and I'll pop a fastball in there occasionally, and then I'll throw it below the strike zone. Yeah. It's like, God, can't hit this guy.
Just peppering you. It's like a poor man's Mark Burley. He's just throwing changeups and sliders and cutters and curveballs. Like they all kind of look the same out of his hand. They all vary by 8 miles an hour, 6 miles an hour. Like nothing too drastic. But he's effective enough. I mean, that guy existed for 100-plus years in baseball.
So effective, they released him after the game.
There you go. How about that, dude? They called.
Good Lord.
Well, what's funny, too, is I was reading an article about him last week before they called him up to make this start, because he made one start back in April. They sent him to AAA. And he's been around for a while, right? Like, he spent time. Was he with the A's? Is that who he came up with?
Yes.
I think he came up with the A's.
Yep.
Anyway, there was talk about him potentially being like a throw-in on a trade deal, maybe. So he needs a veteran pitcher who's got experience, maybe a lefty out of the pen or something, just some depth, and then they just cut him free. So there you go. There you go. They
I always thought
man.
that his name sounded like a gangster name. Like it should be
Tommy Malone, see?
Tommy Two Guns Malone.
Totally. Totally. And Tommy Malone, see him hit a walk 4 and give up 2, but only one of them's earned, see?
See?
Nice.
Tommy
Malone.
Tommy Malone and Two Guns Tommy.
Hey.
Which one?
And you had
the Razor and Tommy Malone.
There you go, dude. I never liked the part. I told you that was pissing me off that I think Paulie Mack made that open. That they cut out the I'm going to get the papers. Get the papers. Johnny 2 times because he always said things 2 times. Like I'm going to get the papers. Get the papers.
Oh man.
So Alex Cobb, real good last night. Still not much offense. And you may be right. This may be a situation where win a couple here. I mean, you lose 2 or 3 to the Rockies. That's not a good way to go into the break.
No.
They're in good position right now. They're within 3 games. D-backs coughed one. Did you see that game last night?
I did.
I had Mets money line. And the Mets, it was 0-0 like into the 7th, I think, and then Christian Walker hits a solo home run. The Mets are down 1-0 in the 9th with 1 away, and it's like a full count. And then was it Alvarez hit the solo shot? They get another run in there. They end up winning the game 2-1. Giants gain a game. So they're 3 back now of the division, and they could do some damage this weekend here if they beat up on the Rockies.
Look, if you get, let's say you get 2 out of 3 minimum, because I'm thinking again, the Rockies are 20 games under 500, but they're at least respectable at home. Like they'll battle you at home. On the road, they're just I don't know what the record is on the road, but it's awful. Trust me. So you get 2 out of 3. You're 8 games over 500 at the break. I mean, that's a 14-game turnaround because at one point they were 6 games under 500. So, yeah, I mean, would you have loved to have kept that hot streak going? Of course you would. That wasn't going to happen. You're not going to win. We're going to win 100 games, just like keep winning like 10 out of 11 on the road. I mean, who do you think you are, the Braves? I mean, you can't go 18-2 every 20. I think that team never loses. But anyway, so you were due for probably a little regression. Did you want to see as much as you got? Probably not, but I thought they ran out of steam on the road a little bit, and it caught up to them. Some of the injuries caught up to them, and I just think they're worn down. So, okay, catch your breath, get the last one against the Mariners, and you got the Rockies coming in. And again, you get 2 out of 3 there, you're 8 games over. Now, if you get a sweep, and I don't care how good you are and how bad the other team is, you can never count on a sweep. It's baseball. But I think if you're a good team, playoff, like if the Rockies go into Arizona, we're not paying much attention to it. Rockies going to L.A., we're not paying much attention. But we'd be surprised if Arizona or the Dodgers didn't beat them 2 out of 3. Like if they beat the Dodgers 2 out of 3, you'd be like, damn, that'll happen to the Dodgers. Or even Arizona, the way they're playing. So, I mean, I think the Giants are every bit as good as those 2 teams. So I expect them to win 2 out of 3. That's just what I expect. I expect playoff teams to beat bad teams 2 out of 3 times. I understand. It is baseball, so it may not happen. But if it does, you're 8 games over 500. I mean, that's a good place to be at the All-Star break. 8 games over 500. So that puts you, if you can duplicate that in the second half, 14, 15 games over 500, that puts you right there. But I think depending on what they do at the All-Star break, they could be even better in the second half because they were 6 games under. If they could get to 8 games over, 14-game turnaround, and I want to say it was 20-26, if I'm not mistaken. That one seems to ring a bell. 20-26. So. If that's the case, if they were 20-26, that means since then they're 27-14.
Yep.
So, I mean, they're playing good ball. I again, I understand. You'd love to keep that hot streak going right into the All-Star break. Because then if you did that, they'd go, oh, the Giants really didn't want to see the All-Star break. It's like you're in one of two camps. Oh, we're playing good ball. We don't want to see the All-Star break. Or, thank God the All-Star break's here. We really needed the really needed the All-Star break.
It's the we're due or it's the ownage or we're due. Right.
Rest versus rust.
Rest versus exactly.
It's ultimately what. But I think they're win 2 out of 3 here. I think they're in really good shape. I really do. Based on where they were, where they are now. I know they've leaked a little bit of oil, but that's fine. Every team's going to do it, and you take 2 out of 3 versus the Rockies. I think they're in really, really good shape coming out of the break.
Well, and a lot of people are saying Patrick Bailey deserves a ton of the credit for what the pitching staff's been able to do and what Alex Cobb has done. Remember, he really didn't like the idea of calling his own games in spring training. That was a big deal. A lot of these guys turned over the game calling to Patrick Bailey. Alex Cobb with Patrick Bailey as a catcher, 5-0, fifth straight win for the Giants when Cobb pitches. 4 of those are with Patrick Bailey. Here's what Cobb had to say after the game about his rookie catcher.
I've always been very stubborn about calling my own game and not really giving much of the responsibility to the catcher just because there's so many variables that go into it. I have 4 or 5 days before the game to really study my stuff versus their hitters, and these last 2 outings I've really given a large portion of the responsibility to Patrick. He's shown so much poise and ability to dissect a lineup and to identify what's working for the pitcher that day, what the pitcher's strengths are, and if he doesn't have that, to deviate from the scouting report, which was kind of what happened tonight. Didn't have my best split, and he was able to toss out what we talked about before the game and totally kind of reconfigure our game plan throughout the game. So it's impressive what he's done. I don't think I've been around a rookie that has his type of poise and ability on the field, and everything just seems slower to him.
For those that don't know, that is extreme praise for a young catcher. I mean, for a guy guys who if things aren't going well, you just he's a good guy, he's working hard, he's blah blah blah. You just give the little sort of stock answers. That was an in-depth answer, and for him to say these specifically the last 2 starts when I turned it over to him to do more of that work, and then when he realizes that things aren't working and identifies early on, hey, this stuff maybe it wasn't working in the bullpen, or it was, and now it's not here. You switch around the game plan and you pitch around a couple of leadoff doubles, a 1-out double. You don't allow a run to score. Hell, they balked him to third base after the leadoff double that fell out of Montes' glove. So that's overwhelming praise for what this guy is handling behind the plate. And again, I think we'd be content if he were just an average offensive player, but he's carrying a load, like he's doing his part, which is incredible.
And I think that's where the Buster comparisons come into play for me. It's not necessarily the hits,
it's the
or
leadership,
the home runs.
The silent leadership.
Yeah, it's
almost.
The leadership, the poise, and just the trust that he's earned already. I mean, that's a tough deal when you're talking about a pitcher who's used to calling his own games and likes to have control. Because look, whatever he gives up, that goes on the back of his baseball card, not on the back of the catcher's baseball card. So ultimately, he's the one responsible once he lets that ball go. And to have that type of control and be one of those pitchers that feels like as he said it, I got 3-4 days to dissect the lineup. I'm the one that's going to do it. To hand that to another kid, a kid, basically, he's not a kid, but a kid in terms of tenure, and just say, you know what, he gets it. He has the poise. I mean, it's amazing. If it was in his 2nd or 3rd year, that would still mean a lot. Yeah. That you're talking about a guy who likes to have control of the situation, control of the game, and is relinquishing that to a rookie that he's already earned that trust in a guy that's used to calling his own games and used to doing that. That's amazing. That, to me, that is where the word Buster comes into play, because
it's an intangible. It's not something
that was Buster.
Measured. Right? Yeah,
that was Buster.
He changed the staff. Timmy won size already. Right?
Yeah, he earned the trust.
Yeah,
he earned the trust of those guys, and that is not a small thing to be able to do that. These guys are vets. Some of them have been in the league a long time, and to say this guy knows what he's doing. When he puts his fingers down, I feel confident.
Jeremy Anfield. I mean, he was in the league for a long time before Buster. Before Buster
think about how hard that is.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're throwing it, and you're like, God, I just gotta okay. Let's just go with it. Let's just put the fingers down or hit the buttons, and we'll go with it. Because again, you're the one those are your numbers. Those aren't his numbers. Those are your numbers. Once the ball leaves, your numbers. So you're the one that has to feel like, I got to commit to this. I need to feel like this. You can't be, I'm not buying this. I don't know. No. Whatever you're going to throw, it's like swinging a golf club. Whatever you're going to swing, you better swing it with some commitment, or you're going to be screwed. You can't throw a pitch and think, we'll see how this one goes.
You got to throw confident, or you'll hang it.
You got to be committed to the pitch. And to have that, I need to have that. Like, some guys just need to have that control. And it sounds like Cobb was one of those guys. Like, he just felt like he knew himself better, and he was going to commit to it if he was the one calling it. To say what he said, and he's been around the block a little bit now, to say what he said to a guy who is halfway through his rookie year, that's amazing stuff. That really is.
And it's not meant to disparage Joey Bart, but a lot of these guys were calling their own stuff with their pitch comm. Yeah, right? I mean, he's...
Damn, I feel bad.
I feel bad, too. We got Blake Sable as like the backup catcher, and when he does, he hits 2 bombs, God,
we haven't even mentioned his name in like a month.
I know. I forgot about him, so they showed a highlight yesterday. I guess he's hitting pretty well down in AAA. Good for him.
I hope he gets traded. I hope they find a home for him and he gets a shot somewhere. I mean,
I'll appreciate him more if he gets me Marcus Stroman or Eduardo Rodriguez. Yeah. I'll really appreciate the Joey Bart tenure a little bit more. We'll get back into some baseball later. Farhan Zaidi's going to join us at 4:50. Eric Burns at 5:30.
We never fully got to explore that.
No, we never did, unfortunately.
Dang it.
And Mark Spears will join us at 3:50 to talk a little bit more NBA and some free agency and some of the trades and stuff that have gone down. The Chris Paul trade is official.
Hi, Mark.
Thank you, Mark Spears. Hey, Mark, at 3:50. Chris Paul trade's official for the Warriors. We've heard repeatedly they believe Steph, Clay, and Draymond can win another championship. But will Clay be given the same opportunity that Steph and Draymond are? Is this a lame duck year for Klay Thompson? We'll talk about that on the other side. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The one thing I will say is that, Draymond, Clay, Steph, our core guys, they've got plenty left to offer. There's still plenty in the tank there. I thought they all had great seasons and may not have ended on a high note, but all three guys are still high-level players, and I still feel like this team has championship potential. We didn't get there this year, but it's not like this is the end of the road. But the organization has some decisions to make, and we'll eventually get to that point.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr saying he believes Clay, Draymond, and Steph have plenty left in the tank. I think a lot of us believe that, and they've full-on leaned into this. It was a fun idea to do the two-timeline thing and to try to get younger and start to supplant the veterans that were aging and potentially going to age out of the championship window. But the window's lasted longer than I think a lot of us anticipated. Steph became Steph a few years into his career, and I think everybody feels safe in saying he's still in the prime of his career. We were talking to who was it we talked to yesterday? Or maybe we played a soundbite from somebody saying I think it was Tim Legler saying we haven't seen a drastic decline in Steph Curry's play yet. So until we really do see that, it's going to be tough to say that this window is closed because you may be able to put other pieces there that can help him win. The question is, and this situation going into this year with Clay and his contract is different than that of Draymond because it truly is the last year of of the contract for Clay. We actually have that audio from Tim Legler. This is the audio I was just talking about. This is from yesterday. Legler talking about that window. So yeah, Steve is saying it. I think Steve believes it. We saw what the Warriors were capable of this year with kind of an undermanned team for a lot of the year, certainly in the postseason, and ran out of variety is what Draymond said. Here's what Tim Legler had to say. We played this yesterday about Steph and his championship window.
This is great news for the Warriors, and we expected Draymond to be back. Didn't know it was going to get done this quickly. And look, he's earned every single dime of that $100 million and what he has meant to that organization in the time he's been there. I think the championship window is still open for the Warriors because Steph Curry hasn't shown any precipitous decline. As long as Steph Curry is playing at the level he did a year ago, this team is still in the hunt.
There you go. They've got a window, and they think they're capable of getting it done with these guys leaning in. The question is, and they have an out here. That's if you decide to move on from Clay, it would be a tough call. The question is, what would it take to keep Clay? I don't know if you can project what he's going to do. I don't know that he develops more. He looked great in the finals 2 years ago. We saw him playing upwards of 40 minutes after they weren't playing him back-to-back. And then this year, the season started, and he had appeared to take a step back. He was much more streaky. Seemed like he was down on himself. Remember putting the fingers in Devin Booker's face and getting teed up, ejected from games. It was just out-of-character stuff. And I think he frequently said it's frustrating when you're not capable of doing the things that you know you're capable of doing and battling back. He ended up having the best month of his career. Was that February? He ended up having the greatest month of his career. It was incredible. Carried the team. While Wiggins was out, Steph was banged up. They needed him to do just that. The question I have is if he has a carbon copy season in 23-24 to what he had in 22-23. Let's just say he repeats because that's the most recent Clay we've seen. If he's the exact same guy, you feel the same about him. He was talking max deal at the beginning of this year. That's what he wants at the end of this year, $40 million. I don't see any way they can do that. There's just no way. Even with CP3 coming off the books, and that trade is now official, that'd be $30 million. They don't pick up his option. I don't think anybody anticipates they would. $30 million for a 40-year-old player. You're doing it for a 39-year-old, but you needed that space filled with somebody, I think, like him if you were going to move on from Jordan Poole. So, I don't know what they offer him. I don't think he can get a 4-year deal. I don't know what his decline is going to look like. He's not the same defender already. He's obviously one of the heartbeats of the locker room and the team. What he's capable of doing and playing a Robin role to Steph and in this dynastic run is something that you don't see a lot of guys do. You see Scottie Pippen do it, and then things go haywire a little bit later, and there's saltiness. We just have not seen any of that. I think that can come if there's a split because of where money's allocated. So, Tom, your thoughts, I guess, on what we could see from the Warriors in terms of what Clay gets in a contract beyond this year? Because I don't think there's any scenario where they're not offering him a deal. that's a big one or that's a competitive one. But the way I was phrasing it is if he has the exact same year, because this is all we can go off of. Let's say he has a carbon copy season of what he had this year. Let's just say it's across the board numbers-wise. You feel the same about it. I'm hoping he's playing back-to-backs throughout the season. Hope we're not nitpicking and cherry-picking games that he's playing.
Does anybody play back-to-backs anymore?
No, nobody does. Some guys don't even travel. Normal minutes loads, I guess, is what we're looking for. Looney will play a back-to-back. That's right. Kevon Looney will
That's true, yes.
If he has the same year, what's his market look like for the Warriors? I mean, 40 to me is not even on the table.
No.
And I don't know that he's really going to ask for that if they're all still keeping the band and the group together. I mean, if somebody comes in and says, we'll give you 40, but if he's the same player he was this year, I don't know that he's getting that. I don't know that that's the market for him.
Well, first, a lot will depend on how this year goes. If you win, then you're going to be able to ask for more. And if you make it to the conference finals or the finals, you'd be able to. So a lot's going to be determined by what happens this year. But I got to think, look, it's not going to be, I can't imagine it's max years, like 5 years. I'm thinking 3 years. He may get still in the mid-30s, somewhere around there, maybe low 30s, but we still haven't seen him, this year. Last year, he had some really good stretches. He didn't shoot the ball as well early on, and then really kind of started to, like when Steph was out. He had one stretch last year, I think, where Steph was out.
That's what I was talking about.
We were like, he's got to do more. He's got to not just score. He's got to distribute a little bit, rebound a little bit. And I can't remember the stretch, but he was getting 8-9 rebounds a night, 5-6 assists a night. Like, he was doing everything. Like, it was like, wow. That's not Clay. That Steph does that stuff, and they have other guys that do that stuff. And he's the guy that's just catch, shoot, and then play defense. Maybe the best, like when he was right. Maybe the best two-way guard in the league. It's certainly among the
on the table,
best one. Now he's not quite that anymore. He's not as good offensively. He's not as good defensively, but he's still really good. He's still a really good player, just on like an all-star.
He had damn good numbers this year. His numbers finished pretty strong. Like, it's funny.
Yeah, they did. I want to say he shot. What did he shoot from three? Was he at 40? Did he end up at 40
he
or
shot
41.2? Okay. Yeah. No, he didn't shoot 69.
No, he did play 69 games.
69.
He played 69 games. How about that?
How many?
69.
Nice.
69. That's the number of games he had played.
Yeah, well, I mean,
69 games, 21 points.
You actually say the number, we don't get it, but you don't say the number. Then Thank you.
Oh, I like the O.
Let me see what he was. He was like, so 69 games, 22 a game.
22 a game.
41 from three, 43 from overall, which
43 and a half.
That's not. That's probably a little
he's
lower.
45 and a half for his career, so he's 2%
yeah,
lower
than you would like. Playoffs, he really took a dip. Playoffs was 39 from the field, 37 from three, and he just wasn't. He wasn't himself during the playoffs. Now, again, a lot's going to be determined by how they do this year, how he does this year. We got a showdown.
With what? The animals?
Yep.
Wait, your pets are showdown on your lap?
Yep. Oh man, we gotta have a fight right here. That would be good radio.
We call the
right
fight
there.
the dog cat fight.
Yeah,
over
well, it's funny
over the squeaky
because
toy we heard the headphones coming in.
Dude, you don't know how much I hate that pig. That pig is killing me. It's like over the last month.
Bro, you're in charge.
Bro, I can't take it away from her. She's like, God.
Yeah, it's impressive, but
I'm hungry.
Dude, it's like her baby. She like carries it. Oh my God. I go sit down somewhere and it'll be like beneath me all of a sudden. I'm like, and it goes, week. I'm like, oh, that damn pig again.
Yeah.
It's like, I just want to take the squeaker out of the pig. But so anyway, her and Kit, that's the black one. Pippi's the black and white one. Her and Kit get along really well. For whatever reason, Lou's always had something with Pip. Like, she just will snap at her, and if she lays close to me, she gets jealous. And
I'm with
starts
Lou.
staring at her.
Pip rubs me the wrong way, too.
Pip rubs you the
I rub with Lou. Yeah, I'm with Lou. If Lou is acting out at Pip, then Pip did something wrong. That's the way I see it. Pip stepped out of line, and Lou's just putting her in her place.
That's it's a possibility. Probably, but I got 3 of them. So I got to mediate. I got to side with all of them. I can't pick favorites.
Yeah.
I just, although I do tell them, like, look, I'm the turtle, whatever. I mean, now I never tell Tiny that, but he can't get out of the aquarium anyway, so he's not gonna do anything.
That's why he's the favorite. He ain't squeaking S around the house.
That's what I tell him. I'm like, look, he doesn't.
You get me.
You don't worry about him. But it's so funny because again, and the cats have never like reared up and smacked Lou either. Like, I'm waiting for one day when and she doesn't get that aggressive, but that's the thing about dogs. They're like, oh, I'm going to get that cat until they get smacked in the face.
They're like,
what?
whoa, dude.
They're like, whoa, that sucked.
It's like when Rocky goes, he broke my nose. He's after he'd never had his nose broken. He's like, he broke my, like, first round, he comes back. Hey, Paul, I broke my nose.
Broke my nose.
By the way, that stretch for Clay, in the month of February, 11 games.
Yep.
34 minutes a game.
Yep.
He was shooting 45% from the field.
Yeah.
He was shooting 45% from three. He was shooting 90% from the free throw line. He was averaging 4 rebounds a game, which was what he was doing. But you're right. He had some big, and he averaged 25.5 over that stretch. And that was when Steph was banged up. But that is when he had the 42-point performance. And then he had another 42-point performance later that month. A couple of big 30-point blow-ups. So he had some big games. And then remember, they needed him to play the back-to-backs. They played 3. I remember the back end of the season, we were going maybe 2 of the 3. Right. And he ended up playing all of them because they needed him out there without Wiggins. This is all stuff we'll talk more about with Mark Spears. The Chris Paul trade is official. So he is a Golden State Warrior, and this is going to be an interesting year for them. We'll see what they decide to do, who else they can bring in to help if the Dario Saric deal officially gets worked out. We'll talk about all of that at 3:50 with Mark Spears. Again, Farhan's going to join us at 4:50, so you don't want to miss that. On the other side, the Shohei Ohtani thing is heating up because we're getting closer to the deadline. There's some interesting teams, you and I have talked, I think, at length about this, about it wouldn't make sense for anybody to trade for him if they wanted to sign him. Are there scenarios out there for teams who maybe don't plan to go after Shohei Ohtani this offseason, who are competitive enough to compete this year, who might be willing to mortgage a whole bunch of prospects, maybe some big league talent, to at least make an offer? If you're willing to just take him as a rental and say, I don't care about trying to get him for $750 million this offseason, then maybe there'll be some more teams in. I think it would take basically everybody on the Giants. But we'll talk about which teams will be suitors in the offseason, which teams could be suitors that would also maybe potentially offer him a contract this offseason. Would anybody trade for Shohei Ohtani? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader. Matt Mayoko joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed how close the 49ers are in contract negotiations with Nick Bosa. That podcast and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
If you're the team acquiring him, you have to have a very strong sense that you have a good chance to sign him. Otherwise, you're going to have to give up something that makes it look like what the Padres gave up for Juan Soto to the Nats a while back, like nothing, like a pittance. Are you going to empty your farm system and plus include some useful present Major League players to acquire Shohei Ohtani for half a season and then maybe not make the playoffs and get bounced out in the wild card or divisional round? And now you've gutted your team and Ohtani winds up someplace else. So I think the actual market, given those circumstances for a trade, is less than people would think it would be. Would every team like to have him? Yeah. Do only a handful of teams have even a realistic shot at retaining him? That's also true.
That's Bob Costas. You know him from the movie Pootie Tang on the Dan Patrick Show. Talking about the potential trade of Shohei Ohtani. I thought early on when Artie Moreno was shopping around to potentially sell the team that it was probably off the table because we had no idea, because if there were new owners, they would be allowed to come in and sort of make that decision. I like Chris Paul and the Hornets years back, right, with the trade that was completed with no owner in house and got nixed by Stern. Anyway, my feeling and my belief, especially with the season he's been having, and the Angels aren't way out of it. What are they, 7 out of the division right now? They've lost 7 of their last 10. Mike Trout is now out for a period of time, which could play a role. Could play a role either way. Could play a role in saying, maybe we should just move him and get something and bank on next year. We've invested in Anthony Rendon, the worst contract in baseball. Or you go the other way and you say, well, this is the only ticket we're selling the rest of the year. So let's sell out while we have him. Let's sell the jerseys while we have them, and let's finish this thing with Shohei Ohtani, and then maybe we'll throw him some money. We'll make him an offer at least at the end of the year. I guess my question to you is, before we get into some of the teams, do you think somebody will make a trade offer for him?
Yes. Absolutely. You remember the Dodgers traded for Mookie Betts.
Yep.
And then
Signed
got him
the
there
extension.
and then signed him.
Now, that was in the offseason. That would be the caveat.
Didn't they sign him during the regular season? I thought they signed him when he was going to be a free agent.
It was offseason because I know I think I came in and I said I got the Jeff Passan notification on the leadoff spot. I said, I got a belly full of white dog crap, and you lay this ass on me now? Mookie Betts. I was laying there and we got no live sports on or anything. I'm laying there in COVID. It was in 2020. I think I was watching a 1987 Cardinal Giants NLCS replay. Kruko was on the hill. Yeah, I was like, this is.
God, I'm trying to think who was signed then. You would know. You would know that kind of stuff.
What's that?
But I know, just when people sign, and because there must be somebody else then that signed during that I was thinking.
They traded for Machado, and then they let him walk, and he went to the.
I remember that,
and they did it with Yu Darvish too.
Yep.
Because they did that a few years in a row, where they tried to go get a big time play. They did it with Scherzer. I mean, the Giants did it with Chris Bryant. Rental player now still is a thing, but it's just not. You're not going to get the blue chip prospect. However, this is a unique situation.
Well, I guess. Look, I mean, all that wasted 50 seconds aside, because I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. I don't know the Giants ever thought when you get Chris Bryant, you don't get him thinking if we don't sign him long term, then we're screwed. That's the case with this one, because you're gonna have to give up so much to get him. You got to feel like we at least have a realistic shot at signing him. You don't want to give up, as Bob Costas said, and we've talked about it. You want to give up a bunch of bunch of top-rated prospects out of your farm, then give up maybe a couple young players on your 40-man,
right?
And then you don't get him back, and then you don't make the playoffs, or you don't win.
Even if you're planning to re-sign him, you just give it up prospects. If that's the case, then just try to sign him, right? Then just spend the money this offseason instead of giving up the prospects and the money.
Yeah, but here's the thing too: I think you'd like to have him. Come over. If you trade for him, he comes over and you win. Let's say you get to the championship, NLCS, ALCS, or get to the World Series. He sees what it's like there. He said he wanted to win.
Now you're on something. Okay. Yeah.
You know you can make him a huge offer. Then you have a leg up on everybody else. Because I think you got a little bit of a window before he hits free agency if you retain him. So
and create the environment and the winning culture, and he gets to see it.
That's the hope. is that, like, if we're going to give these guys up, we not only do we want to have a chance to win this year, and this helps us win this year, but we could show them what we have to offer for the future and what the vision is going forward and what kind of atmosphere and culture we have in the clubhouse and all that kind of stuff. Like, so he knows firsthand what we're about, and we're going to have a chance to resign him. So I think that's the hope, is you bring him in with a chance of showing him who you are as an organization and feeling like that will give us a leg up in re-signing him. So, I mean, that's, I don't know how much of a coin flip that is. That's all talking to the agent, trying to get a feel for it. And, if we trade for him, what are the chances? Is he going to make up his mind before free agency? Does he want to get all the way to free agency and test it? Do you think there's a chance he'd be willing to sign that? I don't know what the period is between the end of the season and free agency where teams have the right to negotiate with their guys. So I don't know.
There's no cooling off. I mean, once the season ends, I think after the World Series ends, it's like within days the calendar opens up pretty soon, I think, for the free agency period.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Christmas time you get a lot of it. Thanksgiving time you get a lot of signings, stuff like that. Okay, so this is.
But if you don't win and you give up that's tough to swallow.
Now there's a case that there's a case though that I think there are teams in situations where you say we're not an all-in team this year. We're a team that has a bunch of young talent all over the place that we've locked up. Like if you were the Braves and you've got a bunch of blue chip prospects, is it that bad to go take a shot at Ohtani? If you've still got a bunch of prospects, you've proven that you can produce talent. Like if you're a good team that's homegrown the way the Braves are, everybody there is locked up.
Yep.
Even if you're planning to make a move for him, or what if the Braves go, we've locked up so much money, we're not even going to offer him this offseason. Maybe they know that. They're earmarked. But they go, if we got him, put him in the middle of this lineup as a DH and let him be our ace, they're already maybe the best team they are the best team in the National League. You'd be on the table for the best team in baseball. So I wonder, because you make a good point. We'll come back to that point I was making in a second. I wonder how many teams this offseason will have legit interest. And I've got it down to about 8 that I'm pretty confident in. Yankees, Red Sox, just because they got the money and they're there. Mets, Dodgers, Angels, Giants, Padres, because why aren't they? And then I go with the dark horse team here, Seattle. Just because I think Seattle could creep in and make an offer.
Absolutely.
Okay, so those are the teams that I think could have interest. There may be some other ones out there that'll take a shot, maybe go big money for small. Who knows? Somebody might get creative. The question I have is there a team like the one I'm just talking about, where the one that intrigues me is a team like Tampa, who is young, who turns over talent and doesn't commit to guys for long terms anyway. I mean, Wander Franco is the longest contract and biggest they've given out. They gave Longoria a 6 or 7 year deal and then traded him in year 1 or 2 of it to the Giants, where they had 5 years left of it. I would be intrigued if the Rays said, there's no chance we're offering him this offseason. Of course not. But we're atop the division. We've gotten close a bunch of times and haven't finished it off. What if we took a bunch of our prospects, which probably look sexy because it's the Rays, if they're blue chip guys, if you think you can keep producing, and why wouldn't you believe that you can keep producing with whoever you decide to bring in house? It would be interesting to see a team like that. Tampa, Baltimore, Toronto would be an interesting one. There's teams that I think are established enough that would be maybe willing to roll the dice and gamble and say, we're out anyway. If it's money or prospects, we're not in on the money. Why not try for the prospects and go all in and see if we can win one? I think I don't know that happens, but I could see a team that's a smaller market team. Tampa's an intriguing one. They could get creative. That's intriguing.
That's a possibility. I don't think
this is all just speculative. This is all.
I don't think I would consider that unless the Braves is the one that would kind of pique my interest, because they've gone about their business in a way that would lead you to believe, look, they're set. They don't need to spend $60 million. They've got cost certainty for damn near the rest of the decade,
and flexibility
on just about everybody.
Yeah.
But they could, in theory, if they have prospects behind some of those guys, say, you know what, this is redundant. We got like 3 center fielders now. We got a really good center fielder, but he's never going to see the light of day, and he could start somewhere else. So, I mean, if you have that type of redundancy in your minor league system, then yeah, I mean, you could definitely justify, hey, let's just pay this price and go for it this year and we're probably not going to re-sign him. That's still, I mean, again, it all depends on how high the cost is. We don't even know how high the cost is. If it's like exorbitant, then you're like, well, I don't want to give up that much when I could maybe turn that into something that we could keep, or I need if somebody gets hurt at some point. Yeah. So, but that's because I'm a huge proponent of if you have a chance to go for it, and you're like not go for it, but you're like one of the best teams in the league, make yourself better. Like, separate yourself even more from the rest of the league. Don't say, we're the best team in the league now, why add to it? We're good. No. I mean, stomp the hell out of everybody. If you've been beating them, then stomp them and say, you know what? Now we're going to give them no chance. We're going to get even better than we were. Is pitching our strong suit? Yeah, we're going to get even a better pitching staff. Or do we already have an incredible middle of the order? Now it's even longer. So I love that when the teams at the very top, like the championship teams, say, you know what, we're just going to go and we're going to thump people now. We're going to get even better than we were. We're not going to say, hey, we're the best. We don't want to mess up chemistry. Now we're going to get even better than we were. So, yeah, I mean, those two teams, the Braves and the Rays, I think that's interesting. Where I would say no on the Orioles and the Blue Jays is they could get Ohtani and still not win. Like, I think unless it's a complete collapse, the Braves and the Rays are going to have home field advantage in their respective divisions. Maybe not the Rays. I think they will, but the Braves are just clearly the best team in the National League. And if you could say, you know what, we're the best, we're going to get even better, yeah, I would do that. But if I'm a team like the Orioles or the Blue Jays, and even with Ohtani, I could make the playoffs, but I might be a wild card.
It's got to be a top team. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I don't want to give up. Right. I don't want to give up too much. Where I get, even if I make the playoffs, I got to go to a wild card or something like that. That doesn't entice me. But if
Texas,
I am,
I mean, I don't think Texas is enough. I don't
maybe they're kind of slumping a little bit, and they're interesting. They like spending money.
Yeah.
They're spending money now too.
They might go in on them anyway.
I would include that as a dark horse
sure. I'll put them
next year for Shohei, even though I don't think he's intrigued with the middle of the country. And I don't know if they'd spend that much on a pitcher again after dumping all that money into DeGrom, and who knows what his future.
They got two of the shortstops for over, what, they got $200 million each on those guys?
They went 300 plus for Seager, and I think it was like 170 for Simeon. I think it was like 500 total, like half a bill total for those two guys, if I'm not mistaken. Really good story, by the way, on Simeon in The Athletic. I enjoyed. I've always liked him. I thought he was good for the area, and he wanted to stay in Oakland Athletic, and they're just so damn cheap. Well,
Tom, they offered him $11 million for 1 year with 10 of it deferred. Remember that? They were going to give him $1 million a year over like a decade.
So
I was like, the balls on Fisher, dude. I was like, this guy, this scumbag.
I mean, just absolutely embarrassing. Just embarrassing. So now you know why the A's occasionally, when they said, yeah, we're not even going to offer him, we just don't want to embarrass him. Like, now you know what they mean. Like, they literally will embarrass you. Like, we know you're not going to take
40 homers.
But we feel like we want to give you the opportunity to turn it down. We're going to give you $11 million. It's going to be deferred over 40 years. It seems like a lot, but yeah.
For 40 years,
look, you're going to love getting that money when you're 82.
You're 45 cents a year.
From the Athletics. I'm still getting. I mean, it's just pathetic. So
I think you got 11 for the 1 year in Toronto, hit 40-something bombs, and got 100-something million. So
exactly.
Good on you.
Yep.
Good on you,
I love guys that bet on themselves and just flat cash in. No one will ever bet on themselves more than Aaron Judge and cash in more than Aaron Judge.
Well, Shohei Ohtani may. I will judge you saying because he. Did he have an option? Did he go back? Was that the banking on himself?
No. Remember, it was the last year of his contract, and they offered him that massive extension.
And he got more. He breaks mirrors.
Down. But yeah, I mean, I guess Shohei is betting on himself. Although I'm not even sure I don't know if they offered him an extension. I'm not sure if they've had talks over the last year. I was thinking, damn. It would have been nice to sign him to an extension like 2 years ago, like before he got the MVP. They probably got him very reasonably back then because he was coming off. He had 2 injuries. But nobody knew he was going to be. Even halfway through his 6 years, no one knew he was going to be this good. Like, just no one knew until he won the MVP a couple years ago. Like that, like before his MVP year, I bet you could have had him for 10 10 years, 300 maybe.
Oh yeah, easy.
250,
Which would have looked
280.
stupid because we didn't know what he was capable
Yeah,
of.
it's like,
We just
oh,
didn't-
yeah, they would have been like, oh, what are you doing? That's way too much money for them. Then it would have been like, oh, Kapaya.
They swiped 30 bags, too.
You really got it. I mean, you saved 50% on the dollar right there. Well done. Like, no one knew. Well, remember his batting? Like, he had the big leg kick early on.
Yep.
It was like, oh,
He
he's not
changed his
gonna
motion
bat.
too. His pitching motion. He used to be more bent over.
I think he's just going to be able to pitch. I've seen him hit in spring training. I just don't think it's going to. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to do both. And then all of a sudden, remember he got the ACL, and then he just hit. I think he had like 25 home runs, and that seemed like a huge deal. 25 home runs seemed like oh my gosh.
How do you do that?
This guy is a pretty good
It was
hitter.
like, remember Rick Ankiel changed to a hitter, and we're like, oh my God, he hit
Yes.
220 with 30 bombs.
Yeah.
We couldn't believe it.
Exactly. And all of a sudden, this guy's like 25. It's All-Star break. He's 31. You're just like, oh my gosh. It's absolutely insane. That's why it's going to be so incredible this offseason, just because nobody's ever seen anything quite like, no, not quite like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, period.
He already avoided arbitration at $30 million. That was the most ever.
30.
I remember when Ryan Howard got 18 or 20, and I was like, "Oh wow!" After 58 homers in like his first full season, Ohtani got $30 million. I mean, it's wild. Before the season, the LA Times was projecting 600.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
He's going to top his home run total. I mean, he's got
12 years, 600.
What's he got? 31 right now. 31 homers.
Yep.
So real quick here before we get out, we'll talk more about this a little bit later. Farhan Zaidi at 4:50, Eric Burns at 5:30. At 3:50, Mark Spears is going to join us to talk some hoops. But I was looking at what it would take, like if the Giants were going to offer, like if you could guarantee he was going to be here. Let's say he's here for I don't know a decade and $600 million, and you know you're getting him for that.
Okay.
Would Giants fans, knowing what we know now about the prospects, give up what it would take to get him? Because when I look at it, it's probably going to cost you. Basically, everybody's on the table except, I mean, do you say except Logan Webb because we just signed him and we want to pair this guy with him for the next
I'll
decade?
say except for Logan Webb and Bailey.
I'd say they want Bailey. This is the issue. If I'm the Angels and I'm doing this trade, I'm like, that's the guy I want.
No, but I don't know if they want Bailey, though, because they got O'Hoppe. You know, Hoppy's like a pretty highly rated catcher. He's the guy they got in the March trade from Philly. He tore his labrum, so he's out for a month or two, but he's good. Like the catcher, I don't think they're worried about. So that'd be a position that I think
It's
they
just
would be
an
okay.
asset. It's a valuable asset. It's a former first rounder. I just think that they would ask for virtually.
But I think they'd want
Harrison, Luciano, Matos,
Yeah, absolutely.
Wisenhut.
All those dudes.
You want like your top 5 prospects. By the way, according to MLB.com, the only teams with multiple prospects in the top 20 are the Giants, the D-backs, and the Dodgers. How about that?
Well, all in the West.
Yeah, how about that? I mean, other teams have a lot of other teams have prospects in the top 20, but Giants have 2. I believe the Dodgers have 2 or 3, and the D-backs have 3. So that's what I'm saying. Is there's
Of course
teams
the Dodgers have 2 or 3.
No, some of them are at the
do.
big league level. Like Bobby Miller is considered a prospect still.
Okay.
So I don't know. Wow. There are some teams like that. I think the Dodgers, the Yankees, and the Mets would be the 3 that would be willing to trade for him with the hopes of keeping him there, with the hopes of luring him. You know what I mean? Like that they might be willing to just say, well, we need him anyway this year, so let's get him, and we're going to try to get him anyway, so let's get him now to help, and then try to create a bond that's going to keep him here. It's
and I guess a question too that we don't know when he signed here. One of the reasons he signed with the Angels because he wanted to stay on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's closer to Japan.
I don't know if he
Easier
wants
travel.
to. Yeah, I don't know if he still wants to stay on the West Coast because if he does, that narrows it down dramatically. I think you're talking Seattle, San Diego, Angels, Dodgers, and A's. So
we'll give you $1 million a year for 600 years is what we'll do. Mr. Wonderful, dude. You just in perpetuity. We'll be paying your great grandkids. We'll be talking about this all summer long, the Shohei situation. And is he playing in the All-Star game?
I doubt he's. I don't know. I doubt he's pitching.
He better hit
because he got that blister. He hit last night, but I don't know. I don't know if he's starting or not.
Blister, come on, man.
Can I tell you?
Blisters hurt, man. They do hurt.
I bet they do.
We'll get back into some baseball later. On the other side, more about the Damian Lillard situation in Portland. He's playing the unhappy player card. Reports are that his agent is calling teams around the NBA saying, you don't want this guy. He's unhappy. He only wants to go to Miami. This stuff is getting way too much. We'll talk about this Lillard situation on the other side. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Mountain View, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's sports leader.
The Warriors won their first Summer League game against the Bobcats 98-83. The Bobcats, was a Mecca Okafor out there? Rookie first-round pick Brandon Pajemski had 17 in the game. That story and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
I'm not going someplace I don't want to go. If I'm Damian Lillard, I'm making this bag. I got the endorsements. I'm doing everything that I have done. I'm 32 years of age. I just finished averaging 32 a game. Mm-hmm. I got a legit 5 years left in my career. I'm one of the elite ballers in this league. Why am I going to go somewhere I don't want to go? Let's not act like this report is wrong and off kilter or anything like that. You damn right Damian Lillard has a preference, and he has a right to have a preference. And considering his loyalty to the Portland Trailblazers organization, they shouldn't just trade him for nothing. Don't get me wrong. Mm-hmm. They've got to get equitable compensation or something close to it. They've got to look out for the best interest of their franchise. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but you should exhaust every means and measure to appease him while doing so.
A little more meat on that bone then. She's a porn star.
She's a porn star.
You get to get a little. That was good. That was good, Tim. There's Stephen A. on the Damian Lillard situation. So the report this morning was that Damian Lillard and his agent, Aaron Goodwin, has been calling prospective trade partners and, quote, ready time, warning against trading for Dame. You don't want this guy. He's trouble. It's Dame Lillard, dude. Goodwin has been, quote, telling organizations outside of Miami that trading for Lillard is trading for an unhappy player. According to Mark Spears, who we're going to talk to at 3:50 in about 25 minutes, Jason Tatum is trying to get Lillard to Boston. He's making $43 million this season, coming up. I hear Stephen A. saying he has a right to have an opinion or a preference. Yeah. But he also doesn't have a say in where he's going. That's not up to him. You sign the contract. I'm real sick in the NBA, and this is specific to the NBA, and Marcus Thompson said it in these terms last week to us. It's about get your money and figure it out later. And the ones that I always think about are Paul George. Kevin Durant did that after one season, demanded a trade unless the coach and the GM were fired. And the coach got fired, and he got shipped out to Phoenix anyway because of all the Kyrie drama after he gets moved to Dallas. We see this year after year of guys just signing contracts to get the money and then forcing their way off of a team because they want to play with their buddies or go elsewhere. And I'm all about getting paid. I'm not signing with the owners. There's no way that that's what's happening. But I also, I hate that there is no allegiance really anywhere except for over here at Terry Francois Boulevard. To organizations and to the fan base. I mean, that's what have we talked about with Giants baseball all offseason and season long? How great it is to have homegrown guys that are here. And I get the business of the NBA is different, but I hate the take my money and now get rid of me because I just wanted the money. I didn't really want to be here. This isn't where I think I can win. And how quickly their minds change. I mean, how many times has James Harden been moved?
No, you're absolutely right. If I could tell Damian Lillard something, I'd say, don't do it. Don't do it this way. Don't be that guy who turns into the disgruntled employee. I mean, you've had a great run in Portland. The love affair between you and the Blazer fans has been incredible. The loyalty you've shown to the Blazers has been admirable. Don't go out this way where you're going to have your agent go around and tell other teams that he wouldn't sign with you or he doesn't want to be there because he's unhappy. Because then it just makes you look like one of these regular garden variety a-holes where you're going to hold your team hostage. And look, you don't owe them anything. They don't owe you anything. So you don't owe them anything other than going out there and making sure you're
telling other teams don't take.
Yeah, I mean you owe them the best you can give them mentally and physically when they pay you that type of money. Other than that, that's what you owe them. As an organization, you owe them that money, period, and hopefully you treat them well and everything. Now, they would like to. I'm sure they would love nothing more than to trade you where you want to go. I think they probably have that type of respect for you. But they're not going to do that and hamstring their organization. You're going to be gone. They don't owe anything to you from an organizational standpoint after they trade you. Now, it's to their paying customers, their fans, their team. That's who they owe everything from that point forward too. So, yeah, I want to take care of you. I really do. You've given a lot to this organization. But that is not my number one priority here. My number one priority is making sure we're in the best possible position to kind of take off on a new chapter here. So we have Sharp, we have Henderson, and we want to build, and whatever we think we need to do to put us in a good situation and point us in the right direction, that's what we're going to do. If that's Miami, then that's awesome. It's a win-win. You win, we win. But what we're not going to do is you win, we lose. We're just not going to do that.
Just to make you happy, and while we sit back here without a superstar talent and nothing to show for it.
That's what I was talking about yesterday, is that agents get in and start mucking stuff up, and they try to manipulate things. And so their agent, and then look, from a standpoint of being an agent, I get it. I mean, you what do you owe? You owe the best efforts to your client, period. You don't care about the Blazers, right. But you do have to work with the Blazers. I mean, you are an agent for NBA players, so you have to work with these teams, and, I mean, they have to work with you, too. I don't know what his client was. Goodwin, I believe, is his agent. I don't know what his client list is.
I don't care, Goodwin. I don't care. Yeah, why are all these names coming out now? It's pissing me off, dude.
I'm sure it's pretty extensive. So you got to work with him, too. So I would just don't be that guy. I mean, everybody. I said it the last few years. You're the easiest guy in the league to root for. You really are. Keep it that way. Don't make people sour on you. Like, now he's going to hold the team hostage, and now he's going to say I'm only going here, and now he's. I'm not saying he has to help the team out, but you have to understand. They're going to do what's best for the team. I mean, they're not trying to screw you.
You demanded the trade.
They're not going to dump you. They're not going to do that. They're going to give you to a team that has a chance to win. Otherwise, why would that team even want you in the first place? So you're just going to, like, you can want what you want. And I agree with you. I hate that. I hate the players not only force their way out of a team, off a situation. They can dictate exactly where they want to go. And to me, that's garbage.
Yeah.
You signed the contract.
And negotiate or no trade. Or, baseball has that all the time. Right of refusal for 8 teams or 10 teams. Like, I get to say no because I don't want to go to those cities. But you've decided now, because the landscape is so fluid in the NBA of which teams are good for 2 or 3 years and then players move on because it's a superstar league. These guys control the entire trade market. It happens all the time. And oftentimes teams just get sort of, like the Suns gave up a lot to get Kevin Durant, but the Nets didn't get back pieces where they're feeling like, all right, cool, we can compete. They got a bunch of good players. Like, they got some role play, like Cam Johnson, stuff like that. You know, they got Bridges and whatnot, but they don't have a team where you're like, all right, they're in the mix now in the East. You've got a 2028 pick swap is the only future move you've got out of that. So it's frustrating. I'm with you. I think Dame's got to go, like Jimmy Conway says to Higgins in in Goodfellas. He says, you took your first pinch like a man. You got to take your first trade demand like a man here, Dame. Never rat on your friends and always keep your mouth shut. All right.
You want to get traded here. What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Then you should have become a free agency and not signed the deal, except you wanted to get all of that money.
Exactly.
And I love that he met, by the way, with the GM
There are
last week.
consequences, by the way, to signing contracts. Or there should be consequences of signing contracts. It shouldn't be. I'll sign the contract and then I'll get to where I want to go eventually anyway. What kind of garbage is that?
Here's another report here from about an hour ago. Who is this guy? Aaron J. Fentress? Aaron Fentress, you know where he's from? He's reporting this. He broke that story about Dame earlier today. He said he just spoke with Aaron Goodwin. Had a positive conversation with Joe Cronin. Made it clear that Damian would want them to sit down and have a meaningful negotiation with Miami. And I think that's something that Joe and the Blazers will do.
Number one, who cares?
Oh, so he's a Blazers reporter, Aaron Fentress is. Okay, so he's a Blazers reporter. He just spoke to Joe Cronin, the GM, and he's saying he thinks that they will sit down with Miami. Again, doesn't mean anything comes of it. Dame can say all you want. Hey, will you please just sit and have the conversation? You can make sure. But there's no way this gets done with just those two teams. It just can't happen that way.
You wouldn't think so. No. You wouldn't, especially when Hero would be the centerpiece, and they don't need guards. They're good there. That's where they're good. So if they had like a power forward, small forward, maybe that would work. But with Hero, I don't think it's going to work. And then they need more than that anyway. So yeah, they're going to have to figure out another team if that's where he wants to go. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I want to help you. Help me help you. I want to help you. But I'm not going to do it and hamstring us. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say, hey, you know what? We gave a Dame a nice parting gift on the way out. Like, hey, like a retirement gift. Like, here you go. Thanks for the service. Awesome. And we're left holding the bag. No, again, why do I owe anything to you once you're gone?
Right.
Once you're gone, I got paying fans that are coming through the gates there. I got to try to entertain them. I got to try to get this team to the playoffs. I got to try to give this team hope for the future. That's my goal. Number one goal. Would I like to help you in the process? Yeah, I would. I'd love it if we both won. But it ain't going to be you win, I lose. That ain't happening. So I don't care what I have to do. But I'm not just trading you somewhere because you demand. We're trading you. You wanted to get traded.
That's it.
You're the one that asked for this. So we're going to do the best we can to accommodate you. But I'm sorry. You hand me a damn ransom note, and I got to go through it. The demands trade to Miami. Only take this, but no, sorry, I can't do that. And I just hope.
He's like, don't take Hero either. I want to play with him over there. Don't take any of the guys.
Don't take him. Don't take too many draft picks.
Don't take any of the guys because I'm hoping to win some stuff there. And
take the draft picks later on.
I've got plans for that roster.
Draft picks.
Yeah, I think Kawhi will call him after the trade's done and say, "I'm not mad at you. I'm proud of you. You took your first trade demand like a man." All right, we'll talk to Mark Spears coming up.
Kawhi speaks?
No, he doesn't. He just goes, we'll talk to Mark Spears about some of these moves at 3:50, but we had 4 one-hour shows last week. You were off Friday. We had Monday off and Tuesday off. We got a big, full NBA grab bag to get to. NBA grab bag is next, and then Mark Spears at 3:50 on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, periodically when the grab bag fills up, stuff gets shipped in here, and we jump through it to get you all your NBA news throughout the offseason. And before we get to Mark Spears, he'll clean some of this up for us. So we'll go right to the top of the NBA grab bag here.
NBA grab bag.
The Kings have made an acquisition. The Kings are acquiring Pacers guard Chris Duarte for 2 second-round picks. A little NBA news there. That's a good move for the Kings. Little depth piece there for them. Have they lost anybody yet? and they haven't made any big moves yet.
The Kings?
Right? Yeah. There was
Boy,
some
I'm
bids.
trying to think. I don't think so.
They had some, and what was that? Rashawn Holmes is gone, and who else?
Yeah, he didn't play much last year ananyway.
Oh,
But yeah, he went
Metu.
to Dallas.
Yeah, Metu, right.
Yeah, Metu. I like Metu. Who'd Metu go to? Did he go to Suns? No? Where'd he go?
I don't know. I was not aware of the trade. You caught me off guard here. The NBA grab bag didn't provide that information.
Me too.
It did. No, it's Metu. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. I typed in Metu just thinking it would give me the NBA player here on Google. Give me Middle East Technical University. Phoenix is where he went. He did go to the Suns. Metu.
Yeah. He went to, and I think he's a Trojan, isn't he?
USC? Chris Duarte, yeah, that's right.
No, Duarte's Oregon.
No, excuse me. You're talking about
Metu's
Metu is
USC,
yes.
yeah.
Duarte was Oregon. All Pac-12 hoops. You know, the powerhouse conference of the Pac-12, Tom.
Keep moving.
The NBA.
Where'd you go?
More. I went to, I don't even know the name of my conference at San Francisco State. One time we got to play the defending D2 national champions, Pomona.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
It was a year after Duke had won a title, and I guess they do like a scrimmage game every year between the D2 champ and the D1 champ. And I was like looking over Pomona's game. Oh, it's like 160 to 44 or something like that. I was like, why do they make them do that? Why do they make them play that like it's a soccer Confederations Cup or something? More from the NBA here. Shocker in the NBA grab bag. The NBA, we talked about the NBA. We talked about this yesterday. Is now going to be enforcing penalties on flopping during summer league games. So what's going to happen is, and we discussed this yesterday, Tom, off the air, it's going to work like advantage in soccer. So what will happen is, like in soccer, if a guy is dribbling a ball and somebody comes and tackles, it's an illegal tackle. Normally, if you lose the ball, it goes to the other team, they'll call the penalty and you get to the free kick right there. If you get to keep possession and the penalty doesn't hurt you, they'll just say play on and we'll flag him later. Well, they're going to do that in summer league where if you flop, the ref doesn't have to call it right then and there. They can wait until I guess a dead ball. I don't even understand totally what the logistics are. You'll be assessed an unsportsmanlike technical, which doesn't count towards your normal technicals. And then the other team will get the ball and a free throw. I don't get it. We've said this a bunch. I don't know what the fascination is.
Yeah, to my understanding, if the play was in progress
and you flop, and it doesn't impact the play,
and it doesn't impact the play immediately, then they would assess it during the midseason tournament, I think, is how it worked.
What?
Yeah.
What does that mean, assess it during the midseason tournament? What? I was like reading this and what are you talking about? I don't know. Sounds dumb. We'll move on.
So it's a midseason tournament.
Yeah, this whole thing is a mess, man.
Perfect. We just put all the dumb stuff together.
I love when they just tell us everything we loved for like 100 years sucks, and then they just start changing it all.
Yeah, exactly.
Baseball wasn't all that good, right? It wasn't good. The bases were too small. It's taking too long.
Way too small.
Basketball, you guys weren't shooting enough three-pointers, and you definitely were flopping too much. So, we're just adding stoppage to the game.
That's the way to go.
Dude, I would love to hear what Jeff Van Gundy has to say about this, dude. The guy who wants to cut down time.
I should get him on.
We got to get him on and talk about it. Yeah, we should do that. All right, here's another sort of wacky story.
NBA grab bag
involving Victor Wembanyama at Summer League. So he had his Summer League debut, right? Or is that coming up tomorrow?
Did he?
Is it tomorrow?
I think it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow night.
I think it's tomorrow in Vegas.
I didn't know because I don't give a damn at all.
Yeah,
I'll watch him when he plays in the NBA.
You.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch a minute of that. I don't care. I'll see the highlights. Here's what happens. Victor Wembanyama. Here's the story. Britney Spears was allegedly assaulted after a member of his security team backhanded her after they were looking for autographs or looking for. There was I'm trying to get.
She got backhanded
by a member of Victor Wembanyama's security team. So the story goes as follows: Britney Spears says NBA phenom Victor Wembanyama is simply wrong when he says that she grabbed him from behind. Oh no, no. I can't. Nope. Did it again. She insists it was simply a friendly tap. So she walks up behind Victor Wembanyama. Britney Spears is responding to the story that TMZ broke. It's her account. She says, I recognized an elite athlete in the hotel lobby. I was heading to dinner. I later went to the restaurant at a different hotel, and I saw him again. The hotel was Aria in Las Vegas on the Strip, right there off of it. She goes on to describe the encounter. She said, quote, I decided to approach him and congratulate him on his success. It was really loud, so I tapped him on the shoulder to get his attention. Now, She says, quote, I'm aware the player's statement where he mentions that I grabbed him from behind, but I simply tapped him on the shoulder. As for the slap, she says, the security then backhanded me in the face without looking back in front of the crowd, nearly knocking me down, causing my glasses to fall off. So he just turned around and hit Britney Spears. She says she was swarmed by about 20 fans and on her way to Aria, noting my security team didn't hit any of them. This was an altercation, I guess, that came out of nowhere.
Ow.
TMZ spoke to eyewitnesses who says the head of security not only slapped Britney Spears, the guy said he heard the impact from a distance away. He also said Britney was furious, screaming, "This is effing America." Well, I mean, Vegas questionable sometimes if you're on the Strip. I mean, there's things that happen on the Strip that aren't allowed elsewhere. This is a hell of a story. It's going to be reviewed and likely referred to the DA. They say in Vegas.
Well, I love it because it sounds like she thought, well, you know what? He's famous and I'm famous. I'm going to go say hi to another famous person.
I bet either don't know each other's name. I bet you have one.
No, she has to. You don't think she knows his name?
She said, I saw an athlete when she's understood.
Yeah, but she said she was going to congratulate him, so she knew he got drafted.
She just.
Well, how'd she know how good he was?
He was 7'5". I'd walk up to anybody who was that big. You said Manu Bol.
You could be. What are you going to walk up to Sean Bradley and say congratulations on your successes?
I assume you're a basketball player.
I don't have any. What are you talking about?
He's like the Monster stole it. I don't have any more.
I think she knew. I think she either knew or somebody in her team
Somebody in her
knew.
group probably knew and said it was a good idea.
I thought, that would be a good photo or whatever. Just, hey, I'm famous. He's famous. He'll probably recognize me. I recognize him. I just want to go say hi.
Dude, what do you give me? It's a guy on our security team who goes, Brittany, you got to go say hi to that guy. He just got drafted number 1 overall. He's like the biggest phenom in the world. She goes over, she gets hit, and then right after she gives him the Shooter McGavin 9-iron, huh? You're fired. Good idea to go say hi, huh? I don't think so.
Excuse me, I gotta go.
Not golf. Hope this guy's prosecuted. If there's, I guarantee you, there's camera evidence of this time on the casino floor in Aria. So bad deal, dude. Britney Spears had a rough go of it, man.
Right, big time rough.
Dude, rough go. I'm on Team Brit here on this one, and it doesn't sound like Wembanyama had anything to do with it, but
it's hard not to root, at least in part, for Britney Spears. I'm not a fan. Really, of her or her music, but her dad was such a scumbag that
dude, yes.
It's hard not to I hope she gets a break here.
Lohan too. I'm like, yeah, good. Make Freaky Friday too. That's fine. Get out from under the oppressive thumb of the Lohan father. I don't know. This stuff has been widely reported, but this is insane. She has a residency. She's one of the most famous pop stars in the history of American pop. It's completely. Unacceptable. Wild. Anyway, more from the NBA.
Where's
grab
Kevin
bag.
Federline?
NBA grab bag.
I imagine he was dancing behind her.
You know what it is? He was up there getting an autograph from Wembanyama. What's up, bro?
Dude, you know he
K-Fed.
Dude, you know she's married again. He
K-Fed.
He crashed her wedding. She's remarried. He crashed it. He hammered her. I was like, this is a tough deal. She was all upset. She was crying. I was like, dude, can Brittany catch a break? One break, dude. Jesus, man. Saquon Barkley, he's not catching breaks. NBA grab bag. Saquon Barkley, running back for the New York Giants. He's at a crossroads with the Giants over signing his franchise tender. So here's what happens. Okay. A crazed fan showed up at his house, but he wasn't crazy like threatening. He was pleading Saquon Barkley to sign the tender and stay with the Giants, but Tom, it gets better. Okay. We have the audio of the fan who showed up.
No.
Here he is pleading with Saquon. He shows up at Barkley's house, is what it sounds like.
NBA grab bag.
That was it? That was really the audio? Is he taping himself? Please, son. Well, if he does in fact sign the deal, we know what got it done. So that's your NBA grab bag for Thursday, July 6th. Boy, wide-ranging in the NBA grab bag today. Chris Duarte, Britney Spears, flopping penalties, and Saquon Barkley has a new big fan. Go Gator. All right, on the other side, into some of this NBA stuff. Chris Paul is officially a Golden State Warrior. Chris Duarte, if that's big news to you, goes to the Sacramento Kings. Where does Damian Lillard end up, and what are the negotiations going to look like? How many other teams and who could get involved? Are the Celtics serious suitors for Dame Lillard? We'll talk about all that with Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape. He joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Dub Nation, time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
We do it every week. Catch up with Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape.com. Joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Mark? How are you, man? Out in Vegas?
I'm flying out tonight.
Viva Las Vegas. Where you staying?
Man, I can't divulge the back cave. Come on, nah.
You ain't that big.
What you mean? I'll text you.
You ain't that big. What do you mean? Think people are going to mob you?
Man, I don't trust the world, man.
You're staying at the Quad, huh? Are you at the Quad, formerly Imperial Palace? No?
That's just sad.
Yeah, I'm staying at the Palms. How's that? Let's go with the Palms.
Let's go with
Wait, going old school, the Maloofs.
Oh, you got a suite at the Palms, huh?
That place used to be. That place used to be banging.
Basketball suite at the Palms.
Yeah,
that used to be the spot, man.
Dude, I got that suite. They gave me that suite one time.
Was it got a court?
You had it before?
No, they gave me. I got to go see that suite. You know what suite they let me stay in? Lori and I went for. I don't know if it was our anniversary. I think it was our anniversary. One year, and I asked them, and they gave us. We had the Real World suite.
What?
Really?
Yep. Stayed in the Real World suite at the Palms. It was like it was silly. I got to be honest.
Was it just you two in the suite?
Hey,
yeah, just us two. That's it.
Hey, but Tom, let me tell you something. Remember the Playboy Club at the Palms?
Yep.
And then they had the other club on the other side. The Palms used to be the spot.
Oh, the Palms was banging,
But
man.
then Playboy moved
incredible.
upstairs. Then it moved to like the Planet Hollywood Towers or something like that. The PA, they moved it.
It went from the best place in Vegas to the worst.
Oh, I haven't been there since.
They had that club with them. They had the sky roof in that nightclub.
Yeah.
It was called Moon.
You know what I'm talking
I
about.
do. I've partied there.
Yep. That place was
Yeah,
I've been to that club,
place
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep,
we're OGs now, but that was off the hook. That was off the hook.
Yeah, so you're staying at Rio? Is that what you were saying? Is that
Yeah,
Rio
yeah,
wasn't
I'm staying
bad.
at the Rio. Well, remember Prince performed there. That's when it was the spot too.
seafood buffet's money at the Rio? Don't sleep.
It's bad now.
It's old now.
Yeah,
It's old.
Yeah. Well, the Palms was rolling when the Maloofs were rolling. Maloofs not rolling.
Yeah.
Palms not rolling. That pretty much.
Well, no, I actually think the death of the Palms led to the Maloofs getting rid of everything. Because you got to remember, if I'm not mistaken, remember they built that hotel next to the Palm, and it was like supposed to be like a half condo or something, and that thing bombed, and that's when everything fell apart for them.
Yep. Sometimes your appetite is a little bigger than it should be. Yeah, I think that's what kind of happened to them. Good guy, good dude. I mean, I liked them. I don't know how good guys they were, if they're good businessmen or not. But
no,
anyway.
They were incredible guys.
Were they?
Man. I would
Yeah,
love
they
to
were
see a
always nice to
documentary
me.
on them.
Yeah.
And they always had that kind of like the snuffleupagus, like they're from
Exactly. Oh my goodness gracious! All right, let's get to some trades. Let's get to some happenings in the NBA. We got a lot to cover. Let's start with the Warriors and what they did. The trade is official now with Chris Paul coming over, Jordan Poole going to Washington. The particulars. What do you think about the trade? What does that do for the Warriors? How much of are they a lot better next year? Or are they a lot better because they lose Jordan Poole's contract? Just like give a short-term Warrior grade. Now you don't need a grade, but and then long-term, how does it affect him?
Well, I mean, Chris Paul helped them keep Draymond Green. I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. That to me, Draymond Green is part of the trade because it allowed them to clear up some money in the future to take care of his contract. I mean, there was only so much they could pay for, right? And so Chris is on the last year of his deal. I think in terms of basketball IQ, this team's basketball IQ is certainly off the charts. You know, I heard initially that, Chris is expected to start. We'll see how that plays out. I'm really curious to see how the press conference is. So, Steve, your buddy Steve can explain how this is all going to work. But if Chris is playing 25 to 30 minutes a game, to me, he could still play a stellar level of basketball. I think what happens with him and what has happened with him is when he's had to delve into 30-plus to dip into the 40-minute mark is where his body, the age, hits him. So I think with Celebrini, with their brilliance, with the way they use players, I think they'll get the best out of Chris. And I think he'll be quite successful during this season. Like, you know, I see him playing probably like 2 more years, which means, who knows, maybe that's beneficial for him to finish up with the Warriors. But I like Chris coming. I just still feel like we're waiting on what the rest of the Warriors are going to do. It's not going to be anybody's thing. It's not. But I know they're still in the Dario Saric sweepstakes. I know they're still in the Gorgie Ding sweepstakes. And these are sweepstakes that are $5 tickets.
Oh, the supermarket sweep here, man. I was like, dude, the sweepstake of Sarge. You too could be a Sarge owner.
Yeah, they're sitting on bated breath, waiting to find out what Dario Saric wants to do, right? Like, but that's kind of where you are when you don't have anything but minimum contract.
Yep.
So, but what they want, I've been told, is front court players and 3-point shooters who can shoot threes. And so there's still some guys like that on the market, but this team right now, my biggest concern with them is just they're just so still really small. There's nobody over 6'9".
Yeah. So in your mind, are they better equipped right now? Let's not look to see if they get Sarge. Right now, are they better equipped to win a title than they were with Poole, or is it about 50-50? I mean, how much, and if they are, how much better do you think they are this year?
No, I think they are because they're better mentally. Like the whole Poole thing wasn't working for Jordan. It wasn't working for the rest of the team. Like they're probably, like, you're starting to hear little stories like about what behind the scenes what was like. And I just, if there is one thing, you know, and this is respectively to Jordan Poole. I'm not trying to beat up Jordan Poole, but I still remember that loss in L.A. in the playoffs, and Jordan didn't play well, and remember him kind of just murmuring about how they're trying to make him Vinny the Microwave Johnson. And, you know, I just remember they had this bad loss, and it was quiet in the locker room, and this dude's playing music on his phone. Like, which, you know, when you lose and you have a bad loss like that, like, ain't nobody trying to have no music, man.
Yeah.
But I think I got the sense, and I could be wrong, and I preface this by saying I could be wrong, but I got the sense that because of what happened, everybody was a little shy about saying anything. They kind of were walking on eggshells with him. So I just think that it was a divorce that was probably needed for both parties, and something that certainly is going to make their locker room a lot better, because if the chemistry's not good, if there's an elephant in the room that's not solved, man, it's ultimately going to rear its ugly head like it did last season.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN, and Anscape.com on the UMA guest line. I want to ask you about the Damian Lillard stuff, because this is it's been getting big over the weekend. We heard he met with Joe Cronin last week, and the meeting went well. They were going to try to push to build this thing around Dame, which I guess they've been doing for his entire career, and then he demands a trade or requests a trade. Except now there's reports that, like, his agent, Goodwin, is calling other teams and saying if you try to acquire him, he's unhappy. He only wants to go to Miami. What do you know about this situation and where Portland stands on moving him?
I mean, basically that's true.
Confirmed.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you know, and Aaron he wants to take care of his clients. So Damian Lillard wants to go to Miami. He only wants to go to Miami. He sees Miami as a place like, hey, if I'm going to leave Portland and do this move now, I want to be in a championship situation. Miami obviously is a team that won the East. If you add him and Jimmy and Bam Adebayo, who's his USA basketball friend, together, he feels that's a great place for him. Another thing about it is, you know, Florida has no state tax. So when you make that any money, whether it's $1 or $55 million, you're going to save a bunch of money living in Florida. And then I think the third thing, from a marketing standpoint, he's very attracted to what, you know, South Florida could bring to him. I have been told, you know, I've talked to Aaron today, and he spoke to Joe Cronin, the Blazers general manager, and he said they had a positive conversation. And I know Aaron's probably talked to or is comfortable with the fact that he believes that there's probably like 6 or 7 teams that will be willing to be a part of a 3-way trade or a 4-way trade to make a Damian Lillard trade possible. So I think everybody wants it to happen overnight. Those things don't happen overnight. It's going to probably take a while. And but I really don't understand why Portland wouldn't want Tyler Hero. I think he's one of the better shooters in the league, and he's young. I don't know why they're like down on him, but there's other teams that aren't. So I know Jason Tatum's tapped on Dame's shoulder and saw if he's interested there, but he maintains that he is interested in Miami, and he has power. And you know what happens when a player has power. I don't care if they have a no-trade clause. You're going to trade for a top 75 player of all time, a future Hall of Famer who doesn't want to be there, who's actually been a good soldier in this league. I think it's a business, and Portland's got to do what's best for them. But you also got to remember, like long term, they're going to retire his jersey. Dame's going to likely stay in Portland, and you're going to want to continue to have a relationship with him. And he's done good by the franchise for a long time. I think they own this one. And while they're being tough and poking their chest out now, Portland, I think ultimately Dame gets what he wants.
They gave him $450 million. I don't know if they owe him. I think they owe them. I mean, Cronin. I mean, I hear what you're saying about the relationship, but that's an organizational thing. Like Cronin has to do a job. He's got to build the team. Let me ask you this, because Ramona Shelburne, your colleague.
But you have to think about the long-term ramifications of sending somebody like that, the greatest player in your franchise's history, somewhere where he doesn't want to go, right? Like I know how tenuous the relationship is between Kevin Garnett and the Timberwolves, and it's embarrassing. Yeah. And it's like, doesn't want his jersey retired. He doesn't want nothing to do with the franchise. It's different reasons. It's over ownership promises and stuff like that. But I understand it. It's a business, and Portland's going to get – I think they're just going to wait it out and get as much as they want. But to your point, like, if I'm Jason Tatum, I'm trying to get Dame in Vegas or find out where he is and talk to him. But if I'm Portland, I want Jaylen Brown. Like, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
So I mean, I think if you're going to open up a wider net, it doesn't work if he doesn't want to be there. I know it sounds easy for Portland to do that, but you're really putting long-term damage to the franchise in terms of goodwill for somebody that you want to link yourself to for the rest of the time.
Your colleague at ESPN, Ramona Shelburne, had reported the other day that there was interest from Dame to come to the Warriors, and I thought, well, yeah, of course. There was interest maybe from the Warriors, too. I'm like, well, yeah, of course, for all the reasons we just named. Yeah. But this is before the CP3 situation or trade went down. Yeah. How real was this, and were the logistics even – was it feasible? Is this something that could have even been done?
Well, I mean, maybe when Jordan got moved, that was it,
right?
And – they got Anthony Simons, who averaged 21. They're similar players. I could see Portland not being interested in Jordan Poole, right? I mean, I think Simons is probably better than Jordan, or just as good. So it's like, why do you want to duplicate that? So I just that probably is where it ended. If that's the best player they could offer, and I think the Warriors has wised up in terms of not wanting to move Kuminga. I do agree with Draymond that Chris Paul is going to get something special out of Kuminga next season. So that's probably where, if there were any conversations, and Ramona's an amazing journalist, so I believe what she's saying to be true. I think that's probably where it stalled.
What would he not want to go to Boston? I mean, does he have no interest in I mean, that wouldn't be a bad place to go. I mean, they'd have a chance to win a championship there. Is it just Miami or bust, or do you think he would be willing
Miami
to?
Or bust.
So that's it, huh?
It's Miami or bust. But to my point, Jason Tatum, who has a relationship with him, like I think Kendrick Perkins said it best. He's like, he needs to get in a private jet and go find Dame and try to convince him otherwise. But if I'm like, it's Boston, like I hear things like, oh, they could send Malcolm Brogdon and Robert Williams and picks. the same picks you don't think are going to be any good with Miami, well, they're going to be good in Boston.
Exactly.
Right? They're going to be average picks at best. So if I'm Portland, you know what? You want to give me Jaylen Brown, yeah. And there was a report in the Boston Globe today saying that Jalen's expected to get his extension, and the Celtics aren't as interested in Dame anymore.
That's a meaty extension too. Woo! That's gonna be
But
gonna be a big
for a city like to me, if you're Portland, if you could pry him away, a guy that's 26 in his prime. I mean, the Grant contract, the Jeremy Grant contract, probably worries me more.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Even the Jaylen Brown contract, but to me, that's where it starts. But if Aaron Goodwin is able to, this is what agents do. They try to find solutions. They try to get 3 or 4 teams involved, and it's complicated and take a while, and find a package of picks from, say, Oklahoma City, from, say, a team where you San Antonio or somewhere like that, where they're like, hey, man, we'll take Tyler Hero.
Yeah.
You can send him our way, and we'll send some picks to Portland for him, right? And so, like I said, I don't understand why 3-guard rotation with Simons and Scoot and Hero wouldn't be amazing. I don't get it, but
don't they like Sharp a lot though too?
But he's more of a small forward.
Okay.
He's more of a front court player to me. So I mean, but I don't know. I don't know where the Tyler Hero hate is coming from, but
well, apparently some reason. Hey, let me ask you this before we get going: where do we stand on Harden? Is he going to be able to get his way and work his way to LA?
The most confusing thing I've ever seen. The dude opts in, which keeps him from getting a major extension. And then so it forces them to either keep him for 1 year as he gets older or trade him. Just the strangest thing. And then now he was in the Hamptons at the white party that we didn't get invited to because we're not cool enough. And he's hugging Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris. So I'm like, I thought you wanted out of there. But those the homies, I'm just James Harden confuses me, man. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I wish him the best, but his situation is just confusing. You're you fought to get to Brooklyn, then you wanted out of Brooklyn. You fought to get to Philly to get to Morey. Then now you don't like Morey no more, I guess. And now you won out of Philly and you opted in, so you can't get an extension, but you're going to leave Philly, but, hey, I'm going to go put on social media that Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris are still my dudes. I don't have an answer. I'm confused. I don't know what the mentality is with this.
Oh, James Harden, baby. Leaving you guessing.
Yeah, I'm a throw away a potential $100 million plus extension so I could go to the Clippers. Okay.
Please. Yeah, please.
What about Paul George? Paul George going to be a Clipper, you think, next year?
I guess their goal is to get them together. But if I'm Philly, I want Paul George, right? Because you got to keep Joel Embiid happy. You got to have a superstar for him to play with. So, yeah, Paul might welcome it, but Paul has to play. Paul has to get on the court, and that's something that I think that is extremely frustrating to T. Lue, their head coach, is that you got 2 stars that play 40% of their games.
Mm-hmm.
So you keep hearing things about whether T. Lue wants to stay or not. You can't win if your stars don't play, man. And so I think that's where it's been extremely frustrating to him. And so maybe if Clippers move one of them, it makes it a little easier. I don't know, but
the great thing about the Clippers,
I wouldn't be surprised if one of them gets moved, at least to. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the great thing about the Clippers is the guys get hurt, and then when they're not hurt, they rest them so they won't get hurt, and then they get hurt anyway. So they don't play when they're hurt. They don't play when they're healthy.
Hey, and meanwhile, we could go to the 60s where the guys wore low-top Chuck Taylors and just got ice and played every game.
They're like, bro, give me some ice, give me some Jack Daniels, pour it out. We're
and they're
good.
smoking
Let's
a
go.
pack a day. They're just ripping smacks. You know what I mean?
You kidding me?
Yeah.
My lungs are as black as tar. Get me out there.
There was one trainer, and he was also the equipment manager and the person that scheduled the travel.
And the broadcaster.
No doubt. He did everything.
They did it all.
They had like one assistant coach.
Mark, have a great trip out to Vegas, man. I assume you'll be at Wembanyama's debut tomorrow in the Summer League?
Yes, sir. After I check into the Bally's Hotel.
That's a good spot, man.
I'm a go.
All right, man.
I'm going to be ready.
Well, enjoy Imperial Palace and the Sands or wherever.
IP. Enjoy Circus.
Enjoy Binions, bro. Yeah.
After I check into the Luxor, you know what I mean?
enjoy slots of fun.
Sleeping on a slant, dude. Have a safe
hot
flight.
dog and a Heineken, $2.99.
Hey, real quick, do you guys think Britney Spears is going to be at the game tomorrow, man?
No, bro. No,
Not
Mark.
anymore.
No, I don't. No. I don't think she was going anyway.
No.
She certainly isn't now. Anyway.
Yeah, check her out. Yeah,
we did. Have a safe flight, dude. Catch you later, Mark. There's Mark Spears. You missed any of that, all available on the all-new KNBR app. How about this situation? Sammy Sosa, cork bat. Well,
Okay.
one of the craziest things, funny story. He hits the home run, gets the bat check, breaks the bat. They see it, and they're like, oh, dude, you were juicing and you had a cork bat. Well, yesterday, the most exciting player in baseball today, Ellie De La Cruz, had his bat checked, and then he got checked after hitting a second deck home run about showing up the other team. We'll tell you about that next, what Davey Martinez and, surprisingly, what David Bell, manager of the Reds, had to say about his superstar, Ellie De La Cruz, big-time homer off of Josiah Gray. We'll tell you about it next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everything changing rapidly these days, right? You get something, it seems like it's out of date a month later. You got to get the new model. I have the 7. I got to get the 9 now. The one thing you can't fall behind on, though, is your Wi-Fi. You got to keep up to date on your Wi-Fi, especially during the summer. Got to make everyone happy. No fear, Xfinity 10G is here. That means the gamers are taken care of. The streamers are taken care of. People that are working from home are taken care of. Maybe even people that are going to school from home, actually being productive, they're being taken care of. The gamers are the ones you got to worry about, though. You got a whiny and Call of Duty. Look, it's all buffering, lagging, and we can't have. You want to keep them up in the room. You don't want to hear from them. Come down, get your lunch, go back up. Leave me alone. 10G takes care of everybody. And the people I just mentioned, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people in the house, you could have 10 times that many people in your house. Everyone would be taken care of. You could have a massive party. Everyone would be on their devices. It'd be a loser party, but everyone would be taken care of. No lagging, no pop, none of that. Everyone's good to go because 10G takes care of everybody with incredible power and incredible speed. Let me scroll here. Now, through September 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gigabit internet with unlimited internet data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's all just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. All you have to do is go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo. Regular rates apply to Internet services and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. You love sports. You love high def. You love incredibly fast, incredibly reliable Wi-Fi. 10G Wi-Fi. You will love Xfinity.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Ellie De La Cruz, one of the biggest stories in baseball, and if you haven't had an opportunity to watch him play, like, make it a point. The guy is electric. O'Neal Cruz of the Pirates was, like, of the same ilk, like, really tall. I mean, how tall is Ellie De La Cruz? 6'5", 200 pounds. Guy's a rail. He's a twig. He's huge. He's got long arms. He's got long reach. He's got 11 steals, 4 homers. He's hitting .318 entering today. I think they're playing right now. Actually, they lost earlier, or they come back and win earlier today in extras against the Nats. They ended up winning. 4 homers. He's hitting .318, 25 runs scored, 14 ribs, 11 steals. He's got an OPS of .892. That's all in 26 big league games. So that home run you heard there, that left the bat at 111.6 miles per hour. Went to the second deck off of Josiah Gray. Went 455 feet. Now, the reason this is significant is you heard them talking about it there. So he comes up to start the second inning. He's leading off the second inning. And as he walks to the plate, Davey Martinez, manager of the Nationals, asks the umpires, which has always just been one of the most hilarious things to me about baseball. You can just ask umpires to just go look at anything on a guy. Just go like, I think he's got something on his neck. And they're like, all right, well, I got to go take a look. Remember Jerome Williams was pitching well against the Cardinals one time.
Yes.
And Tony La Russa made him take his puka shells off.
Take the pukas
And his
off.
mom had given him the
Rude.
puka. I think his mother had passed away, and it was like a gift from her. And so he ended up taking him off in between innings, and he was totally rattled afterwards. Like, just got rocked. And I think afterwards he had a comment saying, I'll wear a turtleneck if it's 115 degrees. I'm never taking him off again. I don't think he ever did, like, for the rest of his career. But so for De La Cruz, he comes to the plate. The manager of the Nets, Davey Martinez, forever Giant, asks the ump to take a look at his bat. So I guess on the bottom of the bat, there was like a little like shiny-looking plastic thing, and then there was something dangling off of the bottom of the bat. And so they thought the bat might have been altered. So the umpires take a look at it, and as it turns out, he's using a device on his bat that is a little piece of plastic thing. They use it in spring training. He said this after the game, Ellie De La Cruz. It's a little thing that hangs off. He's been approved by Major League Baseball to use it. He's been using it since 2021 in the minor leagues. They use it to track swing path and stuff in the minor. It's an analytic thing. I don't know.
Wow.
So, and the plastic thing that was like the shiny thing that was on the bottom, it was just like, when you buy a new baseball bat and the plastic is on the end of it. It was just that. He like hadn't taken it off the bat yet.
Huh.
So they stand there and they're investigating the bat, and it's all kind of moved. They make him take off the little device that's the tracker. Okay. So he finishes that at bat, and then the umpires, I guess, get clarification from New York that he actually was approved to use that little device. Like he submitted it at the beginning of the year. They said, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they let him put it back on. He puts it back on for the next at bat, and then he comes out and he hits the second deck home run against Josiah Gray. Now, what then became controversial and unfortunately becomes the story, not shame on you, Davey Martinez, for just whatever was going on. I mean, I get it. It's baseball gamesmanship. That's fine. Yeah. But as De La Cruz hits the home run, he's walking out of the dugout, out of the box. He's pointing to the knob of his bat while staring down the Nationals dugout the entire time as he's walking to first. Then he tosses the bat and does his celebration and all that. After the game, you heard Davey Martinez there. He was not thrilled about. Do we have more, Davey? There, you came in with the home run there. We have David Bell actually first. Let's go. Davey Martinez actually first, Tim. Davey Martinez. He didn't like the antics of Ellie De La Cruz. Ironic, I think, for Davey. Here we go. He's got 4 weeks in the bigs, Davey, and he's like that it was the number one product. Like the guy's a phenom. You put him down. You tried to get in his head. You tried to do something as a manager that 100% backfired. One, you were wrong, and even if you're wrong as a manager, more often than not, I think managers are doing it just to do it, just to mess with a guy. Why not send somebody out there? And every time a guy gets checked and doesn't have something, he always flexes at the dugout when he gets out of an inning or out of a jam or hits a ball. Like, if you're calling out another guy for potentially cheating and he wasn't, and then he takes you deep or he beats you, you got to wear whatever he wants to do. I'm not with Davey on this at all.
Got to suck it up.
Yeah, dude.
Suck it up, turn the other cheek, and move on.
Yeah, tough one, bro. I mean, you don't like it, then don't call him out. Now, David Bell, we've talked earlier this year about how there's no more old school guys, and then David Ross came out of bat out of hell yesterday. David Ross, after he was upset with umpires this weekend, just mother blanket him into oblivion. There you go. That was David Ross about the officiating. In a game that he won, by the way.
Yeah.
A game that he won. We were saying that of the new age guys, I said I would go Aaron Boone as an old school mentality, and he does. He got tossed again the other day and was like, these umpires are so thin. It's like, what can I say? I can't say anything.
Yeah.
But I thought he was more of an old school guy, and I always took David Bell as a third-generation ball player, or a second-generation guy, to be he might be third generation. To be Gus Bell, Buddy Bell, and then David.
Buddy, yeah. That's
Gus,
right.
Buddy, and David. So I assumed he was going to be more hard-nosed about it. Managers have their guys back. It wasn't quite as hokey as Gabe Kapler and what was that guy's name who was here? Dubon. What was that guy's name?
Oh, yeah. Mauricio?
He said, Russ, I hit a triple the other day for the Astros. Like, God, man. Littell started for the Phillies last night, by the way, an opener. Here's what David Bell had to say. Reaction to De La Cruz's gesture and then the umpires checking at bat. What did Forever Giant David Bell have to say about this?
What? No idea what Bell was trying to say.
I don't know.
Let's put it this way.
I like it when my guys celebrate us.
Martinez, if that guy was on Davey Martinez's team and did that, Davey Martinez would have said what David Bell said, and David Bell would have said what Davey Martinez said.
Yeah. And personalities might have flared a little more.
It's like when your guy gets hit. Oh, they're trying to hit him. You know they're trying to hit him, and then what does the manager say? Whose pitcher hit him? You know what? Ball just slipped. We're just trying to.
We're trying to make a competitive pitch.
We got to get inside part of the plate. We can't just pitch over the plate. We got to establish over there, and sometimes the ball gets away. It just does. Now, what about the fact that was the only ball he threw off the plate in the first 4 innings? Well, it still happens. He's trying to go in, and it just up, and it's so fun. It's like a script. It's like so funny because they have to know that we know. Right? They
can't say it. It's the thing you can't say
it, or they'll get cracked.
If I'm throwing at my guys. I'm throwing at them.
You want to talk about a mega fine? That's going to be a mega fine. Oh, yeah. I told him to drill.
That's suspension. That's fine.
I drilled him on purpose. You can go out of your way to say you didn't do it, like Tommy Lasorda did when Tom Niedenfuer hit Jim LaFay. And Bavacqua ripped
I had a car sent to his house and drive him to the ballpark.
That bleep sucker. I'd make sure that bleep sucker is in the lineup.
Joe LaFay?
That was Bavacqua that said it.
Bavacqua said it about...
Bavacqua said it about Lasorda. Lasorda, apparently Bavacqua thought that Lasorda told Tom Niedenfuer to hit Jim LaFay. And I'm sure we have it somewhere.
Was it Jim LaFay or Joe LaFay? Was it future Giants hitting coach Joe LaFay?
It could have been. I know it was a LaFay. That's all I know. So he hit him. He was like a 200 hitter. He goes, I've never, ever told anyone to hit anybody. And if I did, it sure as bleep wouldn't be a 200 hitter like LaFay or Bavacqua. And then he just goes on. Then he just basically, all his venom goes to Bavacqua, and you couldn't hit water if he fell out of a
blanket boat. Yeah. The Bumgarner stuff always would kind of miff me. I like this stuff. I said to Derek earlier, I'm like, remember when the Giants went to Mexico City and we're like, dude, look at how the crowds go, and the Japanese fans and the World Baseball Classic, and globally baseball is played differently. Like it's a different environment and a different vibe, especially in Latin American countries.
Yep.
So I wonder if a guy like Ellie De La Cruz, you play baseball and you imagine being in the big leagues, and you've seen games in your hometowns and in your, native countries, and you know what games are like and what the flair is like, and the guys you grew up watching. And then you get to the bigs and you hit a home run. They're like, dude, you better run. That's one thing Johnny Gomes was the first guy I heard say that. Said, baseball's weird, man. It's the hardest thing to do in the sport, to hit a home run. You hit a home run finally, and unless you have like 700 of them, you're not allowed to enjoy it.
Yeah.
If you only have 12, you better run your ass around the bases as fast as possible, because we don't want to hurt the pitcher's feelings.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is baseball, the one game with feelings, man. I don't get it. We're like, you're not allowed to do stuff because it might be. It's not the gentleman's game. It's not. We're not doing the soccer thing where we all walk out with a kid holding the baseball.
Exchanging jerseys.
Yeah, exchanging jerseys at the end. I'll see that.
Yeah, baseball. I always said baseball was the one sport where they're actually looking for instances of you showing them up. They're like actively looking for it. It's not like if it happens.
After you fail, too. After you fail.
But they're
looking. And then you do it and you celebrate.
Is he showing me up? You showing me up? Well, did you do that to show me up? No, I just did it. I mean,
dude, it's like go ahead 3-run homer. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, it's like everybody's getting on Batista that one year for the Blue Jays where he hit the home run, threw his bat up. Is like, bro, it's a playoffs. You just won a game with a home run. If you cannot be excited doing that, then don't even play sports. Now, there are times when there are guys that show people up, and I'm not down for that, but there's got to be play. Baseball kind of wanted to suppress excitement. Like, don't get too excited, because if you get too excited, that hurts my feelings.
There are rules you have to play within, right?
And you're showing me up. Like, I'm just getting excited. It has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you at all. I'm just going to have fun. But no, baseball was like the no fun sport. You got to be professional. You got to act in a professional manner. And it's like, what are we doing out here? It's like a kid's game. Everybody's got to be able to have some fun out here. And look, you want to be honest? Here's where I think it started. It started by most of the sport being white. And they're like, yeah, we don't like the white guys keep it respectful, and we get too many minorities in here, and they're having too much fun, and they're whooping it up, and we don't like that. Let's be.
But then they're like, who likes making money?
Yeah, exactly. It's just so stupid. It was just dumb.
Yeah,
and they're getting better about it now. It's still a sport. Now, I will also say that football and basketball sometimes go overboard sometimes. Like, it's just, remember the whole era in NBA where they're like doing the and one stuff and just embarrassing guys.
Yep.
And that was like, great if you want to do that on the and one tournament.
Dude, watching guys fall over and then like shooting a three in his face.
Yeah,
like
this is the NBA, Remember they used to do the throat slashes?
Yeah.
They could do that stuff, and I was like, what is that? What are we doing that stuff for? So I've always said, have fun, have a good time, be spontaneous.
Choreograph your dances in the end zones, of course.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of
the
that.
no fun league sort of went the other way on that one.
But I would say, as long as you can do something without embarrassing somebody else. Like, you don't have to actively embarrass someone else to have a good time. Now, the problem is, beauty's in the eye of the beholder type thing. Some people think, well, they are embarrassing me. It's like, well, they're not. They're just having a good time. But so I just think more fun. It's better for the sport. The kids like it. Like, there are some things I don't love. I get it. But there's got to be room for having a good time.
And if you show him up, if you call him out for cheating and then he beats you and he wasn't, he's going to get to taunt you. Like, that's, to me, pretty tame. Staring him down and pointing at the knob. Oh, that was a problem, huh? Wasn't a problem. Wasn't a problem. Not for De La Cruz. I liked him. I was all about him. We got Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations, going to join us in 15 minutes. Eric Burns at 5:30. But on the other side, we got a sound soiree coming your way. Some sound from the day in sports, and then Farhan Zaidi right after that at 4:50. Only here on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. American Canyon Sports Leader.
This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, we got some of the some sound for you, and some fresh sound actually that we just newly hotly obtained here at the KNBR studios in downtown San Francisco. We were telling you in the NBA grab bag earlier about the situation with Britney Spears and Victor Wembanyama yesterday in Vegas. I guess she was in Aria in the casino or the hotel, walking to a restaurant. She saw him. She'd seen him earlier, just walking around. She claimed she wanted to go say hi to him. She walked up behind him. She says she tapped him on the shoulder, which now all the the Twitter detectives and the Thread detectives, of course, are saying, how could she have reached a guy's shoulders at 7'4"? All right, she tapped him, is what she's saying. Bottom line is Britney Spears wasn't around to tackle Victor Wembanyama. She then claims that after she tapped him, his security guard swung around and just backhanded her to the ground, knocking her over, knocking her glasses off. Witnesses said they saw it. A bunch of people ran to help her. It was a whole fiasco. Well, now Victor Wembanyama has spoken his piece. He gives his side of what happened. He claimed that he felt someone grab him. Here's what he had to say about the whole incident. A lot of detail, by the way, for a guy who said it all happened behind him. You know, she grabbed me. They pushed her away. I didn't see it, though. I don't know what happened. I kept walking straight. I didn't see it.
I had a nice dinner.
I had a good time with you guys last night. It was fun.
Nice steak.
Yeah, you didn't get slapped in the face by anyone's security. I mean...
One thing, guess what?
We've all encountered personal security. It's a little too...
We'll find out what happens. I got cameras.
Yeah, they do.
So one thing Vegas has is cameras.
You know what I'm going to bet on? I'm going to bet Britney Spears didn't assault him. I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say Victor Wembanyama's security guards probably overreacted.
Yeah,
and got too physical with a woman in a public with a woman in a public place. I'm gonna ride with Britney on this one. I don't.
Dude's already got him a lawsuit before he makes it to his first summer league game.
You see, they already got him.
It's rough.
They already got him, dude. They turn on you. You die the hero, or you don't even play a summer league game.
He hasn't
you become
done
a
either.
villain, dude. Yeah, you live long enough in the summer league to become a villain. He didn't play a game in Vegas. He's already got scandal, dude. Already got scandals. This guy's gonna be a problem, man.
A nice dinner.
I was insane at the end. He's like mumbling under his. That was very nice last night. I did enjoy.
Yes, but I did have a nice dinner.
More from your. More from your sounds. Where'd he go, dude? Had to get some Coco Van. What's the Bellagio lights, you know? Like Terry Benedict Casino. Dave Fleming last night on the Giants game explains, I guess Cal Raleigh's got a nickname, and he explains what Cal Raleigh's nickname is, or I don't know anything about this. Here's Dave Fleming.
Okay.
I like that to cap it with
dumper.
They talk too much about the dumper. That, by the way, in my world, that's what that means too.
The big dumper.
In vernacular among my buddies and friends and people in my circles, yeah. He's got a big dumper. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Got a big donk.
That's hilarious.
You gotta know. All right. There you go, the big dumper.
Hey, Randy, why do they call you the big unit?
Yeah, well.
What do they call you that?
There's the giant dipper, and then there's the giant dumper. Another one here in the sound soiree. Let's go to Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, here we go.
I don't know what he says because all Derek gave me is Stephen A. Smith might anger Tom with these comments more than he usually would. I don't even know what this is. Here's a couple of seconds of Stephen A. Smith. As soon as you said Angels, I'm like, this is going to be good. I was like, I don't know where it's going.
I wish I could disagree with them. They haven't been relevant in quite some time. The only reason they're relevant is because they have Ohtani and Trout. That's it. They're not relevant because they win. They changed their name to Los Angeles when they're not even in Los Angeles County. Nope. I'm still not so sure. I still don't know how you pull that one off. Other than the fact they were the LA Angels because they played in Los Angeles proper way back when.
You know, we got a club here wearing red and gold. I mean, they're
doing
the San Francisco 49ers. I'm just
yeah, but they're close.
They're in Santa Clara.
They're close. I mean, they're right there. That's not even close.
You
to LA.
want to drive down for a pregame with me and tell me how close it is? Why don't you drive down 17 times with me, Tom, and tell me how damn close it is, huh? On a Sunday morning at like 8 a.m. with Tim. I'm getting a lot of Tim these days, man. Getting a lot of Tim. Oh, Tom's like, no big deal. It's a close ride. Yes, it's close. It's right there. Hey, want to come down with me on Christmas? Tell me how damn close that is, Tom. Yeah, it'll be a blast. You'll probably be a chase. Maybe a chase.
Funny.
I'll call FaceTime you from the press box at Levi Stadium. Anyway, don't forget, by the way, never forget that, and I always remember this, that Stephen A. Smith said Shohei couldn't be the face of baseball because he didn't speak English. Remember that?
Yeah, I think he can be.
I think he is. I'd say Steve was already wrong about that one. Yeah. I think he's the face of baseball. It's why you have to give a take about the Angels on ESPN. That's why Stephen A. is doing that. Speaking of baseball, Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations, is going to join us on the other side. Let's talk to Farhan about where the Giants could go here as they are 3 games shy of the All-Star break. What's going on, Derek? We have time for one more soundbite? Oh, okay. All right. Well, never mind. Everybody hang on, okay? We got stuff to do. Brandon Belt.
Soiree?
We got bonus soiree. Brandon Belt sound. So Brandon Belt.
This is Tolbert.
I love it, too. I was trying to be on the clock for Farhan and everything, and now he's like, oh, no, we got plenty of time.
No, we're good. Don't worry about
Brandon Belt finished second behind Shohei Ohtani for All-Star Game DHAL voting. Remember, he was upset about that he was in second early on. Anyway, he sat down with one of the reporters up in Toronto, and in classic Brandon Belt form, straight, dead serious, gives his take on finishing second. It's a good bit. Material's running thin, Brandon.
Yeah.
You gotta be more curt or like more, you know what I mean? Like we worked the bit. That was it.
You think the bit's getting stale?
I think if Shohei doesn't go, Brandon's going to the All-Star game anyway, which would be cool, right? So, hey, we'll catch up with Farhan Zaidi. We'll try this again. Giants president of baseball operations. He's going to join us on the other side. And then we'll talk to Eric Burns at 5:30. But some Giants talk with Farhan next. Tolbert and Copes on the Big Dumper Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, I know this stresses people out all the time. What do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us and let us take care of you. And I have to use a technical term now. Show you it's really fancy. You can't do the crazies. And what the crazies are all about is you do crazy, illegal stuff, and you just wind up hurting yourself, your business, your family, and it doesn't have to be. There's so many good solutions. But now there's all these extra IRS agents. They need something to do. You don't want to bury your head in the sand and wait for them to do something bad to you or your business. So just contact us. We'll explain everything right over the phone, whether you qualify to just pay part and have the government forgive the rest, or pay in monthly installments, or get the penalties forgiven, or have them leave you alone until you're back on your feet. There's so many good options. But whatever you do, don't ignore them. Let us go ahead. In almost all cases, we can do everything for you. And then you can sleep the sleep of the innocent.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve take care of it for you. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
An unfortunate nickname. We are waiting for Farhan Zaidi. Should be joining us shortly. I wanted to ask Copes this. We were talking about outfield depth with the Giants and maybe getting an extra outfielder. How would you think, or what would you think about Cody Bellinger? Batting .290, got an OPS in the mid-800s, having a nice season for the Cubbies on a one-year deal. I think he's making $20 million this year, so that'd be prorated. So he'd probably owe about $8-9 million, something like that, for the rest of the season. How would you feel about him? I mean, you already have Conforto and so that's 2 left-handed outfilders. So
and you've got Jock, who would be in the lineup, I guess, as a DH, or he's spelled in left. You don't want to have to play him there.
Yeah,
I think they're probably pretty happy that they went as long as they did without having to use him out there. And then he was, like you said, like a Gold Glover.
Dude, he went Gold Glove.
That or he made some easy plays look real
beast mode.
tough. Yeah.